There is an ambush. How could it be? Tang Tang was shocked. Oh, did Mingya have discovered us long ago and have not taken action? Just to paralyze us, waiting for this opportunity to kill us all in one place. Danina said angrily, "What's the use of hindsight?" After the reception, troops sneaked into Mingya's territory. They were not attacked and smooth sailing. They thought that their whereabouts had not been discovered, but they did not expect this to be a trap. The situation suddenly took a sharp turn. More than 10 hours ago, the leaders secretly dispatched some troops to the west, north and south of the encirclement, and marched quickly to the desert in advance to ambush and squat. If Han Xiao successfully breaks through the eastern part of the Xinshi wasteland, he would be ambushed on the road he must pass. Han Xiao did not get news of this action from the forum because there were no players in the mobilized troops. The leader remembered Cybero's speculation that if Zero was an alien, there might be a special connection between the aliens. To be on the safe side, the leader did not use any strangers this time, and he was in a mishap while hiding the action. And the leader's temporary command is not the headquarters, but here. I have been waiting for the rabbit for a long time. In the sand dunes far ahead, the leader stood with his hands behind his back, his long windbreaker dancing with the dust, his expression still hidden under the mask, as usual. Behind him, dozens of executives lined up, looking at the wolf, like hunters waiting for their prey to fall into a trap. The two of them locked in each other's eyes and finally met. The leader's voice sounded again in the communicator. "Don't you want to fight with me? I'm here. Do you dare to come?" Han Xiao sighed and said, "I did a good job." The leader's move was beyond his expectations and reasonable. The call with the leader last night was not only him testing the leader, but also the leader was testing him, each with his own ulterior motives. As a prey, if you want to make loophole-free calculations at the enemy's home court, the premise is too harsh, and it is impossible to fully control the enemy's reaction. Han Xiao faces almost a net of heaven and earth, and his conditions are limited, so it is already rare to achieve this step. I have cheated the leader so many times, but he finally got it back once. If it weren't for the victimization, Han Xiao would almost want to applaud the leader and whistle. How difficult it is so touching. Without foolproof plans, you will always encounter emergencies. When you encounter a moment where you cannot escape, you can only be reckless. Strength is the only reliance. The goal of Han Xiao's plan is basically to gain strength. He is now standing at the upper limit of version 1.0, and he is only one step away from breaking the level 60 level mark. The situation at this time is both a danger and an opportunity. About 10 sea-level superpowers versus well-equipped thousands of troops plus 50 executives. Isn't it just a tough fight? Come on. Han Xiao's face was calm, and he turned off the communication. Before the two sides fought, there was still dozens of seconds of buffering time, so he checked his own status. Viper, add to change the durability of 61%, about 4,200 armor points, and health points of more than 3,800 points, about 87%, and the status is up. In the taskbar, the additional settlement of the breakout battle just now has also been reached, and Extreme Trial has reached a progress of 815/2000. The enemy has a large number of people and fierce firepower. Our advantage is that we have strong individual combat power and suppress the enemy in high-end combat power. Han Xiao secretly planned, hoping that his teammates who had not yet appeared were more powerful. There's a new task in the panel. You trigger a special sea-level mission, Trader's Counterattack. Task requirements: defeat the leader of the budding organization, and the output rate is required to be no less than 60%. Task reward: draw 2 bosses' skills or feats. Han Xiao's eyes flashed. It's a bit difficult to output no less than 60%. Han Xiao thought that he had not fought with the leader and had not seen the opponent's attributes. But the leader, like Bennett, is the protagonist of the plot of the Sea Blue Star and must be extremely strong. With his current state, let alone defeating the leader, if he doesn't fight hard, it will be difficult to destroy 1/3 of the leader's blood. There are interferences everywhere on the battlefield, and there may not be a chance to play the same thing with the leader alone. However, Although the mission is difficult, the rewards make Han Xiao envious. You can draw 2 abilities, skills, and expertise from the leader. As one of the protagonists on the planet, the leader must have template expertise or skills. Maybe there's also the legendary lucky protagonist aura, which can be released if you can draw. But then he recalled the tragic situation and said uncertainly, well, he should have a halo of luck. At this time, the feeling of pushing back increased, and the 3 cars accelerated at the same time, rushing towards the enemy. Tang Tang said in a deep voice, "Everyone prepare for battle. This is an opportunity to defeat the high-end combat power of the number 0 and the 6 kingdoms in one go." On the dune, the leader looked down at the 3 heavy armored off-road vehicles approaching. He had only been to mobilize the troops for more than 10 hours, and the vehicle as heavy as a tank could not be driven. The main force of the ambush was thousands of soldiers in temporary positions, forming firepower coverage, and then there were more than a dozen armed helicopters. Finally, the leader himself and dozens of executive officers were the high-end combat power. Fire. For a moment, guns and cannons were loudly sounding, like thunder on the ground. A black rain of bullets came from all directions, filling every inch of space. The response troops surrounding the center were like fighting beasts. At this time, the oval purple translucent energy cover opened, covering 3 cars. The overwhelming barrage exploded one after another on the energy cover, and the energy cover kept flashing, as if it would disappear at any time, but the 3 cars were unscathed. The high-speed movement rolled over the explosion of smoke, like a charged trajectory of black smoke. A minefield was buried under the desert, and the yellow sand was blown up all over the sky, and the light of the energy cover became dimmer. The source of the energy cover is the car on the left rear, which comes from the superpowers of an unknown teammate. Under the protection of the energy cover, everyone is approaching the budding troops without any danger. Odafina, Purple Light Guardian, Faljord. The leader's tone was calm. He had all the impression of the famous masters of the 6 countries. He could guess who it was at a glance, and the identity of the opponent who might attend was all within his control. The support troops were about to rush into the position, and the leader was not at all confused. He mobilized the troops to change formations, avoided the edge, and adopted the attrition tactic of roaming and surrounding. He knew early in the morning that ordinary troops could not stop a group of powerful superpowers from approaching, so he was ready. The receiving troops rushed into the position, as if they were trapped in a quagmire. The leader's eyes flashed. "Let me see, who else?" "Go!" Danina got out of the car first, and the explosive flames with her teeth and claws erupted out. The 3 machine gun positions were blown into fireballs, and the burning figures ran away in panic. The driver, Arrow Pai Gao, is a Sinu people. The Sinu people are born with some battle-like patterns on their skin. At this time, all of these patterns lit up, turning into a scorching red light and spreading on their skin. His body swelled up, bursting his clothes, and becoming a small giant more than 4 meters tall, with a transformation ability, rushing around like a tank. Tang Tang in the same car rubbed his hands, creating a miniature dragon whirlwind. After taking off his hands, he quickly grew stronger. The sand on the ground turned into a sandstorm, sweeping away the budding formation, and a figure was swept into the sky. In addition to these 3 people, there were also people from the other 2 cars. A military warrior wearing heavy mechanical armor was like a rhino. His weapon was a mechanically structured, long-handled sledgehammer with a sophisticated structure, and the hammerhead was also a jet booster to increase his strength. He waved his hands and strongly. On the other side, a new team member made a sharp scream, and a rustling sound sounded on the ground. Then various desert insects broke out from the sand, like a sea of insects, biting the budding soldiers, which turned out to be the ability to summon wild beasts, and the effect was much more vigorous than Han Xiao's half-baked, wild affinity. Faljord, who had just released the purple energy cover to protect everyone, continued to resist the guns and cannons. Dozens of budding executives stepped forward to meet the enemy. Although these masters from the 6 countries were strong, the number of executives was superior, and cooperation between them should not be underestimated. The situation immediately became fierce. The superpowers used superpowers without restraint, and the scene was in chaos in an instant. Han Xiao pulled Hyla out of the car with some energy recovery and found that these masters from the 6 countries were basically familiar faces, all of whom were famous celebrities from Hylan Star. These people are the highest combat power of various countries. In the past life, players had to gain a high reputation in the camp before they could get into these advanced NPCs. Now these powerful people who have never met have gathered together, all to meet him. Han Xiao has been operating for so long and has extraordinary influence. At least in this war, he was an important figure in the competition between many parties. All the masters that have appeared so far are expected by the leader. In the pre-programmed plan, the ambushing troops will suffer heavy losses, but they can eat this team and cause tragic losses to the 6 countries. The leader saw Han Xiao from afar, and his eyes suddenly became sharp, as if he had discovered prey. He walked forward with great strides, and every step he took, the black and purple aura was like a raging fire, expanding wildly. He dreamed that he would smash Han Xiao's head with his own hands. The strength of the leader Minya was unfathomable, and the superpowers of the 6 countries present were more or less solemn and were ready to go. Can you take care of yourself? Han Xiao didn't look back. Since the leader took the initiative to come to him, he would not be vain whether it was for selfishness or the overall situation. He would just fight hard, and who would be afraid of whom? No problem. Hyla gritted her teeth. Han Xiao nodded, took a deep breath, adjusted his condition to the peak, and was about to step towards the leader. At this time, a wave of aggression that moved everyone soared into the sky on the other side, breaking through the sense of oppression brought by the leader, attracting the attention of the audience. I saw a familiar figure walking down from the last car, with meticulous hair, vicissitudes of determination, neat and slim casual clothes, and burning white aura all over my body. Bennett. The leader's heart was trembling and his eyes changed. Why are the leaders of the dark web organization also in the army? The leader never guessed no matter what. As a senior leader of a large force who has always been neutral, how could he come to take risks in person? In his plan, the opponent should be a master of the 6 kingdoms. Bennett's appearance was completely beyond his expectations. The wrong opponent's strength level will lead to the entire plan's unknown result, and the possibility of the original deduction will be completely invalidated. Not only that, for senior superpowers who did not belong to the 6 kingdoms walked down the car. The 2 were other high-end combat powers of the dark web organization, and their strength was no less than that of the masters of the 6 kingdoms. The other 2 were Han Xiao's acquaintances. Han Nis and Vernina met in Hongfeng. Han Xiao received a hidden main mission from them, and the 2 nodded to Han Xiao. All these strong people who know each other are here. Han Xiao stopped and said in surprise, "Why are you here? Why are you still in the support force of the 6 countries?" Bennett looked at him with anger. He still had a grudge against Han Xiao for concealing his identity and fooling him, so he didn't want to speak. The dark web adheres to neutrality in this war. Since Han Xiao's identity was exposed, Bennett suddenly discovered hope of ending the war early. The intelligence Han Xiao stole from Minya's headquarters was the key. Bennett's original intention of building a refuge was to protect lives. If the war could be ended early, more lives would be saved and more innocent people would be sacrificed. Because Han Xiao allowed him to see new possibilities, Bennett finally changed his position and chose to intervene in the war. The dark web had no resources to intervene, so he helped in his personal capacity. So he came and set off with the 6 country support troops, and even brought in a group of helpers. Bennett and others are Han Xiao's real, self-centered person. He is very skilled and brave, and Bennett dares to take risks alone because he has absolute confidence in his strength. He is one of the strongest superpowers recognized by all the forces of Aquarium Star. He'll leave it to me. Bennett looked at the leader and walked leisurely in the garden. The rain of bullets next to him seemed to be in his eyes. The leader's eyes were gloomy. The situation was beyond his expectations again, and his heart was already furious. Bennett stopped him, as if he wanted to protect Han Xiao and not get rid of Bennett. The leader knew that he had no chance to deal with Han Xiao. The famous budding organization, it is rumored that the strength of the leader is unfathomable. Few people have seen you take action with all your strength. It seems that today is my lucky day. Bennett smiled calmly and said with a strong tone, "Would you ask me if you want to touch me?" The leader remained silent, silently changing from walking to running, and then turning into a phantom as fast as a black meteor. Bennett was not willing to be outdone and was greeted with a strong white aura. With Han Xiao's eyes, it was obvious that Bennett used the, burning, and with his lucky halo, it must be the highest critical strike rate of 5 times. Black and purple and white collided. Rumble. It was like thunder in the sky, hooking the earth's fire, and the thunder rolled out of thin air. Even the ordinary soldier who was approaching fell in pain while covering his bleeding ears. The protagonists of the 2 planets collided fiercely. P.S. There's only one update today. If you have something to do, you'll go out at night. Time is like, I can only squeeze out the time to write. I can only write so much. The number of words in this chapter is a little more. If you disassemble it, it should be counted as 2 chapters. The collision shock wave hits head-on. When the dust dissipates, the 2 of them stand to form a circular sand pit. Bennett's 5-fold critical strike is earth-shaking, but the 2 of them wave at the same time, and neither of them has the upper hand. The 2 of them interacted with each other. Their movements were dazzling, like a black and purple python and an incandescent dragon tangling and biting. Wherever they passed, they were all retreating, no matter how enemies and we were, and they were extremely afraid. Damn it, a group of rash people. Han Xiao looked at it with a slight sucking teeth. These 2 were both martial arts, with various specialties and skills, and were strong and strong. They were each of them different martial arts schools. Bennett was well-founded in advance and retreat, and was magnificent, giving people a sense of perfection of just right, and showing his combat experience to the fullest. The leader's style is violent and wanton, wild, fierce, and sinister, just like the color of his arrogance. The combat power of these 2 beasts is obviously half a level stronger than other advanced superpowers. Multiple templates and rare specialties are all boss level, and their attributes are beyond those of others at the same level. I am worthy of being the protagonist of the planet. The technician Han suddenly looked at him. Bennett used his will to burn 5 times the damage. If the leader can block it, he must have similar powerful skills. Thinking of the traitor's counterattack, reward, Han Xiao felt a little hot. He knew that many hidden tasks could obtain powerful skills and expertise, but this task was the simplest and crudest. As long as he could win, he had the chance to eat fat meat, which was extremely cost-effective, while cooperating with his teammates to deal with other enemies. Han Xiao calculated the comparison of his combat power with the leader, but the result was not very optimistic. First of all, after many battles, he is an average now, with only vipers left on his body. As a mechanic, insufficient equipment means that he is in poor condition. If you fight alone, with my current equipment, if you perform well, you will only suffer both losses from the leader at most, and Bennett will not let me do this. If I besiege the leader like Bennett, I can't rob Bennett's output. Bennett has the same will, and it's even more than me. Han Xiao was helpless. He thought, and the best way to do now is to maintain the current situation and let Bennett and the leader fall alone. Although these 2 met with each other, they played fiercely, but they lost blood very slowly. They basically all resisted the opponent's attacks and could not decide the winner for a while. Moreover, no matter whether they were enemies or us, no one had the intention of interfering in Bennett's fierce battle with the leader. Legend is worthy of being a legend. The leader is stronger than any of us. Only Bennett can entangle him. We can't interfere in the battle there. Tang Tang waved the strong wind and said in the communicator while raising a sandstorm to control the field. Bennett is the strongest link, and everyone agrees with this. Even though they are arrogant, they are very convinced of the famous Bennett. The army fought a war of attrition with us. Now, there's a stalemate. The strongest combat power of the enemy and us restrain each other. Whoever wins and loses will break the balance and change the whole situation. Faljord, who released the energy shield, said, and everyone else agrees with this view. When Han Xiao heard this, he changed his mind and saw the turning point of completing the task. He said to himself, since the situation is stalemate, it is equivalent to squeezing out time for me. This is the key to completing the traitor's counterattack. The turning point is the advancement mission Extreme Trial. As long as I advance, I can turn the leader. With so many helpers around me, and there are so many enemies, it is the best opportunity to try the trial point. Moreover, Han Xiao found the right way. The settlement after the combat state disappeared was to increase the trial points he obtained in this battle based on the difference in the number of the two sides, according to a certain proportion. Therefore, based on the previous statistical information, you can barely calculate how many additional trial points he received to kill the enemy, and then leave the battlefield once, and the settlement after the war can reach a progress of 2,000 points. Defeat the leader equals break through successfully and does not conflict with this task. Han Xiao knows how to seize the opportunity. After passing this village, there will be no such store. The two sides were fighting fiercely, and Han Xiao's high-end combat power crushed the buds. From time to time, the executive officer was injured and vomited blood. Han Xiao coordinated the overall situation through panel combat information, secretly rubbed and picked up vacant guns next to him, and even grabbed heads from his teammates. The efficiency of harvesting trial points was unprecedented, and it soared. If the player is here, you can see at a glance that this is a bad stroke and robbing the head, but these teammates are not players. Seeing Han Xiao just wandering around and putting cold guns, they thought Han Xiao was very tired and in poor condition. I thought Han Xiao was a powerful arm helper, but now it seems that it is useless. This mission became a nanny. Danina, who has a hot temper like a superpower, directly assigned the task, saying, Black Ghost, it's useless to stay here. The superpowers don't have to worry about you. You can deal with those miscellaneous soldiers. Since the Black Ghost is in a bad state, the best solution is naturally to let him deal with the soldiers. Danina's decision seems to be fine in the eyes of everyone, but Han Xiao casually said a few words and continued to do whatever he wants and not listen to their commands. Everyone's faces changed. In their eyes, this was immediately different. Han Xiao was unwilling to obey the command. Could it be that he was the target of protection and watching them work hard? Everyone is teammates. They should have fought side by side, and they are here to support you, but you actually did this. Everyone looked unhappy. Danina wanted to scold her, but was attacked and hurriedly blocked her, but she didn't say anything. She guessed, he's a budding traitor himself, hiding and poaching, and provoking disagreements behind the scenes to start a war. It's indeed a sinister and despicable guy. Han Xiao had no choice but to have a hard time. He had to kill the superpowers to have a trial point. This was the biggest turning point in the situation. It was useless to make him deal with the soldiers. However, his teammates didn't understand this, so he could only ignore the misunderstanding and concentrate on the plan to win the trial point. The battle situation gradually became white and fierce. During the fierce battle, the sprouted pursuers almost forgot the passage of time. The budding pursuers also arrived at the scene. 4 veteran executives, including Jiras, joined the battle group. The pressure on the crowd increased sharply, and they kept trying to break through and rush. But the budding swim and consumed kite tactics were very disgusting, and it was difficult to get rid of the bone-attached gangrene, and everyone became birds wrapped around the net. Of course, Meng paid a tragic price for this, and the ground was covered with dead bodies and burning metal remains, buried in yellow sand. Although the army cannot cause decisive damage to the superpowers, fire interference is as annoying as a fly and constantly consumes everyone's strength. Water drops can wear out stones, sand can form towers, and many ants bite to death. Finally, injuries began to appear on everyone's body, and their condition gradually declined. Tang Tang and the summoned bee psychics were the targets of being concentrated. One set up a sandstorm, and the other summoned desert insects and beasts, both of which were capable of controlling the field. The budding executive team tacitly divided the battlefield and concentrated the fire, breaking the energy cover of Faljord and knocking the summoned beast psychics into broken limbs and broken arms all over the sky. Blood splattered all over the ground, and the beast that had lost control stood on the spot, then turned around and escaped. Everyone's faces darkened. Once casualties appear, it means that the balance of victory or defeat begins to tilt, and it is very likely that they will be snowballed. Han Xiao felt nervous and silently calculated the trial point. At first there were about 50 executives, and later there were more than 20 supporters. I killed almost 30 people. According to the difference in the number of enemies and us, as long as we get another 20 trial points, the additional reward for post-war settlement is enough for 2,000 points. At this moment, Tang Tang next to him suddenly got hit by Jaras with a force field and shelling, and knelt down in pain while covering his chest. The executive team took this opportunity to gather fire. Seeing that various attacks were about to swallow Tang Tang, Han Xiao pushed Tang Tang away with his repulsive force, and various attacks passed by. Tang Tang escaped from death, frightened and sweated in a cold sweat, and hurriedly thanked, "I am grateful." Han Xiao nodded and looked around to continue looking for opportunities. Suddenly, the armed warrior covered in armor, wielding a power hammer, rushing like a rhino, and hit the head of a veteran martial arts executive. However, the executive punched several times in a series of counterattacks, smashing the scarred armor on the chest. The two fell out at the same time, vomiting blood together, and both suffered losses. Opportunity! Han Xiao's calm heart was turbulent, and he made a quick decision. Wool burning. The martial artist who fell to the ground with one shot became the last straw that overwhelmed the camel. You caused 964 damage to Trero, LV54. Damage reduction calculated. You kill Trero, you gain experience. You get 23 trial points. Finally, enough. Han Xiao was overjoyed, suppressed his excitement. Input the electromagnetic skateboard shoes and small motorized devices, and suddenly turned his head and ran wildly in the direction of coming. The buds were ambushed in the direction of leaving, and the direction of coming was exactly the weakest defense. Because there are pursuers behind, walking back is not called breaking through, but throwing himself into the trap. They didn't even think that anyone would run back. However, Han Xiao Pianqing did this, leaving his teammates behind and instantly escaped from the battlefield. Everyone was shocked. Does he want to leave us to delay time and run away alone? Danina was furious. The leader was entangled by Bennett and could not escape. Seeing that the cooked duck was about to fly, he was furious and shouted, "Chasing me! I must kill him!" Jaras led some troops to escape from the battlefield and pursue Han Xiao, so the pressure from the powerful people of the 6 countries was immediately reduced. Tang Tang said in a deep voice, "No, he may want to share the enemy's strength and create opportunities, but if he fails, we and him will be defeated. This is too risky. You should discuss with us in advance." Far away from the battlefield, the enemy behind him chased him reluctantly. Han Xiao was lightning, pinching his fingers to calculate the time when the battle state ended, and escaped for 5 minutes. A new wave of support troops appeared far ahead. There are wolves in front and tigers in the back, so there is no way to escape. At this time, Han Xiao laughed. The free time allowed him to escape from the combat state, and the panel showed additional trial points for post-war settlement. Extreme Trial. Current progress 2000/2000. Level 60 advanced task. Endurance bonus is increased. 1 endurance equals 30 health equals 40 physical power. You have obtained the sublimation of the life level, and the race detected is carbon-based human, yellow. 5 matching evolution directions are being randomly drawn. The drawing is completed. Please select one of the following 5 options as your evolutionary race. Warn: the evolutionary process is irreversible. Please choose carefully. Appendix: description of the characteristics of evolution direction. Herders -78% fit. Manu Giants -64% fit. Demons -81% fit. Type 1 Universe Humans, 97% fit. Elementary Energy Life, 31% fit. Selected. Race evolution is in progress. Evolution is completed. Race change is Type 1 Universe Humans. Molecular structure is perfect, organ structure is strengthened, metabolic changes, adaptability is enhanced, potential qualifications are improved. You have obtained attribute replenishment. Strength plus 16, agility plus 18, endurance plus 21, intelligence plus 25, mystery plus 10, charm plus 8. Power plus 360, power level bonus attribute change. You obtain racial characteristics, adaptive group. You understand skills, mechanical continuation. Each advancement is a sublimation of life level, and level 60 is the watershed of major changes. This is the junction between version 1.0 and version 2.0. The effect of the advancement is quantitatively changed and becomes qualitatively changed, and the life form is evolved for the first time. The direction of evolution is not completely random, but according to the evolutionary possibilities of the initial race, giving a consistent evolutionary direction. For example, the evolutionary direction of carbon-based humans is basically human-shaped. The evolution chain is not fixed, and it has countless possibilities. The degree of fit represents the degree of subversion of the original race after evolution. That is, how much change is. The lower the degree of fit, the uncontrollable result, and the possible malignant result, but also benign mutations may occur, just like a gambling, such as primary energy body life, which directly subverts the body structure of the carbon-based human being, abandons the body, and becomes a certain energy entity. On the contrary, the high degree of fit represents the most reasonable evolutionary direction. The Type 1 Universe Humans, chosen by Han Xiao, is close to 100%. The Cosmic Humans is the most common humanoid race in Shanghai. It has enhanced its adaptability to various environments, and its racial characteristics, adaptive group, and its abnormal state resistance, physical resistance, and spiritual resistance are all plus 10%. The growth qualifications of each race are different. Once evolution is completed, the attributes will be filled. This is a significant improvement. Each evolution direction has its own tendencies. There are thousands of races in the Starry Sea. From this step, the uniqueness of the player character begins to be revealed. Compared with the other four options, the Type 1 Universe Human race he chose is a common category of moderate and has a relatively comprehensive improvement. So, it lacks characteristics, but the more universal a race, the wider its evolution direction will be. Evolution is irreversible, and the wrong choice cannot be changed. Han Xiao naturally remembers such an important evolutionary tree. Type 1 Universe Humans is one of the best first evolutionary races he expected, so he did not hesitate. The process of becoming stronger by superpowers is the process of evolution, and the same is true for NPC, except that there is no panel and you cannot choose the direction of evolution freely. Han Xiao took a deep breath. The severe pain penetrated deep into the soul and penetrated from every gap between bones and flesh, and was extremely perplexed, and the consciousness and thinking were trembling at it. Han Xiao gritted his teeth and held on his feet. His cheeks were bulging, and evolution was painful. In the past, as a player, he could reduce his senses, but now all feelings are 100% true. Fortunately, the pain did not last long, and soon receded like a tide. Then Han Xiao's senses to the outside world were completely renewed. The pursuer was approaching, and he had no time to slowly experience the changes in his body. He immediately upgraded crazily on the panel, throwing 74 million experiences in it. Magnetic ring mechanic. Went from LV5 to LV15 full level upper limit like a rocket. Magnetic ring mechanic. Upgrade LV15, max, strength plus 180, agility plus 2, endurance plus 1, intelligence plus 4, obtain 4 free attribute points, obtain 1 potential point. It took 1/3 of the experience reserve to meet 200 million. As the level increases, the cost of each level of upgrade increases significantly, and the income is naturally worthy of consumption. With a continuous upgrade of 10 levels, the strength increased by 810 points. The strength attribute reached 3,070 points, and the 3,000-point standard of LV8 was reached, and the attribute bonus of the new level was obtained, which was icing on the cake. The whole body is full of energy, with a total level of level 70, breaking through the upper limit of version 1.0. The only super powerful person in the entire Sea Blue Star who exceeds level 70. The attributes are even more leap forward. Strength 111, Agility 185, Endurance 159, Intelligence 321, Mystery 21, Charm 14, Lucky 1, Free Attribute Point 40, Potential Point 72, Happiness 7,980, Physical Point 9,580, Strength 3,070 LV8, Energy Level 3275 Auna, Level C. You already have qualified universe exploration warrior qualities. The overall combat power is more than half stronger than before the advancement. His health before the advancement was more than 4,300, and now he almost doubled. The original endurance conversion health ratio was 120, which rose to 130. After completing the evolution attributes, the upgrade income, and a new level of strength bonus, my front four circle attributes have basically increased by 30 or 40 points. He quickly estimated his combat power, and there were 40 free attribute points on the panel, but he did not invest immediately. The situation is in danger now, leaving free attribute points to deal with the unexpected. Han Xiao stood up straight, turned to face Jera's and other pursuers, with his eyes exploding with a cold and fierce look. "Are you ready, bud?" The pursuers swarmed in, and Jera's roared angrily. "Stop his retreat. Don't let him run away." As he said, Jera's raised his hand and slapped the field and heavy hammer. Bang! The sand pit exploded on the ground, and the attack was dodged. Han Xiao's speed was faster than before. In the blink of an eye, he approached Jera's and stretched out his hands. The magnetic flux splitting blade rolled up sharp wind, which greatly increased its power, directly shattering Jera's defensive force field. The force field that was difficult to break before is now as fragile as a piece of paper. Swish! The cold light flashed, and Jera's eyes flashed, and suddenly he lost the sense of control of his body. The severe pain burst out from all over his body, and he felt the sharp blades penetrated into his body. He had a premonition of what would happen next. His eyes were bloodshot. No, 9 sharp blades broke out at the same time, and Jera's body became a rag sack. Blood was blowing, and the tendons on his body were cut off, trembling with pain. Han Xiao was approaching and directly smashed the last force field that Jera's built to death, and hit Jera's head with one punch. Once you meet, you will instantly get a thorny and entangled veteran executive. The characters of hunters and prey are reversed. Han Xiao glanced at the pursuers around him with a sudden change in his expression, like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. The main battlefield in the distance was still fighting fiercely, and everyone looked at the direction of Han Xiao's escape, eager to know the result. Suddenly, a violent explosion came from afar, attracting everyone to look over. How is it? Did he escape? Is the explosion just now a fire exchange? Everyone was very speculating, and then a small black dot approached quickly and got closer. Only then did they realize that Han Xiao was back again, but all the enemies who were tracking him disappeared without a trace. He has escaped. Why are he coming back? Tang Tang was stunned. Danina fired 2 balls of explosive flames, panting, and said hatefully, "It must be that she has encountered a powerful enemy that cannot be solved, and she has been beaten back." At this time, Hela, who had been silent, spoke with a frown. His life intensity seems to have changed. In her supernatural sensing, Han Xiao was like a sun, dazzling and hot. She has never seen anyone with such a strong sense of life intensity. The subtle feeling was different, but she couldn't say where it came from. This came from Han Xiao's race evolution, so Hela naturally didn't know this. Where is the Jera's people? The leader focused on the fierce battle, suppressed his doubts, and shouted, Jihua Zero, don't let him leave my sight again. The army turned the gun, and Han Xiao suddenly accelerated, as fast as lightning, shuttled through the gap covered by firepower, and easily picked up the machine guns left by the budding soldiers from the ground, and fired accurately and counterattacked. Every time the guns spurted flames, someone would definitely be shot and fell to the ground. Han Xiao approached his teammates' battle group, and without saying a word, he rushed into the executive unit that besieged his teammates. Bang, bang. It was like a meteor hitting the ground, and the executive army immediately turned over. Han Xiao was as powerful as the punches, kicks, guns, and slashing, which was completely different from the same person as the performance of scrambling the waters just now. The pressure of the masters of the 6 countries dropped sharply. Their faces were full of surprise, and they stared blankly at Han Xiao, showing great power. There is only one word that can describe it: crushing. He just saved his strength, probably to restore his state. When the enemy was tired, he suddenly burst out. Tang Tang was excited and thought he had guessed Han Xiao's thoughts. The other teammates nodded, agreeing deeply, and the unhappiness in his heart disappeared. Seeing this, Danina also put away her prejudices and muttered, Save strength, don't say anything in advance. After killing the executive army, Han Xiao turned around and approached the leader in Bennett's battle. Seeing this, the leader defeated Bennett with one blow, and the two stopped fighting. Old man, thank you for your hard work, but his opponent is me. Han Xiao patted Bennett's shoulder and said mysteriously, This is a fateful showdown. You? Bennett's perception was keen. Han Xiao was also very strong before, but he could understand Han Xiao's exact strength, and it was still a little different from him. But now he found that he could not see through Han Xiao, like a bottomless deep pool. He looked at Han Xiao deeply, and Bennett didn't say anything, turned around and joined the battle on the other side, leaving the leader to Han Xiao with confidence. Since Han Xiao wants to deal with the leader, he must be sure. This is trust that does not need to be explicitly stated. The leader's eyes ignited a cold flame and said lightly, Bennett protects you, but you take the initiative to look for me as an opponent. Because he consumed my strength, do you have the confidence to fight me? Haha, very, very well, just like my wish. Even if I'm not in full swing, I can still kill you. Come on, haven't you always wanted to do this? Han Xiao raised his hand and shot it. The leader's palms formed claws, spreading a black and purple shockwave, like a barrier, and the power of the bullet was greatly reduced after passing through. The leader understands the advanced skills of the martial arts system, with off-body fluctuations and physical aura, and has extremely high offensive and defensive capabilities. The leader's information is flashed on the panel. He has 81% of his blood left. Han Xiao's eyes lit up. Bennett and the leader met with the opponent. After playing for a long time, they lost this little blood, which was enough for him to complete 60% of the output. Danina, Tang Tang, and others frequently paid attention to the two's fight and were secretly worried. Bennett is their recognized strongest combat power. Everyone is relieved to let him entangle the leader, but now that Han Xiao is replaced, they can't help but be skeptical and do not have enough confidence in Han Xiao's strength. The two of them fought fiercely with the ground in the desert bumpy and the enemy met, and they were extremely cruel, like wild beasts biting and fighting, and they didn't hide. The attacks fell on the other side, making a bang. Han Xiao used all the methods, using various mechanical methods to grind the leader's blood: sun bug flamethrower, blasting grenade, magnetic link splitting blade, ghost gauss sniper rifle, etc. The leader is a martial artist, and close combat should be unfavorable to Han Xiao, but his current level 70 level increased attributes and the increase in Viper change, his strength and resistance are even higher than that of the leader. Even if he lacks martial arts skills and melee skills, he can still rely on attributes that are much higher and not lose weight. One force will reduce 10 goals. Han Xiao observed the combat information and said in a panic, he has many powerful skills, high armor-breaking damage, and can also weaken the enemy's defense with a battle, as well as the skill to rebound the enemy's attack power. He used this move to block Bennett's European critical strike. The two collided fiercely, and Han Xiao was focused and focused. The skills and blood volume of both sides were quickly processed in his mind. As a trainer, he had extremely rich experience. The master wanted to calculate all the details of the enemy and me. The blood volume at level 70 is far higher than that of the leader, and he has Viper B. He knows that this is his biggest advantage, so he adopts the simplest and rough method to change his blood head-on. Even if he is beaten 3 or 4 times to hit the leader, he will make sure to make a profit in his eyes. The leader's health volume steadily declined, but Viper Guy couldn't hold it anymore. It was covered in scars, cracked external armor, and its durability almost bottomed out. Another 1 or 2 punches were sure to be scrapped. The various modules included in the mecha were also broken by the leader. The butterfly-like magnetic flux splitting blade was pinched in a scrap iron by the big hand. The sun insect fuel was exhausted. The sniper rifle had no ammunition. The built-in tactical screen was full of cracks, and the energy groove was only a thin layer left. In other words, Han Xiao has no weapons to use now. And for mechanics, this is the dilemma of being unable to achieve success in his skills. I can finally break his mecha. Without this turtle shell, he still let me rub it around and beat it up at will. As if seeing that the wish that had been around was finally realized, the leader couldn't wait. His palms were like iron hooks, and he pulled out the splashing sparks on the mecha and made up for the last blow. The sound is harsh. However, the damaged Viper suddenly shone brightly and suddenly restored its full power. The durability that should have bottomed out instantly recovered to 50%. The mecha energy has been strangely restored to a large part. Mechanical continuation. When the durability of a piece of machinery is less than 10% and 500 points of energy is consumed, the machine can be temporarily restored to 50%, 80%. The higher the quality and higher the technology, the lower the duration, and the duration is increased by the intellectual attribute bonus. When a skill effect is over, the machine will be completely decomposed and destroyed. This thing is equivalent to the mechanical fight continuation, a return to the scene. Han Xiao had already prepared this trump card. Taking advantage of the surprise of the leader, he punched him in the face. The leader rolled and fell out, and the mask was cracked. He wanted to stand up, but a feeling of fatigue suddenly penetrated his body. The fight was too crazy, and the leader didn't notice it. His condition had declined very much and was covered in injuries. "On over there, lend me your weapons." Han Xiao shouted at the armed warrior in the fierce battle. The weapon warrior was stunned, hesitated for a moment, dragged his tired body, and threw the power hammer into the air. Next, the warhammer started and suddenly sank. The dark blue mechanical force blessed, and the cooled, while burning, was also turned on at the same time. Han Xiao swung his heavy hammer, and the hammerhead spray booster rolled up the airflow, drew a full arc, and took advantage of the difficulty of the leader getting up, and a heavy hammer hit the leader's face. Boom! The center of the red heart. The leader was like a baseball hit by a real hit. He knocked over 3 off-road vehicles along the way and flew out hundreds of meters. In the air, the debris of the mask fell all over the ground. The drifting dust and sand are like yellow fog, and they're like a layer of gauze covering the heaven and earth. Only when the dust falls to the ground can the vision become clear. In a strong wind, a figure struggled to get up and half kneeled on the ground. Tick, tick. Blood beads flowed from the corners of their mouths, and the leader covered his face and stood up slowly. At this moment, the air seemed to condense, and the battlefield was strange and quiet for a moment. No matter how enemies and we were, our eyes couldn't help but look over. The leader of the budding organization always wears a black metal mask. His identity is extremely mysterious, and almost no one has seen his true face. Being able to command such a huge force should be a famous figure. The intelligence agencies of various countries have various speculations about his identity. The buds were established in the wars of the old era. The most likely speculation was that the leader was a powerful man in the old era. Han Xiao couldn't help but hold his breath and looked over. His previous life disappeared from the long river of history until it was in its infancy. The player did not discover the identity of the leader, so he didn't know the true origin of the leader. The leader put down his palm, and what was exposed in front of everyone was an ugly face with scars crisscrossing, like centipedes crawling under his skin. The scars were irregular in shape, as if they were bitten and scratched by beasts. This is a completely unfamiliar face. Although his appearance is terrible, his outline is barely recognizable. Han Xiao promised that he had never seen this face in the file information accumulated on the dark web. He looked at the powerful people of the Six Kingdoms, Bennett and others, and looked confused. No one knows the leader. Bennett frowned. He was a legend from the old era. He had impressions of several strong men back then. He still remembered even those who died in battle or those who died of old age, but he had no impression of the leader's face. There were only 3 possibilities. First, the leader also wore a mask to move. Second, he had plastic surgery in order to conceal his identity. Third, he was not an active strong man in the old era and had been hiding in a low-key manner. His true face was exposed, and the leader had no expression on his face, and he didn't seem to care. No one knows him? Then is he afraid that this look of his respectful appearance will affect morale? Han Xiao frowned. The leader's appearance can make people cry. If he doesn't wear a mask, he may have the debuff halo with friendly morale, 20. The battle was not over yet, and the doubts were thrown behind. There were still 30 seconds left before Viper Guy died. Han Xiao did not delay and ran wildly with the Warhammer. With inertia, the power of the Warhammer was thrown out. Bang, bang, bang. The fist wrapped in black and purple aura was striking wildly with the Warhammer, and it kept ringing like a blacksmith. The leader had a vicious vision and judged that Han Xiao's mecha was on the verge of collapse and could not persist for a long time. The mechanic without the mecha and equipment was the tiger without the teeth and sharp claws. Drag. He turned into a defensive stance, allowing Han Xiao to dance to the wind. Under the blow of the storm, he was as tough as a reef. The temper body and the hard metal Warhammer are constantly colliding, and the strong wind blows dust and sand like waves. Crackling. 30 seconds later, Viper made a sound that was not good when it sounded, and the parts and modules fell one after another like withered petals. The whole piece of mecha collapsed. Han Xiao revealed his true body. Drink! The leader shouted violently, and in an instant, he changed from defense to mad attack. The accumulated power burst out, and he hit Han Xiao with all his strength and slapped Han Xiao's belly with a palm. He had already used the armor-breaking skill, and the strength could penetrate the internal organs. Bang! Boom! This strike caused 2 sounds. The palm of his hand hit Han Xiao's body, making the first muffled sound, and then the force penetrated Han Xiao's body and burst out a shock wave behind him. The sound was like a shell explosion, trembling, making people's eardrums buzzing, and the decibels were more than 10 times louder than the first sound. The sand behind Han Xiao was plowed out of the diffused pit of an inverted triangle by the aftermath, from deep to shallow. The momentum was huge, but Han Xiao just shook his body and did not retreat, even after a step. What are you? The leader was shocked and was very surprised. How could a mechanic hold his fist with his body? The shadow came to an end, and the Warhammer fell again. The leader raised his arm to block it. The arm bone hurt, and his whole body sank, his legs sinking into the sand until his knees were nailed into the ground like a pile. His pupils reflected a figure erupting with strong energy all over his body, and the depth was even greater than that of him. A martial artist. This why the leader gritted his teeth and suddenly thought of something, and his expression suddenly changed. Have you broken through that boundary? Every 20 levels of advancement is a huge bottleneck for NPC without a panel. It is impossible to easily break through the boundary through tasks, and can only rely on hard practice and luck. In the circle of the peak superpowers of the Sea Blue Star, there's not been any news that anyone has broken through the boundaries, and the higher level is as far away as a chasm. However, The breakthrough he longed for most suddenly appeared in the person he least wanted to see, and was at the most inappropriate time. Is this fate? These two words were uncontrollably played in his mind. Eat my random cloak hammer method. Han Xiao shouted casually, and the war hammer hit him in the face. Viper. The destruction of the Viper. Han Xiao lost the high-level attribute increase of the mecha, and the ammunition of the sniper rifle was exhausted. He only had the borrowed power warhammer left in his hand. The situation seemed not optimistic, but it was not so. His strength, sensitivity, and resistance attributes that he had been promoted to level 70 were as good as the boss's level 60 boss martial artist, and the leader was not in full swing at this time, and his health was beaten to only 37%. Once the health value is too low, various negative states will follow one after another, and the combat effectiveness will also decline due to injury. The gap between the two has not been reduced much due to the destruction of Viper Change. Han Xiao can still fight against the boss with one hand, save the world with a balance, and defeat the current leader. The leader's fighting spirit was severely defeated, and his condition was very poor, so he was powerless to turn things around. He was beaten to retreat step by step, and blood was squirting wildly. On the other hand, all the masters of the 6 countries were stunned. In their impression, if someone could defeat the leader, it would have been Bennett. No one expected that this person was Han Xiao. Bennett is their recognized strongest combat power, and he can only be equal to the leader. However, Han Xiao defeated the leader, and it was not both sides injured. Apart from losing a combat suit mecha, he had almost no injuries on his body. They saw all the process of Han Xiao defeating the leader, not sneak attacks or assassinations, but dignified and upright. This means that Han Xiao is stronger than Bennett and is stronger than one level. And who is Bennett? He is one of the strongest people recognized by global forces. Han Xiao's performance can remove one. He is the strongest combat power here. No, he is even the strongest Superman in the world. The stalemate was broken and Han Xiao collapsed the whole audience. Danina's temper was as straight as the explosive power, so she almost tilted her hand and hit Bennett. She said in disbelief, He is so strong? What do we need to do if we take him? This feeling is not wrong. He broke through that boundary. Tang Tang's eyes glowed, and he exclaimed. Shocking and envy all appeared on everyone's faces. Seeing that the boss was beaten up, the morale of the budding troops plummeted, and the cooperation gradually became chaotic. Bang! Another hammer hit the chest, and the leader's mouthful of blood burst out from the cracks of his teeth, splashing Han Xiao's whole body. He suddenly opened his mouth, revealing his bloody teeth, and shouted loudly. The listless black and purple aura was once again firm and as vigorous as fire. Han Xiao thought he was going to use his ultimate move, so he crossed the war hammer and prepared to block the move. But the next second, the leader turned around, and the barely gathered aura ejected backwards, turning into a booster force, fled like a shell, ran out more than 200 meters, entered position of the army, and then the aura disappeared, and the whole person lost his strength and fell into the desert, and the blood could not stop spilling from his mouth and nose. The injury was serious, and he could not withstand Han Xiao's fierce cloak hammer technique. Even if the leader was angry, he could only avoid the edge. He escaped. It means he admits defeat. Han Xiao was excited and hurriedly checked the battle information. The leader's health is still 14%, and he is seriously injured and weak. 60% output rate is enough. The leader was seriously injured, causing the budding turbulence, and the scene changed suddenly. Some troops hurriedly leaned over to protect the leader, while others were still fighting with the support troops, and they suddenly became in chaos. The masters of the 6 countries seized the opportunity and worked together to break out of the encirclement formation, driving 3 cars to break through the blockade. Get on a bus quickly. Tang Tang Saudet Lao Li. The convoy was about to pass by Han Xiao, and this was the best opportunity to get on the car. Han Xiao looked in the direction of the leader, and the protection troops blocked the leader behind. On one side, there is still 14% of the health left, and with troops' protection, the leader will not be killed for a while. On the other side, the convoy is about to break through the enemy's formation and leave. The opportunity to end this action is fleeting. If you delay it, you will be entangled again. Han Xiao is not afraid. With his current strength, he can fight the budding troops that are undefeated by a person, but everyone in the receiving troops is injured except Bennett. If they continue to fight, they will inevitably die. He is the target of being protected by the host, and now he has become his helper to protect this group of helpers. Han Xiao was amused and cried, and he changed his mind and made rational choices. Traitors counterattack. The mission has been completed. My business has been completed. Just give the information to the 6 countries. Let them worry about the next thing. He will not make up for this knife, and whether he will kill the leader or not is no longer important to him. The convoy passed by, the car door opened, and Han Xiao immediately turned over and left. The budding troops were completely left behind this time and gradually narrowed in their vision. It's over. Han Xiao finally breathed a sigh of relief. The leader missed this opportunity and could no longer stop him. This time it's really stable. After counting this operation, he brought Aurora and Hela out of the headquarters, stole an advanced knowledge of the mechanical system, obtained a bunch of key information that could determine the situation of the battle, rushed out all the way, revealing his true face. The legend was basically stable, refreshing the player's impression of him, killing countless budding superpowers, and then successfully advanced to break through the upper limit of version 1.0 and finally defeated the leader, who was about to be able to draw 2 of his abilities. Although I have encountered dangers many times, I have made a lot of money. Han Xiao thought about it, and suddenly wanted to see the leader's expression at this moment. So he poked his head out of the car window and looked back. On the sand dunes in the distance, the leader covered his chest and couldn't stand steadily, shaking, and his figure was bleak. Looking into the distance, Han Xiao and the leader looked at each other in the air. The leader had no expression on his face, but his fanfare ended up in vain. He should have been excited, but from his eyes, Han Xiao read a complicated emotion, leaving only pain, discouragement, depressedness, and an indescribable relief, as if he had exhausted his fighting spirit and had no strength to get rid of hatred and anger. Han Xiao was a little confused and suddenly became curious about the experience of the character of the leader, leading the budding organization, holding high the banner of overthrowing the 6 countries. What is the purpose of doing these things, and what kind of person he is? Ambitious? Frugal and vicious? No bottom line. He had been hostile for so long, but in fact he knew very little about the leader. By the way, I don't even know his name. Han Xiao paused and finally looked over. The leader also looked at him from afar. This time, looking at each other was like pressing the pause button, freezing time and space, as if it had become a painting. This was his first face-to-face contact with the leader. It is also the last time. Later, the masters of the 6 countries present retelled their actions and leaked them out, which was known to the whole world. After the war, the various countries sorted out the process and found that this was the turning point of the entire war. The last time Zero saw the leaders' confrontation was of great historical significance and recorded the history of the Sea Blue Star. The stars are bright at night. The moon is bright. The bright galaxy hangs high in the sky, and the clear silver light spreads across the hills. You can see clearly at night without any other light sources. The 3 cars parked on the top of a hill, hidden in the sparse woods. The engines were turned off, and the surroundings were quiet. Everyone got out of the car, each sitting on the side, gnawing on dry food, bandaging the injuries, and talking in a low voice. After fierce fighting during the day, everyone decided to stop and rest. After driving out of the desert, they came to this hill. Walking further out, it was the edge of the front battlefield between the 6 kingdoms and Zhuangzi. Zhuangzi's control in this area was restricted, and the defense was not as strict as the hinterland. The pursuit troops mobilized by the leader suffered heavy losses. There was a smooth road ahead. This time, it was impossible for another accident, and it would not collapse even if the milk was not broken. Until now, Han Xiao had time to carefully experience the changes after the evolution of race. The soft moonlight shone on his body. He looked down at his body. His skin was still yellow. His appearance had undergone subtle changes. After evolution, his genes improved, his figure became more symmetrical. His limbs seemed to have been longer. Neck. It was a neck, and looking in the mirror, he seemed to have become handsome. It should not be an illusion. Type 1 universe humans, the degree of fit is extremely high. The appendix introduces that this is a human race who lives interstellar for a long time, has long been exposed to various cosmic energy in different planetary environments, and the body regulates itself, and those who are not adaptable will be eliminated, and the remaining people will gradually gain stronger adaptability. Just like primitive humans live in various continents, and after a long period of time, they form branches such as yellow, white, black, etc., which are all products of adapting to the environment and natural choice. The same is true for the human race in the Type 1 universe. Humans are numerous in the universe, and other races have many impressions of them, such as carbon-based monkeys, mesmerized creatures, treacherous, arrogant, xenophobic, unneeding, etc. Due to the harsh nature of the starry sky environment, physical fitness is stronger than carbon-based humans on the planet. The body structure is more perfect, and the internal organs are strengthened. If the body before evolution is compared to paper, it is now a piece of leather rubber, which is stronger and tougher. Of course, the appearance is still a normal human body, and it will not suddenly become a strange shape with green face and fangs and lumps all over the body. The evolution direction of each race is traceable. It is impossible for a carbon-based human race to evolve into silicon-based mechanical life, except for mutations and special circumstances. For example, energy body life is a race with thinking. In layman's terms, it can be regarded as a soul entity. Although there are many choices for human evolution trees, the more they evolve, the more harsh the conditions will be, and the degree of fit is often very low. The evolution route of a human race in the universe is tree trunks, which divides various branches, but there are always many evolution directions, and the adaptability is getting stronger and stronger. The compatibility of those powerful races will be higher, so the potential is the highest. Han Xiao knew it secretly. Evolution is stage by stage, and the powerful races in the early stage are naturally not as good as those in the later stages. Only by walking a broad road can you have more room for choice. The evolution direction must be matched with the profession to produce chemical reactions. He naturally does not need those ethnic groups with developed limbs and simple minds. Type 1 universe humans is very suitable for him. It just so happens that I'll sort out the information on the lower panel and settle the traitor's counterattack first. Han Xiao rubbed his hands, looking forward to it, and was quite excited to play roulette. No, it was the excitement of paying the salary soon. Traitor's counterattack completed. You get rewards. Draw 2 abilities, features/skills of the leader of the budding organization. Randomly drawing. Drawing is completed. Please select 2 of the following 5 abilities as rewards. 1. High-level martial arts skills. Expertise. When using martial arts skills, the power consumption is reduced by 30% and the attack power is increased by 15%. 2. Wild Python, Poison Bite. Skill. Black Slaughter martial arts. Claws are like pythons. Quickly hit the target for 4-7 times. The first attack causes 41-59 additional damage, and then decreases at 5% each time. Consumes 48 strength and 90 physical strength, and cools down for 8 seconds. Black Python pounces on food, lightning, and fire. 3. Restore Thorns. Skill. Strength. Use skills to offset 30% of the damage of the attack. If it is a melee, bounce this part of the damage to the attacker. Consume 300 energy and 500 physical strength, and cooldown time of 110 seconds. 4. Rough Fist. Skill. Universal passive, barehanded attack power plus 7%. Blocking probability plus 3%. 5. Rough Body. Features. Immunize from real damage. Scan the roughly. There is no lucky halo. Is it the leader, or is it that my luck is too low to shake it? Han Xiao scratched his head. The leader has dozens of abilities. Only 5 of them are drawn. The ratio is too low, and he didn't expect to really get it out, and he was not disappointed. The leader is a martial artist, and the ability to be drawn randomly is mostly related to martial arts. There are 5 options, and 2 can be selected. This time I have a good thing, template expertise. Han Xiao's eyes lit up. The template's expertise has several characteristics, such as power, targetedness, and absoluteness. And immunity is the embodiment of absoluteness. What he wants is this ability. Tough body of roughness, immune to real damage, boss template. The effect is very targeted, reducing the chance of various unexpected situations and higher life protection. If someone has critical strike ability and real damage skills similar to London Burning, it will be a threat, but once he has tough body, there will be no more blood blowing by one blow. Han Xiao's explosive power is very strong, and he knows the benefits of immunizing real damage. Another, he chooses reverse shock thorns. Look, if other skills are not exclusive to martial arts or basic skills, only this one can be seen. Looking back on Bennett's fight with the leader probably used this move to block Bennett's 5 times European Emperor fist. Thinking of the leader again, Han Xiao's interest in him was lingering. You get Restorm Thorns. You have obtained Tough Body. A numbness flowed all over his body like electricity. Han Xiao was energetic, stretched his arms, felt that his body was stronger, and he clenched his fist and pounded his chest twice, making a thick, muffled sound. I'm going further and further down the road to the meat shield. Han Xiao was in a happy mood and was very satisfied with the gains. This is his second template specialty to buy. The real damage is to ignore defense cuts and directly cause panel damage. For example, the theoretical damage of an attack has 100 points. If it actually falls on the target, it will be reduced by the target's defense, while the real damage ignores the defense and directly causes 100 points of damage. With this expertise, life is more secure and looks more and more like a boss. After sorting out the attribute panel and upgrading magnetic ring mechanic to the full level, he still had 125 million experience reserves. He directly upgraded the 2 new skills, Mechanical Continuation and Restoration Thorn, to the full level, spending 13 million experience again and gaining 2 more potential points. The more of this thing, the better. Both abilities are very useful, so I won't mention the Mechanical Resurgence. The effect is comparable to that of the Mechanical Viagra. Restorm Thorn can be regarded as a powerful defense skill. It encounters 2 strong attacks to offset some of the damage. Magnetic Ring Mechanic has reached a full level and new transfer conditions have emerged. Registration requirements, total level 80. Intelligence exceeds 400 points. Learn 5 advanced knowledge of the mechanical department. It was expected. Han Xiao's eyes flashed. The transfer conditions for certain stages of the main profession are fixed. He now has 4 stages: Mechanical Beginner, Mechanic Apprentice, Intermechanic, and Magnetic Ring Mechanic. All mechanical players have the same requirements for magnetic ring transfer. Learn enough advanced knowledge and have high intelligence to start the next stage. My intelligence attribute is 321 points and the freedom attribute is 40 points. So I'm still missing 39 points to reach the requirement. So I have to find a secondary profession and level up to level 80. He is almost the full intelligence point addition, but it is not enough to change the job requirements. And mechanic player who doesn't know how to add points can only find more secondary professions in a difficult manner. The upper limit of the level of the 2.0 version is level 90. The higher the level, the upgrade experience of the secondary profession will also increase geometrically. Therefore, if the conditions for transfer are not met for a long time, more costs will be paid. If the secondary profession occupies too many total levels, the combat power will be. In the previous life, some players did not get enough conditions to transfer until they were over 80 levels, and the main profession was upgraded to a few levels and then reached the upper limit of the version. No surprise, the PK field is the most annoying thing for this type of player. Han Xiao threw all the 40 free attributes into his intelligence and pondered. I also have to find a secondary profession. My strength has exceeded the version, so there is no need to urgently upgrade. Well, It is best to find a rare secondary profession, so that there are more free attributes and use the minimum level to complete the transfer requirements. He was not worried about advanced knowledge. His growth rate exceeded the version, so it seemed difficult to obtain advanced knowledge. Sooner or later, this thing will be obtained. Hey, Black Ghost, can you return the weapon to me? Someone called him behind him, and Haviland walked over and asked. He is the weapon warrior who uses the Power War Hammer. The Power War Hammer is still in Han Xiao's hands and has not been returned to him. Han Xiao turned around and said righteously, I've checked it before. There is a serious problem with your weapon. I will return it to you when I repair it. The subtext is, well, I will return it to you when I understand the drawings. Haviland looked suspicious. Is there a fault? I was fine when I used it. It's a battle. Damage is always inevitable. This is a confidential product of Tillus military industry. The superior told me not to leak the secret. Haviland was embarrassed. Han Xiao was a mechanic, and he was very worried. Han Xiaozhong said angrily, You are wrong. I am like that kind of person. We are teammates now. He was not guilty at all. His teammates just wanted to sell them. Otherwise, what is the difference between them and salted fish? Haviland hesitated for a few seconds and finally sat back. He didn't believe Han Xiao at all, but this guy is much better than everyone here now. Forget it. I can't afford to offend him. The masters of the 6 countries were busy reporting to the upper level that Han Xiao broke through the boundaries. The senior officials of various countries attached great importance to this. Han Xiao glanced at him and ignored it, letting the 6 countries know that his power was better, showing his strength, and avoiding some people being careful. Bennett and his men were whispering around a car. He walked over and saw everyone being whispering to remove the tires, and asked, What are you doing? Bennett said angrily, I don't know if you noticed it. We are repairing the tires. Han Xiaoshu looked at him. I have my eyes on him. Are you teasing me? The two stared at each other. Hannes was helpless and explained, This tire seems to have been broken. There are parts in the trunk. You are a mechanic. Please help me repair it. Tell me earlier. Han Xiao rolled up his sleeves and took out the parts to repair it. Several people watched with their waists behind him, watching as a group of melon-eating people. After he finished repairing, Hannes put the tire on. At this time, Bennett winked at Han Xiao and walked to the secluded place next to him. Han Xiao scratched his head and had no choice but to follow him. The person who settled the score after autumn is here. Bernetta just stood still, and Han Xiao stopped. Bennett turned around and stared at him, snorting, Explain it. What he said was naturally Han Xiao's concealment of his identity and fooling him, which made him feel resentful. Han Xiao was happy as soon as he heard this, and his tone sounded the same as the angry young wife. I don't want to face the past. Can't recognize myself? It's very tormented. Recalling the situation of being fooled, Bennett was extremely angry. Why don't you say you are an alien? Han Xiao opened his mouth, speechless. You were afraid that you guessed it right. He was as thick as a city wall, and he let Bennett complain, and at most he hummed twice to show that he was still listening. Seeing that Han Xiao was not in trouble, Bennett was helpless, sighed and said, Forget it. Let's go. Han Xiao is a friend and a hero of the dark website. He also helped him promote the shelter plan. Bennett believes in him, both public and private. He just needs to forgive such a small problem. And deep down, Bennett admires Han Xiao's deeds very much. Bennett clenched his fists and coughed twice and whispered, How did you break the boundaries? As a superpower, everyone yearned for higher-level power. Bennett wanted to ask Han Xiao what his experience and learn some advanced experience. Bennett did not have any fear of Han Xiao's strength surpassing him. He is not a narrow-minded person, and employed people is undoubtedly his purpose. Besides, Han Xiao is his friend. Although he often makes his scalp numb, he is indeed a trustworthy helper. Han Xiao thought for a while and said seriously, The old saying goes, practice muscles, bones, skin, and breathe from the outside. First of all, you must brew strength in the dantian. Do you know what the dantian is? Well, it is the bladder. There may be leakage of the valve core at the beginning. Don't panic. This is a normal phenomenon for novices. When can you endure it without venting it, you will reach the state of great success. At that time, breaking through the bottleneck is easy to turn. You are fooling me again, right? Bennett was shocked, and he didn't know whether he should vomit or not. You will never change your life. Do I look so easy to cheat? At this moment, the two of them suddenly closed their mouths and looked to the side. A figure walked over, but it was Hannes. Hannes glanced at the two of them and said in a deep voice, "I have something to tell you. I may know the origin of the leader." The two were surprised, and their faces became solemn. Bennett pondered. His strength is comparable to mine. Such a person cannot be an unknown person, but I have no impression of him. It is indeed very strange. Han Xiao said curiously, "What is his origin?" "Hannes, Black Ghost." "Oh, let's call you Han Xiao. Remember the mission we entrusted you?" Han Xiao nodded, hiding the main A-level mission, New Era, Origin. The purpose seemed to be to dig out the confidential history buried by the old era of Hylon Star. He took apart the mission and let the professional high player do it. The first ring mission has been completed, but it has not been settled for a long time. Unexpectedly, the identity of the leader actually tied the hidden main line, and Han Xiao became interested. "The information you found gave us new clues. After investigation by multiple parties, we found clues of the budding origin from a confidential file that was sealed by a devastating country." As soon as he finished speaking, the task settlement finally appeared on the panel. New Era, Origin. The first ring is completed. You gain 350,000 experience. Complete evaluation. Good. You gain an additional 280,000 experience. You obtain LV-45 rare large-scale copy crystal. Goal in defense battle. X5. Listen to Hannes' content. Hannes tells the story. In the old era, there was a small country called Gorin. The government in power had many turbulent changes in history. In one year of the old era, a terrorist organization targeting Gorin quietly appeared, called Mimok. It carried out multiple attacks on Gorin, causing social panic. The government took action, but the members of Mimok seemed to be everywhere. The vicious incidents repeatedly crushed the sense of security of the Gorin people and demanded that the government take more stringent measures. So the Gorin government did as follows, issuing various strict bills, and the domestic system became strict, and the Gorin people were strictly monitored and managed, which was called protective measures. Since then, Mimok seems to have disappeared overnight, and no major vicious incidents have occurred again, and the measures seem to have worked. However, Mimok is actually an organization secretly cultivated by the Garang government, committing violence to the country. For the sake of safety, the Garang people voluntarily accept strict protection. The government took back one rights from the people, controlled all media, and all platforms that could make sound were under the strict control of the government. Benny nodded and interrupted. This is the reign of terror, shaping an enemy on the opposite side of the people, and then you stand on the side of the people, making them feel dangerous in person. When safety is not guaranteed, fear will urge most people to hand over their freedom for safety and accept strict systems. It's true. Hannes nodded and said immediately, "The reason why the Gallon government chose this way of rule is unknown. Perhaps it was because it did not want to repeat the mistakes of history." However, the fire was not kept in the paper. Some pioneers revealed the truth of Mimok. The government's tricks were exposed and became a scandal that could collapse. The people of Jelen were furious and protested on the streets, forming civil resistance organizations, and repeatedly violent conflicts occurred, trying to overthrow the government. And when the domestic struggle in Jelen became fierce, interstellar civilization came, bringing knowledge that subverted the world. At that time, chaos appeared all over the world. Finally, the war broke out, Jelen was invaded by neighboring countries, and the country involved a lot of energy in the country. Under internal and external troubles, the government collapsed, the country was captured, and Jelen died. And Mimok was the predecessor of the budding organization. The current budding leader is the Gorin people. He was once a member of the Gorin Folk Resistance Organization. Han Xiao said in surprise, "Oh, Gorin Folk Resistance Organization and Mimok should be hostile. What is his exact identity and name?" Hannes shook his head. "The times are too long, and the specific identity information can no longer be found. But what is certain is that the Berry leader was once just a small person. After Jellen's demise, Ming Mak survived. After leaving the government's control, Ming Mak was ambitious and turned the organization into a hungry wolf who was seeking opportunities in the war. He was once active in the early stages of the war in the old era. But one day, Ming Mak suddenly disappeared and appeared in front of the world again after many years. At that time, it had been renamed the Berry Organization, and its power had expanded dozens of times, from a small shrimp to a shark, and the organizer also became the Berry leader now, and the original leader Ming Mak was missing. These are all the information I found. The scene calmed down, and the three looked at each other. Han Xiao pondered. It sounds like the leader took away Ming Mak. Bennett was more concerned about another question. How are the other Jelen people? Some countries occupied Jelen were executed. Some were changed in nationality and accepted, and the rest became refugees. Hannes paused and said, and the country that invaded Jelen is the current Roland. So that I also know the motive of the leader of Mingya's hostility to the 6 countries. He is also a deceased, and Mingya's concept is also his personal experience. This is a revenge for the 6 countries. Han Xiao nodded, wrapped his chest with one hand, and pressed his chin with the other hand, making a standard detective posture. People have hope in the world, and hope grows into a wish. Then, as their experience deepens, their wishes continue to grow into ideas. Different ideas will be divided into forks and eventually collide in this world. So the struggle begins, and war is the ultimate mode of struggle. The buds were established in the old era and were always on the front line of dying, but they have been around until now and are growing stronger. It sounds like the experience of the leader is also legendary. From an unknown, ordinary person to a leader of a great power that competes with the 6 countries, he is worthy of being one of the protagonists of Hylon. But only he himself knows the leader's specific thoughts and exact experiences. At this time, the second ring task of the new era origin was released on the panel. It is the same type as the first ring, and it is also many small tasks to discover clues around the world. There are 9, which is even more cumbersome. Han Xiao decided to use the old method and disassemble it for players to do it. This hidden main line is to dig out dusty historical secrets. The introduction says it will have an unknown impact on the aquarium star. Will it dig out some explosive information and change the world's cognition? Han Xiao secretly guessed. The basic reward of the second ring is 800,000 experience, and the evaluation reward is still unknown. The first ring of this mission rewards 5 dungeons. This is a large dungeon of 20 people, which can save progress for several days. The guild must have demand for this, and he feels that he can sell it. After chatting for a few more words, feeling the history for a while, the 3 of them returned to the convoy. Han Xiao sat aside and gnawed dry food, and suddenly a gust of fragrant wind blew on his face. Hyla came to him and said with a calm face, "We have escaped. When will we pick up my sister? I am very worried about her." He stuffed the last piece of compressed biscuit into his mouth, chewed it a few times, swallowing the ball of scrambled biscuits whole. Han Xiao wiped the corner of his mouth and said, "If you want to pick up your sister, you must quietly return to the Xinshur wasteland. Those people from the 6 countries will definitely not agree to take the risk. Then let's go by ourselves." Hyla said decisively. Han Xiao shook his head. "If I go back, the leader might make a comeback, but instead he will suffer from twists and turns. There's a saying that a real man will not go back. As Han Xiao said at the beginning, taking Aurora back is a troublesome, but separation is necessary. If Aurora is taken with him, he will have to be distracted and take care of her, unable to fight with all his strength, and his actions are too constrained, and Aurora himself will also encounter danger, which may become a breakthrough for the enemy. If the enemy finds that the 2 protect Aurora and then concentrates on fire Aurora, they will be in a hurry and reveal more flaws. With her, they may not even be able to escape the new stone wasteland encirclement at the beginning." Hyla frowned and said nothing, and was born and died together. She believed that Han Xiao would not go back on his word. The four major irons in life. They carried guns together, passed the window together, shared the stolen goods together, and passed it together. He and Hela are also comrades who carried guns together. At this time, Hyla was too immature and immature than the goddess of death who was cold and unfathomable in his memory. But it was precisely because of the contrast that Han Xiao felt that it was fresh and that he could see the appearance of a powerful future in his youthful state, which made him feel very happy. Friends you make in difficult times will naturally be closer than those who have achieved success. Standing up, he patted Hyla on the shoulder and smiled. Don't worry, I have a better candidate. Hyla frowned. To be honest, she didn't want outsiders to pick up her sister, but Han Xiao must have made sense of what he said. So he asked, is that person reliable? Han Xiao put his chin on his chin and nodded. I have a trading relationship with him. He has no reason to be an enemy of me, and his abilities are the most suitable for this task. Hyla nodded, chose to trust Han Xiao and follow. Han Xiao took out his tablet and dialed the communication. After waiting for a few seconds, the sound of speaking came from the computer. Black Ghost. It's me. Han Xiao smiled and said, Don't come well, Dean. I didn't expect you to find me at this time. Aren't you on the battlefield? Information about you has been flying all over the sky. Dean was surprised. Han Xiao's current influence is amazing, and he is a big man, and his tone is also a little eager. Then you need to wait and see the latest information. Han Xiao greeted, How was the business recently? It's very good. At the critical moment of the war, there are many big customers who are willing to pay. Han Xiao said, I was just about to buy you something, the last bonfire reactor, and P0 nanomuscle fiber, etc. I want to buy a few more copies. Money is not a problem. I will make a list for you later. Viper changed. Han Xiao is preparing to build a new one. Now his technology has improved, and he wants to make an enhanced version. As a mechanic, the equipment is just rebuilt, just like life. Okay. Dean agreed readily. I'm also in India. You know, war is a business opportunity. You tell me a location, and I will send you the things to... Well, it's better not to get close to Odafina's position. Are you in India? It's just right. I want you to help you. What's the matter? Help me pick up someone. Dark damp. The smell of rottenness permeates, and the cold air penetrates deep into the bone marrow. In the cave where I couldn't see my fingers, my petite body curled up like a cub, shaking slightly. Aurora carefully tore a bag of military cookies, and her movements were very slow. She had to stop for a while when she teared it apart, worried that it would make a sound and attract the enemy. After unpacking, she bit the hard biscuits in small bites, and it took a long time to finish it. In fact, this sound would not come out of the crypt, but she always remembered Han Xiao's instructions and did not dare to make any sound. It's already the 13th meal. Aurora thought to herself. The crypt didn't know the passage of time, so she would eat when she was hungry, so she could only judge the time by the number of meals. A pair of bright eyes were hidden in the darkness, always looking at the direction of the hole. In the crypt, there's only a pile of supplies, the sound of breathing and heartbeat, and the invisible waiting. A few days later, India's battlefield southwards, the Star Dragon front position. The convoy parked inside the position, and everyone sat or stood, waiting bored. The elf-like little Mars turned between his fingers. Danina played for a while and asked impatiently, We have been here for 22 hours. How long will we have to wait? Don't be impatient. It's probably coming soon. Han Xiao held a cigarette in his mouth and sucked the clouds and sniffed the mist. After breaking through the ambush of the leader, he passed through the budding power zone and arrived at the territory of the Six Kingdoms. His original destination was a temporary base of the Six Kingdoms on the battlefield south, but Han Xiao suddenly asked to stop at this position, saying that he was waiting for someone. Since it is safe, the masters of the 6 countries naturally have no objection. The reason why they don't leave is because they still have a task, which is to supervise Han Xiao to hand over the information to the 6 countries. Because it is of great importance, the 6 countries must be careful of the possibility. Next to them, Hyla paved back and forth anxiously, looking at the entrance of the position frequently. The The soldiers passing by were all looking at their group of people with admiration. How could they see so many big people? Suddenly, the entrance of the position started to riot. Hyla stopped and looked over nervously. The soldiers standing guard opened the door, and a man in a hooded robe walked in slowly with a little girl's hand. The little girl's face was pale and lacking nutrition. She looked curious and looked left and right. Then when she saw Hela, her eyes could no longer be moved. It was Dean and Aurora. Hyla strode forward, hugged Aurora in her arms, and hugged her tightly for a while. Until Aurora was almost breathless, she let go. She squatted down and touched Aurora's face. She looked carefully. Seeing Aurora was intact, she immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Then she saw Aurora's pale face and said apologetically, "I'm sorry. I will never leave you again." Aurora wiped her eyes with the back of her hand, revealing a big smile. The infectious smile seemed to brighten the world. "I know you will definitely come to pick me up." Seeing that his sister was safe, Hyla's heart fell to the ground, and suddenly she felt that the wind was so gentle and the sun was so bright. A breath of freedom. On the other side, Dean approached Han Xiao and said, "I will live up to my mission." Dean's stealth ability is most suitable for sneaking into various dangerous occasions. According to the coordinates given by Han Xiao, he found Aurora and took her out. Since the failure of ambush Han Xiao, Mingya's alertness has dropped sharply, so the two of them are in danger. "Thank you." Han Xiao nodded and smiled. "I'm sorry to let you take the risk. I owe you a favor." "No, you saved me once. Even if I'm repaying me, it's just a small task." Dean waved his hand. "And compared to your sneaking into the headquarters of the Bud, my little thing is not a risk at all." Han Xiao exchanged a few words and talked about the serious matter. "Are you ready for the goods I want? According to your request, I have already told my subordinates to pick up the good from the warehouse and transport them directly to Nanzhou, and you can get it when you go back." "Okay, I'll settle the money then." After chatting for a few words, Dean left, and Danina said helplessly, "Can you leave now?" "Wait a minute." Han Xiao walked towards Hela and the two of them, and the sisters were still talking. After getting close, he suddenly heard Aurora ask a question. "Sister, where are we going next?" Aurora looked hopeful. Hela suddenly stopped. "Yes, they're already free. Where should they go in the future? No need to work hard for anyone anymore. Where should this vast world go?" Confusion flashed in Hyla's eyes. "If you don't have a place to go, why not follow me first? My territory is very safe." Han Xiao walked over. "You?" Hela hesitated and touched Aurora's head. The world is so big that she wants to take her sister to see it. Han Xiao said, "Your sister has been imprisoned for so long, and her physical condition is very poor. Even if you want to take her to somewhere else, at least you have to let her take her to take care of her health first." "You are right." Hyla's face tightened, and she immediately agreed with Han Xiao's point of view. The most urgent thing is to let her sister take care of her health first. Every time she sees Aurora's skinny appearance, she feels very distressed. Although she still had a deep hatred for Mingya, she was devoted to her sister at this time and had no idea of revenge at all. She just wanted to take Aurora to settle down first. But she respected her sister's opinion and asked Aurora, "What do you think?" "Okay." Aurora replied happily. After being imprisoned for so long, everything outside was novel to her. Aurora suddenly thought of something and said to Han Xiao timidly, "Thank you for saving me." Han Xiao smiled but said nothing and reached out to pinch Aurora's face. Aurora did not resist and looked obedient. After glanced at Han Xiao, Hyla was in a complicated mood. Unexpectedly, his sister was saved by him. She didn't know how to repay this huge favor. Then follow him first. A few days later, the group passed through various positions and arrived at the temporary base on the southern battlefield. Representatives from the 6 countries gathered in the conference room, waiting for Han Xiao to arrive. After settling down on Hela and others, Han Xiao walked into the conference room under the leadership of the guards, and the 6 representatives inside focused on him. The guard behind him closed the door. This group of representatives are basically strangers. He only knows Xinglong's representative, which is Gu Hui, director of the 13th Bureau. "Oh, it's all here." Han Xiaolan said hello, brought a chair with his feet, sat down with his but looking very familiar, and didn't treat himself as an outsider. Everyone here couldn't help but look at him. This was the first time most of them saw Han Xiao with their own eyes. Thinking of the deeds he had done, many people showed awe and fear in their eyes. All along, the person in front of him secretly provided information, captured the hostile relationship between the 6 countries and the budding countries, fueled the fire, and killed people with a knife, becoming the biggest mastermind behind scenes. Such characters are dangerous. Moreover, according to the recent report, Han Xiao broke through the boundaries of strength and should be the world's strongest superpower. From a standpoint of the 6 countries, it is impossible not to be afraid of the strong people belonging to other forces. The dark web is both the strongest of Bennett's predecessor and the strongest of Han Xiao's current post. No matter how you look at it, it has become a worrying force. Fortunately, the dark web has always been neutral, which is good news. Gu Hui knocked on the table and said seriously, Han Xiao, we have fulfilled the transaction. It's your turn. Hey, we know each other at least. Don't speak so official. Han Xiao called out. We haven't seen each other for a long time. How are you recently? Have you been promoted? But with your status, demotion seems to be easier than promotion. Gu Hui's forehead was stretched with blue veins, and his fingers knocked on the table. Say, just things. Alas, people nowadays have no time to get busy with family matters, and only serious work and future in their eyes. Han Xiao shook his head. Life is not just poetry and the distant fields, but also the misery in front of him. No, where did you say so much? Gu Hui was very distressed. Can you respect our serious occasion? The corners of representatives of various countries twitched. The feeling that Han Xiao gave them was far from their guesses. Shouldn't the mastermind behind the scenes be the kind of insidious person who exuded a hostile, mysterious, taciturn, and silence? What the hell is this style of talking about with the director of the Star Dragon 13th Bureau? Is it that approachable? Can't see through. After talking for a while, Han Xiao secretly observed the structure of the room and confirmed that there were no ambush or eavesdropping machines. Then he immediately stopped talking nonsense, took out a portable hard drive, connected it to the computer, and transferred the screen to the large screen in the conference room. The confidential information of the buds was displayed openly, and there was almost no secret in the buds. All the plans, arrangements, armed forces, and trump cards were exposed to the sun. I got up late today. I haven't finished writing the next chapter yet. I'll post it later. You may not believe it when you say it. It's the bed's move first. The information includes the locations of all nuclear warheads in the bud. If these nuclear warheads are removed, the budding dead-hand system will be destroyed, and it will not be possible to die. When Mengya headquarters stole intelligence, he gave it to the 6 countries. Mengya was blown up early, and his A-level main mission, Seed Sleeping Dust, could be completed earlier. The current progress has reached 36.2%. Handing over this wave of intelligence has once again deepened his role in the war to destroy Mengya, and the progress is expected to increase. The only information he retained was advanced knowledge. Han Xiao was also planning to sell this thing to players to make a big profit so that he could monopolize the source. This was a familiar way to do this. The representatives of the 6 countries suddenly stood up with an excited look on their faces. It's all confidential. With this information, the war can be ended early. Beautiful job. These information will bring unimaginable convenience to the 6 countries, just like 2 people playing cards. If you see through the other party's hand, the advantages will be self-evident, and the situation of the war will change with the release of this information. And the initiator of all this was Han Xiao, who was sitting at the end of the conference table and digging his ears. Representatives from various countries looked at each other quietly, and the atmosphere fell silent for a moment. Han Xiao was understanding and said, "Okay, the information has been given. What is your business? I'll leave first." He stood up and left, pushed open the door, and suddenly stopped. He turned around and saw that everyone present had inexplicably indifferent expressions. He couldn't help but feel disappointed. Is there really no ambush? The corners of representatives from various countries twitched. Ambush. How strong you are. Aren't you sure you think about it? We still want to live until retirement, and our souls are faded. Gooey wiped his cold sweat. Your information is very important, and he has helped us a lot. We want to hold an emergency meeting, so you should leave quickly. The situation of the Expeditionary War has changed sharply in a few days. The troops of the 6 countries seem to have been injected with chicken blood and made rapid progress. The autumn wind swept through the fallen leaves and defeated the enemy again and again, achieving great victory. In the battlefields around the southeast, northwest, and north, all of them were in decline, and they were snowballed and gradually collapsed, and their territory became smaller and smaller. The world is paying attention to the situation of the war, but was startled by the sudden changes. After inquiring from multiple sources, they found out that Han Xiao leaked the stolen information to the 6 countries. When Han Xiao's true identity was exposed some time ago, what accompanied him was the situation of his siege, which became the focus of the battle between Meng and the 6 countries. Han Xiao was in the siege, just like in the eyes of the wind, and the fiercer gale wind was surrounded outside. The battle on each frontal battlefield reached a white hot, and the large number of troops in the siege were dragged down by the 6 countries. So the number of troops was insufficient, and the long-range bombing missiles launched from the sky were all intercepted by the 6 countries regardless of the cost. At that time, various forces had a premonition that if Han Xiao could escape, it would probably change the entire situation. Sure enough, he became the turning point in the entire war. He was the one who started the war in secret, and he was the one who was about to end the war, and all the forces were amazed at it. The name of legend is well-deserved. Due to the superiority of the war situation, the 6 countries also began to report the war situation at home to appease the people's hearts. The propaganda war was about to end. People from all countries felt relieved, and the domestic pressure was much more relaxed. Of course, media propaganda could not avoid adding fuel to the deeds of the Bud. Although the Bud was already dark enough, they still habitually smeared it again, emphasizing that the expedition is absolute justice, political correctness, and defense of the country. The players of Hylon Star have noticed the changes in the battle situation, and the most intuitive feeling is that there are fewer tasks. Originally, with Han Xiao's support, the conflict between the 6 kingdoms and the Berry broke out early, minimizing the impact of players on the plot. They could only play soy sauce, but at least the players still have something to do, but the war suddenly went smoothly. Now, even playing soy sauce became a luxury, and players completely became spectators. The budding players are exceptions, and their tasks have become more and more. At the same time, the experience of failure in tasks has become richer. If calculated based on the increased ratio of the number of tasks and the number of failures, they seem to have lost. There are many players on both sides fighting, and players from the 6 kingdoms gloat on the forum, while players in the Bud are in tears. Why? The Black Ghost wants to hurt us again and again. You obviously love other players, but we can't get any benefits. Is this the legendary treatment of an illegitimate child? I just regret that I am born in the Bud, the spicy chicken sprouts, and I'm young. Han Xiao's experiences in the war were found out. Passionate players edited them into a short film and shared them happily on the forum. The effect was like watching a small movie, and the response was very good. However, the last battle was missing in short film. The players were not present when the leader was ambushing the war, so there was no live video. The players always felt that something was missing, and they were unbearable and very regretful. Therefore, the meatbag dog beater under the banner of reporting first-hand information on black ghosts was affected by the fish, and the personal space was blasted by players. The first-hand information that was agreed upon is so embarrassing. Take off your skirt. Spicy chicken anchor, follow me. Why don't you still apologize in women's clothing? Do you still want to recommend votes? Rumors from the outside world were flying everywhere, and it was full of chaos. At this time, Han Xiao had already boarded the return plane, left Andia, took Hela and Aurora, and returned to Nanzhou with Bennett and others. After stepping out the cabin door, the warm air in Nanzhou came towards him, washing away the undispersed smell of gunpowder in his chest and lungs. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes comfortably and exhaled a breath of turbid air, and his mental fatigue slowed down. He has been in Nanzhou for the longest time, and now he has inexplicably felt familiar with returning to his hometown and relaxed all over. Hyla pulled Oru off the plane with her head. Orla looked excited and looked left and right, as if she wanted to have another pair of eyes. Everything outside was a novel thing for her, and she couldn't see enough. She pulled Hale and asked nonstop, "I'll go back to the first refuge first. The backlog of affairs has not been dealt with yet." Bennett greeted and took the people away. Hannes and Vernina nodded to Han Xiao and left together, leaving only Han Xiao, Hela, and Aurora, which became much more peaceful at once. When he arrived in Nanzhou, Hela suddenly remembered that when Meng Ya withdrew from Nanzhou, she fought with Han Xiao, and she was even injured by him. She decided to find the place back at that time. Unexpectedly, it would become like this now, and Hela couldn't help but sigh that good fortune would make people laugh. "Where is your territory?" Hela asked. His territory was naturally a refuge. Han Xiao remembered that when he left, the refuge completed the initial project. He had been out for so long, and he didn't know how the progress was. Late at night, the third refuge is brightly lit like the wilderness of the night. A group of tough men in refugee costumes walked through the alleys of the shelter residential area, looking hurried and flickering, as if they were malicious. This group of people was a group of bandits pretending to be refugees and sneaking into the third refuge. As the third shelter expanded in size and became more and more famous, some bandits took a little thought and found out that the third shelter was stockpiling a large amount of supplies. Some people became greedy and decided to take risks. After passing an intersection, the voice of conversation came. The group hurriedly hid in the alley and waited for several players who were companioned to pass before quietly showing up and continuing to move forward. "There are too many strange people here, so it's better for us to be careful," said one person. The bandit leader was a crooked man. He exclaimed a thick phlegm and cursed. "The Iran are all a group of disgusting monsters. Some of the aboriginal people of the Aquarius are very repulsive to the Iran and regard them as aliens. It is not uncommon for racists. Of course, their deepest idea is the envy and jealousy of the Iran that they will not die. We go to the warehouse and just grab a little material. It will be developed." A few dozen meters away from the group of bandits, Guangdao, Hao Ian, Feng Yue, and Meat Bao tiptoed over. They discovered this group of refugees who had strange actions by chance, triggered an emergency mission, and asked to follow the group of people. So they followed them quietly. They have 34 people, an average of about level 10. There's only one small boss, and the rest are all small monsters. Meat Bao said in a low voice. "It's all yellow names. I don't know if it's an enemy." Feng Yu said, "If the residents of the wrong shelter are killed, they will lose their favorability." Several people patiently followed and came to the vicinity of the shelter. The warehouse is strictly guarded, and there are armed personnel patrolling the dark web. The bandits are hiding in the dark. The crooked man looked at his watch frequently and whispered, "As long as the people who bomb the power plant succeed, the electricity in this area will be paralyzed. We will take advantage of the chaos to transport the supplies." After 10 minutes of the agreed time, the power plant did not explode for a long time, and the bandits were anxious. Has the person who bombed the power plant been arrested? There has been no news for so long. The crooked man dialed several calls, all of which were busy and no one answered. The accomplices obviously had the intention to retreat. "The matter is exposed. Let's go quickly. If the person who bombed the power plant is caught, he will also provide us." The crooked man looked fierce and shouted in a low voice, "What a panic! Wealth is in danger. How can we come here for nothing?" This is obviously a group of little thieves with low business skills, and they are bold at the same time, referred to as the pioneer of death. After suppressing his temper, he finally found an opportunity. The patrol guards were intertwined, and only one guard was left to walk by the gate. The crooked man pointed at a subordinate. "You, go and assassinate that guard." The mignonette who was clicked, reluctantly stepped out of the line. He tiptoed and approached the patrol guard carefully. He held the handle of the dagger on his back, shivered nervously, and his nose was sweating constantly. Although the enemy only has one patrolman, it is also equipped with guns. The guard turned his head and saw a figure sneaking in the night. He immediately shouted, "Who is there?" The minion was frightened and stood up quickly, panicking. I'm just passing by." After that, he ran back, with a look of fear on his face, and said with a sad face, "Boss, I've been discovered. It's useless." The crooked man said angrily, pulled out a rough homemade pistol from his waist, handed it to another subordinate, and shouted, "Go on. This pistol has a limited range of 25 meters. Kill the guard for me." The minion swallowed and touched it with a trembling gun. After about 20 meters, the guards found another figure. "Who is there again?" The minion was shocked. I'm out for a walk." The guard saw the outline of the earth gun in Minor B's hand under the moonlight, and said vigilantly, "What's in his hand?" This. The minion was quick-witted, looked up and put the earth gun close to his eyes, and said, panic, "This is a telescope which I use to watch the moon." Then he ran back. On the other side, the 4 men of Quang Dao looked puzzled. What are these people doing back and forth? The crooked man was furious. "Bad. All our waste. Give me the gun. I will do it myself." After snatching the earthen gun, the crooked man quickly walked towards the guards. After a while, the guards were alert and immediately asked. Then the first word was just out. The crooked man fired a fierce shot, and the gunshot sounded loudly. The bullet hit the guard's shoulders. The guards screamed in pain and fell to the ground on their backs. The crooked man shot 2 more shots. The guards were seriously injured and lost their combat effectiveness. "Hurry in and move things." The crooked man greeted, and all the younger brothers followed. At this time, in the reconnaissance field of Quangdao, and the group of bandits became Hongming, and the mission became to capture the bandits alive and hand it over to the guards in the shelter. It is easy to deal with if it is an enemy, and what players are best at is fighting monsters. Hao Yin took the lead, followed by the crazy sword, and the 4 rushed out. The bandits were shocked and hurriedly took out their weapons to resist, but they were knocked over halfway by 4 people in just one encounter, and they were shocked. Inrin, all are strangers. For people knocked over all the minions like cutting melons and vegetables, leaving only the crooked man, trembling with his earthen gun. "Don't come over, otherwise I'll shoot." "I'm really going to shoot." Suddenly, the ground vibrated slightly, and more than a dozen red dots lit up in the darkness, quickly approaching, revealing his true appearance. 6 2.5th generation Rangers surrounded the scene, and the black muzzles locked everyone. In important locations such as warehouses and power plants, the Rangers made by Han Xiao are the real defensive forces, which are always on standby. Once gunfire or someone breaks through the warning area without permission, they will immediately change from standby to combat mode, just like a awakened beast attacking fiercely. The third refuge is Han Xiao's territory, which is very defensive, so no matter what kind of cat or dog you can come to do. The change was sudden, and everyone was shocked. Quang Dao and others recognized the ranger as Han Xiao's creation, and the meat bag hurriedly said, "Don't fire. We are our own people." However, once the ranger was activated, the order was to kill everyone in the alert area, not to mention that the ranger's chip did not handle voice intelligence. The next second, the bombs were sprayed, and the bandits and the 4 men of Mad Knife were all raided, and the bandits all became thieves. The Rangers' chip-linked shelter's alarm system. After the ceasefire, a patrol team arrived soon to clean up the scene and send the injured companions to the hospital. On the other hand, the 4 men of Quang Dao were reborn in the square, looking at each other, all with depressed expressions. Unexpectedly, I encountered the legendary siege of friendly forces, and not only did I die in the mission requirements, but I even died. The square is a bustling city, where players set up stalls and team up, which is very lively. No matter day or night, there are tens of thousands of players gathered here at all times. Oh, there are no good tasks to do. Han Xiao hasn't been there for so many days. I miss him. Quang Dao shook his head helplessly. The meat bag had a bitter face. That's right, I have no material to do the show. I was criticized as a dog on the forum, and I could barely maintain my life by relying on you and the great god Hao Ian as a guest. Hao Ian was taciturn and nodded in response. Fonyu next to me had already run to the market to look at the goods, and the woman's nature of shopping has not weakened in the game. At this time, the four of them noticed something and looked up at the same time. Oh, the sound of a helicopter rotor came from the distant sky, and the sound gradually amplified. A searchlight indicated the position of the helicopter. The light column landed in the direction of the apron of a shelter. Soon, there were waves of commotion there, and players rushed to that direction from time to time. 1 pass, 10 passes through 100, and soon the players in the square closed their stalls one by one, all rushing overexcitedly. A huge crowd of people rushed to the apron. The Black Ghost is back. As soon as he got off the plane, Han Xiao found that the streets outside the apron were densely filled with players. At first glance, there was no limit to the crowd, and they were all staring at him with curiosity and enthusiasm. Wow, this treatment is okay, and there's also a cross-channel welcome. Han Xiao was surprised and hesitated whether to wave his hand to say thank you for your hard work, and finally swallowed the impulse back into his stomach. The players are so enthusiastic that they feel like they're going home, and they like this here very much. The news of his return had already informed the shelter managers. Huang Yuho was standing by and immediately came up to report the situation. Following your plan, the shelter has completed the construction of more areas. The war has allowed many wanderers to join the shelter. Now there are more than 23,000 residents. Say something I don't know. Han Xiao raised his palm and interrupted him. He could see the progress of the construction from the task requirements, and there was no need for further explanation. Huang Yu immediately said, "There are no accidents in general, but just now we found that a group of thieves seemed to want to rob the warehouse and were killed by the guard robot. Well, strengthen the screening of refugee identities. Don't let people in trouble. Is there anything else?" Huang Yu hesitated and said, "There is another thing. The aliens often fight each other and damage public property. Do you think?" Han Zhao's eyes flashed. The strange fight refers to the PK between players, which is the most passionate way of communication, so it is naturally impossible to stop it. The Han technician had a flash of inspiration and suddenly had an idea. "You go and mobilize personnel and build a large arena for me in a few days." Huang Yu was stunned. "Arena? We are a refuge. What role can construction arenas? Can we perform programs to cultivate sentiments for refugees? Everyone may not eat enough. Isn't this a waste of space and resources?" Huang Yu had to bite the bullet and put forward his opinions. Han Xiao shook his head and said, "Oh, you are a rigid person. E-Run is too energetic. Can you create an arena, make them feel powerful? Let's collect some tickets and accumulate a lot. Will this be the cost? Not only that, we also encourage E-Run to fight in the arena and introduce a system to support gambling. For example, you can place bets between E-Run. We are officially fair and collect handling fees. Isn't this a revenue generated?" Huang Yu opened his mouth and said in a daze, "Then why not directly define an empty area for them to fight?" Han Zhao's face was stern. "Oh, are you the person in charge, or I the person in charge? You were about to rebel on the first day I came back." The wolf's ambition was obvious. "Be careful that I will give you a thrust." Huang Yu can't. "Well, you're the boss anyway. Whatever you say is what you want." Building an arena is the second priority, and more importantly, this can greatly promote the progress of the player's main city, which is an indispensable feature of the main city. The more players enjoy PK, they will like the arena, increasing the player's sense of belonging to the third refuge. Moreover, the long-term goal of this move is to hold the S1 Shanghai Professional League in the future. Professional leagues are divided into multiple competition modes, and arenas are naturally the most suitable for ring matches and individual matches. According to the experience of Korean technicians, if there is a ready-made venue, the chances of professional leagues being held in him are really great. After all, the first professional league in his previous life are all created by players themselves. Although it sounds low, It is great to make players feel that they are immersive. If the professional league is held in his territory, the status of the main city will be even more stable and will bring a large number of people. In the eyes of the Korean technician, they are all potential customers. He is aiming at the opportunity of the professional league to make a big profit. The temporary enhancement potions in his hands will definitely be sold out on such occasions. But there's a small problem, that is, the time for the professional league is almost the time when the first batch of players reach level 60. If they have to wait until the professional league starts, they have to stay at Hylon Star for a long time. Just prepare for going to the interstellar world, and I have to wait for the opportunity, Han Xiao said intimately. It is not that simple to leave the planet. In version 1.0, all novice planets do not have regular channels to go to the interstellar planets. If they're on those novice planets that have deep contact with interstellar civilizations, they may be able to come up with many simple solutions. For example, in Frostwinter Star, the Void Demon Clan itself has interstellar battleships, and the Han technician may be able to find a way to get one. But in the Aqua Blue Star, the countries here cannot even create a stable interstellar spacecraft sailing in the star zone, and the chances of flying into the sky and standing shoulder to shoulder with the sun are very slim. But there is no hope. When he decided to leave Hylon in version 1.0, he began to search for various details in his memory. After a long period of thought, he really discovered several opportunities to go wrong, but he had to wait for those events to happen naturally before the opportunities would appear. So he really has this time to wait until the professional league opens. By then, the Pioneer players have basically reached level 60. If I can't meet a suitable secondary profession, I should still be level 70. Han Xiao was not worried at all. His strength was more than one version, and it was a boss template plus various machinery and combat skills. Even if some players were determined to commit suicide, he would kill the 40-person group alone, just like playing. However, after the player's strength increases, other forces are really confused. They regard indifference as the enemy, and the situation on Hylon will change again. He is the only one who is as stable as an old dog. Aurora hid timidly behind Hela. She was shocked and uncomfortable when she saw so many people for the first time. Is this your territory? Hyla raised her eyebrows, a little surprised. She didn't expect there would be so many aliens here, and it seemed that Han Xiao had a huge influence in the alien group, which made her difficult for her to understand. Players spontaneously watched because Han Xiao has been so popular recently. The discussion in the Shanghai Blue Star section of the forum is in full swing, and players in the shelter want to see him up close. There were all players along the way, with eager and hungry eyes from all directions. He had no idea of parading. If there weren't guards who were leading the way, he would have always felt that these players, like wolves and tigers, might have pounced on them together. After returning to the high-rise area of the shelter, it finally became quiet. Han Xiao settled the two of them and said, Huang Yu, arrange 2 rooms for them, and they will live here in the future. After thinking about it, he changed his words and said, forget it. 1 room is enough. Please come with me. Huang Yu reached out and led the 2 away. After the few people left, he was the only one left in the room. Han Xiao lay on the bed and rested for a while, then closed the door and window, locked himself in the study, picked up the pen and wrote the next center of gravity on the paper, and made changes. Since he has to prepare for leaving the planet, he naturally has to list various opportunities on the Blue Star, and he has written out all the opportunities to leave the interstellar and added from time to time to prevent himself from missing any details. Finally, the pen paused. So, I want to earn as much experience as possible from players on the Aquarium Star, because after leaving the planet, it means that I will not have any intersection with players in the short term. But if I want to maintain my influence, I still have to improve the player's main city as much as possible, supplement various functions, and provide convenient transportation. Then players who are active in the main city will think of me from time to time. Just build a statue to remind them. The paper with words was burned to ashes without leaving any clues. It was already late at night. Han Xiao went to another house, which was a special residence he arranged for the 4 people of Guangdao. This treatment was not available to other players. There was only one man left in the room, waiting for Han Xiao, and immediately became happy and came up. "You're the only one?" Han Xiao looked around, then set up a simple task with a generous reward and threw it to the mad knife. Finally, I was given benefits again. The crazy knife was overjoyed. "You still have a future with the Black Ghost. This task is so interesting. You can get the experience by singing, dancing, and dancing. All other tasks are weak. The professional league is coming soon, and Han Xiao is also preparing to vigorously train these close players to allow them to perform better in the league. Technician Han is quite generous to his own people. After all, these players have also helped him. At the same time, if they have more stable results, other players can believe that there is a benefit to follow him. His current mission reward quota has also increased, which can meet the needs of more players. The maximum experience reward amount for a single time, the total daily amount, is 7 times that of a single time. Basic 5 times plus 2 legendary points. About 800,000 experience, which is extremely rich. Han Xiao himself was a little jealous. It would be great if he could give the experience amount to himself. What kind of experience is still worrying about? Unfortunately, this method is not good. Oh, I still have to get the wool from the players. After spending a day dealing with trivial matters, Dean's supplies finally arrived. Then, Han Xiao locked himself in the workshop, began to retreat, and organize his own gains. The advanced knowledge of the budding mechanical system is neural link, which is one of the very important knowledge for the mechanical system. To update the control methods of the machinery, just write a supporting chip program and then read the brain signal to issue instructions. The speed of thinking is much faster than speaking or gestures. It took 8 potential points to upgrade neural link to the maximum level of LV5. Upgrading the basic knowledge to 1 level consumes 1 potential point, advanced 2 points, and so on. The cost is getting higher and higher. So Han Xiao has been hoarding potential points and only investing in upgrading important knowledge. The first job is to rebuild the exploded combat suit mecha first. This time, Han Xiao is not going to copy it completely according to the Viper adjustment drawings. He wants to add free creation on this basis and improve an enhanced version of the combat suit. He already has a draft. There were a large number of parts and supplies piled up next to the lathe. Han Xiao ordered the quantity, then rubbed his hands, showing a confident smile. Commitment is started. The 7th day. Swish, as the sound of air conditioning leakage, the metal cooling box opened, and inside was a transparent high-strength glass cylindrical box filled with light blue liquid. Han Xiao discharged the synthetic repair colloid used for cooling and acceleration fusion inside. A brand new combat suit was displayed in front of him, and there was still a white cold air. It's finally done, but I'm exhausted. Han Xiao was excited and rubbed his cheeks vigorously to relieve the slight fatigue of staying up late for several days. The new generation of combat suits still adopt the Viper-modified core principle P0 nanofiber muscle filling and provide torque with movement, which can still enhance strength and agility, and there are many original weapons modules. The appearance is the same style as Viper. The black color is dotted with the bright blue light of the energy delivery pipeline. The structure is more precise and complex, and the whole body is streamlined, but some changes have been made. The body is larger and has clear edges and angular, like prominent scales. The overall feeling is completely different. If the Viper is like a small hunting venomous snake, the new generation of combat suits is like a black python waiting for prey in the shadows. If it doesn't move, it will be a thunder attack. Ferocious, sinister. In fact, it took 3 days for the Korean technician to copy the Viper and change, but he used it for 7 days this time. In the other 4 days, all of them were being strengthened, and performance, armor, energy, and modules were optimized in all aspects. The core of the energy is still the bonfire reactor located about 5 centimeters below the cervical vertebra. After his advancement, he increased his mechanical affinity and mechanical technology, so he strengthened the reactor. In addition, he set up several hidden grooves on the back of the mecha, which connects the energy core, and the grooves can be embedded in energy blocks. If the reactor energy is exhausted, these are backup energy. It has another function, which increases the power extra and makes the performance of the combat suit soar, comparable to Overload. The energy block is naturally the radiation crystal he harvested from his shadow hunting viper nest and refined into primary energy crystal. Yi Qing is trying to raise the crystals in the domestic market and turn them into renewable resources. He has not succeeded yet, but the hundreds of pounds of crystals that Han Xiao saved are enough. The armor took a new alloy he synthesized from advanced materials called agile steel alloy, with defense performance exceeding that of Thai platinum alloy. The control method uses the newly received nerve link. The helmet is loaded with a module to read neuron signals, embedded in the helmet liner like a metal patch, and can control various functions of the mecha with a flash of thought. The weapon module has undergone technological innovation and put the most effort into it. The new module he attaches most importance to is a large mounting component, extending horizontally for 5 or 6 meters long. This is a mounted mechanical wing embedded in the back, shoulders, and arms. The prototype is the Yunyan glider wing. The wing surface is wide, and there is a circular tri-straight propeller with a radius of 60 to 70 centimeters on both sides. It can rotate 360 degrees. Electromagnetic skateboard shoes run up. Small motorized devices take off, spread their wings, and glide to provide continuous power. He gave the new generation of combat suits a flying function. Which man doesn't want to be able to fly freely? Men's romance is the corpse sinking into the sea, the sea of stars. The judgment was successful, and you successfully improved light mechavier change. And will you give a new name? A flash of inspiration suddenly came to my mind. Successfully named, you'll get your own drawings, light mechatingsha. My naming ability is indeed not something that can be covered. Han Xiao was very satisfied. Tungsha was just a flying snake, which was too dependent on the topic. Tungsha, type, combat uniform single light mecha. Quality, dark green, basic attributes. Armor value 8950/8950. Defense power 164. Power level 818. Energy value 4,300 plus 800. Height 1.87 meters. Weight 176 pounds. Manipulation method. Low-level smart chip plus neural link. Extra agility plus 10. Energy. Bonfire small reactor. Enhanced type. Automatic charging. Restore 35 energy points per minute. If using pneumatic power as fuel, it consumes 24/S and recovers energy 32/S. Reserve energy. Primary energy block X4 can be replaced at any time. Reserved energy value 800 points. Standby mode consumption 22 energy/minute. Fight mode consumption 40 energy/minute. Core power 787/850. Skeleton module. P0 nanometer artificial fiber, biochemical tendon bone, can be muscle strengthened as the user moves, muscle hardening when attacked, enhanced body performance, strength plus 38, agility plus 25, defense plus 12, power 70. Armor module, agile steel alloy plate, green pack, armor value plus 2,550, defense plus 48, no power. Armor module, U9 colloidal bulletproof film, green, armor value plus 2,400, defense plus 45, no power. Surface module, optical camouflage, refracted light, a certain degree of concealment. Power 20, surface module, SUI anti-radar coating, electromagnetic interference coating. Reconnaissance module, Vulture tactical scanning mirror, intelligent fire control, assisted to aim at the target, built-in tactical holographic observation screen. Power 40, palm module, electric thermal cutting hand armor, purple, generates high-temperature continuous damage, consumes 1.5/S, output energy level 101, power 60. Handback module, electromagnetic and thermal cutting blade, green, apply the technology attached to electromagnetic high temperature to the magnetic link splitting blade, consumes 1/S, power 80. Wrist module, directional repulsion field driver, blue, releases repulsion waves at 150 degrees forward, range 20 meters, cooling for 30 seconds, energy consumption 15 points per use, power 70, arm module. Sunworm small flamethrower, purple, energy consumption 1.5/s, output energy level 104, power 60. Leg module, electromagnetic power suspension boot, purple, energy consumption 6.2 per minute, power 55. Propulsion module, small motor device X9, purple, single energy consumption 1.4 per minute, total power 162. Survival module, body condition monitoring, constant. Temperature survival system, horizontal gravity Euro stabilizer, air storage and filtering device, power 80. Spread module, blast grenade X24, micro split drilling and drilling blast bomb X16, power 60. Chip module, analysis database, combat trajectory prediction, fighting assistance, power 30. Chip module, neuron signal conversion command, power 20. Accessor module, rapid injection pinhole, painkiller, stimulant, healing agent, power 10. Attachment module, small spider detector X12, no. Power, attachment module, electromagnetic pulse conditioner, blessed with excite state, all attributes plus 5%, lasting 15 minutes, consume 5 energy at one time, power 10. Attachment module, duting limb component, generates adsorption force, can make the mecha adsorption on objects, power 20. Attachment module, small induction radar, power 30. Attachment module, iron fist, reinstalled robot arm, purple equipment, power energy level 91. Attachment module, bat wing, turbo flight, device, power energy level 326, original capability, strong performance. In combat mode, more energy is distributed to biochemical tendons, generating greater extra output, strength plus 40, agility plus 20, original ability, snake devil, consumes all energy at once, overloads the energy core, the mecha enters a special state, doubles the attribute bonus, that is, power plus 156, agility plus 110. All modules are considered to be energy-free and use at will, lasting 2 to 7 minutes, and the cooling time is 7 days. Original ability, suction armor, uses alloy steel alloy, which has the characteristics of dispersing force points, and the damage reduction rate is plus 22%. Note, you are stupid, I can go to heaven. A purple fit module, Tangsha's attributes reach the standard of 2.0. Han Xiao admires his works with his waist, which makes him so awesome. Tanksnake matches my attributes. No one in Hylon can threaten me. This mecha can be brought to the interstellar and used, which is considered one of my early preparations. Han Xiao has a long-term vision. According to the player's eyes, he has DI'd a super powerful magical outfit in the early stage. If he wears this mecha, he can go to the sky, and it is considered a waste of talent on a novice planet. Tangsha only locked his nerve signal for the time being, and he was the only one who could control it. Neural link. This advanced knowledge is the basis for manipulating more complex machinery, and the speed of thinking is far beyond ordinary control methods. Moreover, if you are disabled, neural link can also be used in breeding technology. Of course, Han Xiao doesn't want this day. Moreover, neural link has another key role in his eyes. You should know that players enter Star C by relying on the virtual game cabin, and the core principle of the game cabin is to divert the player's thinking. So what will happen if the player's thinking is transferred to a cloned NPC native body? Will the player be trapped in Sea of Stars, like him? Will they be resurrected after death? If it can be resurrected, is the original player's body or the new body? Or there are other phenomena? From his perspective, he could realize that everything here was real, but he never let go of his doubts and kept following the forum. With a nervous mood, he wanted to see if his account appeared in his previous life, but he got nothing. What is this principle? Is it the butterfly effect? The former, I changed my account? Well, it's not that it's unreasonable. I just bought the account at the time. Or, is there any other possibility? Han Xiao's eyes flashed. In fact, to be honest, he still looks forward to communicating face-to-face with his former self, which must be a novel feeling. Don't understand. If you want to understand the truth, you have to start from the players. Just having nerve link is not enough to create a similar game cabin or thinking transfer device, and it requires more knowledge. Han Xiao pressed his doubts in his heart. What we pay most attention to now is to make ourselves grow up. The stronger, the safer it is. Before we understand the truth, he doesn't want to be killed by someone or any disaster. You must know that every version update is a crisis. You have lost chi and blood all year round, resulting in weak body, dysplasia, and organ function decline. Optimistically, you can live for another 3 years. In the pharmacy room, Yi Qing played a guest appearance as a doctor wearing a pair of frameless glasses, checking Aurora's body, and achieving such a pessimistic result. Without waiting for a few people's faces to change, he immediately changed his words. Of course, I'm talking about the situation of ordinary people. Although you are weak, your cell activity is unprecedented in my previous experience. As he said that, Yi Qing took out a few photos under a microscope with an excited tone. Generally speaking, the human body's self-healing is very slow, and intact cells slowly divide into new cells to compensate for the damage. In contrast, the superpowered person has stronger self-healing ability. He can transform energy or absorb other energy to heal. For example, I can extract the life of plants to restore injuries. Whether ordinary people or superpowered people, self-healing requires energy and nutrition. And your cells are equivalent to a drop of extremely concentrated life energy, which can strengthen others' self-healing ability hundreds of times. All your body tissues, such as your hair, blood, etc., are equivalent to extremely powerful therapeutic agents. How strong is your cell activity? Let me take an example. The cells of an ordinary person are a bowl of cold water. The cells of an ordinary superpower are a flame, and your cell is a to-no comparison. There are signs of self-reaction in your cells. Each cell is like a concentrated star in its prime, and its activity is automatically increased every moment. However, such a terrifying activity has no corrosiveness and will only have a beneficial effect on the living body. It is simply incredible. Yi Qing was itchy and stared at Aurora with his eyes lit up. The hot eyes made Aurora shrink toward Hela. She knew this kind of look, and the budding white coat looked at her like this. I want to collect some of your blood for experimental materials, but I don't know. No. Hela flatly refused, with a bad look, and was ready to move, as if he would do anything at any time. Aurora is her reverse scale, and she does not allow anyone to invade. Han Xiao wrapped his hands in front of his chest, sat on the table next to him, and interrupted helplessly. I appreciate your attitude. Science means constantly making progress and always having the ambition to master core technology. But this is a patient, not for you to do research, and I guess you can't beat this red hair. Yi Qing curled her lips, turned her head to clean up the diagnostic equipment, and said casually, she doesn't need to see a doctor at all. Her superpowers have been suppressed for too long and cannot perform the effect. As long as she doesn't die, her superpowers will gradually recover and let her return to normal, and even, forget it, she only needs to rest for a while, her body will recover and the scars will disappear. With a raised eyebrow, Han Xiao heard something in Yi Qing's words and secretly calculated. In his previous life, Aurora became a sauce. She didn't have the chance to see the exact effect of her superpowers, and she didn't know what she would look like when she grew up. Since he is Hela's real sister, Aurora must be nowhere to go. Maybe she is controlling her life? Han Xiao used his brains to make random guesses. If he wants to know Aurora's condition, he must pass the battle message. The lowest limit is to slap this poor little girl. With his strength, the consequences are not very optimistic. Han Xiao naturally would not do this, and Hela must have fought with him. Hera breathed a sigh of relief, stood behind her back, and pressed her hands on Aurora's shoulders and gently pinched them. It's fine if the old girl is fine. By the way, she was brainwashed and gave birth to another personality. She will be triggered by keywords and become a puppet who only knows how to act on orders. Do you have a way to solve it? Han Xiao repeated Subaru's words. I am a pharmacist, not a psychologist. You should find a professional. Yi Qing said casually without looking back. But in my experience, If it is an ordinary brainwashing method, which does not trigger or deepen the impression for a long time, the mental stamp will gradually fade with time until it disappears. Therefore, the guards on Death Knell Island brainwash the prisoners collectively every once in a while. But the people in that place are very strong, and brainwashing is not very useful. On the contrary, every time this time, there will always be prisoners killing a few guards to relieve boredom. Professionals? Han Xiao touched his chin in thought, and suddenly looked at Hela. Isn't Hela's strength in mind? Isn't Hela's strength in mind? Hela waved his hand and frowned. My abilities are too aggressive. I'm afraid of failing, so I can't take risks. Then you'd better develop your own abilities more. Han Xiao was helpless. In his impression, Hela, at his peak, could flatten the soul of the living body and pull it into various shapes and not damage the fragile soul, just like the candy blower. Let's go when it's okay. I've also made an appointment with a few aliens to test the medicine. Don't bother me. The few people turned their heads and looked over. Yi Qing brought out a transparent container filled with strange liquid, thick shit green, and was still bubbling. She was holding a needle tube and was flicking the tip of the needle with her fingernails. Oh, I forgot to mention that in the scientific and technological civilization, Yi Qing is called a pharmacist. In magical civilization, the pharmacist is called the witch. Han Xiao secretly observed 3 seconds of silence for the players who tried the medicine. It is great to devote yourself to scientific progress. After leaving the potion room, several people slowly walked on the road. Hela suddenly turned around and asked seriously, "Do you have any opinions?" Only when Aurora was involved, Hela seemed very concerned. She no longer had an expressionless and cold face. Because she trusted Han Xiao, she asked for her opinions. As the saying goes, half of the military merits are yours and half of mine. Han Xiao's divine weapon came from the sky to save Oruola from the sea of suffering. Now they have no relatives in the world, and only Han Xiao can trust them. Han Xiao pinched his chin with his fingers and pondered. It's best to rest more. I'll make her a special wheelchair. Also, your sister has been locked up for so long. It's best to let her have more contact with the outside world and meet some new friends. If you're not at ease, I can introduce a few good boys who abide by the law. Haila Zheng pointed. I owe you. You owe me. Han Xiao took out his ears. Hela immediately spoke in a mess, shook his head, and kept the favor in his heart. She has a cold personality, but in fact she is a cold-blooded and proud person at heart. She doesn't like to accept other people's kindness and is unwilling to accept help like charity, but once she owes favors, she keeps it in mind. She is an action-oriented person and will not say too much thanks in words. She will only secretly remember the kindness of helping him in time and wait for one day to repay Han Xiao. After a while of silence, Hela asked her all along, "Why did you go to save my sister?" Predict it. Han Xiao brought out this universal reason. Then what did you predict? Hela frowned. Han Xiao made a ha-ha and said nonsense. I saw that your sister's superpowers will save my life in the future. Do you believe it? That makes sense. Hyla suddenly realized. At this time, a little hand pulled the corner of his clothes. Han Xiao lowered his head and saw Aurora looking up at him with a serious face. Uncle Zero, I will definitely save you. Aurora took what he said seriously. Han Xiao pinched her face and laughed. Number 0 is a past tense. Just call me Han Xiao. Okay, Uncle Han. You can call me younger. I know Uncle Han. Han Xiao rolled his eyes at the dead fish. Sure enough, I still hate little brats. The next day, Han Xiao quickly made a wheelchair and gave it to Aurora. The leather armrests and seat cushions are lined with elastic cotton, giving your mother the comfort of the arms. And the most amazing thing is, Han Xiao lifted the dust-proof cloth and said, the wheelchair's foot pedal drive is built-in small engine, and there is a transmission rocker next to the armrest to change gears, and the speed can reach up to 40 kilometers per hour. I just want an ordinary wheelchair. Hyla's eyes twitched. She had never heard of a wheelchair powered by foot pedals. So what exactly is the wheelchair itself used for? It's still 40 kilometers per hour. Are you going to hold a wheelchair racing rally? A psychopath. If I don't modify it, I'm a mechanic. Han Xiao dug his nose and looked at him sideways. Hela felt the look called the contempt of professionals. Aurora liked the wheelchair very much, just like getting a new toy. At this time, the four men of Guangdao came over from a distance. Han Xiao asked them to play with Aurora and threw a bunch of tasks to the four people. I was worried that there was no suitable task to train them, so I couldn't all sing and dancing like crazy swords. Playing with the little girl is much more reliable than singing and dancing. The four players were also very novel about the mission, and the rewards were incredibly generous. They thought it was some kind of hidden mission, and they were doing it happily. Aurora and Fengyu had the best conversation. After a few words, the baby bear changed hands. He lay on Aurora's leg and rolled up with his belly, making Aurora giggle. The picture is full of warmth, as if the sunlight has a warm yellow tone. Hyla's eyes softened. She stepped aside and silently watched her sister playing with her new friend. For several consecutive days, Aurora's smile became brighter and brighter, and her complexion improved at a speed visible to the naked eye. After settling down the Hela sisters, the expeditionary war situation got better and better. The arena of the refuge was built during this period, and Han Xiao's attention immediately turned to the main business. He set two focus points of action. One is to make preliminary preparations for leaving the planet and constantly accumulate various resources. The second is to improve the player's main city, deepen its position in the minds of players, thereby indirectly increasing his influence and laying out a professional league. This is a huge business opportunity in his eyes. The same characteristic of the two is to squeeze out benefits from the player like milk. Ha ha ha! A creepy laughter echoed in the confined room. It's been a long time since the player, and his sickle is already hungry. The shelter has introduced management regulations that do not allow combat anywhere, just like urination and defecation are not allowed anywhere, and there are guards and rangers patrolling. Violators will be arrested and detained for a period of time. The player's main city needs to form a safe area to make players feel at ease. Honda technician asked Huang Yu to stay up late and work overtime to come up with perfect regulations. If a player wants to PK, he can only go out of the city or go to the arena. The arena is built near the square and is very close to the player's rebirth point. Sometimes players can stop by playing PK, and sometimes they will accidentally kill the opponent and lose some experience. However, even so, it cannot destroy the player's warlike blood. Because they are far away from the city, the arena has become the first choice. The rough structure of the arena is a huge square with the highest and largest platform in the center. Next to it is a small ring, star-shaped moon surrounding the large ring, surrounded by step-like audience seats similar to stadiums. Players can only PK at will in the square without spending money, while the big and small rings are blocked. After asking, they realized that it is a special ring for gambling. The dealer of gambling is the arena, and the money-spending owner will be open to the venue. Although this function is fresh, it costs money, and most players are poor, so no one uses this function for the time being. He just wants to fight for free in the square. So the arena is very lively and soon becomes a recognized special PK venue, just like the gate of a certain game. But in Huang Yu's view, this is a waste of resources. No one is willing to pay for the wallet. Not only does it not achieve the effect of generating income, but it also has to bear the cost of the maintenance site in the shelter. He thinks that Han Xiao's decision is very problematic. So, it is better to let Irin go out of the city to fight by himself. He felt that building an arena was unnecessary, but on the surface he did not dare to rebel against Han Xiao, so he could only complain silently in his heart. This situation surprised Han Xiao a little, but he realized it after thinking about it. Players are in the exploration stage now, and the ring gambling battle is obviously only the players who are confident in their strength dare to play. The ring gambling battle can attract audiences, so there's exposure. Then guilds and professional high-quality games are the groups that are most likely to spend their wallets on the ring. The ring functions require players to dig by themselves, which takes some time, but he is not the one who is waiting obediently. Then let me help and help them understand the use of gambling on the ring. Han Xiao's eyes flashed. Every few days or so, Han Xiao would wander in front of the players, teaching his skills to harvest experience. Most of the basic skills that players have in the skills store are all basic skills. Spending experience to train basic skills that they have learned can greatly improve their proficiency and cost-effectiveness than directly upgrading skills with experience. This is the big head of Han Xiao's experience gained from player experience. He did not teach important skills. After all, he still had to keep the gap between himself and the players. However, he selectively taught some skills that are not so important, or players will learn sooner or later, such as the mechanics' exclusive electromagnetic factor refining method and precision repair to help mechanical players improve their abilities, act as a mechanic instructor, and attract more players to join mechanics. You should know that now on Hylon Star, only mechanical players have reliable tutors like him. Players have experienced the power refining method, event, and roughly understand the powerful skills taught by Han Xiao. They can learn them after they are advanced, but most people are still willing to learn advanced skills at low level because they can improve their current abilities and have higher long-term benefits. As for the advanced knowledge from the budding stolen to the superpower and martial arts system, Han Xiao has not been sold for now. This thing is equivalent to a king bomb. He wants to wait until the player's purchasing power is stronger before making a big profit. Every time I appear in the teaching, I will be able to earn more than 10 million experiences in one day, which is many times faster than doing tasks. Tens of thousands of players in the third shelter account for about 5% of the total number of players in the Blue Star, and many new players have entered the game. So the market potential is huge, and the prospect for players' main city plan are promising. On this day, Han Xiao appeared in the corner of the square, as usual, surrounded by players. After gaining experience, he suddenly saw a large number of guild players with prefixes on their heads appear. There were players in the sky field. The leader was called Han Xiao, who was the deputy leader of the core group. The opportunity is here. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly. After teaching the skills, he suddenly pretended to be talking to himself, saying, "Oh, I have bad luck recently." Han Xiao was shocked. As an experienced old player, if NPC suddenly talks to himself, it means that it can trigger a new task. "Old hey ghost, I don't know what troubles you have. Maybe we can help you solve them." Han Xiao asked tentatively. He glanced at him, and Han Xiao was in trouble and shook his head. No, at least 10 people can help me." Everyone in the sky field suddenly felt refreshed. It was indeed a task, and it was a team task of multiple people. This is a task personally given by the Black Ghost. When did he cheat us? The guild is full of people. Han Xiao formed 10 people. Seeing this, Han Xiao slowly said, "Oh, I have a robot that has a malfunction and is not controlled by me. I want you to bring its chips back to me." As he said that, he set up a task. Retrieve the faulty chip. Task type, team serial mission, task introduction. For some reason, a certain defense robot failed and lost control. First ring requirement. Defeat the X204 Ranger and return the chip to the Black Ghost. First ring reward. 25,000 experience, Black Ghost favor +1. Run mission. Han Xiao was surprised. The reward for the first ring alone would be much more rewarded. If it continues, the reward will definitely be more abundant, and it can also increase the favorability of the Black Ghost. You must know that after the favorability of the Black Ghost reaches 10 points, no matter how much money is given, this opportunity is rare. All players are in a state of extremely hungry, but helplessness for his favorability. He put a lot of powerful machinery in the item store, such as blue and purple, etc., but the favorability requirement for purchasing are above 10 o'clock, which means that he can only see but not touch, which belongs to the bad he uses to fish. Likeness itself is not worth the money, but he gives it value. By the way, this is the origin of equivalence and currency. The sky field took over the task and left happily. Seeing this, the players around him were also excited to form a team, but Han Xiao was rude to them. Now the players wonder why the sky domain can trigger tasks, but they can't do it. However, they've seen the randomness of the Black Ghost mission trigger mechanism for a long time. They are not surprised or have no worries. They can only secretly envy those lucky Europeans. Suddenly, a group of familiar IDs and guild names entered their sight. Han Xiao felt aroused and then spoke again. saying the words to fool Huang Tiandianli. Hey, are there any hidden missions? The passing members of the Gods Guild looked surprised. The visitor is the official guild of the esports wealthy temple club, the Gods. Han Xiao was extremely familiar with them and was just in line with the other goal he was looking for. After Han Xiao's identity was exposed, the Gods Guild and others realized that the number 0 they were looking for was Han Xiao. It turned out that they missed the target repeatedly, so the mission naturally failed. President Jupiter was so angry that he beat his feet and stamped his chest. He couldn't eat well and couldn't sleep well, and he was so depressed that he was almost constipated. But there is no way. Han Xiao has too many benefits here. In order not to fall behind other guilds, even if he is depressed, the Guild of the Gods can only come to the shelter to live. Each guild has teams gathering in shelter. This mission is good. Jupiter was overjoyed. He could encounter hidden tasks while walking on the road. This is the time to operate. With a wave of his hand, the Gods Guild directly formed a team to take over. 1 hour later, the shelter North City area. A chase is underway, and a team of 10 people in the sky field is panting and chasing a ranger who is storming with lightning. Come on, chase him quickly. Don't let him run away. Huang Tiandang was so angry that he was about to vomit his bile. According to the mission instructions, they came to this area under development and pursued the out-of-control ranger. The rangers had fierce firepower. Several of their team died before they cooperated to polish the ranger's armor to the last layer of bloodskin. At this time, the rangers suddenly turned around and fled. Damn it, why is it so flexible? Everyone in the sky field looked bitter, better familiar with the environment and terrain than us. This robot has become a spirit, right? At this time, in the high-rise room far away in the center of the shelter, Han Xiao was lazily lying on the sofa, holding a tablet computer, and his fingers were randomly slid into the screen. The picture was the perspective of the out-of-control ranger. This ranger was actually completely under his control, limiting the ranger's strength. He removed a large number of weapons and ammunition from the ranger yesterday before releasing it. It was actually a castrated version in order to make it difficult for people in the sky field to win. If it is a fully functional 2.5 TH generation ranger who has freely played out his firepower, he will basically kill most of the players as soon as they meet. However, players in the sky field naturally don't know it. They thought that they cooperated well and had a strong strength, so they struggled to kill this out-of-control robot. And this is exactly the illusion that Han Xiao wanted to give them. Out of control? It does not exist. I'm going to catch up. The distance kept getting closer, and the sky field forced its spirits and brewed its last blow. Han Xiao looked at the radar map and suddenly smiled badly. He controlled the soon-to-be-destroyed ranger and suddenly accelerated. He turned several turns and immediately threw away the sky domain and rushed to the Gods Guild not far away, which was searching for the mission target. As soon as the rangers appeared, Jupiter and others were startled and were immediately overjoyed. It's the target. Quickly concentrate fire. With one round of attack, the rangers fell apart, and the parts fell all over the floor. The Gods Guild and others looked confused. Before they could do their best, why did this robot explode? Reducing doubt, Jupiter picked up the mission items from the pile of parts, the chip of the out-of-control ranger. At this time, the sky field finally arrived late, and when I saw this scene, I was immediately furious. Your uncle's gods, you dare to steal the monsters. Huang Tiandangli was furious. They chased the mission goal of more than a dozen streets, and they were picked by peaches by someone. The roast duck they got was taken away by a dog, and anyone else was angry. Moreover, the gods and the sky realm have always been uncompromising old opponents. The screen darkened. Han Xiao threw the tablet aside, lit a cigarette, vomited a cigarette ring, and laughed. If players do not have the need to gamble, then create demand for them. This has always been the service purpose of Honda technicians. I'm professional in making trouble. P.S. Wow, it's very uncomfortable. I haven't finished writing the next chapter. I'll post it later. Brothers don't have to wait all the time. It won't be done around 11 o'clock. I haven't eaten yet. So you have also taken on this mission. Jupiter suddenly realized and finally understood why the robot was so fragile. It turned out that they had snatched the monster. Jupiter was gloating. Even when facing other guilds, the always domineering gods would not apologize or give in, let alone this was the old rival Sky Realm. What's wrong with robbing monsters? I'm not convinced. The quarrel quickly turned into a full martial arts war. After a group fight, all the staff in the Sky Field, which was in poor condition, were burping. Old Jew, I'm percent asterisk percent asterisk percent. Wait for me. Huang Tiandang immediately sent a private chat and cursed. Jupiter closed her private chat directly. Just kidding. What game can you play if you don't grab monsters? Once the mission goal is achieved, the members of the gods will go back and hand in the mission immediately. As long as the raw rice is cooked, they will have to recognize it no matter how dissatisfied the Sky Field. However, Jupiter and others came to the high-rise area and were turned away. We have completed the instructions of Your Excellency Han Xiao. Why don't we let us in? There is an order from the superior, and no outsiders can enter. No matter what, the guards did not retreat, and the members of the gods had no choice but to leave. If you want a hand in the mission, you have to wait for Han Xiao to appear on the initiative next time. The group returned and walked for a while. Suddenly, they saw darkness. A group of big men surrounded them 3 layers outside and 3 layers. The leader was the blue sky, and they brought people from the sky to provoke the army and question the crime. Old Jew, you're not kind. Our people take the task first, and the target is also crippled by my people. You came out and snatched the monster halfway, so you can give me an explanation. Beacon, you look calm. I'm fussing. I'll blame you for your bad luck. Jupiter was fearless. The shelter was a safe area, and no one could do it. He was not afraid of being surrounded. The eyes of the two of them burst into sparks in the air. The guild presidents of major Chinese clubs have known each other in private. Beacon Yu and Jupiter have never been dealt with. This is due to historical reasons. The contradiction originated from the professional arena. Li Gu is the pillar of the Temple Club, and Hao Ian is the signboard of the Sky Field. However, Hao Ian lost more than he won when facing Li Gu. In key competitions, such as the finals, semifinals, or quarterfinals of other events, he lost to Li Gu many times. Therefore, the two guilds had a deep conflict and disliked each other. The task was robbed this time was the fuse. Although it was just a small friction, the friction could evolve into a conflict, not to mention that both sides were opponents. The players around looked sideways, carrying forward the fine traditions of the Chinese people, and gathered to watch them. They were more lively than the vegetable market, and the middle of the road was blocked. The two sides blew each other, and Jupiter said impatiently, Beacon, what do you want? Give us the mission items back. You haven't woken up. Jupiter flatly refused. Why should I pay back the monster I got with my ability? Besides, if you represent the reputation of a guild, wouldn't others say they are afraid of the sky? Beacon Yu couldn't swallow the loss. Both sides could not give in and mediate, so they could only speak with their strength, but he was unwilling to start a large-scale guild battle. The consequence of both losses was to be surpassed by other guilds. The thought of the blue sky flashed, and suddenly I remembered the gambling function of the arena. Isn't it the most suitable for resolving this kind of conflict? Okay, since you don't want to pay it back, then let's go to the arena to take a bet. For no reason. Why should I fight with you? If you win, you won and don't get anything, and you have to hand over your things if you lose. We also bet. Money, equipment, props, everything is fine. Beacon Yu provoked. I officially give you a letter of war, and if you have a kind, you will accept the challenge. He really wanted this chain of tasks. First of all, the rewards for the Black Ghost mission were very generous, and secondly, the favorability of the Black Ghost was increased. This deal can be done. However, Jupiter was not aggressive at all, and pushed away the people in the sky. Anyway, things are in his own hands. As long as he handed over the task, the benefits are all his own. Why bother taking risks and betting? He is too lazy to fulfill the enemy's wishes. The people in the Sky Field were so angry that they were itchy. Huang Tiandangli said angrily, President, let's just let it go. Bikong Yuyu's face was gloomy and said angrily, "Hype! I can't bear to force them to accept the challenge. Let the members of the group post to me on the forum and to make me die." As the public opinion offensive started in the sky field, overwhelming posts of smearing the gods and provoking generals appeared on the forum, rendering the gods into unreasonable and unethical bullies, saying that they were cowardly and bullying the weak and afraid of the strong. Because the forum requires purchasing a game cabin to post, the Navy is not that active, but this time the gods have a good reputation and directly mobilize the peripheral members to post, which sets up the rhythm and slaughter the version in a crazy way. Public opinion is rampant, but the gods are firmly sitting on Diutai and are not panic at all. In Jupiter's view, as long as Han Xiao appears and hand over the task, the road is complete, and no matter how noisy the sky field is, it will be useless. However, for several days, Han Xiao never showed up. Jupiter gradually became anxious and went to ask the guards again and again, but had no way of knowing Han Xiao's whereabouts. Han Xiao could also see the forum. His intentional failure to show up is equivalent to putting the gods on fire. As long as the gods do not ask him to hand over the task, this task item can only bring trouble to the gods. Since the mission was released, he has prepared this series of dirty operations, forcing 2 guilds to go to the arena to gamble, attracting public attention, and let more players know what the use of arena gambling. As long as there is the first person to try it out and let many players see what the effect of the betting game is, it can awaken people with potential needs. The gods and the sky domain only regarded this incident as an accident or coincidence. It is impossible to guess that behind it is Han Xiao, the NPC who released the mission, is causing trouble and is completely in their blind spot in their thinking. Seeing that the limelight was becoming more and more unfriendly to the gods, Jupiter began to have a headache. Finally, after Han Xiao disappeared, another day, Jupiter couldn't bear it anymore and accepted a bet on the sky field on the forum in the name of the official gods. On behalf of the Gods Guild, I promise to fight against the Sky Realm. Our bet is the mission prop, out-of-control robot ship, requiring the Sky Realm to take out ships of the same value, the location arena, individual singles, 3 wins in 5 games, and the loser will end up. The winner can continue to fight. Regardless of winning or losing, we must admit that this is the final result, be convinced, and no longer cause trouble. Bikong Yuyu replied soon. Okay. The 2 guilds fought, which made the players in the entire shelter suddenly lively. The gambling service in the arena is fair by the official shelter, and bets are collected before the war, ensuring compliance with the agreement and handing over to the winner. To enjoy the official notarization of gambling, you must first take the bet. There is a fee to enclose the arena, and is included in the arena's turnover. The 2 major guilds are rich and powerful. Because they want other players to be fair, they directly packaged the largest central arena. The audiences of the players in other places are very high profile. On this day of the date, the shelter players gathered in the arena, bustling with people, and the sound of people was buzzing. Guess who will win? It must be the gods. The sky realm is far from it. Actually, it's the gods' fault this time. It's very immoral. You come and have fun. What's wrong with playing games and grabbing monsters? Don't exaggerate it. There are dealers there openings, so I'll bet on a wave of gods. There are still people who can place bets. Go together. The scene was extremely noisy, comparable to the concert of the superstars. The audience waited for a long time, and the people who had made the appointment to fight on both sides finally arrived late. After seeing the ID of the teams of both sides, the audience was stunned. The people who played in the guild were not the people in the guild at all. They were all professional players from the 2 major club teams. After a moment of silence, many viewers cheered in surprise. If the arena was not open air, their enthusiasm could overturn the roof. Originally, most of the audience were watching the fun, but when professional players appeared, all the audience's interests were immediately mobilized. The Shanghai League has not been formed yet, and ordinary players have basically never seen the strength of professional players and are very enthusiastic. The temple is indeed a strong foundation, and all the players who come to the top and quasi-first-line players. Unfortunately, Li Gu is not here. I heard that he's going to participate in the expedition. Yes, Changkong's foundation is a little worse. It's basically the second line. The first line of Mingyue Changzhong and Shining Fried Rice also went to the war. Wait, I'm right, God, Haoyan. Haoyan had an expressionless face and mixed in the Changkong team. The audience threw disbelief and looked at him. Wherever he passed, the audience unconsciously slowed down the discussion, as if with a steady momentum. As the pillar of Changkong, Haoyan was naturally pulled over by Bikong Yuyu. His fame and strength were far beyond the front line. He was the most popular professional player in the field. Faced with this great god, the players in the temple were immediately under pressure. The two major guilds belonged to the club and invited the team players to help each other without any communication in advance. Seeing the other party's personnel, Bikong Yuyu and Jupiter were sweating coldly and thought, fortunately, I also brought in professional players' grandmas. I almost got a trick from him. The central arena is very wide. With a hexagonal shape, the square in the middle is the battlefield, and the triangle on both sides is the waiting area. The Sky Domain and the God Clan are waiting in the waiting area of the arena. The audience whispered and waited excitedly. And some of these players have different thoughts. Gambling on a ring seems to increase exposure. Some guilds watching the game thought secretly. If you keep the striking, you can compete with players from various genres and earn bets. Some players who like PK secretly said. Professional players watching the game nodded. The guarding not only has exposure, but also can hone the technology. This function is good. Seeing the grand occasion and effect of the arena gambling with one's own eyes. Many players saw the benefits and entertainment. Han Xiao brought up the two major guilds to fight in a fight, hoping that other players would appreciate the role of this function, thereby arousing the players to exert their creativity, expand the purpose of this function, and meet various needs. The cost of the venue is second to the money. In Han Xiao's eyes, what is more important is to develop players' needs and habits for the arena. In this way, the impression of the main city will be more deeply rooted in people's hearts. As Changkong's signature, Haoyan is a top-tier master. His PK technology is superb, and his level is far beyond the average level. He has dual advantages. He is the first to appear strongly. His fists and feet are as powerful as venting, and he beats 3 gods players in a row. The combat effectiveness of the martial arts system was fully demonstrated. The audience thought they would see a fight back and forth between dragons and tigers, but they did not expect it to be a one-sided crush. The entire battle did not even exceed 5 minutes. This shock was like a wild horse with anal discharge, and then kicked everyone's hooves hard. After a few seconds of stunned roar, deafening cheers and cheers burst into the sky. Awesome. This is the melon-eating crowd. God of Haoyan. God of Haoyan. This is a fanatical crowd. Every day, I'll announce you. This is a fan of Haoyan. Haoyan's performance refreshed the audience's upper limit of awareness of current level combat power and directly attracted a lot of fans. Although this is a private bet, the audience's enthusiasm and excitement even make people mistakenly think that this is a professional arena. I won. Haoyan's eyes moved slightly, and he didn't expect that he would win so easily. It seemed as if I walked out a long distance and looked back suddenly. I realized that everyone behind me was delicious. It turned out that my combat effectiveness had unknowingly surpassed that of normal professional players. At first, Haoyan just regarded Han Xiao's hidden plot as an opportunity to try his luck. After winning the bid, he did not cherish it very much, but just used it as a short-term springboard. Haoyan's professional instinct habit is to plan his own development from a long-term perspective. Black Ghost is a mechanic, and he is a martial arts department, so he feels that he cannot always follow Han Xiao. Just for skill, he must go to other places to find a new mentor. However, it was not until this time that he suddenly realized how much he had gained and could not help but pay more attention to Han Xiao. Even if it is full, the high experience rewards for the Black Ghost mission are very objective. Haoyan thought to himself, the Black Ghost mission rewards are really rich, so what's wrong with enduring strange tasks for this? As a professional player, in human willpower, endurance, and liver power are basic qualities. The line of the Black Ghost seems to be able to develop for a long time, longer than I expected. The agreement was to win 3 games in 5 games. Hao Yin ended the bet with 3 games, and the other Chong Kong players all played soy sauce, looking at Hao Yin like a fan. In the Chong Kong club, Hao Yin, who has been fighting in the professional circle for many years, is everyone's idol, and he is taciturn in studying skills to fight for Chong Kong one after another. He is the veteran and hero of Chong Kong, and has been tied to the 2 words Chong Kong. The gods lost completely, and all the players invited were shocked. Gui, everyone is a professional player. You are so handsome. At least you can give them some face. The contestants had known Hao Yin's power for a long time, so they wouldn't mention their skills. The biggest problem was the triple crushing of level, attributes, and skills. They immediately thought of Hao Yin triggering the hidden plot of the Black Ghost, and couldn't help but feel envious. I don't know what tasks he usually does with Black Ghost, and his level has been upgraded so quickly. The temple contestants were envious and jealous. They also wanted such treatment, but unfortunately Black Ghost was disgusted with them. Now everyone's level is not high, so the gap seems to be very big. When the professional league opens, everyone's level has risen. He will not defeat us as easily as today. The gap will narrow sooner or later. A temple player cheered everyone up. The team members were just pulled over to help, and winning or losing was not important to them. But Jupiter next to him was so angry that his face turned green, and he wanted to knock a head hammer to flatten the proud face of the blue sky. Under official notarization, the mission props were returned to the sky domain. The audience who ended excitedly discussed Hao Yin's dazzling performance. Disputes between guilds have always been a hot topic. If you lose the gambling battle, the gods are just temporarily embarrassed. Their status in the world is always still a wealthy family, and many people in the guild stand up. If our Li Gu is here, wouldn't it be that Hao Yin is hung up? Chong Kong is lucky. How can you be proud? It was not until the dust settled, and Han Xiao came late the next day with a horoscope. People in the sky field immediately handed over the task. When Jupiter saw this scene, he regretted it. If I had known that Han Xiao would appear today, I would have to endure one more day, and I would have nothing to do. Of course, this was just Jupiter thought. As long as the conflict does not rise to a day of battle, Han Xiao will never leave. His patience is very long-lasting. He thought that the nightmare started, and he endured it in the budding base for half a year before he seized the opportunity to escape and reverse the situation and turn the tables. In fact, Han Xiao also prepared a dirtier last move. If the 2 guilds reach a peace or private transaction, there will be no conflicts. Han Xiao's purpose is to do it again if he doesn't work once. At most, he can pull all the more guilds in and stew it all in a pot. Gonghua is good at it and is sure to make hatred prosperous. If this is not possible, he would just send a simple and rough task and directly ask the guild to enroll in the ring. But this is too naked, and Technician Han prefers to rub the penis. I'm so sorry. Jupiter was in tears. At this time, the private chat prompt sounded. He took a look and found that it was Li Ge's communication, so he hurriedly picked it up. Master Li Ge? Well, I watched your recent events. Are there any Hao Yin's battle videos? It's recorded. Send it to me. Oh, okay. After receiving the video, Li Ge said with satisfaction, with the video, I can analyze his fighting style to prepare for the league. You have done a good job. After hearing this, Jupiter shook his depressedness and cheered up. No matter how much they suffer, it doesn't matter. As long as the team has advantages, it's enough. Being a nanny for the team is one of their guild responsibilities. The guild battle showed the effect of the ring, and many people became active, and gradually other guilds and players began to take over the ring, guard the ring, or do activities. The functions of the arena are gradually being used, and players in the arena can also participate in ring battles or some activities while painting, making it more lively. In addition to gameplay, Star C also shoulders the functions of socializing, and a lively arena is obviously a great social place. Some players are lost in their ambitions and want to spend 24 hours a day in the arena. As a place with exposure, people who want to spread fame have their needs. The guild hosts some small events to increase their popularity. Professional players come to the ring to interact with ordinary players, etc. Just like some stadiums host events or rent them to celebrities to hold concerts. You pay for the venue, and each person needs it. According to Han Xiao's experience, not only guilds, but even some companies will also book a tournament and hold some small events, such as the XX, company name, Cup League, which is not recognized by esports. The winner will give bonuses to attract contestants and promote popularity. Some professional high-quality players will also participate in such small events for the sake of bonuses. Don't ask him how he knew. There was a time in the past when Han Xiao became very rich. He dared to buy instant noodles at the convenience store downstairs with a big wave of his hand to buy a barrel. Moreover, the activities held by businesses are not necessarily PK events, but maybe art parties or some sports events. There has always been an audience to play mini games in the game, because the physical feeling of Star C is extremely real, and it is very free in addition to being unable to excrete. Players can use their imagination to engage in other sports with the qualities of superpowers, such as superpowers basketball, martial arts football, mechanic racing, etc. These things are all seen by Han Xiao in his previous life. This kind of interesting leisure activity with a broad mind is very popular among casual players. Star C has also gradually formed a virtual network interactive community, which is bizarre and very lively. Players are just now in contact with Star C. They are temporarily in good manner and have not created any strange activities. Han Xiao provides a platform to guide players to explore the entertainment of the game by themselves. There will always be financial supporters who have the stage to come up with various gameplay and gimmicks. The ring is equivalent to an activity program, attracting players to come and watch the fun. Ordinary players can watch activities while pitting each other for free, which is easy to form a habit and tradition. Think about it. For example, you go for a walk every day, and the park where you walk often holds various activities. Over time, even if you don't participate, you will gradually become curious and guess what activities you will see next time you walk. Therefore, when the arena becomes a common facility, in the long run, players can improve their main city belonging to the shelter. After all, interest can be cultivated. To put it bluntly, this is the same as training principle. You have to get used to it first to make him like it and eventually become proactive. P.S. The 19th National Congress, take a vacation. Just kidding. In fact, today I sort out the outline and adjust my work and rest. There is only one update. I've been reversing day and night recently, and I'm a little too weak. The attraction of the arena as the main city allows players to pass on their mouth, allowing more newcomers to come and bring huge crowds and new customers. This is the benefit Han Xiao really wants. In fact, Honda Technician still has many ideas, such as the official opening setting odds and arena points like Sky Island and Girls customized PK, rank, or ladder. Both of them can attract players, but he gave up after thinking about it, because these two things are difficult to operate and are authoritative only if the game is set by the official setting. If he does it with NPC, he always feels that there are some small hidden dangers and negative effects. The most important thing is that if he, the official, would give him a reward, those ubiquitous studios and actors could destroy him to bankruptcy. Only Technician Han would not be caught. After all, his business in his previous life included this. Although he was fond of players, it was strictly mutually beneficial and each person could get what he needed. From a neutral perspective, simply providing the venue and official justice and allowing the players to play it themselves is the most comfortable and safest position for Han Xiao, which can also be explained as guiding the alien to correctly vent the excess energy. After the main city status has stabilized and a large number of players flow every day in Han Xiao's blueprint, the next step is the evil real estate. As the person in charge, except for the shelter of refugees and other open spaces to be built in the shelter, are his treasure pot. The sucker. Bah. The big customers are naturally those big guilds who are willing to buy industries. Oh, business. Looking at the crowded heads in the square, Han Xiao rubbed his chin and sighed in his heart. Huang Yu was convinced. He originally thought that the arena was a waste of resources, but after more than 10 days of observation, he gradually discovered potential benefits. Huang Yu could not understand Han Xiao Yuanda's long-term layout and did not know the nature of the player. However, when he was doing the turnover statement, he found that the cost of renting the arena to Iran far exceeded the maintenance costs. In the long run, the cost will be recovered sooner or later, and then it will be net profit, which is just one of the benefits. Iran is the main force in the construction of shelter, but Iran's whereabouts are strange and difficult to manage. Huang Yu is not willing to Iran have more contact with refugees and divide the Iran's activity areas, but Iran still looks for refugees every few days. Although the starting point is to help do a task, Huang Yu's management has also failed. After the arena was completed, Iran took the initiative to regard the arena as the event center, and the square and arena automatically became Iran community, saving his management effort, and the entire shelter became much more orderly. At this time, Huang Yu was in the office, slapped Han Xiao's flattery, praising Han technician's wisdom and long-term vision. All kinds of stingy words popped out from his open and closed lips one by one, jumping into Han Xiao's ears, feeling so disgusting that he had goosebumps all over his body. After finally driving Huang Yu away, Han Xiao continued to think about the next plan of the player's main city. The role of the arena is more reflected in the future, and he is not satisfied with this. Cultivating the attraction of the main city is a factor, and there is another way to do it, which is to carry out some regular activities. In addition to the special activities of the official festival of the game, if I want to attract players to do activities, I have to let them see the real benefits. Han Xiao knocked on the table with his fingers, pondered for a while, and suddenly a flash of inspiration came to his heart. The moon sets and the sun rises. In the early morning, the dust and sand are mixed with fog, giving people a feeling of humid and roughness, which is very uncomfortable. However, it is very clean and refreshing around the shelter. This hazy dust fog is rejected. The shelter is roughly formed and has an ultra-large air filter built. The shelter focuses on preventing radiation pollution and ensuring air quality. Players are adding bricks and tiles to the shelter. A group of players are welding on the steel bars of the protective wall, and sparks are splashing everywhere. This work is dangerous and boring. Players step on the steel bars and stagger. Be careful not to fall down. As soon as one person finished speaking, the person next to him slid, and everyone's eyes silently followed his figure, and the long, voice became longer and longer. The protective wall is towering, which is the most dangerous of all construction tasks. From time to time, players fall and die unexpectedly. I told you to be careful. On another steel bar, a player with an ID called Lonely Half Smoke said angrily, "Damn, all the construction tasks that are safe and simple and rewarding have been divided and completed by those big guilds. We ordinary players can only do low-cost performance tasks. There are people in the world, there are many types of shelter construction tasks, and simple and rich are included by the guilds. Most solo players can only get the remaining tasks. Most players are just casual and don't care about this, but some players are serious." Lonely Half-Banshee, Yin, was still resentful and chattered. Those guilds occupied resources, they were rich and powerful, and we lost at the beginning. How can we fight in the future? Someone next to him laughed and said, Just play games. Don't be so serious. Playing games is to be the strongest and best. Otherwise, what should I do?" Lonely Half-Banshee Yin retorted and said contemptuously, "So you are all salt fish and have no dreams at all. Wouldn't it be better if you envy others so much? Join the guild." Only the weak are grouped together, and walking alone is the style of a strong one. Lonely Half-Banshee Yin looked disdainful, so he would not say that he was rejected by applying to join a guild. Everyone was condescending and suddenly found that in the shelter square, players as big as ants gathered in circles. This was a landmark phenomenon when Han Xiao appeared. Radio messages from other players suddenly appeared in the regional channel. It seemed that the Black Ghost had a new function and called friends. Everyone who built the protective wall hurriedly put down their hands and worked hurriedly down the wall and ran over. If they were impatient, they would jump down and jump directly, and they would die and reborn in the square so as not to spend time on the road. The lonely half of the cigarette ran to the square, and it was already surrounded by water. Han Xiao stood in a corner of the square with a large truck behind him. The lonely half of the cigarette was like other players, stretching his neck and looking over curiously. Looking at the bustling crowd, Han Xiao coughed a few times and said aloud, "Recently, my warehouse has accumulated a lot of goods to be processed, and it has been packed all. If someone wants to buy it, it can be sold at a low price." The players in the square looked at each other. What does packing mean? I don't quite understand. Since it is a backlog of goods, do you still have to buy it? I want 10. Bikong Yu said immediately, with the idea that the production of Black Ghost must be a high-quality product. He is willing to be the first trier. No matter what new features are, you will know it. A box of 3,000 sea blue coins. So expensive. Bikong Yu was shocked and bought it with a tough bullet. He spent all his money on him. Although he was the president, the guild funds were not casually kept on him, and these were his personal assets. After taking the money, Han Xiao moved out 10 boxes from the car. Bikong Yu opened 9 of them in a row, and his face suddenly turned dark. He saw that the boxes were filled with broken parts and cheap mechanical raw materials. Seeing this, the players next to him shook their heads. What is this called goods? It's almost the same as the backlog of garbage. I feel that these pieces of chickens and dogs are given to me. I think they take up space. Only fools can buy such things. Bikong Yu turned around and glared fiercely when he heard this. He opened the last box with depression and did not hold any hope. However, as soon as the box lid was opened, Bikong Yu's scattered eyes suddenly condensed, and he stared blankly at the things in the box. A folding sword lay quietly in the box. In his vision, the name of the sword was Purple. This is a purple outfit. When everyone saw his expression, they became curious and stood on tiptoe. After seeing it clearly, they took a breath of cold air. The screams spread out in turn like ripples. So far, players have never seen purple equipment. This is the first thing they have been exposed to players. Bikong opened his mouth wide, looking at the 10 boxes in front of him, and suddenly felt a sense of familiarity and immediately reacted. Wait, this gameplay, isn't it just open a box? P.S. Today I want to celebrate my birthday. I will update it for a while, and I will have a short vacation. When I think about the limited free fee tomorrow, my heart, lungs, liver, and ridges will hurt so much. Isn't this just how to open the box? This idea spread like an infectious disease, and players suddenly became interested. Some players with great gambling skills were already trembling with excitement, hoping to send a 10 gambling series of faith immediately. The way to open the box is also affectionately called the Evil Krypton Gold Path, or shopping method. It is a classic routine for game manufacturers to generate income. Han Xiao is naturally very familiar with this. It not only ignites the player's gambling nature, but also can't extricate themselves from falling into a pit, but also makes a fortune. And he happened to have the conditions and needs to do so, and he happened to be one of the regular activities to attract players. Each planet has its own currency. After the 3 cosmic civilizations have built order, in order to facilitate communication between civilizations, a common culture, a common currency, and a common language were formulated. The unique currencies of each interstellar civilization can be converted into a common currency. However, surface civilizations like Aquarius Star naturally do not have this treatment. Aquarius coins have almost no purchasing power and cannot be used in the universe. It is even difficult to use them to wipe their butts. So if you want to go to the interstellar world, you must first exchange the money for resources and create machinery. The prices of resources defined by different civilizations are different. They can barely be considered hard currency in the universe, and no matter how bad it is worth higher than the value of the sea blue coins. In version 2.0, Alienation Disaster, novice planets will connect with interstellar civilization in different ways, and local currencies will be exchanged, so players do not need to worry about this issue. If Han Xiao wants to leave Novice Planet in 1.0, he has to pay attention to currency, language, cultural differences, etc. His property is all sea blue coins, and when he comes out of sea blue stars, he is a pile of waste paper, so he takes it out to buy materials and build machinery, and he can also gain experience in making machinery and increase his background. Because of this, he accumulated a lot of useless machinery, and the prizes used to open the box happened to utilize the waste of the warehouse. The explosion rate of the box was completely under his control. Most boxes were filled with waste parts and garbage. There was only a small amount of good things, and the cost could never exceed the profit, which meant a stable profit. It is said to be a deal with the goods that are under control and does not guarantee the production. Even though players know that they may be black, they will also spend money to bet on a future before seeing a pile of garbage. Everyone feels that they are very European. Even players who don't have much money will grit their teeth and buy a bet on luck. Even if they are black, they will convince themselves that they will be popular next time and enjoy it. Most players like similar lottery activities and have the opportunity to gain huge benefits at a very small cost, which is the same as lottery. Now, there are no lottery in other places except me. There are two types of lottery draws. One is the official game mall. The lottery in the mall has not been launched yet. It is mainly special virtual props, such as dungeon crystals, gene repair liquid, red and blue medicine, experience medicine and fashion. They will not directly give equipment, and are an auxiliary lottery. The second is the behavior of the plot forces and characters. This is the way to get direct benefits. For example, some forces and groups have a contribution system, draw powerful equipment and props, or some mysterious merchants gambling games, and some groups deal with old goods to let players come and make gold. After various forces and civilizations understand the players better and treat them as mercenaries, the lottery for the plot characters will gradually appear. Speaking of which, it should be considered a new way for major forces to try to drive the Indian mercenaries, with interests as the driving force. My image in the eyes of players is probably the planet protagonist, mechanical mentor and merchant, handsome, legendary important NPC. I will do the lottery activities, and the players are also highly receptive, and it is the first lottery activity, which should attract more attention. Han Xiao. A box of 3,000 is not cheap, but now players of the level have some spare money on hand. Buying one or two will not hurt your bones. If you bet on a purple suit, it will be developed. There is no purple suit on the market now, which means that the seller's market is expensive and it must be a sky-high price. The hot eyes immediately focused on the large truck full of boxes. The player's eyes flashed with various meanings. Then he saw Han Xiao standing aside, and all his little thoughts were instantly wiped out. It's better to spend money honestly and don't be dying. In 10 boxes, 9 boxes of garbage and 1 box of purple. I don't know if it's because of the good luck in Blue Sky Yu, or the proportion is so high. Players began to buy enthusiastically, and boxes were opened, and some people were happy and some were worried. In addition to garbage, there were other things such as some useful materials, some green and blue. Overall, the explosion rate was quite considerable, but the second purple one had not appeared yet. Is it because I took 10 consecutive draws to get purple equipment? A player's face turned red and he was eager to try, but he couldn't control himself. It's hard to say. I feel that the explosion rate is a bit weird, and I can't use the theory of the normal theory. First of all, we need to understand one thing. Is the gameplay of the black ghost launching box opener part of the game plot? Everyone knows that Star C is extremely real, and each character seems to have independent thinking logic, almost like the real world. A character's actions must have their own reasons and motivations. So is this lottery coming from the official function of the game, or is he really cleaning the warehouse? A buddy next to him pushed his glasses, and a wise light flashed through the lenses. But if it's cleaning the warehouse, why didn't he throw away the warehouse press goods directly, but sell it to us? Wow, brother has research. Everyone was attracted by the words of this buddy, surrounded him, and looked up and saw that this buddy ID was called the King of Single Draws. The corners of the players around him twitched. No wonder I'm talking so well. This ID looks like an old world at first glance. Someone asked, "It's interesting. How can I tell it?" The inventory of heavy-duty driving is getting smaller and smaller. The king of single draw's eyes flashed, and he crossed the crowd and asked loudly, "How many boxes are there?" Han Xiao waved his hand and said, "There are 786 boxes in total, and there are still 530 boxes left now." The players were stunned and suddenly became uproar. They thought the boxes were infinitely drawn, but they didn't expect that they were purchases limited. Now some players who were waiting and watching could not sit still, and they waved their banknotes to join the rush to buy. The king of single draw changed his shape, with one hand wrapped around his chest and the other hand against his chin, like a meditating detective, and said confidently, "That's right. Since it is a purchase restriction, it cannot be the official function of the game. The Black Ghost is really cleaning the warehouse, but he chose to sell it in the form of a box seal instead of abandoning it directly. Well, and there is actually a complete and precious purple suit in the warehouse. This cannot be said to be a waste disposal. So the only reason is that this is not the real way to deal with garbage. The Black Ghost does this to actually reveal the benefits in a hidden way. Yes, we indifferents help him build a shelter, which is a hidden reward for us." The king of single draw is quite loud, and when the players in the square heard it, they immediately agreed. It is reasonable and convincing. If it is the official unboxing function of the game, the official will definitely announce the explosion rate. But if it is part of the game plot, it depends on the players to experience it personally and summarize the hidden explosion rate. The king of single draw flashed. For the sake of balance, you will definitely not draw anything too awesome, but if it is the Black Ghost feedback lottery, it will be different. Maybe you can really find something good, which means that these mechanical boxes may have earth-shaking magical outfits. His words made everyone excited, panting, extremely excited, and the crowd was in high spirits. Han Xiao next to him was stunned and confused. "I didn't seem to hire an actor. Where did this person pop up? Some people draw single. Some people believe in 10 consecutive draws, but there is no difference. Han Xiao only controls the overall cost of a batch of boxes and does not care when selling them. It depends entirely on the player's own luck. The secret operation does not exist so that the player can feel the warmth of going home. If there is a guarantee for 10 consecutive draws, it can attract more people to draw continuously, but he adopts a purchase restriction model. The number of boxes in each batch is so large, and it will definitely be sold out. If you can't make more money by winning consecutive draws, it will increase the cost. If you have to draw a guarantee under the premise of purchase restrictions, there may be a wealthy guild to purchase in large quantities and use resources to crush ordinary players. This is not good. In the first batch of boxes, there was only the purple suit of Bikong Yu. Only this one was given by Han Xiao himself to ensure that it aroused the interest of players. The other boxes were ignored. In addition to the discarded parts, there were also several blue suits, more than a dozen green suits, and some useful parts materials. Players can also accept this explosion rate, with some people happy and some people worried. The first batch of more than 700 boxes, only a few of them bought it in the square, and the others were watching. This batch of backlog of goods has been processed, and the warehouse will be cleaned regularly in the future. Han Xiao said, Is this gone?" The players were still unhappy and were unbearable. It would be useless to want it anymore, and the player could only watch Han Xiao drive away. The players who had gained all looked happy, and the lonely half-brush was envious. They touched their wallets and hesitated. A box of 3,000 is so expensive. My luck will definitely not be able to get good things. Do you want to buy it? Each box of 3,000 is sold, and this trip costs more than 700 boxes, probably so much money. Han Xiao was driving, thinking in his mind, reduce profits minus costs. There's about a net profit of hundreds of thousands, which makes the capital chain circulate continuously, and it will completely support the expenses of buying materials and making machinery by yourself. It is more stable than selling goods and is more profitable. What he put in the box was high-quality equipment that matched the player's level and would not give anything that was overhanged. The first unboxing event caused widespread discussion among the refuge players and was excited and got flirted with excitement. Han Xiao struck while the iron was hot. After a few days, he started the next unboxing event. After 4 consecutive times, the shelter players finally got used to this regular activity. Whenever they arrived, the players would wait in the square in advance for Han Xiao to arrive, rubbing their hands and looking impatient. The number of boxes in each batch is hundreds, which takes 20 minutes to sell out at the beginning. On the 4th time, it was sold out in just 6 minutes, reflecting the players' acceptance and love for this event. Han Xiao's goal of holding this event was initially successful. The news spread by the forum's Hylon Star section. Players have hardly seen purple equipment, and they don't know where to get it. At this moment, Han Xiao's box opening activity emerged and is the only way to obtain purple equipment. It naturally has received huge attention, and the influence has gradually fermented. Han Xiao saw that the forum was very lively, and several players who had drawn purple equipment posted to showing off, and were proud, with a lot of envious and jealous replies below. Meet the purple dress guy. Suck. Krypton will not change his mistakes. My destiny will not change his fate. Europeans, eat me, African giants. Another 10 consecutive games. Don't pull me. I'm not crazy. This time I will definitely get purple. My intuition will not go wrong. I thought this game was different from those slutty bitches outside, but I didn't expect you, a strong eyebrows and big eyes, to betray the revolution. On this day, Africans finally recalled the fear of being dominated by bloodline. The content caused discomfort in the wall, and it has been reported. BGM, we are different. The 10 consecutive games are not guaranteed, and we only draw a miracle, and we have seen it for a long time, so we can shoot filth. The Gods Guild acquires purple dress. The price can be negotiated, and private chats are asked for secrets. The Sky Field acquires purple dress. The price is higher than the gods, so you can chat privately. The 9 draws are all black, and I silently watch the poster show off. 13 beats all black and passes by, smiles and touches the dog's head upstairs. 18 beats black people. It's crazy, Mom. I'll go to grab the Black Ghost's warehouse tomorrow. Show the highest respect to the brothers upstairs. You are a fighter of liberation. You are the fireworks of revolution. I will raise your wife and daughter. Don't worry. Go all the way. Sincerity, salute. Salute più uno. Keep the formation downstairs. Salute +2. Salute plus 2,333. Players from all walks of life complained endlessly and spontaneously named Han Xiao's box opening lottery. Black Ghost Mechanical Box, always leading the trend and never surpassed. With a large amount of funds in the account, Han Xiao didn't care about buying materials and parts in large quantities at the price. He spent most of his time in the workshop to continuously build machinery, converting sea blue coins into valuable materials and machinery, and at the same time, he could gain considerable manufacturing experience. By the way, he made low-level purple equipment as a prize. He was far ahead of the players, and the machinery that was not needed was rare for players. It is worth the effort to develop for so long. Now is the season of harvest. The shelter is on the right track, and Huang Yu is worried about the idle affairs, and Han Xiao only needs to sign the documents. Hela is accompanying Aurora for rehabilitation training. Quang Dao, Feng Yue, Meet Bao, and Hao Ian receive rewards from Han Xiao to play with Aurora every day. Honda Technician is basically in a semi-release mode for them. At the same time, Han Xiao did not forget to occasionally take a look at the direction of the war. The situation in the 6 countries was very good, and Mengya was basically in a state of collapse. He estimated that after a while, Mengya would happily fight GG and completely end the war. The entire Hylon Star would be liberated from the shadow of the war. The last time I browsed the intelligence on the dark web, there were 20 to 30% fewer wanderers than before the war, and they devoted themselves to various forces to seek protection. This made Han Xiao feel strange, as if the war promoted the establishment of order and the free people in the wild returned to the embrace of the ruling class because of fear. The situation is developing in a better direction, but Han Xiao believes in Murphy's Law. Before the dust settles, he does not want to pay too much attention to the situation to avoid accidents. Anyway, he has done everything he should do, and the intelligence is given by him. The combat power of the budding executive officer has been harvested by him. The military and intelligence of the 6 countries are generally dominant. If you can't beat those 6 countries, you can go and shit. Honda Technician temporarily focuses on the player's main city plan. Players are an important part, and he attaches great importance to it. On that day, Han Xiao pulled another car of boxes, and the players rushed forward. Every time the Black Ghost Mechanical Box event, the talkative king of single draw never took action. He was very patient, observing like a hunter, recording the results of other players, calculating the explosion rate. Influenced by him, the king of single draw was surrounded by players and following the example. At this time, a confident voice exploded in the crowd. "Give me 100. Everyone was shocked. Looking in the sound, they saw a player with an ID called "I am so poor that I only have money left" swaying out. "I'm so poor that I only have money left. Is this a real rich man? 100 boxes are equal to 300,000 sea blue coins. Damn, it's a sky-high price. So, it's really rich. Make friends with others. It's a big deal. In the past, only the big guild even drew, and at the highest, it's only 15 times. 100 is too fierce. I've never seen it before." Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. Such a crazy ID was walking around in front of him like a big leak. P.S. Life is always full of surprises, just like limitlessness comes as soon as I say it, just like my degeneration failed. 100 boxes are neatly placed in a small hills, and in a rare big scene, players can't help but temporarily stop buying and are curious to watch. I was so poor that I only had money left to take a deep breath and quickly unbox the box. The onlookers stretched their necks, and their faces gradually changed from expectation to surprise and then turned into jokes. All 100 boxes were opened, and the best time was a blue submachine gun. The discarded parts were piled up into small hills, so poor that only money left their faces green. 100 consecutive blue outfits. Yes, this wave is very strong. The chief is here. I'll be begged me. Krypton will not change his mistakes. Big brother. New expansion pack. The destruction of the rich man in Shanghai. Why do I feel so good? Someone gloated. He was so poor that he was left with money and grabbed his hair with distress, looking depressed. Just like ID, he was a rich man and was used to spending money. Most of the time, he was invincible. He had money and did whatever he wanted. The lottery is his favorite. He doesn't care whether to make or lose money. He just likes the pleasure of the moment when he draws good things. But he is defeated by Han Xiao. Black Ghost Mechanical Box. No matter how many you draw, you don't even have a guarantee. Just like lottery, it depends entirely on luck and probability. If you're so poor that you only have money left at one time, you think that it is highly likely that you will get good things. But your face is so dark that it makes people unbearable to look at it. Although the rich are good, Han Xiao treats them equally. He doesn't want to break the rules because of the rich. His target customer group is all players with a large base, allowing more people to participate in this event and become the main city feature rather than becoming an activity belonging to the rich. After all, the number of boxes is limited, and the insecurity of pumping is to avoid buying too many boxes by one person. If the guaranteed ticket is given in a row, other local tyrants or trade unions will follow the example. Each batch of limited boxes will be purchased by a few local tyrants, and other players will have fewer opportunities to participate, which will gradually reduce the attractiveness of the event. Long-term development is the king. People have a herd mentality. Once they rise to collective hobbies, needs, and habits, their overall influence on the player group will be different. I was so poor that I only had money left and wanted to buy it again, but other players were not happy now. Forget it for 100 companies. They should look at it as fresh, and the number of boxes is limited, so it would be too much to buy it again. Seeing the excitement of the crowd, he was so poor that he had to give up that money. He grabbed his head awkwardly and walked aside. Next to him, the king of single draws looked contemptuous and said to the Chongsuan beside him, Did you see it? There is no technical content at all, only a lot of observations and research, and the explosion rate is the king. As he said that, the king of single draws was full of confidence and grinned, and the light flashed through his teeth and lenses at the same time. Next, let's watch my performance. He led a group of crowds to Han Xiao. The king of single draws was fully focused and calculated silently. After several players finished buying, he suddenly burst into thunder, shouted, and scared everyone, and then squeezed into the front of the team to buy the next box. In my experience, this box must have good goods. The king of single draw was full of confidence, and suddenly opened the box in the expectant eyes. Congratulations on obtaining props, abandoned parts, X18. Everyone was silent, and their eyes were strange. The atmosphere was very awkward. The king of single draws twitched the corners of his mouth and coughed dryly. You must know that this is a probability issue after all. If you don't succeed at one time, you will definitely get a good thing. However, all the next 4 single draws were black, and his eyes became more and more suspicious. Can you do it? Fuck, next time. It will definitely be purple next time. The king of single pump's eyes were red and panting like a gambler. He bought a new box again, closed his eyes, and muttered silently, All gods, bless me with great courage. Amitabha Buddha is very lucky. After muttering more than 10 times, he felt his palms hot, as if an inexplicable energy was coming on his body. Famous quotes from various celebrities flashed through the lonely half-blue cigarette's mind. Those who have ambition will succeed. If you don't decide to the end when encountering things, you will come out with a new world, RUA, etc. This time there must be. The king of single drawing suddenly opened his eyes. His confidence was violent, and he shouted loudly and opened the box. A pile of garbage. The king of single draws stood still, lost in his heart. Why? Why is this happening? Are all the rules I have developed? Opening boxes is fake, and this world is fake, and it's all fake. In the crowd, lonely half a cigarette touched his wallet, and the cue was finally his turn. He hesitated for a while and said, I'll buy one. This is his first time buying black ghost mechanical box. He was hesitating and watching the previous few times. Although there are not many 3000C blue coins, he is just an ordinary player. His wealth is hard-won. He accumulates tasks everywhere and is reluctant to spend it. However, many players have obtained good equipment through this activity, and he is also a little itchy. Finally, I decided to buy a box. The goal of the lonely half cigarette is very low. As long as you wear green, you will be satisfied. He is so blue and purple. He dare not even think about it. Running to the side, the lonely half of the cigarette held his breath and opened the box. The purple light rushed into my eyes. Purple, purple, purple costume. The lonely half-smoke was stunned, and his whole body was trembling with excitement. The players next to them all cast envious eyes. Another lucky one. TSK, I want purple outfits too. Every time someone draws purple outfits. Although it is rare, many players have seen many people draw purple outfits. They're used to it, and they envied for a while and then ignored them. Lonely half a cigarette picked up the purple fit large caliber Crazy Eagle, couldn't let go of it and played with it, and suddenly she had an impulse. Or buy another one and try your luck. After calming down, lonely half a cigarette gritted his teeth and bought another box and opened it casually. It's purple light again. The lonely half of the cigarette opened his mouth wide, and his heart was hit by a huge surprise. The players around him looked over again and were amazed. I want another purple suit? I'm so lucky. Wow, suck the European air quickly. You might as well buy a lottery ticket if you try 2 goals. Fisk, so what if you're lucky? Feng Shui will take turns to go and come to my house next year. Brother, you are allowed to show off, but don't go too far. Some people envy, some praise, and some are sour. He was so poor that he was helpless, He was not as good as others who were trying to draw 2 orders at random. What kind of world is this? Where did the privilege of being a rich man go? The king of single-sucking teeth quaked. His mentality was on the verge of collapse, and he yelled in his heart. I must have put a knife on him. The purple suit was mine. Why, another one. Lonely touched his wallet with half a cigarette, and it was just over 3,000 left. He made up his mind and bought another one, just like a gambler who tasted the sweetness and fell into the abyss of Krypton gold. Can you win this time? Lonely half game suddenly felt a little regretful. 2 consecutive wins were already very lucky. The chance of winning 3 consecutive wins was too low. Moreover, each batch of Black Ghost mechanical box only had 3 purple suits at most. If he won, wouldn't it be equivalent to wrapping all of this batch of purple suits by him? With a nervous mood, I unboxed the box for the 3rd time, and the familiar purple light overflowed. The lonely half of the cigarette was confused, and all the players around him were confused. Damn, I won all 3 single draws. What luck is this? No, this can't be called luck, this is luck. Everyone looked at the dull and lonely half cigarette in horror. Jie is the living European emperor. Miracle, 3 consecutive shots. My knees hurt so much. Wife, come out and see God. Han Xiao was surprised. He put 3 purple clothes on this batch, and there was no behind-the-scenes operation. However, he was all shot by one person. His luck was incredibly strong. He almost wanted to peel the lonely half of the cigarette to see if it was Bennett hidden inside. The lonely half brush was in a state of dullness. At this time, he was so poor that he only had money left and walked over with admiration. Do you have any skills? Teach me that I can give you money. He was so poor that only money left his eyes shining. There is no skill, I'm just lucky. Lonely half of the cigarette hurriedly waved his hand. The king of single draw looked dark. In the face of luck, all metaphysics is bullshit. After selling the box, Han Xiao left, and the lonely half of the cigarette was immediately surrounded. Players from all walks of life looked furious. Some people believed that he had mastered the special skills of opening the box, while others had bad intentions, but the main city was a safe area and did not dare to act rashly. Friend, can you sell purple costumes? The price can be negotiated. No. Lonely half cigarette answered subconsciously, turned around, and looked at a male player who spoke. He looked at the other party's ID, and he suddenly took a breath. Eternal Day, President, Snow, and Frost. The 4 major Chinese esports families, the Temple, Chongkong, Dynasty, and Fish Fragrant Eggplant, have been the official guild of the Dynasty Club for the past dynasty. The Temple's League Gu ranked 2nd in the official Chinese professional contestants, and the first place was the Dynasty signature. The club's low-key style has been implemented throughout the ages, and it is considered an alternative among the wealthy families, but no one dares to ignore them and has a transcendent status. That's it. Chao Xuemu Shuang scratched her chin with her fingers and said casually, "Will you join our guild?" Lonely Half Cigarette was inexplicably surprised and hurriedly agreed. Chao Xuemu Shuang sent the invitation to join the club directly. After Xiaolong half of the cigarette agreed, the panel prompted that there was an extra guild title. Joining a wealthy guild so simply, Xiaolong half of the cigarette felt unreal. He verbally said that he hated the guild because he had applied to join some guilds and was rejected. However, those small guilds were all trash compared to the Eternal Dynasty. The president of the wealthy family personally invited him, and the lonely half-blue cigarette was completely relieved, and he felt relieved and was floating in the air. The guild occupies resources, but this kind of lottery is an opportunity for ordinary players like us to turn over. Only in this way can we get high-end equipment with a very small capital. The mechanical box of the Black Ghost is a blessing. The lonely half-smoke was secretly happy. Black Ghost mechanical box. The popularity continues to rise, and the Sea Blue Star forum talks about this. Players have posted various posts, and some posts give examples to calculate the explosion rate of the box. Below, some players pull out the King of Single Draw as a counterexample, and whip the scarred mind of the King of Single Draw. He was so poor that he had only money left and could not escape such treatment. The story of Balian's blue outfit was gloating and shared by players, and was awarded the title of the new generation of African chieftain. The lonely half-smoke smoke was raised. After opening the box several times, the lonely half-smoke still had the same luck and pulled out 2 purple suits, which attracted a lot of surprise and envy. There were several purple suits in his hand, and his combat power would definitely not be bad. Everyone also found that he had joined the Guild of the Ages, and only envy. Other guilds regretted not taking action first. Han Xiao was once moved and wanted to pull the lonely half-cigarette into the team, but after thinking about it, something like luck is not reliable, and the level of the lonely half-cigarette does not meet the standard of receiving people set by him. Compared with the illusory saying of luck, Honda Technician prefers real ability. In addition to the posts of flooding, there are also people who count all the items that have been exposed in the box so far, such as mechanical equipment, useful materials, and parts. As a popular science introduction post, a large number of good things have attracted more players. Players from all over the world are extremely envious of the Third Refuge's box opening activity. More players from Nanzhou came here, and players recruited by the expeditionary troops wanted to return now. They thought that war would have many tasks and opportunities, but who knew the situation changed? After Han Xiao stole Mingya's secret, Mingya almost did not struggle decently, which made them, players, unable to even beat soy sauce. Players in Shizhou and Beizhou only regretted that they were not born in Nanzhou and wanted to fly to the Third Refuge with wings. Due to the war, the cross-continental flights were temporarily closed, so they could only watch but not touch them, and they wanted to cry without tears. India players are the most unlucky group of people. I feel that they have not encountered any good things since they established the characters. The box opening event was a great success, and Han Xiao launched a new activity to consolidate his position. This time, the method was to regularly release a prize pool task, which was used as another regular event in the main city, and the response was also good, allowing players to see more benefits, and, at the same time, strengthening the richness of the main city activities. Han Xiao revealed some materials and guided the meat bag to make a new program, introducing the experience and deeds of Han Xiao in more detail, which was more careful than the forum posts, deepening his impression in the players' hearts, allowing the players to understand his deeds more deeply and indirectly promoting the Third Refuge. Han Xiao attaches importance to the players' response and pays attention to the forum in his spare time. To the eyes of Hella and others, he looks like he is in a daze. The Star Sea Times has released a new issue. The subtitle is actually the Sea Blue Star War. The Star Sea Times rarely use a single planet as the theme. This time it actually focuses on Sea Blue Star. I remember that there seemed to be no such episode in my previous life. Han Xiao's eyes flashed, and he clicked into the video. Male host: Hello, friends. This is Shanghai Times, dedicated to sharing first-hand game information and escorting your gaming career. Female host: Xiaochun. I'm learning musical instruments recently. Really? Chio, what instruments are you learning? I'll perform for you. Guess what I'm playing? The female host took out the guitar and played it with crackling sounds. The melody was very familiar, as if it was a famous song. After playing the play, the female host asked, Xiaochun, can you guess what I'm playing? You're playing the guitar. The cold jokes at the opening of each episode were indeed still as cold as ever, and Han Xiao felt that his bladder was almost frozen. After going through this period, I finally entered the main film. The two Wappy hosts first talked about the recent trends in the professional circle and the problems encountered by players, and then changed the subject and entered the topic of this time. Recently, the incidents of Hylon Star have frequently occurred, and the 6 countries and the Bud have broken out in conflicts that swept the world. Players have experienced it personally. There is no doubt that this is the mainline event of a planet. Compared with other planets, the main line of Hylon Star is the earliest, which is very typical. Therefore, in this episode, let's analyze the main line of Hylon Star, summarize the characteristics of the main line event, and speculate on the impact of the future. Upon hearing this, Han Xiao suddenly realized why this episode appeared. Under his operation, the main line of war between the 6 kingdoms and the Berry of War broke out more than a year ahead of schedule, and now it is only the early stage of players. The main line of most novice planets is still brewing. The Hylon Star, which broke out in global wars, naturally became the most eye-catching planet and is a good program material. The two hosts first introduced the planetary background of the Sea Blue Star, and then began to analyze it. The war lasted for nearly 2 months and entered the final stage. Now the Bud has reached the brink of defeat. The impact of war on the planet's environment is also significant, and the power structure has changed. A large camp of players, Barry, is facing the crisis of destruction. Players in the budding camp are making things worse. There are probably a few possibilities. Maybe they become the budding party. Maybe they join the 6 countries. Maybe they may leave the camp and become wanderers. From this incident, we can see that the characteristics of the main plot have major changes. Large scale, far-reaching influence, etc. However, although the player of the Sea Blue Star participated in the main line of the war, the role they played was not obvious. The role they played was just ordinary soldiers, and the impact on the direction of the event was limited. Of course, we also saw more possibilities from it. Now the average level of the player is low, and it should be different after the level becomes higher, so players on other planets can look forward to your own main event. Because the player's participation is not high, we judge that the main line of Han Star is too hasty. From the perspective of the player, it is more like a cutscene plot. Based on this idea, our column group summarized the information dug out by the players on the forum and discovered an interesting phenomenon. Please see, these are the development possibilities of the main line of Han Star summarized by our station. At this time, 2 table images appeared in the video, with different contents and 1 transformational event before the beginning of the Expeditionary War. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows and found that there were his deeds in a table, such as escaping from Menya, leaking intelligence to make Menya break up the base, etc. These are all the plots of the current story. He exposed his identity, and these information also told the players through different channels, and his deeds in the table were marked as red. Another one is that his deeds have been removed. The derivation results are completely different. It is believed that the conflict between the 6 kingdoms and the germination will start from the subbases of each continent, and all players can participate in it, players can grow in it, and the war will last several times the current time. Interesting, this is very similar to the plot of the previous life. You can pay attention to this level. The logic and observation are meticulous. As expected, there are many people with a lot of brains in the players. Han Xiao became interested and continued to watch. Male host. As you can see, the conclusions of the 2 tables are completely different. One is the current plot, and the other is the speculated plot. However, the speculated plot seems to have more main characteristics. What causes the difference in the results? Yes, these red-labeled events are the key turning point that makes the war break out early, and this key is the character that is very familiar to the players of the Sea Blue Star, Black Ghost Han Xiao. The 2 hosts analyzed the main line development of the 2 tables, closely following the theme of the program, taking Han Star as an example to popularize the characteristics of the main line plot of players, and also started a discussion on the barrage. Players from other planets learned about the character Han Xiao from the program. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. This was not the first time his name appeared in the Star Sea Times. At least he had been showing off his presence for so long, and it was a common practice to be reported. Shanghai Times deduces another main line possibility, which is not difficult to understand. When it shows its true identity, it also exposed its deeds. As long as a player has a big brain and tries to remove these deeds, it is not difficult to logically deduce the original plot, and the player base is huge, so it is difficult to ensure that someone thinks of this idea. From the perspective of the player, Han Xiao plays a crucial role in the main line of 6 kingdoms and germination. The plot is now established, and another possibility is just speculation. It can only be used to highlight his role in the plot and make more players interested in the character of him. I am very famous in Hylon, but my reputation is limited in the eyes of players on other planets. I promoted the plot and made the main line explode early. I was selected as the theme by Shanghai Times, which is equivalent to indirectly promoting a wave of popularity. Han Xiao pondered. Female host. To sum up, the Black Ghost played a role in promoting the plot in the main event of 6 Kingdoms and Germination. Based on this example and the player's information, we can boldly infer that every main event will have a core character similar to Han Xiao, who could be called the protagonist of the plot and the protagonist of the planet. Even said that the main events of each planet are derived from the protagonist of the planet. Han Xiao scratched his head. In fact, the original plot protagonist of Six Kingdoms and the Germination was the leader. Forget it, it doesn't matter. Male host. In theory, every NPC can extend events, and a powerful, rich experience and deep background can naturally extend more diverse event plots. The male host changed the tone. So, the limitations of the plot characters are the pattern and map restrictions. Take Black Ghost as an example. He is the protagonist of a planet's main plot, but will he have other main plot scenes in the future? Obviously, the probability is not high. His range of activities is limited to the novice planet. When the interstellar map is opened, the former important characters will eventually become the most popular. Only those NPCs that are involved in the interstellar world can extend larger and more events. In contrast, the most promising novice planet is naturally the Frost Winter Star of the Void Demon Clan, which is closely linked to the interstellar camp. There is a high probability that it will seamlessly connect to the larger new plot in the version change. However, low-level surface civilizations such as Sea Blue Star and Long Singing Star seem to have a less optimistic outlook. Various barrage flashed in the video, and some people agreed and opposed it. After analyzing the situation of Sea Blue Star, the next part is to invite professional players to interview, and Han Xiao did not continue to watch it. He thought the show was praising him, but he didn't expect to step on it as a negative example in the end. However, this analysis makes some sense. Just like the boss of the novice village abused the players many times in the early stage, and after the player was advanced, these bosses were not as good as a high-level monster. Hylon is indeed a novice planet with a low starting point, and Han Xiao also knows it. But understanding is understanding, it is breaking his position. Thinking of his plan, Han Xiao smiled playfully. Let's wait and see when the time comes. Bang! The twisted potion room door was collapsed into the room, smashing all the instruments on the two tables. Yi Qing, who was facing away from the door, turned around in surprise, and a figure with long red hair at the door, and the fierce Hylo walked in with a cold face. What do you want to do? Yi Qing was alert, and his fingers were gently raised. Green buds spread out from the surrounding cabinets, turning into tough and slender vines, shaking slightly like a poisonous snake about to be killed. Hela was wrapped around her body with dark red airflow, her pupils flashing with red light, and she said coldly, "Take the things out." Yi Qing frowned and took a step to the side, revealing a row of test tubes on the table, all filled with bright red liquid. She shook her head and said, "Are you talking about these potions? These are powerful healing agents cultivated with your sister's cell tissues. Do you want to try it? The effect is very good." Hela did not hesitate, raised her hands, and the dark red light shot out, and she was murderous. Yi Qing cursed inwardly, hurriedly protecting the potion and controlling the plants to resist. Bang! The dark red stream of light was as sharp as a knife blade. The vines were cut off, the break was smooth and neat, and the juice was splashed everywhere. Yi Qing hurriedly dodged, and the wall next to it was cut with transparent traces, spraying out wall ash. Madman! Yi Qing gritted her teeth to resist, and the dark red light collided with the green plants with a shocking momentum. The potion room was demolished by both sides, and the dust filled the ground. The guards outside were shocked, holding their guns but didn't know who to attack. "Go and notify Lord Black Ghost." The guard captain hurriedly set off. As soon as he took 2 steps, he saw a figure appear at the end of the road and approaching quickly. It was Han Xiao. Han Xiao was always monitoring the potion room. When he saw Yi Qing and Hyla fight, he immediately rushed to the scene and shouted, "Stop!" Yi Qing was sweating profusely. Her supernatural powers were not as aggressive as Hela. She was worried that she would be injured when she stopped and shouted, "I will stop when she stopped." Hela's face was cold, unmoved, and she was determined to kill Yi Qing. Han Xiao frowned, and the dark blue mechanical force condensed on the soles of his feet. He stomped his feet without lightness or heaviness, and the mechanical force penetrated into the ground. The ground suddenly rumbled and vibrated, and the ground in 8 directions of the potion chamber cracked. Buzz! 8 metal drills broke out from the ground, making a mechanical crackling sound, quickly unfolding into small turrets, and the barrels turned to aim at 2 people. Trap-type small folding turret, a new variant of machinery, is buried in an important area of the shelter and can be started through chip programs and its own mechanical force. I think you forgot whose territory this is, Han Xiao said in a deep voice. Hyla gritted her teeth, pulled her hands away, her eyes cold. Yi Qing breathed a sigh of relief and rubbed her temples in pain. She had just been swept away by Hyla's mental shock and had a headache. You did not fulfill your promise to protect my sister. Hyla suddenly turned her head and looked directly at Han Xiao. Han Xiao sighed helplessly. You are overreacting. Yi Qing snorted, took out the potion, and said, These are the potions I collected from the hair that Aurora fell. This is called the best use of things. I didn't hurt your sister. Why are you anxious? That's not okay. Hyla said coldly. Yi Qing's behavior was too similar to that of Bud, and she was worried that similar scenes would make Aurora recall those painful experiences. The 2 of them did not give in to each other, and Han Xiao had a headache, and it would be difficult to resolve the conflict between them. At this time, Aurora rushed over in a wheelchair, and the baby bear was lying on her legs and swaying around. At this time, her complexion was much better than a month ago. Her dry hair became softer again. Her dry body began to grow flesh. Her expression was radiant. Her face became healthy and shiny, and her long-suppressed supernatural powers began to work. Within just 1 month, Aurora returned to her normal physical fitness. Sister, why did you fight with the doctor? Aurora said anxiously. Yi Qing glared at Hyla and told the whole story. Aurora suddenly realized, blinked, and said openly, It's just some hair. As long as I can help Uncle Han, I don't care. Only my sister was good to her, but now she wanted to add a Han Xiao. Aurora is very willing to contribute her role so that she can feel more at ease and feel that she can repay Han Xiao's kindness. Han Xiao didn't comment. He knew that Yi Qing's experiment was just some falling hair, and it was not too much, so he turned a blind eye, but Hela's reaction was too extreme. Aurora smiled brightly. Sister, don't worry, I'm not that fragile. Hela was silent for a while, turned around and left, with a low tone, I understand. This small episode came to an end. Han Xiao asked the guards to clean up the scene. Yi Qing walked to her side and said with a smile, I didn't know that there were so many turrets near the potion room before. You were monitoring me, right? Han Xiao glanced at her. Ha. Don't worry, I'm not that ignorant. After all, I'm the tool you exchanged with. Isn't the tool at the mercy of others? Yi Qing tucked his temples, and his hair was fun to talk. Oh, Han Xiao turned around and walked away. Yi Qing's smile froze on her face, and she said nothing. What is this reaction? She is neither angry nor apologized, nor even threatened her. Is it so unreasonable? The stars and moon are drooping, and the night is dark. After completing the day's manufacturing, Han Xiao stored the goods into a secret base. On the way back to the house, he suddenly saw a graceful figure sitting on the roof next door. The soft moonlight shone, illuminating half of his body. It was Hela. She held her cheek and stared at the moon blankly, as if she had sat for a while. Han Xiao thought about it and jumped up lightly. Hela did not turn her head when she heard the noise and asked lightly, What are you doing here? Come here and see. Why are you not sleeping at night? Hela snorted and refused to answer. Han Xiao also sat down and shook his head and said, Your reaction is too extreme today. You didn't seem to be so impulsive before. Hyla frowned slightly. What does it have to do with you? Well, what does it have to do with me? Han Xiao touched his chin and murmured, Why didn't you say this when I rescued your sister? Hyla's face froze, speechless. She was depressed for a while before she let out a breath of turbid air and said slowly, I'm just a little confused. Confused? Han Xiao pulled out a cigarette, bit it in his mouth, took the lighter in his pocket, and said vaguely, This is easy to solve. You take your sister back to the bud, and you will never feel bored again. Hyla looked at him angrily, paused, and said to herself, I didn't take good care of my sister before, and it was all my fault. In order to protect her, I kept honing myself. Even now, when I recall the killings in the past, I never regret it. The more blood stained with my hands, the more peace of mind I feel. Only in this way can I wash away my guilt toward my sister and prove that I am protecting my sister. When it was in the bud, my sister and I had a long time to meet. I knew she yearned for life outside. Every time I met, I would tell her stories and share my experiences. Now she has a new life, made new friends, and has a pet, so she doesn't need my story anymore. He la spirit. Han Xiao didn't get fire for a long time, so he had to take out his pistol and fire it up, lit a cigarette with a hot barrel, took a sip, and couldn't help saying, that bear is what I raised. Saving her is my always wish, and now the wish has been fulfilled. He ignored him, and his tone was low. She doesn't need my protection. He stretched out his palm, and the dark red air flowed around his fingers. Hela stared at his palm in a daze and said softly, in the past, I wished I could use all my time to hone my superpowers and make myself stronger, but now the buds are about to be destroyed, my sister and I are safe, and strength seems to be no longer important to me. So, I spend all the time I exercise before to accompany my sister. This is my greatest wish forever. His fist suddenly clenched, crushing the flowing light. Hela lowered his eyes and said softly, but why does this dreamy life make me feel confused? It's obviously done as I wish, but it makes me feel very empty. I hate this feeling. Han Xiao, I'm in crisis all year round, and I feel uncomfortable when I suddenly relax. This is a typical trauma of war. Of course, I prefer another possibility. You have warlike blood flowing in your bones. Your cells desire to fight. Bloodthirst is your nature. A peaceful life is a degenerate chronic poison for you, and it will only gradually lose your courage. Hela's face is strange. Your words are like tempting me to do something bad. Otherwise, what do you want me to say? Comfort me with kind words. Han Xiao shook his head. I can't say that kind of nonsense. People like you don't need comfort. Your sister is your sister. You are you. You don't need to suppress your nature for her, and she doesn't want you to become unlike yourself. No need to make excuses. I can see that what you really long for is combat and killing. Pursuing power is your instinct. This world is bigger than you imagined. Don't look at my hand to hit you 10 of you. Looking at the entire universe, there are many people who are better than me. How could you beat me 10 times? Hela expressed dissatisfaction. Han Xiao's face suddenly shook, and murderous intent burst out. The sudden change shocked Hyla. He hurriedly retreated and unconsciously used his superpowers. The dark red light was unstable, with a look of vigilance. Maybe one day, I will arrest your sister like a bud. By that time, if there is no strength to resist me, so get stronger, otherwise you will regret it. Han Xiao had no expression on his face and pulled away his momentum, but Hela's heartbeat couldn't slow down. Just now, his intuition told her that Han Xiao was not joking like usual, and he was probably serious. It was like revealing his fangs under his disguise. In just a moment, Hela's back became cold. If you need it, I can create some training robots, or you can learn from Yi Qing and find some strange people practice. I'll leave first. I am sleepy. I haven't finished smoking this cigarette yet. I'll put it here. Han Xiao jumped off the roof and walked toward his room. It was not until Han Xiao's back disappeared from his sight that Hela took back his gaze, let out a long breath, looked at the cigarette slowly burning on the eaves, hesitated and picked it up, taking a deep breath. He slowly closed his eyes, exhaled the curling smoke, and tasted the smell of the cigarette. After a while, his eyes opened, and the swaying and confusion disappeared, leaving only indifference and indifference. He is such a monster. Hela talked to himself, and suddenly shook his head and laughed. So too. Han Xiao builds machinery every day, tempers 4 people with mad swords, harvests player experience. The accumulated experience on the panel has steadily increased. Life is rich and fulfilling, and time passes quickly. On December 7th, 688, Shanghai Li, the front line finally returns the latest changes in the battle situation. The Buds are only the territory around the headquarters, and all other bases are broken. Han Xiao received the notice, and Bennett invites him to meet at the first refuge. The war will end with the Buds, and the pattern is reshuffled, and our dark web also needs to rethink its position. Bennett said on the phone, after waiting for so long, the war finally came to an end. The 6 countries performed stably, lived up to expectations, and successfully forced the Buds to a dead end. Han Xiao arranged the affairs of the third refuge and set off for the first refuge. Half a day later, the helicopter landed on the first refuge apron. Bennett waited for a long time and smiled. "You actually arrived the first. This is not like you." When Han Xiao heard this, he turned his head and walked back to the plane, saying, "Take off. Come back until the fuel is out of stock." Bennett was amused and crying, so he stepped forward and pulled Han Xiao off the plane, saying, "The board meeting will be held after the war officially ends, and it will probably be the case in the past few days." "How many days are you going to do?" "It's hard to say. The current situation is a bit complicated." Bennett lowered his voice. The situation was a bit stiff. Han Xiao's eyes flashed. The two of them came to the conference room, and after closing the door, Han Xiao said in a deep voice, "Tell me carefully." Bennett took out the information and explained, "The current situation is that the budding wings have been cut off, and all the troops have been contracted within the headquarters. The troops of the 6 countries have formed a siege, but they are very far away and have no intention of attacking near the headquarters." Han Xiao pondered. Since all the bases that were in the Bud have been removed, only the headquarters is the target, and the 6 countries directly covered and bombed, wouldn't it be fine if hundreds of missiles were smashed down? It's true. Without all sub-bases, the anti-missile capabilities of Manya headquarters cannot cope with the continuous bombing of the 6 countries. Even if their real headquarters is hidden underground, they will be bombed and collapsed. But the 6 countries did not do this, but instead surrounded it without attacking. The reasons are quite complicated. Bennett took out another document and said, "Because of your intelligence, the large number of nuclear warheads that were sprouted were removed, and the remaining nuclear warheads were transported to the headquarters at this time. Due to the single location, it is easy to intercept anti-missiles. The Chinese warheads lost the bargaining chips to die together, but the number of nuclear warheads is quite large. Even explosions in one place will cause a chain reaction. Meteorologists from various countries have shown that if this number of nuclear bombs detonated at the same time, radiation dust will make the global climate very harsh in the next 5 to 15 years. The Andean continent, as the area with the highest radiation concentration, will become a real, forbidden area for life. Out of humanitarianism, the 6 countries must migrate the remaining population of India after the war. Second, while the sprouting troops retreated, they captured a large number of wanderers as hostages, as if they wanted to let the 6 countries throw themselves into trouble. If they wanted to bomb their headquarters, these innocent wanderers would be buried with them." Bennett sighed. So the 6 countries had differences. Ruelan and Tillas suggested ignoring the climate disaster and the safety of hostages, and directly bombing and removing the Buds. One thing was over, killing this confidant. Xinglong had not yet expressed his opinion. Han Feng suggested persuading surrender. Han Xiao suggested that the ground troops attack and try to rescue the hostages. Odafina, cough cough, they opposed all attack measures on the ground's reasons for worrying about the climate and hostages. Han Xiao said in confusion, "I can still understand everything else. What should Odafen do? Do you still want to retreat and make peace until now?" Bennett knocked on the table and said helplessly, "Odafina's head is his last term this year. They have many political parties and many people covet his position. If the war can be delayed until next year, they can skip the election and directly obtain the next re-election based on wartime policies." Han Xiao was speechless. "It's so awesome. What measures are the 6 countries now inclined toward them?" "The siege is not attacking, and try to persuade the surrender. The anti-missile strike of the 6 countries will be opened in 24 hours. If the nuclear bomb well at the headquarters fires any nuclear warhead, they will immediately intercept the attack and blow up the budding headquarters directly. Of course, this is the least ideal result. Therefore, the 6 countries were sending an ultimatum to Meng, hoping that they could give up resistance, hand over the hostages, come out to surrender, move them to understand them with emotion and reason, and promise not to surrender. Bennett shook his head and said, "So far, Meng has not responded. 1. The headquarters base group is like a silent black mountain range, shrouded in dead silence. The open-air places are filled with abandoned vehicles, fuel and smoke mixed into a pungent smell, and countless pairs of wooden and confused eyes are exposed in the gaps in the windows of buildings. All the remaining soldiers hide in the buildings, and the atmosphere is sad and misty. Although the encirclement forces of the 6 countries are not visible at the end of the horizon, everyone knows that countless missiles have locked in the headquarters base group and will hit the head at any time, turning into fireworks that soar into the sky, burning them all, purifying everything. No one knows what the future will be like. It all depends on the budding final decision, surrender, and perhaps a glimmer of hope. After all, not everyone is ready to die." The central control room of the underground headquarters shows the current situation on the screen. The blue represents only the lonely headquarters, while the red of the 6 countries is spread all over the entire continent, and there is no way out. The masked leader stood in front with his hands behind his back, looking at the screen silently. All the senior officials behind him quietly exchanged their eyes. No one spoke, and they were so silent that they were strangely silent. "What are your plans?" a senior executive said hesitantly. The leader closed his eyes and waited anxiously before he said hoarsely, "Start all nuclear bombs." The senior officials were shocked, and a powerful bald senior official couldn't help but say, "The 6 countries have locked us in. It's impossible to die together. This is a suicide act. What? Do you want to shake your tails and beg for mercy at the 6 countries?" The leader's tone was unchanged. "Don't forget what the Bud was built for. There is no defeat, only death." The senior officials were all devastated nations who hated the 6 countries, but not everyone could not waver in the face of death. Besides, in their opinion, it was completely futile to die. Even if the promise of surrendering and not killing the 6 countries was not trustworthy, it would be better to have a glimmer of chance than hopelessness. "I don't agree." The bald senior executive stood up and shouted. The leader turned around, his sinister eyes swept across his faces, and he said lightly, "You? Or you?" Some of the top leaders looked at each other without compromise, and some lowered their heads, but without exception, they all replaced the answer with silence. Faced with the survival of life and death, the leader had differences with all the senior leaders, as if a gap was broken between the 2 sides. "What if I persist?" the leader said calmly. The bald senior executive said in a deep voice, "The launch of a nuclear bomb requires 2 special keys, system permissions, your fingerprint and pupil membrane. You have the permissions, but you only have 1 key, and the other one is on the deputy commander who stands on our side." The leader glanced around and said, "Where are others?" "Of course I'm not here. I won't give you any chance." The leader shook his head. "It seems that you have made a private decision long ago. Don't be impulsive. We still have a chance to make a comeback. Don't die in vain." The bald senior executive persuaded him, and after saying a few words, he suddenly stopped and widened his eyes incredibly. As he spoke, the leader slowly took out 2 password keys for firing nuclear bombs from his pocket, including the keys that should have belonged to the deputy commander. Why are you?" "Oh my God, put it down quickly. How come the key is here with you?" "Where is the deputy commander?" The senior official's expressions changed drastically, incoherently, and commotion. The leader held the key and kept silent. "Take the key. We can't let you do whatever you want." The bald senior executive tried his best to control the muscles on his face so that he did not show any expressions of shock, anger, and panic. His voice trembled, and his other hand quietly carried him behind him to gesture. The leader shook his head, looked at everyone indifferently, and said lightly, Melgu, you contacted Hong Kong 5 days ago in private. Dormand, Odafina, and you reached some small agreements. Renu, Rilon promised to provide you with protection. He pointed the names of most of the people present in one breath, faced the shocked faces of everyone, and slowly said, "The ending after your surrender is naturally different from other budding warriors, so there is no need to be righteous. Come on, whatever you want." The senior officials' faces were gloomy, and fear of being seen threw rose from their bones. Although the former leader was intimidating, they could still roughly guess. But since the war situation declined, the leader became increasingly difficult to see, and no one knew what he was thinking. To be precise, after Zero escaped from the encirclement, the leader changed. It seemed like a deep pool that could not be seen through. The battle situation was gradually retreating, but he was always as calm as water, as if the desperate situation could not arouse his slight anger. The door opened, dozens of executives walked in, silently surrounding the leader, and the senior officials retreated. These executives are all their people. Since the war started, the budding executives have suffered heavy casualties, and the senior officials have consciously protected their direct power. A big force. Everyone has their own secret abacus and private power. The budding cohesion comes from hatred, not loyal to a specific person. Everyone did not say anything anymore. The bald senior executives winked, and the executives were ready to move, and all kinds of supernatural abilities and arrogance lit up one after another. The leader sighed in the colorful light. "I'll send you to see the deputy commander. Very far from the headquarters is the joint position of the 6 countries. Countless armed forces are on standby, and fighter jets carrying missiles are hovering in the air. The roar of the engines passes across the sky. Sound waves and vibrations sweep, and the tents and vehicle armor plates on the ground are shaking slightly. The ground missile vehicle is in a ready state that can be launched at any time. Various satellites and detection devices are always paying attention to the missile wells and air conditions at the headquarters. Once something black has risen to the sky, it can be intercepted as soon as possible, let it detonate in the air, and use the last means to pour out all missiles and turn the budding headquarters into scorched earth. In the combat conference room, representative officers from each of the 6 countries gathered together and were anxiously waiting. There are still 7 hours, 32 minutes, 52 or 1 second before the ultimatum. The Bud has not responded yet. Officer Ha Feng kept looking at the clock. "I think the ultimatum time should be extended so that the Bud should think twice and not act hasty and recklessly," said the representative of Odafina. No one paid attention to him. Officer Rilon had a cold face and said, "We contacted the 4 Mingya senior executives in private. The last time they sent back the message, they were trying to convince Mingya leader. Other countries nodded secretly, and they all made the same move. In the face of such desperate situations, many Mingya senior executives were aware of the current affairs and were willing to make transactions in exchange for safety. The conditions for the 6 countries are naturally to demand the germination and surrender, and letting the hostages survive are naturally the best result. It has been 1 hour and 20 since the last call, and no new news has come yet. Continue to wait. We have time. Military officers from various countries have discussed it all over the place. This is the current situation. They are invincible and give the Buds a choice. All they can do is wait." Officer Han Xiao pondered. "Who is the leader of Mingya?" According to the information from the dark web, the leader of Mingya comes from the destruction of Jelen, and the predecessor of Mengya organization is Mingmok. We read all the files, but we still couldn't find the exact identity of Mengya leader. Bennett handed over the information found by Hannes to the 6 countries, believing that with the power of the 6 countries, more details should be found. However, the 6 countries were a loss. Mengya leader was like a ghost without a past, with no record of the files and documents, and Hannes found all the information. "Didn't Jelen be destroyed by Yu Ruelon? Do you have any information?" asked Officer Xinglong. Officer Ruelon shook his head. "We even checked the list of civilians who received and executed the Jelen people back then, but none of them met. We sent people in China to visit the original Jelen area, but still found nothing. I doubt whether the information on the dark web is true. P.S. The next chapter should be finished before 12 o'clock. The heavy breathing sound was like a broken bellow, mixed with the viscous feeling of bloody phlegm climbing his throat. Bang! The mask with blood splattering marks fell, leaned against the corner of the table, through the narrow eye holes. You could see the room full of holes and traces of battle. Dozens of corpses fell quietly to the ground, and the pool of blood gradually expanded. The only leader was left in the entire central control room, and all the executives died under his fist. The terrified expressions of the senior officials were still frozen on their faces, and they all lost their breath. The leader spat out a mouthful of bloody phlegm and took a deep breath. The strong smell of blood in the room stimulated the nasal cavity. He suddenly started to cough with heart-wrenching lungs and coughed for 2 minutes before he could calm down. The fierce battle aroused his secret injuries. In the ambush battle more than a month ago, he was seriously injured by Han Xiao and had no time to recuperate, and eventually became secret injuries. Every time he felt a faint pain, he inevitably thought of Han Xiao. He fell into such a situation, thanks to Han Xiao. Until now, he is still full of hatred, but this intense emotion is no longer surging, and the rest is empty. The leader came to the main console and debugged the nuclear bomb launch option, then took off his gloves and verified the fingerprint, pupil membrane, permissions, and pass commands. The 2 keys were inserted into the holes. As long as they rotated 180 degrees each, the launch could be activated. At the last step, the scarred fingers pinched the key, but they did not twist it for a long time. The leader leaned against the chair, raised his head. His eyes were not focal, as if he was in a daze and didn't know what he was thinking. A small picture appeared in the corner of the screen, which was a call request, and the caller was number 0. The leader had no expression on his face and pressed agree, and Han Xiao's face jumped out of the big screen. Seeing the corpses all over the ground, Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. He initiated a message to see Meng Ya's attitude and to see the leader for the last time. However, this scene made him basically understand the situation and shook his head and said, "It seems you have decided." The leader's eyes were filled with melancholy. "I didn't expect that I would lose in your hands in the end. You make mistakes at every step. Everything I've been destroyed by you. What do you want to do now? Confirm your record? I'm here. Just look at it. My life and the destruction of the budding will add a strong mark to your deeds. You are the winner, so naturally you have the right to appreciate your spoils. I told you that this starry sky is very big, and this planet is just a speck of dust. No one cares about the big things happening here." Han Xiao shook his head, and the enemy was solved, but his expression was very calm. After all, he was a man who looked at the sea of stars and said slowly, "I just feel that after doing so many things, I have to hold them in my heart before dying. It's so uncomfortable. You want me to tell my mortal enemy?" The leader grinned. His ferocious appearance became more and more ugly. He leaned on the chair lazily, and his body relaxed. "It's really interesting." Han Xiao shrugged and went straight to the topic. "What's the son of fate?" The leader laughed for a while before stopping, and shook his head and said, "The son of fate is just a pitiful person. He can see the future and can affect his destiny, but he cannot dominate his own life and death. He is destined to be a tool in the hands of others. You also have the ability to predict. Maybe the son of fate is your final outcome." Han Xiao refused to comment and said, "Tell me about yourself. You seem to be a Magellan." The leader's face changed, and he murmured, "You found out?" "Yes, I used to be a Magellan. At that time, I was still a young man, passionate and indignant. At that time, the mock incident broke out in China. I joined a resistance organization. I marched, protested, opposed, and wanted to save my motherland from a corrupt government. However, the war suddenly broke out, Ruelan invaded, and under internal and external troubles, my motherland was crushed and everyone was destroyed." The leader's tone suddenly gritted his teeth. "Have you heard it? We are called internal troubles. Did I do something wrong? Did I do something wrong with resistance? No. Our original intention is to fight for the right rights. just to make the motherland better. We are infinitely close to victory, and the dawn is clearly right in front of us. However, the war ruined all this, and Jelen was destroyed, and all my friends were executed. Eliminating people like those who are restless and persevering are the best way to deal with it. The surviving Jelen people are like castrated domestic animals and have to become gentle, easy to manage and use. Only a very small number of people escaped by chance. I am one of them. I am not a big shot. I am just an ordinary young man, alone and don't know where to go, just like a walking corpse, until I saw the border of Jelen was blocked by Roland, and the national flag I was familiar with was burned, and instead the national flag of Roland was raised. At that time, I woke up and knew what mission I carried. Although Jelen is not perfect, with one kind of shortcomings and darkness, it is still my motherland, and the hatred for destroying the country. Only for tooth, for blood for blood. The leader exhaled a breath of turbid air. His eyes drifted away, and the scene of the past seemed to appear in front of him. But in the torrent of the times, an ordinary young man was just a floating duckweed, and his life was as fragile as an ant. In order to pass through the war zone, I dragged my tired body and went to refugee camps one after another. I was treated as a pig or dog, and I was numb and endured a life of undesirableness, but my blood was burning. No matter what danger, I told myself to live. Hatred filled my heart, and it made my heart beat never stop. In the end, I successfully passed through the most intense place of the war, without stopping and without seeking shelter. I turned to the wilderness. I knew that I could not take revenge without the strength, so I survived in the wilderness, fought with wild beasts, and treated myself as a piece of stubborn iron, and tried for thousands of times. Speaking of this, the leader pointed to the scars on his face and hands and said lightly, 176 scars. I have gained strength. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. So you are really just an ordinary person? The leader asked back. Why can't he be an ordinary person? After thinking about it, Han Xiao nodded and signaled to continue your performance. The leader continued. When I was in the wilderness, I kept thinking. When I returned to the battlefield, I heard that the mock organization still existed. It was so ironic. A tool born for the reign of terror has become the purest Jelen force that survived. So a plan emerged in my mind. I assassinated the leader of Minmok, changed the organization to Bud, hid it, and developed silently, and I also put on a mask. War is full of opportunities, and countless people lose their country and are displaced. So I set the budding concept, painted a big pie for them, and created a so-called new world. The concept has always driven the resonance, not me to use the deceased people, but to be willing to be used by me. This is hatred, and they even do not care whether they can achieve their goals after their sacrifice. By raising my personal desire to the desire of a group, I will gain a lot of help. This is how the germination is absorbed from the nutrients of war to grow, quickly take root and sprout, and grow into towering trees and behemoths. The leader's tone was full of hatred, but he felt lost. The career he had been persisting in was ruined. Apart from anger, the taste was extremely complicated, and you appeared. You cut down the tree. 1. Han Xiao was amused in a tone. I think cutting down your tree is a little more environmentally friendly than the pollution you have ever, and the pollution you are about to cause. In his previous life, no player has ever discovered the origin of the leader. In his chaotic years, it is indeed difficult to find the true identity of a missing ordinary person. After listening to the leader's story, Han Xiao had a clearer understanding of him. The leader is a staunch patriot, a few Jelen people who are lucky enough to escape from Raylan's invasion. They are forbearing and tenacious. In order to obtain the power of revenge, they actively seek breakthroughs on the brink of life and death. They grow from an ordinary person to one of the superpowers on the top of the planet. They are a heroic strong man who acts extreme. Now that I have no way out, I choose to break my jade than to make a complete fuse. It can be seen that hatred has been imprinted in my bone marrow, and it is very strong. The experience of the protagonist on the planet is indeed very legendary. Every protagonist-type character has deeds that can be dig deep. Han Xiao said in a deep mood. When he was still very weak, the leader was like a mountain standing in front of him. Han Xiao had to operate carefully and become stronger. Finally, he had the power to be the enemy in front of him and broke down. Menghua is the villain of the 1.0 version of Hylon. Han Xiao also participated in this main line when he was a player in his previous life. However, now his identity transformation has a role that can be changed and his experience is completely different. Although Han Xiao is very calm, mainly to prevent extreme joy from causing sorrow, it does not mean that he does not enjoy the fruits of victory, and he still feels a sense of accomplishment in his heart. The leader shook his head and said, "I didn't expect that an escaped experimental body would become the biggest enemy. In fact, after you stole the secret and broke through my ambush, I knew that the buds would definitely fail. I didn't have the habit of waiting for death, but I was powerless to turn the world back, just struggling to death. Because I had a premonition, no matter how the situation of the battle fell, the leader was not surprised. He watched the organization, founded with his own eyes, slide into the abyss step by step, with mixed feelings and peace. For me, defeat is death. The 6 countries want to see me surrender and want to receive all the confidential knowledge accumulated over the years. I will let them get nothing." Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. "When it comes to this, I heard that you have taken a lot of hostages. If you detonate, they will be dead. Moreover, the nuclear explosion will affect the climate, deteriorate the natural environment of the Sea Blue Star, and be unfavorable to the future of mankind around the world. Are you sure you want to do this?" The leader was silent, with only heavy breathing left in the sound. Han Xiao was not in a hurry and stared at the picture calmly. After a while, the leader spoke in a deep voice. "You want to persuade me to surrender?" Han Xiao spread his hands. "I don't have this intention, because you don't look like someone who can listen to advice, but the person opposite me wants me to do this." At this time, Technician Han was staying in the conference room of the first shelter, sitting on the sofa with his tablet computer. Bennett sat opposite him, listening throughout the process, constantly gestured to Han Xiao to persuade the leader. Bennett least wants to see a result of losing both sides. Han Xiao felt that Bennett was naughty and asked him to persuade him. Isn't this a ruthless enemy? If the leader had originally planned to surrender, he might immediately change his mind as soon as he saw him. Fortunately, the leader was very determined from beginning to end. Otherwise, he would be a little vain. Wait a minute, this logic would feel strange. Bennett was dancing on the opposite side, and Han Xiao had no choice but to try, so as not to endure Bennett was like an old mother again afterwards. "I would rather take everyone to bury with you," the leader said in a stern tone. "I want to let this world feel pain." Han Xiao opened his mouth, and a squeak blocked his throat. "Damn, is it you, Pain?" The leader sneered. "I hate this world. Why do you have to think about it? Even if the 6 kingdoms win, don't think about not paying the price. The 6 kingdoms are executioners at heart. They destroyed countless countries and finally got to this point today. Standing on the ruins, praise yourself for the praises. The winner is the king and the loser is the enemy. Those blood debts will be buried by history, becoming unknown, and no one will pursue justice for the old era. These surviving regimes have been free for too long. It is time for them to repay some interest. The leader doesn't care what the world will become, and he doesn't care about the flood after death. He would rather teach me to betray the people of the world than the people of the world. Even ordinary people will think so, let alone the leader of the Yin character." Han Xiao did not argue that the consequences of nuclear sanctions had little impact on him, because he would leave Hylon sooner or later, and the next version was a disaster of alienation, and a greater disaster would come sooner or later. Compared with this climate disaster was nothing. The past life was in full swing and lingering, and there was a hidden danger of making a comeback. Now, it is removed at one time, but it has brought about a bad impact. He doesn't know which result is better yet, but the latter can obviously make his A-level main mission, Seed Sleeping in Dust, come in one step. For other uninformed Aquarium Star people, the latter result is the most panicking. The climate and environment are closely related to their lives. No one wants the environment to deteriorate. Bennett, who was sitting opposite, looked anxious and wanted to fly to Mengwa headquarters to kill him before the leader triggered the button. Han Xiao looked at the clock and said slowly, "It's still quite long before the ultimatum period for the Six Kingdoms. Don't you stay for a while? I prefer to decide my own death period in person." The leader's eyes were fixed, and he reached out to pinch the nuclear bomb launch key and began to slowly twist it. The suffocating depression emanated through the screen, and the leader's movement seemed to be infinitely lengthened. Bennett grabbed the handrail of the sofa tightly and tore the real leather. Every time the rotation is once, the countdown of countless lives flows away for a second. The second hand gradually points to the final result. Han Xiao looked at the leader's face quietly and suddenly asked, "I have never known your name." "My name." The leader pulled up the corner of his mouth, showed a hideous smile, and said lightly, "It's not important." "I said it, then goodbye." Han Xiao sighed and waved his hand. The key rotated to 180 degrees. A faint vibration sound came from the screen, which was the sound of the missile taking off. The leader withdrew his hand and sat on the chair like a sculpture. At this moment, his tone was not hatred, no regrets or tragic about to die, no intense emotions, as if the old neighbors said goodbye to each other at dusk and went home for dinner and nodded at Han Xiao. "Goodbye." Alarm, alarm. A high-speed moving object lifted from the budding headquarters. All the officers waiting in the Six Nations Operations Conference Room suddenly stood up, frightened and angry. This was the worst outcome expected. Although everyone here was mentally prepared, when this moment came, they all felt it was difficult to accept. The nuclear explosion kills hostages and causes pollution. The budding headquarters will be razed to the ground, and countless confidential technologies will be lost forever. Both sides will be injured. "Are you going to use anti-missile?" The adjutant's tone trembled. All the officers had no choice, no hesitation, and agreed to the same opinion. "Execute immediately." At Mengya headquarters, the ground and buildings were shaking slightly. The hidden Mengya soldiers looked up to the sky through the window and reflected one missile after another dragging their tail flames into the air. The crowd was filled with a dead atmosphere, and everyone understood the leader's decision and knew what would happen next. Crying, despair, madness, convulsions, trembling, howling, roaring, numbness, all kinds of sentient beings before destruction. In the distance, dense black objects quickly approached. Some collided with missiles that had taken off the air, while others fell in the headquarters base group. Buzz. The first sound was a high-frequency explosion that the human ear could not recognize. Most people from the 6 countries' positions in the distance suddenly covered their ears, and blood was winding down the ear holes. A pillar of fire with a diameter of dozens of kilometers soared into the sky, and the base group instantly disintegrated in the firelight. The dark smoke and dust spewed out of the dazzling firelight, slowly condensed and rose, slowly turning into a rich black mushroom, extremely spectacular. In the distant Six Nation position, the people who were looking at the sight could no longer accommodate anything else, and there was only a vast white area left. The strong light made most people temporarily blind. Even the superpowers could not help but close their eyes. No one could remain natural in this destructive aura. Everyone felt small, as if they had become gravel that was about to be swept away by the wind, unable to dominate their own destiny, and their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Even further away, you can see the end of the horizon. A spear-like fire pierces the heavy cloud mountains that have been accumulated over the head of the budding headquarters all year round. The clouds have become hollow rings, and the sea of clouds scattered. Immediately afterwards, the fire light swelled again, and the yellow circular shock wave mixed with countless dust burst out. Wherever it passed, the ground burst out, and the sand and dust were mixed with dense buildings and metal fragments. Countless twisted steels of more than 10 meters in size seemed to be lighter than baseballs, like a feather, easily thrown by the explosion from more than 10 miles, falling all over the ground in the wilderness like crackling rain. The shock wave finally swept across the position, and the overwhelming force surged like the wind god's breath. The tent flew up like a dandelion seed, and the thick vehicle rolled like a ball, not to mention people. The broken bones were all slightly injured. The onlookers looked frightened and excited, and hurriedly recorded this scene for fear of missing any scene. The second explosion is accompanied by the shock wave, and the frequency can be captured by the human ear and can almost break the eardrum. Rumble. The momentum is like the sky collapses and the earth breaks. Deafening. The positions behind gradually stabilized and dispatched troops to retreat quickly. Only the rising fire in the wilderness was left. The picture was like the landing of the heavenly punishment, and the rolling mushroom clouds were like the grim smile of a demon, constantly changing in distorted shapes. The leader, with his unfinished ideas and the organization he created, turned into a dazzling firework that illuminated the world. Mengwa beat GG. The nuclear explosion that razed the headquarters to the ground became the last end of the Sea Blue Star War. The highest level of the 6 countries held an emergency meeting, but the enemy had gone, but the subsequent impact was not optimistic. Based on the scale of the explosion, the Meteorological Bureau has constructed a calculation model. The first batch of radiation dust will enter the atmospheric circulation within the next 3 to 6 hours. In the next month, the Andean continent will enter a nuclear winter state, which will last at least half a year. It is not suitable for any organism to survive. A large number of animals and plants will die on the land and become completely dead. The radiation range affects the coastal areas of Andean, which may cause the collapse of the marine food chain, and some marine organisms may produce unknown mutations. High concentrations of radiation and pollutants enter the ocean circulation and will spread to the world through rainfall. This process will be completed in about 300 to 500 days. Then the global climate begins to deteriorate. Because of its wide range, the degree of deterioration is not as serious as Andean, but it will still cause serious damage to the atmosphere, affecting the whole body and have a comprehensive negative impact. This impact lasts for more than 10 years. During this period, it is estimated that the level of global civilization will be difficult to improve and may even regress. The senior executives of the 6 countries looked serious. This is not just a matter of one country, but a matter of the whole world and the entire race. A senior executive of an anti-war faction slammed the table and said angrily, Look, what did you do? Our troops suffered heavy losses and did not get any benefits after victory, which led to such a result. We should not go on an expedition at all, and we should not go on a war. How good is it to let the budding turtle hide in Andean? After removing their subbase, we should stop when we see it. When the expedition was decided, some politicians had the position of the anti-war faction because once the war started, the resources and voices would be tilted towards the military. Some senior executives were naturally unhappy, but the minority obeyed the majority, and their voices were ignored. Now, there was a legitimate reason to jump out and set off the hindsight. It's over now. Don't talk nonsense. It's better to have a short pain than long pain. The bitter fruit of the war has been borne by the world, affecting many innocent people. In order to kill this important trouble, many senior officials ask themselves, is it really worth it? The final answer is worth it. At least in the eyes of the senior management, a hostile behemoth is more threatening than the so-called global meteorological disaster. Only by killing the couch-sided major troubles can one feel at ease and no longer worry, and only then can one have the conditions for stable development. Senior officials of various countries believe that everyone has to face the threat of meteorological disasters, and it also consumes national efforts to manage it, and is still on the same starting line, which is fair to everyone. Fortunately, the result is not irreparable. If the pollution is contaminated, then we will deal with it. This is how life is. Do you want to block the news from the public? There are too many insiders, so there's no need for this. Let's officially release it. The public will definitely launch a protest and accuse us of causing this result. No matter, anyway, the war has been over, and now we are facing subsequent disasters, so that everyone knows that we are in the same situation. We should put aside the past, not worry about who is right and who is wrong, and unite to overcome the difficulties. Will that? Senior leaders from all countries discuss one proposal after another. Bennett's face turned pale, and he paced back and forth in the room, constantly muttering excessive and crazy and other self-talks. Han Xiao sat on the sofa with his legs crossed, staring at the blue sky outside the window, and shook his head secretly. The leader pressed the final notes and drove the headquarters to ashes. Mignac can be said to be the first big boss he faced. It was destroyed in his hands, and a major main line of Hylon Star was destroyed by him. Han Xiao fell in love with this feeling a little. No matter how legendary the leader's deeds are, they are his enemy. Han Xiao is rarely soft-hearted in dealing with the enemy. If he wins, he will win. The winner does not need to feel sorry for him. After exhaling the depression in his chest, Han Xiao became excited, opened the panel, and browsed the information that began to swipe the screen. You have obtained the planet legend. Bury Burialist. A level main mission. Seed sleeps in the dust. Complete. Evaluation. Incredible. You get incredible level mission reward. Start settlement reward. There are many rewards, and it is under statistics. Please wait patiently. 1. Han Xiao's eyes lit up. So far, the highest rating he has won is excellent, and incredible is higher than excellent. If you're an ordinary player, the normal process of the mission should be as follows. You can constantly sneak into each sub-base and steal information to know the location of other bases. As the level of alertness in Bud increases, the enemies they face become stronger and stronger, and the links are complicated and difficult. Every time I get the information from the next base, I will face the choice of destroying the base myself or relying on the help of the 6 countries. The former reward progress is higher. He went through the most complicated intelligence collection operation and directly threw out all the sub-base locations. The difference between efficiency was like harvesting with a sickle and harvesting with a tractor. Seeds sleep in the dust is the difficulty of the A-level main line. Han Xiao has the advantage of being familiar with the plot, and it took him more than a year to complete it. It was almost the ultimate goal of completing the entire main line by one person. Han Xiao is quite satisfied with the result. He is looking forward to what rewards he will receive. Planet Legend, see Blue Star, the Bud Burialist. The Bud is a large global organization that has always been hostile to the 6 countries. Its strong strength is like a towering mountain range. You are just a tiny trader, but you gradually hollowed out the foundation of the Bud, burying it, sprouting into your stepping stone, achieving your honor and legend. Your deeds will be praised by countless people, and your name will be loaded into the history of this planet, new legend. Han Xiao was sure in his heart. This is the reward he expected. The maximum amount of mission reward increased by 5% again, and the total amount per day increased by 100%. Soon, the panel gave out other rewards like flowing water. Seeds sleep in the dust. Personal destruction rate is 48.72%. Evaluation, incredible. You have obtained 4.87 million experience, potential points +2, freedom attribute points +4, and each of the 6 camps of the 6 countries +800. The progress of personal destruction is nearly half, which means that in the destruction of the budding action, Han Xiao's role alone is almost as good as all the armies of the 6 countries. All the actions of the 6 countries come from his intelligence support. It can be said that the intelligence he revealed has always affected the direction of the situation. This is an open conspiracy, taking advantage of the hostility of the 6 countries towards the budding hostility. As long as they give the 6 countries a knife, they will take action. Even if the 6 countries know that Han Xiao had the intention to kill people with a knife, they were willing to be used in this way. The final result is that Han Xiao and the 6 countries achieve their goals. You get an incredible evaluation reward, an additional 120% experience, 5.83 million, random reward X1, special props X5. According to my task evaluation, the hidden chance of randomly rewarding good things should be quite high. Han Xiao secretly said that the mechanism of random reward is to first draw a type, which may be props, skills, etc., and then randomly give out several rewards for people to choose from. Only when the task gets a high evaluation will there be a chance. Putting the random reward aside, he first checks out what the 5 special props are. You get People Advent card, Budding Leader. You have obtained the Character Advent card, Son of Destiny. You get Character Advent card, Aurora. You get People Advent card, Hela. You have received the Medal of Glory, Buddier, Burner. Han Xiao was shocked. This was the first time he had obtained so many character cards at one time. The role of the Character Arrival card was to allow the user to release or temporarily have the ability to come to the target. It was a trump card type consumption prop. If used well, it could change the situation instantly. He had only obtained 2 before. The leader, the Son of Fate, Aurora, and Hela. These 4 people have good abilities, and they're used more than 4 times, which is very durable. Han Xiao was surprised. People Advent card, Budding Leader. Armor-breaking combo. All attacks released in the next 8 seconds are armor-breaking critical strikes, and the target's defense is weakened by 24%, lasting for 5 minutes, and the number of uses is 0/12. People Advent card, Son of Destiny. Spying the future. Predicting an opportunity, which can specify items including tasks, props, future actions of a certain character, and so on, and the number of uses is 0/5. People Advent card, Aurora. Return of Life. Restore full state in an instant, and the number of uses is 0/6. People Advent card, Hela. Whisper the Dead. Causes 3 mental attacks on the enemy, and the damage depends on your own intelligence or mystery, can be specified. The target's entire state is weakened by 15%, lasting for 3 hours, and the number of uses is 0/8. Only the effect of the Son of Destiny is unclear, and the other 3 are simple, rough, and practical. Predicting an opportunity means very ambiguous. Could it be that you predict the possible chance of completing tasks and obtaining designated props? Han Xiao flashed with a flash of light. He had the idea of leaving Hylon Star, but he didn't know much about the method he thought of, and he could just try the effect of the Son of Destiny card. Han Xiao did not hesitate and used it immediately, silently thinking about going to the interstellar world. The vision suddenly blurred, as if it was filled with fog, white. I don't know how long it took. A touch of black was blew up in the center of the vision, turning into a picture that was not very real. The background seemed to be a wasteland, and a flame fell from the sky, smashing a circular pit, and black smoke and electric sparks emerged. Some inexplicable information flashed through my heart. The position is, time is. The picture came to an abrupt end, and everything seemed to be an illusion. Han Xiao came back to his senses. The information was imprinted in his mind. His expression changed slightly, and he thought to himself, sure enough, I predicted an opportunity to go to the interstellar world. This opportunity was originally one of the methods I thought of, but I didn't know the exact time of occurrence. This card predicted an approximate range and location, penetrated the fog of fate, and saw the timing of an expected event. The effect of this card was very surprising, and I was more confident in leaving the Sea Blue Star. He looked at the last prop, Glory Medal, Buddier Burial, completed the difficult main task, and received a high evaluation and received this kind of Glory Medal. The effect is plus 3% of all attributes. Collected 3, and you can exchange for a special achievement badge. The wearing effect is plus 12% of all attributes. He has also brushed it out before and knew that the effect is very impressive, so he immediately put it on. After counting the special props, Han Xiao began to reward randomly. Randomly drawn. The reward type you receive this time is props. Please select one of the following 3 props. Race change card. Randomly change race. Task settlement card. X3 get the task reward directly with the lowest evaluation and be regarded as passing the task. Power potential enhancement fluid. Improve the ability potential. Good thing. Han Xiao's eyes lit up. Power potential enhancement fluid is extremely rare. The abilities who are willing to buy this thing, even if they lose their money, because there are only 2 ways to improve the ability potential. One is rare experiments and potions in the game, and the second is the ability potential enhancement fluid. The other 2 are not suitable for him. He chose the ability potential enhancement liquid and placed it on the panel for the time being. The superpower potential enhancement liquid has great potential value, whether it is sold to players or used by other characters. If you want to stock up on this kind of good thing first, it will definitely be of great use in the future. Han Xiao thought to himself, this time I gained a lot of experience, with 10 million experience at one time. Although it doesn't seem to be too much, it is because my standards are too high. If you want to be a player, you will get 10 million experience at one time. The standard of 1.0 is completely astronomical. There are additional rewards for potential points and attribute points. The rewarded props are very useful. Han Xiao is quite satisfied. The most valuable thing is the large number of props. However, Mr. Han Xiao felt that the mission reward should be more than that. With a thought, he entered the NPC template and suddenly found a new option appeared below the reward limit. Copy generation. 6 kingdoms and the germination. What is this? Han Xiao was stunned. There was no prompt for this sudden function. When he used this function, the prompt immediately popped up. Please intercept the main line segment to form a copy crystal. You can form a copy crystal? Han Xiao's face changed drastically, and he looked surprised. After trying for a while, he became familiar with the function of this function. Simply put, he could turn many action fragments he experienced in the bud into dungeons and generate dungeon crystals as a reward for publishing tasks. The benefits are self-evident, which improves the diversity of his own publishing rewards. Han Xiao speculated that the reason for obtaining this new function should be that high-profile completion of the difficult main line is equivalent to doing legendary deeds, which can turn these deeds into dungeons. Some NPC tasks may have dungeon crystals. The mission rewards for Dean, who I once encountered, are dungeon crystals. Now, I have this ability, and because of the existence of a panel, he can control the generation of dungeon crystals. He became familiar with it and found that the dungeon crystal can only be used as a quest reward and cannot be directly turned into props and items for sale in the store, which is in line with the way players can obtain dungeon crystals. Compared with other rewards, this function is the biggest gain. Strengthening the functions as NPC will be more attractive to players. Han Xiao was very surprised. Only a legendary experience can generate a dungeon. In other words, it means that it will significantly change the main plot of a planet or a larger area. The NPC template may have more functions, but I have not triggered it yet. Since the NPC template has this ability, it means that the benefits of participating in the main plot are one more layer. If you can have the right to generate copies of many major events, the player will be incredibly sticky to him. This is the biggest surprise. After processing the reward, Bennett, who was walking beside him, sat down and said in a deep voice, "This level of war will not happen again in the short term. But after the 6 countries are recuperating, they may start to liquidate other forces and continue to consolidate their rule. After the budding and defeat, the Dark Web is one of the largest organizations left. Sooner or later, they will deal with us." Han Xiao put away his excitement and put on a meditative expression. Before mastering the right to speak, everyone thought they were good people. But in the short term, the 6 countries will have to deal with the follow-up disasters of the nuclear explosion and have no time to do anything else. When it comes to disasters, your shelter plan can come in handy. Bennett sighed. I would rather never be used. After the war, more outside wanderers will seek asylum. I am ready to speed up the plan and establish shelters in Shizhou and Beizhou. India's refugees need to be transferred, and I will also send people to accept them. The 6 countries are willing to throw this mess to us. The 2 main lines of Hylon Star. One is the beginning, which has been destroyed by him. This is the main conflict. The second is to build a shelter. Compared with the budding war, the main rhythm of the shelter is not fierce, and the entire Hylon will enter a stable period. It is expected that there will be no major conflicts in version 1.0. His own strength stands at the top of the planet, and he is also a hero who has destroyed the germination. He has basically no enemies and can develop steadily next. The main line of the bud should be a big event that runs through 1.0. Players can show their skills, but now they are gone in the early stage. In the future, they can only make small fuss. Players with chaotic tendencies naturally don't like peace, but is a good thing for Han Xiao. He just obtained the right to generate dungeons in the bud, splitting the war into dungeons, satisfying the players' undying desire to fight, and attracting more players to gather around them, and continuing to improve their status. The buds are destroyed. I have no enemies in Hylon. Next, I can prepare for the trip to the Interstellar. The chance to leave Hylon is just during the professional league. Nearly a year later, this period is very stable. I have to accumulate a lot of experience as a foundation. After all, there are not many players in the Interstellar to interact for the moment. The enemy has gone, and Han Xiao has a feeling of relaxation that his tense nerves finally relaxed. The public beta of version 1.0 is about 3.5 years, and it can be fully afforded for more than a year. Now the 6 countries are immersed in the joy of victory. They don't know that the catastrophe will come soon. It is estimated that the climate disaster of this nuclear explosion will strengthen the power of the alienation disaster, so Han Xiao can only watch silently for them. In the next few days, Han Xiao attended a high-level meeting on the dark web to discuss the future direction. He mainly plays soy sauce and basically does not express any opinions, but no one in the senior management here dares to ignore him. As the current first combat power of the dark web and the biggest black hand to destroy the buds, Han Xiao's fame and status at this time broke through the sky, and the intelligence agencies of the 6 countries took the initiative to commend him. With this achievement, Han Xiao can enjoy everything. If he returns to Xinglong now, he can also get the corresponding treatment. On the player forum, the end of the main line this time attracted great attention, and various discussion posts were slaughtered. Players participated in such a major event for the first time and were extremely excited. Players who observed the nuclear explosion with their own eyes put the video on the video, which caused surprise. Han Xiao, who caused such a big scene, couldn't avoid the opening scene. The players had a lot of imagination and made up more bizarre stories, which made Han Xiao famous again. After the war was over, the budding players lost their camp and had the opportunity to make a new choice. They evacuate India with the refugees and could choose which continent to go to. At the same time, almost 70% of the budding players chose Nanzhou without hesitation. Black Ghost, here we come. The former budding players almost cried with joy. After so much pain, they finally turned over. Who can understand the bitterness of each time they see other mainland players showing off Han Xiao's benefits? Why aren't all former budding players coming? Well, the remaining 30% of them have participated in the mission of Menya headquarters. Han Xiao's initial favorability was 12 points, and they were very desperate. The spicy chicken sprouts, and I will give my future. The helicopter landed in the 3rd refuge. As soon as he got off the plane, Huang Yu came over and stopped talking. What's wrong? Han Xiao noticed Huang Yu's hesitation. Huang Yu coughed dryly. Your Excellency, your family is here to visit you. My family? Han Xiao was stunned for a moment before he realized that it was the Overmera family. After thinking about it carefully, when the war ended, he was an internal person who was revealed by Overmera and the world's largest brand. Overmera was naturally curious about his attitude and wanted to use this relationship to embrace his thighs. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows and said, "Let him come to see me." 10 minutes later, Xiao Quan followed Huang Yu to the reception hall. He was the envoy sent by Overmera to visit Han Xiao, one of Xiao Jin's adopted sons. He was nominally the original brother of Han Xiao, and he was regarded as the so-called family. Xiao Quan was better among the adopted sons. This time he was selected as an envoy because he knew how to judge the situation. When Han Xiao's true identity was exposed, many brothers in the family expressed disbelief. Some people were very angry when they thought that Xiao Han became an elder and took advantage of them. But Xiao Quan dared not have such emotions. He knew very well that the current situation could not be measured by his former eyes. Every time he thought of the other brothers' indignation, Xiao Quan only felt that they were not aware of their lives. The Black Ghost alone is far superior to the entire Overmera, and he dare not neglect it. Xiao Quan used his eloquence to talk to Huang Yu, trying to inquire about Han Xiao's attitude. Huang Yu implemented Han Xiao's attitude and acted as a result of the upward and downward action. Xiao Quan's mood couldn't help but become even more nervous. Here, go in. The door of the reception room opened, and Xiao Quan saw Han Xiao sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed, staring at him lightly. Xiao Quan couldn't help but hold his breath and didn't dare to breathe. Xiao Han, long time no see. He said hello with a tough bullet, trying to ease the atmosphere. Call me Han Xiao. Han Xiao said lightly. This is not a good sign. Xiao Chuanxin was frightened and had to change his words. You are the only one. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows and said, What's the matter with Ao Termera? Xiao Quan hurriedly said, and said carefully, Han Xiao, my father has always been thinking about you. He really wants to see you. I hope he can go back. He can explain the unpleasantness that happened before. Han Xiao did not speak and looked straight at Xiao Quan. Xiao Quan felt his eyes full of oppression, and he unconsciously lowered his head, and fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Let me go. Han Xiao stood up and strode closer, as if he was about to take action. Xiao Quan was forced by momentum. Thinking of Han Xiao's various deeds, a terror arose. He shrank back like a quail, knocked down the chair, lost his balance, and fell to the ground. He hurriedly wanted to get up, but suddenly a shadow enveloped him. Han Xiao put his hands in his pockets, bent down, and looked down at him from a high point. His eyes were like needles, which made Xiao Quan's heart tremble. He knelt on the ground, half kneel, dare not move anymore, raised his head, and looked panicked. I think you didn't understand the situation. If you want to see me, let Xiao Jin and the others get over here by themselves. Han Xiao's tone was indifferent, and suddenly stretched out his hand and touched Xiao Quan. It's over, he wants to kill me. Xiao Quan looked frightened, and his mind was blank. My shoulders suddenly tightened, and I was grabbed by my palms, and a force that lifted upwards came. Xiao Quan was pulled up, and Han Xiao patted his shoulder, as if he was scanning him for dust, transfer my words back intact. Huang Yu, who was on the side, opened the door at this time, reached out to lead his hand, and said expressionlessly, Please. Xiao Quan came to his senses, was very afraid, and did not dare to stay for too long, and seemed to have left. Han Xiao sat back on the sofa and thought secretly, Overmera visited me just to get my help with the help of relatives' relationship, but I could use them just right. If Overmera moved to the third refuge, there would be more NPC resources here. On the other hand, after Xiao Quan left, he immediately reported Han Xiao's attitude to Xiao Jin, trembling. He wants you to come here in person. Xiao Jin's face was gloomy and she sighed. This time I'm going to have a heavy bleeding. In the past, Han Xiao was wearing a mask, and both sides didn't know the details of each other and had room for maneuver. But now showing his true identity is equivalent to tearing apart. All contradictions are resolved on the surface, while Overmera is the weaker side and can only keep giving in. Xiao Jin looked at Xiao Hai beside him and said in a deep voice, You are ready to apologize and make up for it. After that, he slammed the door and left Xiao Hai in the room with a panicked look on his face. P.S. The book My Sister is a Big Star, a high-end urban collection. You can tell what the theme is by reading the title of the book. It is humorous and interesting, and the characters are vivid. Friends who like virtue should not miss it. After sending the messenger of Overmera away, Han Xiao went to find the 4 men of Mad Dagger and prepared to experiment with the copy generation function. The Imperial test body is easy to use. When he arrived at the next house, the 4 of them were not at home. Han Xiao scratched his head, took out his tablet, and called out all the secret surveillance cameras in the entire shelter. The system screened the faces and quickly locked the 4 people's positions. Feng Yu was learning to synthesize a new formula with Yi Qing. The potion was blazing green mist. There were a few honest players standing next to him. They probably tried the medicine. I don't know what they would face next. Hao Ian stood on the arena, guarding the beating. As a professional master, he had high requirements for himself and never forgot to temper his skills. The crazy knife was used as a sandbag in Hyla. Hyla followed Han Zhao's advice and found an alien as a substitute to develop superpowers and beat the crazy knife in a variety of styles. Aurora was sitting in a wheelchair, holding the baby bear and watching the video, and a meat bag was on the side. He was quite familiar with Kuang Dao. He was very happy to see Quang Dao being beaten to the point of no human being. Maybe this is a friend. Han Xiao went to Hyla's house and called to summon 4 other people. As soon as he entered the yard, a black shadow flew over his head. It was the crazy sword and angry sword. So without thinking, he reached out and pulled him down from the sky. Hyla stopped, and the floating red hair fell, returning to curly waist-length hair. The red light in her eyes dissipated. Han Xiao looked at the miserable mad knife and nodded secretly. Only in this way, Hyla had the style of persuading her sister to withdraw from her in her previous life. The baby bear on Aurora's knee stood up with difficulty, fell to the ground and rolled around, shaking his fat buttocks, ran to Han Xiao happily, crawled up with his legs, hung it around his neck, and swayed like a backpack. The baby bear was delicious and well-behaved, and his weight had nearly doubled. Han Xiao raised his hand and slapped the baby bear with a slap, then looked at the battle information on the panel. The baby bear was level 18, which was level 4 higher than when he was brought back. The breed of clawed ice bear has good growth potential. Hela's face was complicated. She was full of hatred for Mingya, but she never thought that such a giant would be completely destroyed. The hatred disappeared with the explosion of the sky and earth. She couldn't help but remember the first time she met. Who would have thought that the pale-faced, weak experimental body would achieve this legendary deed a year later? Seeing that her expression was strange, Han Xiao took out his tablet, called out a few photos, and handed them to Hela. The photo shows the ruins of the headquarters of the Six Nations, drone aerial photos of the nuclear explosion, a black scorched earth. It's basically dead. If the buds still have a remnant party, there are only some small fish and shrimps on the periphery, so don't worry about the buds making a comeback unless they are tired of living. Han Xiao paused and said, "You used to be a member of the buds and are also on the wanted list of the 6 countries, but you are mine now, and the 6 countries will not target you again." Hyla frowned. "I didn't say I want to be your subordinate." Aurora raised her little hand. "I want to be." Hela was so angry that she reached out to rub Aurora's hair. Aurora's hair grew out during this period, and her short golden hair covered her ears. The few people chatted casually for a while. Hao Yin and Feng Yu arrived. Usually, Han Xiao summoned them and had good things, so he secretly looked forward to it. Han Xiao used the dungeon generation function and thought about it. He intercepted the Dark Crow Valley operation to form a dungeon crystal. This level is suitable for the current level of the player. LV-30 Copy Crystal. Operation Dark Crow Valley. Introduction. Dark Crow Valley Base, a debris base in Nanzhou, was destroyed by Xinglong and Haixia. This will be your test. Genre. Time back travel copy. Now number of people passed. 0. Maximum copy completion. No record. Record holder. None. Copy crystal. The 4 people looked at each other. Now, the average level of players is about level 30, and they have begun to contact dungeons. At present, Hylon has found 11 fixed dungeons. That is, they can obtain the same dungeon crystal from a certain character by repeatedly doing tasks. They basically come from various forces and are small dungeons of a 5-person team. A new dungeon is equal to a new opportunity. After the 4 people complete it, they receive a reward. A white diamond crystal appears out of thin air in their hands. You can enter the dungeon by crushing it. Quang Dao immediately said, "This is a 5-person team dungeon. Let's pick someone up and see if you can win the first pass." Because Han Xiao is the link, the 4 of them often play together and are now all acquaintances. Hao Qian nodded. "Okay, I'll pull Huang Tiandangli, who is in the sky field." Everyone had no objection, and the 4 of them came to the square. After waiting for a while, Huang Tiandangli ran over with a happy look on his face. The great god Hao Yin was his idol, and the idol took him to play, and he was very happy. 5 people formed a team. Let's take a look at the advanced book. The crazy knife crushed the crystal, sprayed out a mist to cover the 5 people, and disappeared in the crowded square. The 5 people had a flower in front of them, and the scene around them turned into a dense forest. It was the dark night, and it was hard to see their 5 fingers. Time backtracking dungeons restore past experiences and allow players to participate in events. The panel flashes the prompt. You're soldiers of the Dark Valley base. Han Xiao and the Star Dragon troops are about to invade. Your mission is to protect the Dark Valley base as much as possible. Dutter preparation countdown. 10 minutes, Dutter target. Survive until the end of the event. Reward experience. Optional mission 1. Kill 5-star dragons or Han Xiao agents. Reward experience. Optional mission 2. Protect the base's true intelligence and do not leak. Reward experience. Optional mission 3. Pan Kuang and the season's final survival. Reward experience. Optional mission 4. Repel the Star Dragon Xia. Coalition. Reward experience. Dutter failure conditions. All destroyed. What a high reward. Huang Tiandangli was shocked. As a backbone member of the guild, he was knowledgeable. At present, the level 30 dungeons that players have come into contact with usually only 2 or 3 tasks, and the rewards are only 70,000 to 80,000 experience. There are 5 tasks in this dungeon, and the reward is so high. After thinking about it, Huang Tiandangli's face became serious, but the more rewards, the higher the difficulty. The other 4 looked at each other with confusion. Is that true? I didn't feel that the mission of the Black Ghost was difficult. We are different. The meat bun said earnestly and couldn't bear to correct Huang Tiandangli. Crazy Dao looked at the prompt and said in surprise, the dungeon will not start 10 minutes later, but we can act freely now. What does this mean? This is the first time we encountered a dungeon with a countdown. They were a little confused. In fact, the countdown will only occur for the more difficult dungeons. The entry point is a while before the event begins, and it is left for the players to prepare. This is the same this time. The time when the dungeon begins is on the night when Agent Han Xiao is about to steal intelligence. The player has the opportunity to stop it. If the plot of the beginning is changed, the entire dungeon will be reduced from hell difficulty to difficulty, but the panel does not prompt this, and the player needs to find it out by himself. In the future, Han Xiao will open this dungeon, and the players in the shelter suffered hundreds of times before they found the right way to start. At this time, the 5 people naturally didn't know the importance of these 10 minutes and started the dungeon. However, they first opened the land. Such a compound dungeon was completely different from that of the monster-killing dungeon. It had a higher sense of substitution and gameplay, and it was also more difficult. The 5 people were in pain and happy, spinning around like headless flies, and could only follow the tasks assigned by the base and patrol continuously. After a day like this, the next night, the meat bag was suddenly blown out. Your teammate Meat Bank Dog is dead. What the hell? The remaining 4 people were shocked and hurriedly looked around. However, the dense forest was deep and the night was dark. The wind blew, the leaves rustled, and I had no idea where the enemy was. Bang! This time, it was Hao Ian's turn to be shot. The 3 of them were both soldiers and looked nervous. Hao Ian's voice sounded from the team channel and said solemnly, the panel prompts me to be attacked by death, and the one who killed me was the Black Ghost. The 3 of them were shocked. It turned out that this was a copy of Han Xiao's existence, and it's in the enemy's camp. Everyone's anger fell sharply. Han Xiao's copy generation function is to intercept an event and automatically generate a task. The characters in the copy are all mirror images. They act according to the original plot and have the strength at that time, but they have nothing to do with him. After 3 consecutive gunshots, the 3 of them were dead. They were blinded and returned to the square. They spent a day in the copy space, and only 10 minutes outside the world passed, and the time flow rate of the copy space was different. Dull. Operation Dark Valley failed. Cooldown time of this dungeon. 3 hours, 5 people smiled bitterly. This is too difficult. I don't know how to die. On the other side, Han Xiao saw the 5 people returning from the surveillance camera and confirmed that the copy of the crystal was effective and started to think about it. The dungeon crystal can only be released through tasks and cannot be sold separately. Its purpose is to gather more players and provide more benefits to players, so that players can command their work more and players can understand my deeds through dungeons and improve my status. These are all hidden benefits. However, the dungeon crystal cannot be sold, and it cannot produce direct benefits. Han Xiao suddenly stopped, slapped his head, and laughed. Oh, I think it's a bit out of my mind. I don't have to sell it. The next day, Han Xiao officially released a large-scale copy mission, and the players in the shelter were very surprised. I didn't expect that the Black Ghost also has a dungeon mission. Why didn't it appear before? By the way, the main line of the Bud has just ended recently. Perhaps it was through the dungeon that we who did not participate in the experience again. And Han Xiao is the character who released a fixed dungeon. That will be great. It's a bit regretful that the players in the refuge did not participate in the main line of the war, and now Han Xiao releases a dungeon related to this completed main line, which is undoubtedly an opportunity to make up for the shortcomings. Players flock to it, but Han Xiao did not deliver it for free this time. He set up such a task. The reward is a dungeon crystal, and the requirement is to set something called contribution. As long as he takes over the task, buy things, learns skills, buy boxes from him, and consumes and improves the contribution level, he can complete the task. Since Dungeon Crystal cannot be sold and cannot generate direct benefits, then change to a flexible way. He can set the task requirements at will, treating Dungeon Crystals as additional prizes, stimulate more players to come here to consume, and increase his sales. Players who originally wanted to consume were more willing to consume when they saw that they could complete the dungeon tasks. Players who wanted dungeon tasks came to consume and found that the things they sold were good quality and cheap, and then they got into the trap, forming a circular chain. This thing is a promotional method. The effect was significant. Han Xiao's first attempt increased by 30% on the day's sales. The results are gratifying. The most intuitive influence is that Han Xiao's side became more crowded than the subway. Crowded, making him unable to escape. After getting the dungeon crystal, the player calls his friends and forms a team to brush the copy. The basic process is to enter the dungeon happily and come out with a confused look on his face. The goal of passing the level is to survive to the end. When a land was first opened, everyone died on the road of revolution. 2 days passed, and finally someone passed the dungeon. However, the completion rate was terrible. No optional task was completed, and there was only the lowest basic completion rate. The 4 optional tasks are the biggest reward. I spent money to get the dungeon crystals at Han Xiao, but only got the lowest dungeon reward. Isn't this a loss? The player was unwilling to give up and suffered wildly, and his mentality was greatly destroyed by being abused. The difficulty of optional tasks, complete and level through goals are 2 games. Wow, can this dungeon be played? The Black Ghost took my 8th blood. I feel tired. The player couldn't help but post and complain on the forum, sharing the information and video of the dungeon, and brainstorming. I have died so many times, and I came to a conclusion. I will lose if I follow the base's orders. How to complete the optional mission. Is Jiejin a level 30 dungeon? There is Gaoyu integrated intelligence and analyze the plot of the dungeon from 5 missions. The general direction of the dungeon is like this. On the first night of entering the dungeon, Agent Han Xiao operated and the base was leaked. The second night, the Black Ghost began to act and snipe the patrol soldiers. I don't know what means to sneak into the base and obtain true information. This night is the key to completing mission 2. Then the base was alert, and the traces of the Black Ghost occurred. A chase war broke out, but it failed. Immediately afterwards, the Han Xiao army arrived and started a war head-on. There was a chance to complete mission 1 here, and everyone was trapped at the base. In the end, the base exploded and would definitely die. If you survived here, you would be considered passing the level. The tables and videos are listed here, indicating the things you need to pay attention to at every step of the copy plot. Let's change the topic next. Obviously, in this direction, there is no chance to complete the last 2 optional tasks. I boldly guess that this dungeon actually has 2 lines. One is the open line, which is the plot we experienced, and the other is the hidden line, which is related to the last 2 optional tasks. So far, no one has triggered it. To repel the enemy's large army, I think we should start with intelligence. After investigation, I discovered a new opportunity. There is 10 minutes of preparation time at the beginning. This is actually the period before Agent Han Xiao took action. If they stop seizing intelligence here, it may change the direction of the dungeon plot, but this is a fierce battle, and no one has succeeded. Finally, I would like to remind players not to have any contact with the Black Ghost. Once they meet him, it is basically a dead plot. The player is very enthusiastic about the dungeon, and the forum released various analysis posts. Han Xiao himself did not know the exact situation of the dungeon, because although he chose the clip, the task was automatically generated. However, when he saw the video shared by the player on the forum, he knew what the player had experienced. The player is actually in the Dark Crow Valley base camp. Is it because the dungeon in the same camp as me is not difficult at all? Han Xiao was helpless and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. But that's good. The rewards of high-difficulty dungeons can last for a long time. I am the person involved, and no one knows the key nodes of this plot better than me. It just so happens that some targeted machinery can be sold to players to help them complete tasks. The more benefits players get from the dungeon, the more helpful it will be to him. His original intention is not to let the dungeon stump all players, and to help players by selling targeted machinery, he can make another profit. This is a business opportunity. Han Xiao is an action-oriented player. The next day, he made targeted machinery, special helmets for protecting long-range snipers, and special auxiliary instruments for moving quickly in the dense forest. Once launched, players who were tortured by dungeons immediately took a fancy to it and were sold out. There is demand, and there is a market. This is the market economy. Han Xiao is clear about this. He seized all business opportunities and formed a new business chain. Han Xiao was too lazy to count how many links he made the profit. He only knew that a lot of small money flew into his wallet. Since the sea blue coins are not the currency circulating in the universe, he has been spending money to exchange for machinery, materials, and rare resources. However, not only does the money in his hands not have less, but it is also increasing with a stable trend. When Honda Technician was a player, he wanted to spend a penny in half. Now he has too much money to spend it all. Even Farian's warehouse is bought by him and needs to be replenished. It's a worry to have money. Han Xiao was really worried. He didn't want to take a bunch of sea blue coins to the Interstellar as toilet paper. With new machinery, it's finally much easier for players to pass the dungeon. The new machinery he made has become the standard equipment for this dungeon in the minds of players. Compared with the generous rewards of the dungeon, this cost is acceptable and players think it's very cost-effective. At least one person in the 5-person team has these equipment, which is basically equivalent to a basic need. This money has accumulated a lot, and Han Xiao made an extra pot of gold, so the difficulty of the dungeon evolved from NetEase to 10 cent. Although 10 cent is often hacked, it is still very conscientious compared to NetEase. 10 cent. I don't have money to play with UMB. NetEase, play with UMB. This is probably the difference between the two. Being a publisher of a dungeon has great long-term benefits. As long as I am, I don't have to worry about not attracting players. This is a main line of version 1.0. Generating dungeons below level 60 can be eaten for a long time. I will only generate dungeons in Dark Crow Valley for the time being, and wait until the player level slowly rises, and then publish a new dungeon, so that it can always meet the needs of players and carry out sustainable development. Han Xiao calculated. And with more dungeons released, players personally experience my experience, which is very helpful for me to consolidate and deepen my own impression. Let players know that besides being handsome, I have countless advantages. Han Xiao attaches great importance to players. After all, if he wants to grow quickly, he cannot avoid interacting with players. The players are a group of lawless people, so he is unwilling to stand opposite players. Although he is ahead of players, once players grow up, they can still cause some trouble. This is still to be admitted, and Honda Technician never expands. Operation Crow Valley. The dungeon has formed a trend in the shelter. The functions of the shelter are becoming increasingly rich, and the emergence of the dungeon is equivalent to quantitative change causing qualitative change. In the minds of players, the status of the main city has basically taken shape. Hundreds of supplies were neatly placed in the warehouse and piled up into a hill containing countless parts and materials that Han Xiao had hoarded. This is a secret base located under the third refuge. When building the refuge, Han Xiao also quietly expanded the base. Now it is his secret stronghold. All roads have permission identification and are equipped with a defense machine gun array. In addition to fixed-point cameras monitoring all entrances, countless detection spiders are also sneaking in the shadows, which is very strict. Han Xiao has 3 warehouses in total. One is the raw materials and parts warehouse, and the second is the backlog of mechanical equipment warehouses. They are all built by him to earn manufacturing experience and sell them to players. The last one is an important warehouse. With the equipment you use, the new mechas exists in an important warehouse. The things in these warehouses were all his preparations for going to the interstellar world. The recent copy function made him a lot of money, and the money came. He didn't know how much money he would accumulate when he went to the interstellar world, but the good situation did not make Han Xiao too excited. He saw some problems. What you earn is the player's money. So where does the player's money come from? Of course, it's about doing tasks from other NPCs. In essence, the player plays a role as an artificial porter, gathering the NPC wealth scattered around the world, and then delivering it to Han Xiao through consumption, forming a torrent of money, and money moves to form a transmission assembly line. He can barely be the end of money circulation, and money is safe to put it in his pocket. Then if players want to make money, they have to work for other NPCs. If they want to improve their consumption level, they have to pour live water from the source and increase NPCs in the shelter. There's another problem. Players will not stay in the main city all the time. They will definitely go to other places to do tasks and experience the plot. If you want to get the players to return to their nests, in addition to the various activities being improved, it is also necessary to facilitate transportation in the main city. Han Xiao is preparing to lay a new transportation network for the shelter, build railway tracks, and scheduled flights. This is a big budget, and the dark web cannot be used for the time being. Bennett is developing a new shelter and has no spare money on hand. And these two problems have the same solution. Find a sucker who is willing to pay money and others. The phone rang, and Huang Yu's voice came from the answer. The visiting troops of the Overmare family have arrived at the door of the shelter. Do you want them to come in? Han Xiao played with the bullet shell, and he smiled meaningfully. Walk, of course you have to go in. A convoy was parked at the door of the shelter, and Xiao Jin brought people to visit him in person. The team that visited this time was mainly members of the Xiao sect, led by Xiao Jin and a group of nephews. In addition to the Xiao sect, there were also envoys following our sect and Xiu sect, mainly to express their attitude. The group was left at the door for a long time, and Xiao Jin was not impatient at all. He knew very well that he was a weaker party and was here to ask for help. After waiting for a long time, he was allowed to leave. He observed the shelter facilities all the way, nodded frequently, followed Huang Yu to the reception hall, and looked up at Han Xiao, who was sitting in the main seat, looking at them with a playful look. Without the mask, this face was Xiao Han, who had been missing for a long time in the eyes of the Xiao sect. However, they could not see through Han Xiao at this time, as if they had changed their personalities, and their eyes were as if they were looking at a group of strangers. Xiao Jin didn't dare to call his son rashly, cleared his throat, and said in a deep voice, "Black Ghost." Han Xiao glanced at everyone, expressionless, and did not answer. He leaned against the chair like a king, raised his legs, and casually crossed the yellow bullets, and looked at everyone directly. Xiao Jin understood the meaning, looked at Xiao Hai and the group of children and nephews behind him, and turned his head to signal. These younger generations of Xiao sect made a commotion, hesitated, and rubbed for a few seconds before they reluctantly greeted him. "Godfather! Oh, you are here," Han Xiao Dong said lightly as if he was watching the fire. Before Xiao Jin came, he must have expected this awkward seniority relationship. These younger generations of the Xiao faction must be mentally prepared. This hesitant expression was specially made for him to show him, and he tactfully reminded that the title was inappropriate. It was time to recognize each other and wanted to change back to the role of Xiao Jin's son and implement the relationship between the two parties. However, it is useless to him. He is not really Xiao Han. Han Xiao was indifferent and said, "What do I want to do when you visit me?" Seeing this, Xiao Jin coughed and said, "I can explain what happened before. Your brother wants to apologize to you in person." Xiao Hai took a deep breath, put on a look of apology, and quickly passed through his mind. When he was on the road, he had already thought of an apology posture. You must cry and bow down and show regret for your brothers, and you will have a great chance of getting Han Xiao's forgiveness. As long as the relationship is restored, Overmera will hold this thigh firmly. Even if Xiao Hai is unwilling to do it, he can still grit his teeth and act in this drama of rebellion. Taking a step forward, Xiao Hai was about to speak. Bang! Everyone was startled and looked in the sound and saw a smoky crater appearing at Xiao Hai's feet. If he had just taken a step forward, he would have been hit on the foot. Xiao Hai failed to get out of this step and was frozen in place. The empty shell fell to the ground. Han Xiao's blue mechanical force wrapped around his fingers, and a wisp of black smoke came out of his fingernails. The blink of an eye acted as a striker, detonating the bottom fire and shooting out a bullet with his bare hands. This was so handsome that he thought he was handsome. It has limited power, but it is enough to scare people. I don't need to apologize. I'm talking about this serious matter, Han Xiao said lightly. Xiao Jin's face changed slightly, and he thought it was not good. This is what he meant to end here. He didn't talk about feelings, but only deals. This disrupted his little plan. There was no way, so he could only let Xiao Hai retreat. Xiao Hai was clenched tightly, and he was ready to apologize, but he didn't even give him the chance to read the manuscript. Han Xiao didn't even look at him, and a deep sense of depression surged in his heart. Xiao Jin calmed down and said in a deep voice, "The buds have been destroyed, and the 6 countries will dominate the future. Due to the deterioration of the climate, many wanderers will choose to leave their settlements and join the 6 countries. When the 6 countries have recuperated, they will sooner or later settle us, scattered warlord forces, even if we were the partners of the 6 countries. Unless you find a next home that can protect you." Han Xiao rubbed his chin. Xiao Jin nodded. Everything was silent. He wanted to prepare for the future and leaned against Han Xiao and the dark web. Han Xiao changed his mind. "I've paid back the debt. How did you get into this position? Don't you know what you think?" Xiao Jin looked helpless. He originally wanted to talk about feelings, but Han Xiao only talked about interests, just like the last time he pretended to be a black ghost. "What do you want?" "Money, manpower, and you have to move people to the vicinity of the refuge and turn them into Acropolis. It is difficult to collect debts in the distance." Overmela and others changed slightly. This request was to give up their previous foundation, and everyone looked at Xiao Jin and waited for him to make a decision. Xiao Jin was silent for a moment and compromised completely. Okay. He focused on the future. War brought chaos and order, and there would be fewer and fewer wanderers. Once the 6 countries were freed up, the model of warlord settlements would be broken by force. Instead of waiting until the cunning rabbit dies and lacks the dog to cook, it would be better to seek a way out as soon as possible and change the family's business model. The shelter on the dark web is also considered a settlement, but unlike the warlords of these warlords, the 6 countries allowed the existence of shelter. After thinking about it, Xiao Jin believed that this was an opportunity. Only by giving up can one gain, so he agreed. The others were sent back, leaving only Han Xiao and Xiao Jin. The two talked about the specific details of the transaction. Xiao Jin was pleased with his eyes and kept compromising. The final result was that Overmera invested in the construction of transportation routes and slowly moved the personnel from various strongholds to shelters, including refugees and wanderers under their rule, which could enrich the population of the shelter. Overmera is the sucker that Han Xiao found. Han Xiao has no idea of inheriting his original relationship at all, but this can be used to exploit Overmera. Anyway, these people are not good things. I heard that your Nanzhou branch is still in trouble with Liu Cheng. He is my friend. I know how to do it. Xiao Jin sighed. In addition to Overmera, Han Xiao is also preparing to pull Lu Qing over and will not let Overmera's dominance. The competitors of the refuge already have warlords, and the dark web will support his actions. Speaking of which, Old Man Lu still has drawings, but hasn't gotten it. Since the last Green Valley incident, Lu Qing and Overmera have formed a bond, and his Black Pine settlement has been attacked many times and have suffered heavy injuries. Overmera voted for him, and Han Xiao helped Lu Qing solve the problem and called him. "It's you." On the phone, Lu Qing was on guard. He also received information from Han Xiao from Overmera, which made him very alert and suspected that Han Xiao had contacted him. "Don't worry, Overmera will not cause trouble for you again." Han Xiao made his right to the point and expressed his attitude. Lu Qing was puzzled and said in a deep voice, "What do you mean? Offmera is not my camp, at least not before. Now, they have turned to me, and I will resolve the dispute between you for you." Han Xiao smiled. Friends should help each other. "Okay." Lu Qing's tone was a little slow. Thinking of his previous friendship, he felt that Han Xiao would not slander him, and there was no need for this. He is just a small warlord, and Han Xiao is now a legendary figure. After the war, the 6 countries will dominate, and fewer wanderers will be lost. The warlord model in the future will inevitably be liquidated. Han Xiao reiterated Xiao Jin's words, which roughly means that the business you're doing now has no future and will surely collapse in the future. "Brother, my industry has more prospects. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Now there's a chance to pull you. Everyone gets on the pirate ship together and play happily together. Are you embarrassed to let your brother down?" Lu Qing was a little moved. "Let me think about it." After talking about the main business, Han Xiao asked Lei Jinyu if he was still in the settlement of Heisong. Lu Qing's answer was that he had left, and Han Xiao couldn't help but feel moved. Lei Jinyu is a mechanic who makes PE 0-nanometer muscle fibers. Old Man Lu entrusted him to help Lu Qing. Once Lei Jinyu leaves, it will be an opportunity for Old Man Lu to leave 4 drawings. Old Man Lu manages to let the news go to Lu Qing's hands, and Lu Changkai sent someone to Xinglong's repair shop to get the drawings back. Although the relationship between the 2 father and son is very stiff, Old Man Lu's father's love is as good as a mountain. Han Xiao shook his head secretly, remembering his father and the nostalgic slap in the face. Oh, it's not Xiao Jinji next to him. Old Man Lu's 4 drawings are rare, with a unique style. They are considered as a set of magical tools in the early stage of the mechanical system. The probability of knowledge being integrated is extremely low, so Han Xiao is more envious. His current equipment tactical system is 3 types: Ghost Gauss Sniper plus long-range kite flow of electromagnetic skateboard shoes, comprehensive Tingsha Mecha, magnetic link splitting blade plus electric heat cutting machine warrior flow. 3 systems form the current combat style. Other scatter machinery are not counted as the conventional tactics he uses, such as the fire rush flow of the 2.5 TH Generation Ranger Plus turret, the primary pure gun range flow of a large number of gunpowder weapons, etc., which are rarely used. Since the snake-type mecha was released from the factory, Viper, Tungsur, Han Xiao has rarely bet on new drawings. He knows clearly the knowledge combination of drawings. In addition to occasionally taking chances, he will only spend experience to integrate specific drawings if he confirms that some kind of tactic is needed. Old Man Lu's 4 drawings belong to an independent new tactical system, which is equivalent to free gifts, so Han Xiao naturally would not miss them. The sunset slowly approached the horizon, placing the sky with dusk color. The air was filled with a hint of melancholy that the day was about to disappear. The crowds on the street were walking in a hurry, as if they wanted to rush home before nightfall, just like the night was a flood. Han Xiao walked slowly on the street, left for nearly a year, and returned to Shidu. The city gave him a subtle change in the feeling. There were more people, and there were still spray paints of anti-war parades in the corners of the walls. The giant screen of the building in the distance scrolled and played the news, with the content about the victory of the war and the upcoming climate deterioration. The city was shrouded in a heavy atmosphere, and citizens were confused and worried about their future destiny. At this time, Han Xiao wore a simulation mask, changed his appearance, and wore a warm wool coat. It was winter now, and this outfit was very low-key and ordinary. When I returned to the repair shop that I had been away from for a long time, I still had a familiar layout, and a studio was still left next to the shop. Han Xiao walked into the store, the lathe buzzed, and Lu Qian focused on assembling a machine. She was the only one, and the old man Lu, who usually sat at the door, disappeared. Lu Qian turned around and saw the customer coming to the door. She hurriedly put down her work, greeted her, and smiled and said, "Hello. Do you need anything?" Lu Qian was still familiar, gentle, and elegant, like a spring breeze. Han Xiao looked up and down and said, "I want to customize a small thing." "What to customize?" Lu Qian blinked. Han Xiao took out a drawing and handed it to Lu Qian. This was a sketch of a small metal sculpture, which had no technical content. It only required wheel grinding and welding. Any mechanical assembly store could complete it. Lu Qian looked at it for a while and nodded. "No problem. Come and get it tomorrow." Han Xiao shook his head. "I will leave the city tomorrow. I will have it tonight." Lu Qian said in a difficult situation, "It will take about 2 hours to make this sculpture, and I will close after it gets dark. Then I have to change one." Han Xiao pretended to be a pity and muttered in a low voice, "Is there a modification store nearby to take on orders worth 30,000 yuan?" Lu Qian's eyes lit up immediately, and the tone of the conversation slipped 180 degrees. "Close is postponed today. You stay in the store and wait, and you can pick up the goods immediately after it's finished." Hearing this, Han Xiao smiled secretly. He knew Lu Qian so well, and this trick was unsatisfactory. Only by staying in the store can you have the chance to find the box left by Old Man Lu. Naturally, he cannot directly ask Lu Qian, as it will cause alertness. At this moment, a new customer came to the door. He was a short-haired man. He leaned his head and said, "I want to buy some household equipment. Is there any goods?" "Yes." Lu Qian greeted the customer, pointed to the metal shelf next to him, and said, "It's all for sale. I'm sorry I have work on my hands. You can see it yourself." After moving a stool, he sat down. Han Xiao suddenly felt something and looked at him. He saw that the man who had just entered the door looked at the goods on the shelf while quietly looking at it. "Old man, Lu has a special identity." Before leaving, people who got rid of the 13th Bureau took care of Lu Qian. There have been targeted protection and surveillance nearby to prevent anyone from making bad plans against Lu Qian. This new guest is a permanent field staff member who came to check Han Xiao's background. People from the 13th Bureau. Han Xiao's senses at level 70 were very sharp. He noticed that the man had military training in his pace. He guessed the other party's origin after a little thought. He remained calm and watched the change. He changed his appearance at this time, and he was not afraid of being recognized. As the sky became darker, Lu Qian was concentrating on making the situation. Han Xiao sat on the side and waited, and the man was picking on the shelves and always monitoring him. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows and was being watched. He couldn't move casually. He shook his legs secretly. A small detective spider crawled out of his pocket and sneaked quietly along the shadows in the corner of the wall. Han Xiao took out the tablet, used his body to separate the monitor's gaze, lowered his head, and called out a spider detecting control interface, and changed to manual mode. The picture of a small detector appears in the lower right corner of the screen, moving against the ground from the perspective of the little spider. The detector is specially equipped with a metal detection device, and the pipes hidden under the walls and floors emit red light, showing it. He remembered that Old Man Lu's safe was metal, so he used metal detection. Half an hour later, the detection spider discovered the target in the room on Lu Qian's second floor. A portable safe was placed under the bed. Han Xiao's eyes rolled and stood up suddenly, saying, "Is there a toilet here?" Lu Qian raised her head and wiped her sweat. "I'll take you there upstairs." "No, you're busy with yours. I'll go by myself." Han Xiao refused, stepped upstairs, and after walking a few steps, he suddenly heard the field staff also use the excuse of going to the toilet, followed him, and kept surveillance. Han Xiao TSK, feeling quite troublesome. Being stared at by someone is not good at acting, and evil suddenly arises from his heart. When he arrived at the toilet on the second floor, he suddenly turned around and punched the field staff hard on the bridge of the nose. The field staff couldn't react at all. He felt a blur in front of him, and a burst of painful pain in the nose bridge broke out, and he was knocked unconscious without saying a word. Holding the field staff, lying down silently, Han Xiao walked into Lu Qian's room, pulled out the safe from the bottom of the bed, and entered the password in his memory. Kata. The lid of the box was opened, and Han Xiao glanced at it. The panel prompted him to obtain 4 rare drawings. He was happy and rolled up the drawings and stuffed them into the bag, then took out the substitute from the bag and put them in the box, and finally closed the box and returned to its original position. The substitute is also mechanical drawings, but it is a conventional drawing. In the future, players will experience the hardships of this task and replace the pillars. At least they will not give the player no gains. Han Xiao feels that his conscience is very good, which is simply touching the starry sea. Carrying the field staff downstairs, Lu Qian was shocked. What's wrong with him? Han Xiao pretended to be disgusted. This guy wants to go to the toilet with me. His heart is punishable. I knocked him out. Lu Qian's face became strange. His eyes were circling on the field staff, and muttered, "Is it so exciting?" Han Xiao Anren sat down and knocked the person in the 13th game unconscious. He was not panicked at all. His confidence came from strength, and Lu Qian was an old acquaintance, so he didn't want to disappear for no reason, which made Lu Qian feel frightened. He chatted with Lu Qian anymore. C-156, please answer. C-156, please answer. In a building room a few hundred meters away from the repair shop, a group of field personnel responsible for protecting Lu Qian were on standby here. The captain kept repeating towards the intercom, and the target was naturally the field personnel in the repair shop. There was no reply, and everyone's face became serious. Oh no, he lost contact. An accident must have happened in the store. Take action immediately. The captain suddenly stood up, changed into a bulletproof vest and ammunition belt, and took the people out with him. P.S. We're gone. My heart is overwhelmed. Let's keep typing tomorrow. The cold night wind blew in from the window, and the buzzing sound of the lathe running filled my ears, making it look a little noisy, and Han Xiao casually chatted with Lu Qian. Your store is a lot of years old. How is your business? Lu Qian was wearing a long hair, wearing a protective mask, and was lowering her head to weld metal. He didn't raise his head when he heard this, and said, "The location is so remote, and the business is of course not good. When I came in, you were very busy." Lu Qian shook her head. "I am the only one in the store, and there is too much order backlog. Of course, there is something to do at any time. Don't you ask for help?" Lu Qian paused, sighed softly, and said, "Please go, let's go." "It's probably because the salary is too low." Han Xiao shook his head. "Is this the reason?" Lu Qian said in a suspicious tone. She was just an ordinary person and didn't know the information about those major events. Han Xiao left without saying goodbye back then, and there was no news, and Lu Qian was always worried. The apprentice who finally got caught was gone and said nothing. Although they haven't been together for a long time, Han Xiao left a deep impression on Lu Qian. In the past, she and Old Man Lu were the only one in the store. If one person was added, they would get more angry. I was quite happy to spend time together. But after waiting for a long time, Han Xiao never came back, and Lu Qian was in a low mood for a long time. Since the business is not good, do you want to go to another place? Lu Qian shook her head. This is my home. The dense footsteps approached, and a team of field teams arrived quickly in the night. At this time, the field staff who were knocked unconscious woke up slowly. Their faces changed drastically, and they immediately wanted to use a tactic to roll and get up. Suddenly, a fist with a big sandbag quickly magnified in their sight. Bang! In front of the field team, Han Xiao punched him over. "Don't move. Raise your hand." The field team raised their guns one after another and aimed at Han Xiao. The captain shouted, "We are the Xinglong Land and Strategic Defense Bureau. Now I suspect that you have a problem with your identity, so go with us." Scarlet, a few cold light flashed away, and the barrel of the field team's pistol suddenly broke, and the incision was smooth. The captain's face changed drastically. Please support. Bang, 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 bang. Lu Qian's eyes flashed, and Han Xiao, who was sitting on the chair for the last second, was standing in the middle of the crowd. The aggressive field team fell to the ground in a blink of an eye. With his attributes, there was no suspense that he instantly knocked out the group of ordinary field soldiers at about level 10. The defense power is too poor. I hope this time I can add the guards here. Well, it's best to make the players who come to do the mission unable to even enter the door. Han Xiao shook his head, took out a few thick stacks of banknotes, put them on the table, and turned around and left. Lu Qian came to her senses, stared at Han Xiao's back, and suddenly asked, "Have we seen it before?" Han Xiao didn't look back and chuckled. "I haven't seen it before." When his figure disappeared into the night, Lu Qian put down the work in her hand, took off her protective mask, lifted up the hair hanging from her temples, and suddenly smiled, revealing a tacit smile. After smuggling away from Shidu and boarding the helicopter back to the shelter, Han Xiao took out the 4 drawings he had obtained and checked them carefully. Drawings magnetic shield chain, floating shuttle, drawings sound hitting, working, drawings sound hitting shock, drawings sound hitting detection. These 4 machinery form an independent combat system, both offense and defense. The 3 different types of sound hitting are core equipment, with different functions and complement each other. As the name suggests, the principle of sound hitting is related to sonic attacks. Ultrasonic and infrasonic waves are penetrating, focusing on lethality. Noise waves and strong sound waves are vibration-driven, heavy control. Probe-driven and auxiliary are related to sonar detection. They can also enhance the power of the other 2 sounds to hit the ball and can convert and adjust the ambient sound in a certain area to form a special area for amplifying sound wave attacks. By the way, they also have MP3 functions. The learning requirements of these 4 drawings are level 45 and intelligence is above 250. The knowledge required to master is Basic Acoustics LV5, Basic Mechanical Engineering LV5, Basic Energy Theory LV5, Basic Energy Conversion LV5, Basic Wide Area Induction LV3, Basic Electromagnetic Principles LV4. Han Xiao now has 68 potential points, spending 12 points of upgrade knowledge to meet the learning requirements. A day later, Han Xiao returned to the shelter and immediately started to make the production. The core principle of sound strike is acoustics, and the most important thing is the emitter of sound wave attack. Electromagnetic chips need to be used to form a pipeline that condenses sound frequency. According to different types of sound wave attacks, the subtle points must be adjusted. These pipelines are connected to form a 3-dimensional spherical frame. The technical difficulty is high. It took him a lot of time to finally create the finished product. 3 metal balls lie quietly on the lathe, about 2/3 of the size of a human head. The shape is not round, but has some edges and corners. The outside is cold armor, protecting the inner core, and there are nozzles that release sound waves in the gaps in the armor. The original control method was gesture plus whistle. Han Xiao changed it to a neural link control. He wore a special headset generator, converted neuron signals within a radius of 60 meters, and was recognized by the internal receiver of the sound hitting ball to achieve the purpose of control. Get up, Han Xiao thought. The armor at the bottom of the 3 sounds hit the ball unfolded, revealing the dark hole, spewing out a white tail flame, flying up and floating in the air. Sound Strike has the ability to fly and can move flexibly in the air. It is a medium-range combat method. Han Xiao became familiar with the operation method, and his mind flashed. Immediately afterwards, he tested the power of the tone hitting ball. He observed that the tone hitting ball is about 20 meters, and the through type is mainly used to kill targets. Ultrasonic and infrasonic pulses can cause large armor-piercing damage, attacking the target through obstacles, and the attack range is directed linear and inverted cone. The basic attack power of sound strikes is 81-130, which seems not high, but in fact it is not. The characteristic of sound wave attack is high armor piercing, and the damage reduction is very light. With Han Xiao's attribute bonus and skill bonus, it can cause 350-400 damage by one shot. If it is added with critical strikes and will burning, it is simply merciless to chase the wind and the moon. The same type of explosion damage is no less than that of the Ghost high-def sniper rifle with a basic attack power of more than 250. Moreover, the output of the sound hitting and wearing is more stable than that of the Ghost Gauss sniper rifle and can be used as a conventional main combat method. The sound hitting and shock are range control. When the sphere shakes, high-frequency bursts, noise and strong shock sounds burst out, causing negative states such as stun, shock, paralysis, coma, etc. The attack area is a circle with a diameter of 10 meters, while the sound hitting and strike are expanded to the sound wave amplification field with a diameter of 100 meters to enhance damage and effects. Zong. The sound hit the ball and speeded up sharply, and a pit hit the steel wall, making a loud bang. The structure of the sound hitting ball is precise, and it is not used for collision, but for testing its internal impact resistance. This knockout eliminates 17 points of durability, while the durability of the sound hitting ball is 1,600 points. If you hit it, you will lose 1% durability. If you are attacked, it will seem a bit crisp. Han Xiao said in his heart. The 3 sets of sounds hit the ball, 1 attack, 1 control, and 1 auxiliary, complement each other, and defense is completed by a magnetic shield chain floating shuttle, which is similar to the principle of the magnetic link spling blade. However, this floating shuttle is used for defense and is essentially a shield generator. The floating shuttle serves as an endpoint to form a shape in the air, which is electromagnetically linked to each other and automatically unfolds, and the framed shape becomes an electromagnetic shield. Shield technology is a common technology in the universe, but there is basically no shield technology in the Sea Blue Star. According to the standards of the universe, this shield-type shield that can only be defended on one side is a prototype technology, but it is considered a rare mechanical in 1.0. He can control 4 sounds to hit the ball at most, and he will be distracted no matter how many more he has, and the operation is not so exquisite. For mechanics, it is not that he can immediately perform all functions by getting a powerful machine. Many exquisite machines need to be proficient in order to use them flexibly. The level of mechanical players is also reflected in the way of using handheld machinery, which is considered micro-operation. But for experienced technicians, Han, let alone micro-fucking whatever you want, whatever you want is fine. In addition to the sound hitting system, I already have 4 conventional tactics. The core system is the Tungsha mecha. It is also suitable for the other 3, both long range, close combat, and medium range, and can cope with various situations. It is enough, and there is no need for a new tactical system in a short period of time. Han Xiao suddenly thought that he intercepted Lu Cheng's things. At that time, Lu Cheng got the substitute drawing and didn't know what the reaction would be. Old man Lu might come to complain. It's good that this is the case. He hasn't seen Lao Lu for a while, and he misses the magnificence of the snow falling from thousands of miles away. The Sea Blue Star ushered in a period of stable times, with time passing by rapidly, and 4 months passed in the blink of an eye. The 3rd refuge has been completely formed, with towering protective walls, large filters that purify air, stabilize temperatures, and self-sufficient greenhouse farmland, etc. The goal of the refuge is to shelter humans when disaster strikes, and even preserve the fire of civilization. In 4 months, Bennett built more refuges, but none of them could catch up with the size of the Black Ghost Sanctuary. Overmera and Lu Cheng moved people over, built Acropolis around the 3rd refuge, and paid for the transportation network. It was well connected. Han Xiao's refuge can be said to be a big city. This main line settled the reward. Han Xiao completed almost all construction projects, and the task evaluation reached A+ level. Sanctuary Plan 3rd Sanctuary completed. You gain 650 W of experience. You gain 1 potential point. Performance rating, A+. Dark web favorability has increased by 2,500 points. Current relationship. Reverence, 6,000. Dark web head. A+ rating reward. Additional 250% experience. 1625 W. Special props, X1. You have 1 glory medal. Master of the Sanctuary, A. The rewards for this construction-oriented main task are based on experience. Unlike the budding main line, there are not so many special props, and there are no random rewards. There are no new copy generation rights for the NPC template. It is probably because it is a construction-oriented task, and there are not many events. Although the war ended, Hylon still has many areas to explore. There are rivers and lakes where there are people, and there will never be a lack of events. Players are exploring Hylon more and more deeply. The 6 countries busy digesting the influence of war and dealing with climate disasters are becoming increasingly afraid of the indifferences with increasing numbers and rapid growth and strength. But overall, the situation of Hylon is stable. During this period, the main lines and protagonists of other novice planets began to shine gradually, and Halen's heat cooled down. Han Xiao Anwen stayed in the shelter and prepared to go to the interstellar world, but he did not make trouble. The number of times he was mentioned was gradually reduced, and most players only remembered the fear of being dominated by him when buying boxes. It seems like the Star Sea Times said that when a main line is over, the corresponding protagonist will gradually become lost to everyone. Han Xiao was not worried at all about the decline of the popularity. The deeds he left were subtly imprinted in the hearts of players and had already laid the foundation. Even if they were temporarily replaced by other hot topics, once big news was created, it could still awaken the players' feelings for him. In 4 months, he searched for a lot of experience and a large string of zeros on the panel. Because of the rich interaction with players, Honda Technician has already implemented his identity as a mechanical instructor. Many newbies who have joined the game will come to consume, which is a long-term benefit. The industry is booming. Han Xiao lived a very comfortable life during this stable period, but he did not indulge in the gentleness. He did not feel happy. He built equipment in the workshop every day and continued to exercise, integrating the tactical system and maintaining his peak state. He used the Son of Destiny character card to accurately predict the opportunity to go to the interstellar world, and there is still a lot of time. According to his memory, the S1 Professional League will be held during this period, which is a grand event for players. Han Xiao paid great attention to the event in his previous life and wanted to join the fun. Moreover, if his refuge can become the venue for a professional league, it will bring huge passenger flow. The advanced knowledge of martial arts and superpowers he has prepared, amplification potions, advanced equipment, etc., can make a big profit. Han Xiao Dali trained the 4 young strong men of Mad Sword, Fried Dog, Feng Yu, and Hao Yan. He hoped that they could get a good result in the professional league so that he would be honored. After all, most players know that these 4 people are lucky enough to be trained by the Black Ghost. On March 1st, 689, Shanghai calendar. On this day, an announcement was topped by the forum, and its popularity soared on the ranking list with an incredible level, indicating that the players who watch and reply are increasing every minute and every second. In less than half an hour, it became the first hot post in all sections of the forum. S1 Shanghai Professional League, officially established. It's finally here. Han Xiao was very energetic. At the beginning of the public beta, it was reported that the World Esports Association would host the Shanghai Professional League. After a month and a half, there was finally official news. This morning, the World Esports Federation announced that the first Star C Professional League officially opened. This will be the most authoritative and top-level event. It will be a grand event for players. This is the biggest stage for experts from all walks of life to prove themselves. Show your skills, and the world cheers for you. The first RC League has 37 participating countries, including China, Japan, South Korea, North and South America, East and West Europe, Russia, etc. According to the differences in the planets in the game, it is divided into 13 subregions, namely Frost Winter Star Division, Polyton Star Division, Long Singing Star Division, Lonnie Star Division, and Sea Blue Star Division. The first competition system is as follows. The competition types are divided into 3 types: individual competition, ring competition, and team competition. Individual competition. Single-player competitive event. Players will win one-on-one. Arena competition. Team competitive event. Players will fight the round battle, and the players who stay in the ring win. Team competition event. Team battles are carried out in complex environments, and the opponent is destroyed or special tasks are achieved. Phase 1 event, sub-district qualifiers. All players are accepted for registration. The number of team members must be 9, 2 substitutes, 1 coach, and 6 players on the field. In the first game, the team determines the victory or defeat of the team in the team competition. Note: single players can only participate in individual competitions, and determines the team's quarterfinals of the team and the top 62 individual competitions, and enters the regular season of the sub-district. Sub-district secondary league. 18 teams are 128 individual competition players. Adopt a point system and a round-robin battle. Finally, the team competition and the championship and runner-up will be qualified for the regular season of the sub-district and the top 40 and the top 64 individual competitions. Preseason. Participants warm up, take turns to fight, and the score is not calculated the second stage. Divisional regular season. Point system. The team conducts ring matches and team competitions and take turns to fight. Finally, the team ranks the top 8 points and the top 16 points in individual competitions to enter the finals. If a team player enters the top 16 of the individual competitions, the team will add extra points. At the same time, the team in the first place in individual points can receive an invitation to the International Exhibition Match. International Exhibition Match. All-Star Game. The regular season points champions of each division will perform performance competitions with each other, and the score is not calculated. The third stage, Divisional Final. Fight against each other, and the 3 wins in 5 games will determine the regional champion and win the regional championship trophy. The champions, runner-ups, and third place in each division will enter the international regular season. The fourth stage, International Regular Season. Point system. 3 strong teams from each division will take turns to compete. The top 8 points and top 16 of the individual competitions will enter the international finals. Final stage, International Finals. Fight against each other, win 5 games, and decide the World Championship. The individual competition and ring arena are as follows: Frost Winter Star, Rift Canyon; Paladin Star, Floating Island Academy; Sea Blue Star, the third sanctuary of Black Ghosts. The registration for the qualifiers and secondary leagues will be held today, and I hope the players will get ideal results. S1 Star Sea Professional League, officially established. No matter what planet, all players' enthusiasm is boiling. Celebrate together and join in the grand event. Seeing that the third refuge was the venue of the Hylon Star event, Han Xiao breathed a sigh of relief and then became excited. He seemed to see a tsunami of leaks converging, overwhelming him. The arena is so suitable for individual competitions and ring competitions, and it is open to players. With such a good ready-made venue, the chance of becoming a venue is extremely high. In the professional league, such a big event was held on his territory. This is a huge business opportunity. The first competition system is the same as I remember, because it was the first competition, and there were only 3 types of competitions, which will continue to be enriched in the future. Han Xiao thought. Sure enough, it's still the process of qualifiers, regular season, division finals, and international finals. The finals, 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 and the finals, and the major clubs of the main players in the first round. Passers-by players can basically achieve some results only in individual competitions. Individual competitions are actually more likely to become famous and become star players. After some passers-by show their strength, clubs will sign them and become professional players in the next round. Han Xiao nodded secretly. He has personal experience. As a famous mechanical master, a club once invited him, but he refused them all. Everyone has ambitions. He does not like the team's hard training, and it is more suitable for him to play games easily. Han Xiao touched his chin and pondered. In the first league, I remember that China's results were pretty good. North America or Europe won the championship, as if it was France or Canada. At this time, he lived in a high-rise building in the center of a shelter. Looking down, the atmosphere of the players in the square changed. Excited, expectant, and nervous. It started. Han Xiao also felt a little excited. The news of the opening of the league spread at the speed of wind and winding down the clouds. Players all know each other. Teams and professional players from all over the country have cheered up. They have prepared for so long just for the world event. The registration stage for the qualifiers has been opened. The club has selected other players and urged us to rush back and run in the tactics. Lao Hao, this is the list of the other 3 players and 2 substitutes. There are 3 people in the chat channel: Hao Ian, Mingyue Changzhong, and Shining Fried Rice. They are all professional players affiliated to the Chongqing Club. The 4 major Chinese esports families, the Temple, Chongqing, Dynasty, and Fish Fragrant Eggplant. When you see these names, players will think of the brilliant achievements in the history of these wealthy families and the glorious history of standing on the podium. The wealthy families all have their own pillars, such as the Temple has Li Gu, and the fish-flavored eggplant has the 3 horses. Hao Ian and Mingyue Changzhong are both veterans in Chongqing and are known as the double stars of Chongqing. In recent years, a group of young potential players have emerged in the youth training camp, among which Fresh Fried Rice is the most optimistic genius player to succeed. Hao Ian, Mingyue, and Shining are equal to the core members of the Chongqing team. This competition system requires a total of 8 players to be formally added to substitutes. Hao Qian is undoubtedly the leader. Mingyue and Shining are definitely the players, and the other 5 are selected within the team. The winner and the 3 cores form a seed team, and the remaining second-tier players form a second team. This is the way the big club do. Hao Ian looked at the list and said, "These players are all old qualifications and old faces. If you get a little bit of running in, you could get back your competitive state. There is no problem with the candidates and no need to change." He is a supermaster who has played for the club for many years. He sometimes has a higher voice in the game than the coach and manager. Mingyue Chang nodded and said, "The first event is very important. I hope to get a good start. I have also watched the competition system. The 5 stages, the schedule will be very long. We have enough time to prepare and continue to upgrade. Now the first group of leading players are almost level 50. By the time of the division finals, the teams left behind are almost full. The qualifiers are the first stage, and all players are accepted for registration, and the battle is the most intense. There are at least thousands of teams in a divisional area competing for 38 qualifiers. Think about how terrifying the competition is. Because of the large number of people in the qualifiers, they adopt a 1-game elimination system and determine the outcome at one time. If we are not lucky and encounter strong enemies, we will not be able to enter the regular season. We must be cautious from the beginning. All opponents can be roughly divided into 4 types. The passerby Xinyu team that plays soy sauce, the powerful passerby expert team, the club's strong team, and the wealthy team. Our biggest opponent is the other 3 giants. I expect the top 40 seats in a regular season, and the club team accounts for more than 3/4. Hao Ian said in a deep voice, "The team battle changes rapidly. Don't underestimate any team." Lao Hao, are you signing up for the individual competition? Mingyue Chang asked. "Yeah. Then I won't go." Mingyue Chang finally shrugged. He knew Hao Ian's combat effectiveness very well. He had a high chance of winning rankings in the individual competition, adding points for the team in the regular season. Each club basically sent the strongest to participate in the individual competition. As another member of the Double Star of Chongqing, since Hao Ian is going to the individual competition, he will focus on the team and perform his duties. At the same time, Guangdao Fujin also submitted an application for the individual match. Unlike a wealthy family like Chongqing, the Jiangxing club where he works is a veritable small team. All the players in the club just make up enough team members. There is no other rotation. All the members are 3rd-tier players, but Guangdao is famous. But he is not the team leader. The team leader is another player, Xing Duwei, and is the signature trained by Jiangxing himself, but he has no results. Jiangxing is a bottom-skinned team. Lifeless, he took a fancy to Guangdao, signed it, and regarded it as a strong support. Only after he joined the team barely rejuvenated. Xingdu didn't like Guangdao and felt that Guangdao threatened his status. There are worlds where there are people. The management regulations of some small clubs are not as perfect as those of wealthy families. It is common to have seniority rankings. Before there is a solid record, professional players are all proud people. God, my second place is all hot, and Guangdao is very lucky to win the bid and is excluded by the team. His personal game application was blocked by Xingdu several times. Xingdu's reason was very high-sounding, saying, "The team must retain its strength. You are our ace. If you expose too much information in the individual game, others will make tactics against our team." Later, the senior management spoke and the application was approved. Guangdao is not optimistic about this pile of shrimp soldiers and crab generals. It is a dream to try to achieve results with such a team. He pins his hopes on the individual competition. As long as he becomes famous in the individual competition, his status will be stable. He really doesn't want to compete with others. My winning rate with the god of Hao Yin is now 46. He is a top master. I can reach a 40% winning rate and reach the semi-finals of the individual competition. I should have a chance. Guangdao is very confident in his own strength. He has gained a lot of experience from Han Xiao's mission, and his level is among the best among all players, and his skill level is also very high. His equipment is a limited edition of the Black Ghost store. The weapon warrior is very fond of equipment. His outfit is basically blue, and even his weapon is purple. The mechanical type is beyond the perception of ordinary players and is very luxurious. The so-called limited edition is actually a machine tailored by Han Xiao for him. He trained 4 people in all aspects. Strictly speaking, Guangdao, Feng Yue, Hao Yin, and Meat Bao are his disciples. Guangdao knew very well that most of his ability was from the hidden plot of Black Ghost. Every time I remembered it, I was extremely glad to meet Han Xiao during the internal test. You must get a good ranking. Guangdao secretly encouraged himself. Registration for the qualifiers is in full swing, and various clubs are moving frequently. A large number of news spread on the forum every day, which is very lively and players are discussing enthusiastically. This is a carnival. Players look forward to their idols fighting in professional arenas and looking forward to seeing a high-level peak showdown. Nowadays, players can travel across the ocean, and countless players gather in the Third Refuge. The Third Refuge is the venue for individual competitions. In addition to players who sign up for the competition, there are also many players who watch the game on the spot. The number of players in the city continues to rise, and they are experiencing a massive stream of people every day. The most players participate in individual competitions. After all, most players know that teaming cannot beat professional clubs, and it is not easy to gather teams. In comparison, individual competitions are simple, and one person can sign up. The official announcement of the forum posted statistics. More than 100,000 players in each sub-segment area will register for individual competitions, which shows how intense the qualifiers will be. The players participating are basically old players who entered the game in the first few batches. The newbies who join later are currently only in the 20 levels, and it is a waste of money when they go up. Some people complain about the competition system and think it started too early, but their voices quickly drowned in the ocean of the people. The public beta has been 8 months in the game. According to the schedule, the divisional competition will be played for about half a year, and then the preparation period and rest period are between nearly 1 year before entering the international competition. Such a long off-season mainly gives each qualifying team more time to run in, reflect the importance of international competitions, and adopts hunger marketing to improve the influence of the event and will not start the international competition hastily. The schedule is almost 2 years in the game, and the entire 1.0 version is 3.5 years. New players who can't catch up with the qualifiers can only say that they are not lucky. Who told you not to play early? Time doesn't wait for anyone. Feng did not sign up for the qualifiers. She's a casual player and a soft girl. She rarely pays attention to the competition and is completely disgraceful about the competition system. She feels at ease as a salted fish audience. Han Xiao naturally cannot force her to participate. Besides, a mechanic like Feng Yu who focuses on manufacturing skills is indeed very average in version 1.0. The meat bun hit the dog contacted other anchor friends and formed an anchor team and happily participated in the competition. With Han Xiao's eyes, this anchor team is sure to play soy sauce and give people their heads. If he can make it into the regular season, he will swallow 10 energy crystals on the spot. Then I have only 3 people participating in the competition, Hao Ian Guangdao and Meatbag. The last one can be ignored. Han Xiao stood in front of the window, overlooking the crowded square, and said intimately, I hope they can get good results. The registration stage is the brewing period of the event and the best stage for him to make huge profits. 100,000 individual contestants are willing to spend money and experience for a little progress. A hint of relief smile came to the corner of his mouth. After going to Star, I cannot interact with a large number of players in the short term. All the experience I earn now is the family background I bring to Star, the more the better. The first professional league is in full swing, and the Star Sea Times released the latest episode, analyzing the overall trend of the event, which received extremely high attention, and the ratings reached a historical high, which is almost the same as saying that it is highly anticipated. Han Xiao clicked on the video, and the situation in this episode was obviously different. The barrage comments were denser than before, and the duration was twice that of previous periods. You can tell that you are full of practical information by looking at the progress bar. As usual, after telling the opening joke of the frozen man, the male and female hosts enter the topic. The first Shanghai Professional League was held, and the registration for the qualifiers was started. Players, are you ready to welcome this grand event? A dense array of ready at all times floated over the barrage. The male host said, From this issue, we will continue to bring you a comprehensive event analysis. The content of this issue includes the interpretation of the competition system, the analysis of the schedule, and the introduction of strong teams in each competition area. We also invited the heads of the 4 major Chinese families to visit the studio. Okay, then a small advertisement is advanced. Don't go away. The exciting content is back soon. Then 5 minutes of advertisements were played, and it was not small at all, until the barrage began to argue about which baby diapers brand is the best. The big basin of the 2 hosts reappeared. Han Xiao looked helpless. No wonder this issue was so long. Welcome back. Then the league is divided into 13 novice planets, corresponding to 13 novice planets, selecting the strongest teams on each planet. The club leagues of some esports powers chose the base camp, which is equivalent to choosing the main competition area in advance. The 2 introduced the situation of each competition area, were the strong countries. Every time a strong team from a different country is mentioned, there will be a large number of barrage of shouting team slogans. Each strong team has a large number of fans around the world. When talking about the Hylon Star Division, the barrage reaction was the most intense. After all, this is the Chinese version of Star Sea Times. Hylon is the main competition area of the China Club. We invite guests to analyze the situation of the Hylon competition area for us. Please invite Li Ge from the Temple, Tyertzi from the Dynasty, Hao Ian from the Sky, and Sun Eggplant from the fish-flavored eggplant. The barrage was sensation. Who doesn't know that the 4 wealthy families are enemies and they gather together? A rare scene. These 4 people are all big bosses from wealthy families, surrounded by a lot, and they're old enemies of each other. The barrage quickly turned into a happy fight. The handsome Li Ge is so angry. The temple is full of scumbags, and the fangirl is leaving. Don't stop me. I want to give birth to a monkey for Li Ge. Brothers, you can't lose. Ri-Tian Tian. I'll give birth to a monkey for you. Ri-Tian, a pillar, a face paralysis, will send you to immortality. How did Airbang Chuan run out? Where is the boss of the dynasty? I want to see the number 1 master in China. It's too much. How can you call Airbang Chuan? I want to call Airbang Chuan. I want to call him Airbang Chuan. How can I call him Airbang Chuan? I'm so mad. I'm sorry. Everyone here is all cowards. When you meet, you'll be sarcastic. Sun Eggplant, Sun Fairy. 4 professional masters with their own characteristics appeared in the picture. Li Gu always had a warm smile like spring breeze, and his appearance output was the best in this game, winning MVP. Next to Hao Yin, he had no expression on his face and was silent, like a stone, and it was so smelly and hard. Tai Erzi is one of the famous players of the Dynasty Club. He is arrogant and arrogant. He raises his head and combs his hair with his fingers. He looks very angry and wants to look at the camera with his nostrils, vividly explaining what eyes are higher than the top. Among the 4 people here, this guy has the most black fans. The number 1 god in China belongs to the dynasty, which is very mysterious and hardly attends the show. Tai Erzi likes the big black guy in the show and does not hide his ambition to replace him. However, he was hung up and beaten by his god many times and was regarded as a joke. However, although he remained unchanged, he never pulled the team back in a game, so it was mostly a joke mentality. The last Sun Eggplant is the last member of the 3 horses of fish-flavored eggplant. I know what you're thinking. The combination of these 3 people is indeed fish-flavored eggplant. Sun Eggplant is a middle-aged uncle wearing sunglasses. He looks careless, crosses his legs, and shakes constantly. One hand is stuck behind the chair, a big shot sitting posture, and a toothpick in his mouth. If there is no rule that smoking in front of the camera, this guy is definitely not a toothpick in his mouth. Li Gu smiled and said, "Thank you for the invitation from the program team. Speaking of which, this is my 4th time on Shanghai Times." The male host, "Thank you for your visit to Shanghai Times. Then, please let the 4 great gods explain the situation of the Hylon Star Division to the audience." Several people began to analyze that Li Gu and Tai Erzi said the most. Hao Yin was taciturn and almost didn't speak. Sun Eggplant gritted his teeth pick and occasionally echoed. The Hylon Star Division is the home court of China, with dozens of clubs in total. In addition to the 4 giants, there are also large clubs such as Heavy Rain, Madman, Jumin, and other big clubs. There are also many powerful professionals and high-quality games. Several people commented on it, and it was very impressive to discuss the heroes of the world. However, in their words, the 4 giants are still the most promising seed teams. 13 novice planets and 37 participating countries. Small countries do not have the ability to choose base camps. There are also some foreign club activities on Hylon. Although there are not many foreign clubs, they are very strong and cannot be underestimated. Although the so-called base camp planet is self-proclaimed, in fact, any country can come to play, but this is the territorial consciousness formed by players spontaneously. Han Xiao remembers that some clubs will send masters to other competition areas, pretend to be passers-by, to form a team, and defeat local clubs to obtain qualifications, which can embarrass local players, just like playing a hall. This is how Electrolux are met. The qualifiers are the most intense stage. The average level of players is more than 40, and they have not yet reached the maximum level. The elimination system that determines the outcome in one battle means that luck occupies a certain position, but the longer you stay, the more battles you have to go through. Even we dare not say that we are absolutely sure of every game. The luck factor will be greatly weakened. The last 38 qualifying places must be a strong team, refined by real gold and fire. Liga said. Tai Erzi mocked, "Haha, that's because your temple dishes are picking your feet. Our dynasty is absolutely sure. Whoever meets us, just wait for death." Li Gu smiled on his face, and he felt a silly in his heart. He simply ignored the second-hand man, turned to look at Hao Yin, and smiled and said, "Old Hao, can you fulfill your dream this time and win the international championship?" "It depends on people," Hao Yin said concisely. Tai Erzi snorted and said arrogantly, "You all save money. The champion must be from our dynasty." Sun Eggplant squinted her eyes and whispered, "Melon coward." Tai Erzi turned her head and looked at her with glaring. "Do you need to clean up?" Sun Eggplant pretended to roll up her sleeves, and she was so angry that she would cut her sword if she didn't agree. "Brutal." Tai Erzi shrank his head and muttered angrily, The four people interacted, and the barrage exploded. This episode analyzed the game with detailed content. At the end, the four people promoted the team's preparation behavior, expressing their high fighting spirit and determination to win the championship. Han Xiao shook his head secretly. Even though the few people are not in a positive shape, they are all professional masters. In the field, they're all killing each other, and who can stop me? Through the program, the first professional league that he remembers has come alive again. Registration for the qualifiers ended soon, and the official start of the competition was just 3 days later, and all participants were nervously preparing. At this time, the shelter accommodated hundreds of thousands of players crowded around the arena, and the square was almost overcrowded. Looking down at the square, this crowded scene came into view. The competition has 3 days left. Han Xiao turned around and went downstairs. It's time. The shelter is crowded with people, and in addition to the contest, there are also spectators, which are more than 10 times more lively than before. Player stalls can almost line up from the square to the city gate, with crowds and crowds, and the whole city is carnival. Partition events are a grand event for players all over the world. Players who are not present can watch the forum broadcast. There are 3 days left before the opening, and 1 day is a fixed time for the Black Ghost to open the box. A large number of players are visiting the shelter in person. In addition to wanting to watch the game on the spot, there are also reasons why the name of Han Xiao came. He was in the usual position to catch up with a shopping spree early. A male player stood outside the crowd, tiptoed to look inside the circle. It's almost time to come. The male player muttered in a low voice. The male player ID is called Jingzhe. He is a level 20 new mechanical new player and one of the inconspicuous salted fish audiences. At this time, in the shelter where fish and dragons are mixed, it is basically no different from the human background board. It is a small, transparent one. He learned about Han Xiao's various functions from the forum. So he wanted to buy some low-level equipment, by the way, which was different from the old fried dough sticks waiting to buy. Every time, this kind of newbies will appear, bringing long-lasting benefits to Technician Han. After waiting for a while, Han Xiao rushed over with a truck. A 270-degree swayed his tail and stopped steadily, clapped his palms, and jumped out of the car. The players next to Ho rushed up and rushed to buy boxes and squeezed into a ball. The number of boxes is limited and you can't buy them without rushing to buy them. Jingzhe was squeezed out by the crowd. After the box was sold out, the crowd dispersed. Jingzhe finally breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing Han Xiao was still there, he immediately stood up and trotted over, expressing his intention of learning skills, and saw the store list as he wished. There's so many machines that you could still learn skills. This NPC has a lot of functions. I heard that it was the protagonist of the plot before, and it looked awesome. Jingzhe was a newbie. He only started playing after the main line of the budding line ended, and he had only a little understanding of Han Xiao's past. The things in the skills store made him feel moved. He pulled them to the bottom, and Jingzhe suddenly widened his eyes. This is the advanced knowledge of the martial arts system and the superpower system, explosion and second-level gene chain durability strengthening, and the price is 30,000 yuan. Jingzhe grew up and was very surprised. Isn't Black Ghost a tutor in the Department of Mechanics? How could he sell advanced knowledge from the other two departments? Unfortunately, I don't need it. Jingzhe was a pity. He took a picture and posted a post on the forum and continued to browse other products. However, he did not expect that his post caused an uproar. All players who know the knowledge were shocked. Jingzhe does not understand the scarcity of advanced knowledge, but old players are very clear about it. They must respect the camp relationship between the 6 countries in order to exchange for advanced knowledge. Almost no one has done it now, and Han Xiao has sold it without warning and unconditionally. There's only one sentence that can describe the old player's feelings toward Han Xiao. This boy is so terrifying. After several months of silence, Han Xiao's name was slaughtered again. Jingzhe was shocked. He didn't expect that a casual picture would cause such a big response. However, the scene that shocked him was still behind. In the distance, countless players rushed over when they heard the news. They were endless. The 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside surrounded Han Xiao. After confirming that the two systems of advanced knowledge existed, the players in the entire square were sensation. The Black Ghost is as powerful as ever, and he is the blessing of players. Suddenly, a commotion occurred outside the crowd, spontaneously giving up a channel, and famous professional players walked in. Ligu, Hao Yin, Sun Eggplant, etc. gathered together, and were full of stars. The league is about to open, and the emergence of advanced knowledge is a blessing from the sky and a timely help for professional players. No one dares to fall behind, and all rushed over. Dozens of famous professional high-level games guard Han Xiao, which is so good. Few players around have ever had an idol close to each other. At this time, they were so excited that they screamed and cheered, rushing into the sky. Jingzhe, who was standing beside him, was completely confused. He posted a random post, which attracted a bunch of professional masters. He was used to being a little transparent person, and he had never had such an experience and was so excited that he trembled all over. These professional players are leading the way and purchasing advanced knowledge. Han Xiao looked at the experience on the panel soaring like a rocket, about millions per minute. My heart suddenly became happy. It's not in vain that I have hoarded advanced knowledge to the present. It's huge profits. Han Xiao was secretly happy. He had expected the sensation of advanced knowledge in the morning. In version 1.0, the prerequisites for obtaining advanced knowledge are very harsh and difficult for players to obtain. He does not require any prerequisites for selling directly, which will inevitably shock all players. His two-line advanced knowledge comes from the bud host, and now the bud has turned into butterflies. The advanced knowledge in his hands is the unique scorpion cake of Han Xiao. The shelter gathers hundreds of thousands of players. Excluding the mechanical system, soy sauce party, players with insufficient consumption capacity and insufficient potential points, as long as 1/10 of them buy, he will make a lot of money. The price is 30,000 yuan. According to the current player level, this amount is not high. Han Xiao is trying to make small profits and make quick turnovers, because in order to improve combat effectiveness and upgrade skills, the participating players spend almost 70% of their experience, and it is only 3 days before the start of the game. If the price is too high, they will miss those who cannot squeeze out the remaining money. After selling for several hours, the sun gradually set, and Han Xiao finished his day's sales. When I looked at the panel, I found 300 million experiences on the first day. In 4 months, Han Xiao accumulated more than 500 million experience through various activities, which increased by more than half. Players have a stronger demand for advanced knowledge. They make huge profits in the first few days, and then profits will decline. However, like other skills, they can flow slowly. Han Xiao opened the forum. The Han Xiao section was full of posts about advanced knowledge. Many people were analyzing why one of his mechanical departments suddenly sold advanced knowledge from the other 2 departments. The impact of this action even affected the sectors of other planets. Players in other areas were surprised and pressured. There was a competitive relationship between the competition areas. The aquarium star easily obtained advanced knowledge, which was very unfavorable to other planets. It affected the whole body and caused widespread discussion among players around the planet. Han Xiao is very famous on Han Xiao and occasionally makes guest appearances in Shanghai Times, but most of his reputation is limited to Han Xiao. This time his fame has spread to other planets, and players from other regions have begun to record his name. Han Xiao Legend NPC, Planet Plot Protagonist, Black Ghost, Han Xiao, Unboxing. In fact, each planet has its own plot protagonists. When participating in the main line, the plot protagonists are inevitably active. However, as both the plot protagonists, Han Xiao seems very different. He is not as often as other protagonists to provide one link after another main task, but the functions are outrageously rich. Players of the Sea Blue Star have received countless benefits from him. He also serves as the protagonist of the plot, a mechanics tutor, a treasure merchant, a daily prize pool task, an unboxing monster. His identity is so complex that players have never seen an NPC that can be compared with. He is a unique existence in the minds of the Aqua Blue players, as if he had experienced changes side by side with him. When he thought of him, he would resonate and trust. On the edge of the crowd, Li Ji's brow frowned slightly. Most players were surprised that Han Xiao sold advanced knowledge, but Li Ge was not happy at all. He himself had another kind of advanced knowledge, which was produced by the Gods Guild for all his resources. Li Ge used it as a trump card and prepared to shine on the field. However, Han Xiao's behavior greatly reduced the role of his trump card and reduced the gap between others and himself in disguise. It is not surprising that everyone has something. Li Ge stared at Han Xiao, his eyes flashing, not knowing what he was thinking. A few great gods next to him chatted, and only heard Tai Erzi boasting proudly. With me, the great god, leading the dynasty into the finals is easy to win. Old Wang, don't you want me to show kindness to take him flying? Sun Eggplant looked contemptuous. If you don't have a king, prince, general, and minister, your dynasty is considered a hammer family. Tai Erzi was furious, and the two of them whispered a few words. At this time, Li Ge came over and said with a smile, "It's a good thing to have confidence. I hope everyone can hone their skills. I need help in international competitions to win honor for China." Several people curled their lips. They were very disgusted with Li Ji's self-representation all day long. Hao Ian said straightforwardly, "I don't like you always represent others. Please take care of yourself." Li Ji's smile was calm. He looked at Hao Ian and said lightly, "Then see you on the field. Don't let me win too easily." A trace of gunpowder permeated between the two, and the eyes of each other seemed to be able to produce sparks. Suddenly, a lazy voice sounded next to him. "Second guy, I found you. Come back to the team for training with me." Everyone turned around and looked. A male player with a shaved beard came over, looking very vicissitudes, sloppy, unkempt, and the ID above his head was king, prince, general, and minister. This person is the low-key and mysterious China's #1 professional player. The core of the dynasty has a loud nickname. "Emperor, don't call me a slut." Tai Erzi was dissatisfied. "Okay, second guy." The king, prince, general, nodded. "Ah, basta." Tai Erzi was easily furious when he saw the great god of his team and said angrily, "Don't be arrogant. Sooner or later, I will ride on you as a mighty person." Everyone looked disgusted. The princes, generals, and ministers looked like they had not woken up. They yelled, pulled Tai Erzi's collar, and dragged him away, and did not say hello to others. They did their own thing, but in Li Ji's eyes, this was arrogant. Looking at the backs of kings, princes, generals, and ministers, Li Ji's eyes flashed, and he snorted coldly. He coveted the first throne of kings, princes, generals, and ministers. Only by winning the first place can his career go further. This league cannot be missed. Everyone looked at each other and saw determination in each other's eyes. After 3 consecutive days of sales, Han Xiao's experience value reached an astronomical 1 billion. With the original 500 million, the total experience reserves are as much as 1.5 billion. The amount of experience reserve determines how long I have to worry about experience in the interstellar world. My next round of growth opportunities is between stars. I have enough experience to firmly seize the opportunity to grow rapidly. After level 70, the experience expenses are getting higher and higher, and I'm also a big mechanic who has experience. After entering the interstellar world, there are few opportunities to meet a large number of players, and there is still a gap for version changes during this period. Han Xiao was thinking about the future direction. Now he seems to have a lot of experience. Once he enters the interstellar world, he will use up one day. Since he is destined to be empty-handed, he will try his best to pile up the mountain higher and thicker. Bang! Outside the window, a firework took off from the arena, exploding a cluster of flowers. This sound indicates that the league has officially begun. The boiling cheers rushed into the sky, mixing into huge sound waves, spreading. Looking down at the arena was transformed into a stadium-like structure. There are 9 small rings in the middle to guard a large ring. On the edge of the venue, there's a large screen. Under the screen is a commentator's seat, and the arena is surrounded by audience seats. At this time, guests are full of guests, bustling, cheering and cheering like waves, instantly igniting the atmosphere of the grand event. It's time to start. Han Xiao lay on the sofa, changed into a comfortable position, and opened the forum to watch the live broadcast. There are tens of millions of people watching the broadcast like him. The beautiful female host, Hongwan Bird, stood in the highest ring and said the opening speech. The crisp and pleasant voice echoed in the arena through the amplification device. The first Shanghai Professional League, Hailan Star Division. The qualifiers officially opened. We have 2,759 teams and famous players respectively. The teams are held in the wild scene. The arena is the venue for individual competitions. These are the venues for players to compete. The elimination system in one game. The lottery determines the opponent, the loser eliminates, and the winner enters the next round of lottery area until the team's quarterfinals of 38 and the top 62 of the individual competition are selected. The qualifiers will last for a month in the game. Yes, this will be a long schedule, but will be broadcast throughout the whole process. The audience in front of the screen can freely choose which game's live broadcast room, and our main room will randomly draw the highlighted event to play. After finishing the competition system and the scenes that motivate emotions, Hongwan Bird reached out and pointed to the entry channel. Then next, we will bring you a personal showdown opening match and invite two players. In the dark passage, Hao Ian and the player with ID sky-scattered chess pieces stepped out. The moment the two appeared, the atmosphere in the arena reached a climax. The enthusiasm of the audience burst out. In order to ensure the atmosphere of the opening match, the two sides of the battle were lottery among the registered professional players, and Hao Ian and Xinglua Chess Pie were selected. The two stepped onto the main ring, and the red lawn bird was separated by the center and introduced. The person on the right is very familiar to everyone. He has been a 9-year-old veteran in the esports circle and has been ranked among the top 5 in the professional experts in China many times. He has a brilliant record, a steady and heavy style, but he has no loss of domineering spirit. He is the core player of Chongqing Club, Hao Ian. And on the left, everyone may be a little unfamiliar with him. He is an old senior in the esports circle and once played for the Temple Club. His status back then was the core of the team, like Li Ganao. He retired 5 years ago. Now he has made a comeback with the glory of the past and the determination to win. He has re-signed the Temple Club, Xinglua Chess Pie. Come on! The audience burst into shouts, and both sides have supported him. Xinglua Chess Pie has relatively few fan groups. He has retired for 5 years, and his popularity has almost dispersed. Xinglua Chess Pig looked up at the fan club, all of whom were old faces. Unexpectedly, there was still a small group of hardcore fans supporting him after 5 years of retirement. Xinglua Chess Pig was a little moved and nodded to his fans. Seeing this group of fans shouted harder and shouted at the top of their lungs. After introducing both sides, Hongwan Bird first came up to interview Xinglua Chess Pig and said with a smile, "Welcome back to the professional arena. How do you feel now?" Xinglua Bird sighed. "I miss it very much, and I remembered the years I worked hard in the professional arena. We always remember your brilliant record of leading the Temple Club, and that proud figure." Hongwan Bird politely complimented, and then asked, "This is the first event held by Shanghai. Can you tell me how familiar you are with this game?" "My condition is very good." Xinglua Bird smiled. "I have the confidence to compete with any opponent." Hongwan Bird chatted a few more words, and Xinglua Bird answered with ease. He had rich experience to deal with the host. The Red Phoenix Bird's eyes flashed and received a question from the above request to create topics. So he asked, "I heard that you invested your savings in business after retirement. The company filed for bankruptcy last year. I wonder if there is this reason for returning to the professional arena." Xinglua Chess Pit remained calm. "Of course not. The professional arena is where I became famous. When I come back again, I just want to keep my original intention in mind. I look forward to fighting with young players, hoping to dig out some good seedlings and teach the young players now some experience, which will be helpful for them to compete in international competitions. As he said that, he smiled at Hao Qian with a hint of superiority as a senior. Hao Qian is his junior. The young players mentioned by Xinglua Chess Pit naturally include Hao Qian. Okay, thank you for your answer. The Hongwan bird smiled politely and turned to interview Hao Qian. God of Hao Qian, are you sure about this game? Hurry up and fight. Hao Qian didn't respond at all, and his face seemed to be written, I'm very serious now. Please don't talk to me. He didn't talk much at all and never liked to accept pre-war interviews. He felt that using preparation time to adjust his status is a basic professional quality. Moreover, Hao Qian has nothing to say about Xinglua chess pieces. Everyone in the professional circle knows that Xinglua chess pieces retired because they made enough money and wanted to do business. After losing money, they ran back. The meaning is self-evident. They want to lie on the credit book and make another profit with their previous popularity. The Tao is different, and there are many words. The audience burst into laughter. Fans were very aware of Hao Qian's style and liked to see Hao Qian's style that would never be BB. The Red Phoenix Bird's face was slightly stiff. She was a senior host of the professional league. She quickly suppressed the embarrassment and retreated slowly, saying loudly, Okay, it seems that both sides are very confident. Then the 30-second preparation time, after the countdown, the game officially begins. A countdown of 30 seconds appeared on the big screen. The audience in the stands calmed down, held their breath, and focused their attention, and tens of thousands of pairs of eyes focused on the two of them on the ring. The tense atmosphere quickly spread. Taking advantage of the countdown, several judges began their pre-war analysis. Well, the professions of both sides are martial arts, both of which are level 46, and they are evenly matched. We will be able to see high-level martial arts battles. This is a competition between new and old gods. I feel a sense of ritual. Hao Qian, naturally, needs no need to say more. Countless records prove that he is still at the peak. What I am worried about is whether Xinglua chess pieces can still find their competitive state after 5 years of retirement. Another commentator said, Don't worry about this. Professional players know how to adjust their own state. Xinglua chess pieces are old and have richer experience than Hao Qian. I have a premonition that this will be a dragon-tie battle. Han Xiao straightened his waist slightly, staring at the ring where the tense atmosphere almost overflowed the screen for a moment. After training Hao Qian for so long, it was a mule or a horse that should be taken out for a walk. 3, 2, 1. Bang! At the moment of countdown, Hao Qian kicked the ground with his feet wrapped in raging aura and rushed forward like a siege chariot, colliding with the chess pieces. Bang! 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 The two martial arts fists and punched each other, making a dull sound. The audience could see the two men's states slipping with their health, strength, and physical strength. Experts do not rush up like novice players. Even martial arts systems with low technical content pay attention to the release time of skills, how to allocate strength, how to control the power value and maintain a tribute bonus, return time, dodge skills, calculation of damage and cooling, positioning, etc. The details of the master's move determine the outcome. The two of them fought in a flash, and many small operations containing skills flashed away. Some viewers could understand it, and some were not good enough. However, whether they understood the secret calculations and operations of the two, they could find that the battle of professional players contained a very special feeling. That's one word, stable. The speed of the two men's health and state decline is much slower than that of ordinary players, which means that the two men use many subtle movements to avoid or resist a large number of skills and attacks of their opponents. This is a significant gap in technology between professional players and ordinary players. The judges and commentators spoke as fast as machine guns, analyzing the situation with a crackling sound. When commentators were given two tricks, they were very informative in their subtle operations. The situation on the field is very stalemate now, and the two sides are still testing each other. They mix some small skills in the A. It can be seen that the health volume remains above 80%. Now it depends on who can seize the opportunity to make a set of combos. There are countless fighting styles of players, but combos are always one of the popular skills pursued by players, especially in a martial arts system. If they can break the defense and grab the opportunity for a moment, the expert can use combos to grind out most of the opponent's blood and even take it away in one set. Just like Sky Island and Girl. Once it is connected in the air, at least half of its blood will be lost unless the enemy makes a mistake in combo. Hao Ian and Xinglua Chess Pie are both professional players. They have prepared more than a dozen sets of familiar combos day and night, and it is basically impossible to make mistakes. Now it depends on who creates the opportunity to play one first. Wait, Xinglua Chess Piece has taken action. The two punched each other, and Xinglua Chess Piece suddenly stepped on his lunge, stomped the ground with an invisible ripple burst out, and the entire ring shook. Floating skills, shock, and trampling. This move is a rare skill with a range of 2 meters around the body. Hao Ian was not prepared, and his feet were off the ground and was shocked about 30 centimeters. Oh no, this seems to be a rare skill. It's very suddenly. Hao Ian was hit, but this height is very short, with almost no combo gaps. Xinglua Chess Piece moved, and he connected. The distance from the ground was not enough. The harder the combo was, but Xinglua Chess Piece successfully grabbed this gap. A set of skills that flowed clouds and water hit Hao Ian, and the arrogance flashed wildly, and there was a 7 or 8 combo attack in an instant, and Hao Ian's blood volume dropped in half. The judge shook his head. You can get combos in such a narrow gap. As expected, Jiang is still old-fashioned. Now it depends on how Hao Ian deals with it. Everyone knows that before the game, Black Ghost sold advanced martial arts knowledge, called Explosion. The effect is to consume a lot of energy, enter a bonus similar to the violent state, and bounce the enemy away. This move can stop the enemy's combo, but it consumes a huge amount. With the current attributes of the player, they can basically only use once in a game. They must have learned this move to see if Hao Ian will use it first. The man was in midair, and his fists and feet were used. Hao Ian's body shrank into a ball, trying to minimize damage. The decline in blood volume did not affect his mentality at all. He looked focused and waited silently. Suddenly, he grabbed the fleeting loophole of the combo, stretched his body like spreading dough, and pressed the fist of Xinglua Chess Piece with one hand. His body rotated around in the air with a high difficulty, trying to fall behind Xinglua Chess Piece. He used Feiyun Return. Oh, although this move is an air escape skill, the judgment is very harsh. Agility must be at least 10 points higher than the opponent to have a chance of success, but their attributes of the same level are similar. If the judgment fails, it will enter a stagnation and lose another set. Hao Ian will lose now. The judge suddenly stopped talking. Just as he was talking, Hao Ian successfully escaped the offensive and fell behind Xinglua Chess Piece. He turned his elbow and kissed the back of the opponent's head deeply, causing Xinglua Chess Piece to be briefly dizzy. Immediately afterwards, Hao Ian grabbed Xinglua Chess Piece's shoulders, lifted his hands hard, and then hooked his feet. Xinglua Chess Piece floated horizontally, without any protection at all, and the empty door opened wide, and Hao Ian began to perform a dazzling combo. The situation turned around instantly, and the audience was in an uproar. The judgment was successful. The judges didn't have time to be shocked, and suddenly widened their eyes. Hao Ian started to fight back. Why did the blood volume of Xinglua Chess Piece drop so quickly? Xinglua Chess Piece just now made half a set of combos, and Hao Ian lost 25% of his blood. However, Xinglua Chess Piece took the first few moves, and his blood volume was directly lost by 40%. There are reasons why the chess pieces cannot be defended, but mainly because Hao Ian's damage is too high. Xinglua Chess' eyes were horrified, and the damage jumped out of the panel made him shocked. Hao Ian's strength is similar to mine. There is no reason to pass the judgment. The flood of arrogance illuminated Hao Ian's focused expression again and again. He is indeed the same level as Xinglua Chess Pie, but his skill level is far higher than Xinglua Chess Pie and even all professional players. Han Xiao's rich experience rewarded by him was used by Hao Yin to improve his skills. This is why the damage caused by Fei Yin return and skill combos is high. However, in the three directions of the mechanical department, only the gunsmiths are more popular, and they are considered a stable long-range output point. The status of the mechanic and the military warrior is relatively embarrassing, and almost no these two appear in the game. Needless to say, the mechanic does not have the huge experience of Technician Han, which is equivalent to half of the logistics profession. Those who hear the combat power are sad, and those who see them cry. The reason why the weapon warriors are not popular is that their positioning overlaps with the martial arts system, and they still need to be repaired if the equipment is broken, so it is very unpopular. In version 1.0, the style of the weapon warrior is not clear, and the martial arts system can cover up its popularity. Han Xiao has different views. In fact, the combat effectiveness of the 1.0 version of the military warrior can be seen. As long as the equipment is reasonable, you can get a set of melee machinery and armor, half flesh and half output, and you can also flexibly deal with various environments. Compared with the martial arts system, each is good at winning games, but the operating level required by the military warrior is much more difficult than that of the martial arts system. Equipment and operation, two difficulties, have caused almost no mechanical warrior players to be formed now. The mechanical system is useful in team battles, but in individual matches, the mechanical system performs very poorly. If the other two series encounter mechanical opponents, they will feel good luck. The individual qualifiers were held for nearly 1,000 games, with only 64 appearances in the mechanical division and only 11 wins. The forum discussion basically reached the weakest consensus on the mechanical system's single-handed challenge. Han Xiao watched several individual battles in the mechanical system, but he really couldn't fight. The mechanical system is a slow-formed profession and has high operating requirements. At this time, most mechanical players in the mechanical system are not suitable for the pace of PK. The mechanical affinity bonus of this level of machinery is not high enough. When other professions also use equipment, the gap between them is not obvious. The mechanical system is very consuming. With the change of versions, the mechanical equipment it comes into contact with becomes stronger and stronger, and the bonus of the mechanical system becomes more and more significant. This day was the first show of Kwang Dao's solo match. The opponent he saw was a passerby player of the superpower system. Han Xiao watched the broadcast of this game. The Crazy Knife is an armed warrior. Han Xiao sold some of the eliminated equipment to the Crazy Knife. The armor is magnetron metal armor. The weapons are heavy-mounted mechanical arms and power legs, and some replacement mechanical equipment is hung on it. The edges and corners are ferocious and shining with a cold light, like a heavy-mounted knight, with very visual impact. The opponent's superpower is an ice-type control that is biased towards control. With a wave of his hand, a layer of slippery ice surface covered the ring, slowing down the speed of the Crazy Knife, while he himself received a movement bonus. The superpower player is a kite stream. He takes off a reinforced assault rifle from his back with his equipment, pours out bullets, and shoots a few sparks of fire on the armor of the Crazy Sword. Ice control has a slowing effect, and it is very suitable for kites with remote equipment. Han Xiao nodded. Players can use equipment, and guns are easy to buy, but other professions do not have mechanical affinity, so they can only exert the basic power of equipment and have low damage. The Crazy Knife rolled on the ice to avoid bullets. He had armor protection, and the assault rifle had limited damage to him, but the supernatural player planned to kill the Crazy Knife bit by bit with a speed advantage. The bullet hit the armor and suddenly stopped. The supernatural player emptied the magazine and was about to replace it. The Crazy Knife grabbed the gap. The power device on the leg made a mechanical movement sound, bursting out the power, shattering a large area of ice. The mad sword jumped into the air and quickly approached the supernatural player. The supernatural player hurriedly threw down the assault rifle, took off another grenade launcher behind him, raised his hand, and shot him into the Crazy Knife in the air. Boom! A cloud of smoke covered with fire broke out in the air. Suddenly, the sound of metal sliding sounded in the smoke, and a slender metal rope flew out, entangling the supernatural player. Then the rope quickly contracted, and the supernatural player was pulled towards the crazy knife. Bang! The two of them rolled in a ball and fell in a ring. Melee combat was the strength of the Mad Knife, and they performed stably and defeated their opponents with several dazzling combos. The smoke covers your vision, and then use the zip line to reduce the chance of your opponent's dodge. Han Xiao nodded secretly. He saw more details. The crazy sword mastered the skills and combat methods of the armed warriors well, and was considered the best among the current armed warrior players. Players do not have unsolvable abilities at this time. Each profession has different countermeasures, such as ice control in this battle. The military warriors rely on equipment to get closer. The martial arts system can explode or use mobile skills, and the superpower system also has different countermeasures. The victory of Quang Dao did not cause any sensation. He was just a small figure in the professional circle. Now, he is only the first round of the qualifiers, and his attention is very low. However, Han Xiao believes that Quang Dao has the strength to make a big splash in the first league, but he doesn't know if his results will be better than his previous life. Players from all walks of life showed their skills in the qualifiers. Soon, more than 20 days passed, and the huge base was finally eliminated by 80% and 90%, leaving only players who stood out. Quang Dao was in danger all the way. After passing every round of duels, the attention gradually increased. There are very few mechanical systems left in the individual game. Quang Dao is an unpopular military warrior. Many viewers are curious about him. Videos of his battles are taken out to watch. Is this the fighting style of the mechanical warrior? It looks very complicated when using so much equipment. The combo with a lot of mechanical equipment looks a bit cool, but it looks very difficult. What's so great about this? It's just that it's not fair to the martial arts system. If you have the ability, you don't need equipment. Let's see who loses and who wins. 666. The first time I heard that the mechanical warrior is going to fight with physical bodies. There are various opinions on the forum, but overall, the crazy sword gradually became famous. In the individual competitions of the martial arts system and superpower system, a mechanical warrior, is a different firework. However, the reputation produced by the crazy sword is not enough for Hao Yin. Chongqing Club's performance in the qualifiers was so good that it was like a wolf or a tiger. Hao Yin was extremely fierce in the individual competition, getting stronger and stronger, crushing all the way. His team was also unstoppable in the team competition. Chongqing Double Stars and Flash Fried Rice have become the new generation of 3 horses after fish-flavored eggplant. Except for the 3 cores, the other Chongqing players are not weak players. They cooperate very well and are definitely a strong seed team. Hao Yin's style is strong, and the style of the entire team is the same. In contrast, although some teams from major clubs have remained until now, their style is relatively stable, as if they're hiding their strength and do not have the aura of awesomeness of Chongqing. Whether it is individual competitions or team competitions, Chongqing is in a crushing trend. It is the most popular in the Hylon Star Division. Among the surveys of various programs, Chongqing is one of the most promising teams in the minds of players, and it is very popular. The Anchor Death Team of the Meat Bag directly competed in the first round. Han Xiao watched their game video and was almost so hot that he was almost stingy. All 6 members are gunmen, purely long-range stream, faith firepower coverage, and then randomly reach jungle terrain that is not suitable for shooting. What's even more annoying is that the lottery opponent is a professional team from a foreign club. The outcome was self-evident, and the death was terrible. Although he knew that they could not qualify, Han Xiao had never seen anyone who was so lucky and was speechless. It seems that Hao Yin has the most chance to get good results and excel in the Guangdao individual competition, but his team's performance is average, and he has been stuck until now. I don't know if he can qualify. However, in the 3 directions of the mechanical department, only the gunsmiths are more popular, and they're considered a stable long-range output point. The status of the mechanic and the military warrior is relatively embarrassing, and almost know these two appear in the game. Needless to say, the mechanic does not have the huge experience of Technician Han, which is equivalent to half of the logistics profession. Those who hear the combat power are sad, and those who see them cry. The reason why the weapon warriors are not popular is that their positioning overlaps with the martial arts system, and they still need to be repaired if the equipment is broken. So, it is very unpopular. In version 1.0, the style of the weapon warrior is not clear, and the martial arts system can cover up its popularity. Han Xiao has different views. In fact, the combat effectiveness of the 1.0 version of the military warrior can be seen. As long as the equipment is reasonable, you can get a set of melee machinery and armor, half flesh and half output, and you can also flexibly deal with various environments. Compared with the martial arts system, each is good at winning games, but the operating level required by the military warrior is much more difficult than that of the martial arts system. Equipment and operation, two difficulties, have caused almost no mechanical warrior players to be formed now. The mechanical system is useful in team battles, but in individual matches, the mechanical system performs very poorly. If the other two series encounter mechanical opponents, they will feel good luck. The individual qualifiers were held for nearly 1,000 games, with only 64 appearances in the mechanical division and only 11 wins. The forum discussion basically reached the weakest consensus on the mechanical system's single-handed challenge. Han Xiao watched several individual battles in the mechanical system, but he really couldn't fight. The mechanical system is a slow-form profession and has high operating requirements. At this time, most mechanical players in the mechanical system are not suitable for the pace of PK. The mechanical affinity bonus of this level of machinery is not high enough. When other professions also use equipment, the gap between them is not obvious. The mechanical system is very consuming. With the change of versions, the mechanical equipment it comes into contact with becomes stronger and stronger, and the bonus of the mechanical system becomes more and more significant. This day was the first show of Kwang Dao's solo match. The opponent he saw was a passerby player of the superpower system. Han Xiao watched the broadcast of this game. The Crazy Knife is an armed warrior. Han Xiao sold some of the eliminated equipment to the Crazy Knife. The armor is magnetron metal armor. The weapons are heavy-mounted mechanical arms and power legs, and some replacement mechanical equipment is hung on it. The edges and corners are ferocious and shining with a cold light, like a heavy-mounted knight with very visual impact. The opponent's superpower is an ice-type control that is biased towards control. With a wave of his hand, a layer of slippery ice surface covered the ring, slowing down the speed of the Crazy Knife, while he himself received a movement bonus. The superpower player is a kite stream. He takes off a reinforced assault rifle from his back with his equipment, pours out bullets, and shoots a few sparks of fire on the armor of the Crazy Sword. Ice control has a slowing effect, and it is very suitable for kites with remote equipment. Han Xiao did. Players can use equipment, and guns are easy to buy, but other professions do not have mechanical affinity, so they can only exert the basic power of equipment and have low damage. The Crazy Knife rolled on the ice to avoid bullets. He had armor protection, and the assault rifle had limited damage to him, but the supernatural player planned to kill the Crazy Knife bit by bit with a speed advantage. The bullet hit the armor and suddenly stopped. The supernatural player emptied the magazine and was about to replace it. The Crazy Knife grabbed the gap. The power device on the leg made a mechanical movement sound, bursting out the power, shattering a large area of ice. The mad sword jumped into the air and quickly approached the supernatural player. The supernatural player hurriedly threw down the assault rifle, took off another grenade launcher behind him, raised his hand, and shot him into the Crazy Knife in the air. Boom! A cloud of smoke covered with fire broke out in the air. Suddenly, the sound of metal sliding sounded in the smoke, and a slender metal rope flew out, entangling the supernatural player. Then the rope quickly contracted, and the supernatural player was pulled towards the Crazy Knife. Bang! The two of them rolled in a ball and fell in the ring. Melee combat was the strength of the Mad Knife, and they performed stably, and defeated their opponents with several dazzling combos. The smoke covers your vision, and then use the zip line to reduce the chance of your opponent's dodge. Han Xiao knew it secretly. He saw more details. The crazy sword mastered the skills and combat methods of the armed warriors well, and was considered the best among the current armed warrior players. Players do not have unsolvable abilities at this time. Each profession has different countermeasures, such as ice control in this battle. The military warriors rely on equipment to get closer. The martial arts system can explode or use mobile skills, and the superpower system also has different countermeasures. The victory of Quang Dao did not cause any sensation. He was just a small figure in the professional circle. Now he is only the first round of the qualifiers, and his attention is very low. However, Han Xiao believes that Quang Dao has the strength to make a big splash in the first league, but he doesn't know if his results will be better than his previous life. Players from all walks of life showed their skills in the qualifiers. Soon, more than 20 days passed, and the huge base was finally eliminated by 80% and 90%, leaving only players who stood out. Quang Dao was in danger all the way. After passing every round of duels, the attention gradually increased. There are very few mechanical systems left in the individual game. Quang Dao is an unpopular military warrior. Many viewers are curious about him. Videos of his battles are taken out to watch. Is this the fighting style of the mechanical warrior? It looks very complicated when using so much equipment. The combo with a lot of mechanical equipment looks a bit cool, but it looks very difficult. What's so great about this? It's just that it's not fair to the martial arts system. If you have the ability, you don't need equipment. Let's see who loses and who wins. 666. The first time I heard that the mechanical warrior is going to fight with physical bodies. There are various opinions on the forum, but overall, the crazy sword gradually became famous. In the individual competitions of the martial arts system and superpower system, a mechanical warrior, is a different firework. However, the reputation produced by the crazy sword is not enough for Hao Yin. Chong Kong Club's performance in the qualifiers was so good that it was like a wolf or a tiger. Hao Yin was extremely fierce in the individual competition, getting stronger and stronger, crushing all the way. His team was also unstoppable in the team competition. Chong Kong Double Stars and Flash Fried Rice have become the new generation of 3 horses after fish-flavored eggplant. Except for the 3 cores, the other Chong Kong players are not weak players. They cooperate very well and are definitely a strong seed team. Hao Yin's style is strong, and the style of the entire team is the same. In contrast, although some teams from major clubs have remained until now, their style is relatively stable, as if they are hiding their strength and do not have the aura of awesomeness of Chong Kong. Whether it is individual competitions or team competitions, Chong Kong is in a crushing trend. It is the most popular in the Hylon Star Division. Among the surveys of various programs, Chong Kong is one of the most promising teams in the minds of players, and it is very popular. The Anchor Death team of the Meat Bag directly competed in the first round. Han Xiao watched their game video and was almost so hot that he was almost stingy. All 6 members are gunmen, purely long-range stream, faith firepower coverage, and then randomly reach jungle terrain that is not suitable for shooting. What's even more annoying is that the lottery opponent is a professional team from a foreign club. The outcome was self-evident, and the death was terrible. Although he knew that they could not qualify, Han Xiao had never seen anyone who was so lucky and was speechless. It seems that Hao Yin has the most chance to get good results and excel in the Guangdao individual competition, but his team's performance is average, and he has been stuck until now. I don't know if he can qualify. The scorching sun was hanging high. In the yellow sand, the 2 teams confronted each other far away across the sand dunes. The scorching sand made the players on both sides sweat and entered the state of physical loss. Even if they were inactive, their physical strength was slowly decreasing. The desert terrain is too wide, which is very unfavorable to us, and we may lose. Xing Duwei was very depressed. This is the Jiangxing Club team with a crazy sword. They are lucky and have not encountered any strong teams. They're stumbling all the way. Now is the last round of the qualifiers. As long as they win, they can qualify. But this time Jiangsheng seemed to have used up all his luck. The random terrain was not conducive to their open desert with melee tactics, and the opponent was good at range. Xingdu has a very depressed mentality. Influenced by him, the morale of the team members is sluggish. Kuang Dao couldn't stand it and frowned and said, "Don't be discouraged. It's not certain who hasn't fought yet. Whoever loses won or wins." Xing Duwei shook his head. "We have too little chance of winning. You are the team leader. Don't say such things." Kuang Dao was becoming increasingly dissatisfied with Xing Duwei leading the team, and he had no ability to lead the team. Not only did he not have outstanding command, he also brought negative energy to the entire team. "Oh, then what are your opinions?" Xing Duwei glanced at him sideways. "The enemy is very powerful in the long range, so we can only get closer, but we will be kite when rushing over. So I think it is a good way to lure the enemy into the ambushing the opponent. I can hide in the sand, pretend to escape, lure them to the place where I hide, and then I jump out and restrain them for the back row, and you can kill and shoot back so that we have a chance. It just so happens that I have 2 masks who ambushing with me." Kuang Dao took out 2 oxygen masks, which were his regular equipment, which could come in handy at this time. The team members looked at each other, and then Xing Duwei snorted, "Since it is the tactic you proposed, if you lose, it is your responsibility. Xing Duwei's move is to pass the blame, and if you lose, you can shirk responsibility." Kuang Dao is very disgusted with this behavior and is too lazy to pay attention to him. He glanced at other teammates, and a martial arts department stood up to be his companion. Soon, the location was chosen, and the Kuang Dao and the martial arts teammates wore a mask and hid it in the sand. The 4 of them, walking outside, made some disguises and began to lure the enemy, walked up the sand dune, and exposed them to the enemy's vision. They can't help it. The other 6-man team found the traces of Xing Duwei and others, and Electrolux and the team smiled coldly. Electrolux is in this team, which seems to be a team composed of passers-by masters. In fact, these 6 players are all spy from different foreign clubs in the Hylon Star Division, secretly forming teams to kick the floor. There are such teams in each competition area. The opponent is a small club. I have watched their games. They are good at melee combat and cannot cooperate. The terrain is beneficial to us. As long as they keep a distance, they will definitely lose. Electrolux said. They approached the Jiangchang team, maintained a long distance, and began to conduct long-range attacks. These players mainly use superpowers. Electrolux can generate wind seeds in his palm, gradually grow, and become a small salon. Some of his teammates can use their fingers to fire and destroy light beams, and some can roll the air into a ball of white meatballs and smash it out to cause an impact and explosion. Xingdu and the 4 of them fled quickly, and the Electrolux team was chasing them from behind. Soon, they found that there were only 4 people in the Jiangchang team. Where are the other 2 people? Electrolux was alert and suddenly raised his hand and said, "Stop, they may be seducing us." Electrolux believed that if the Jiangcheng team was seducing the enemy, when he stopped, Jiangcheng would stop, at least slow down and seduce them. However, Jiangcheng's speed did not decrease, dragging the long sandstorm and wished that the farther they could run. Xing Duwei ran away with his head, and he didn't want to implement the tactic of crazy swords at all, and he was passive and lazy. Xingdu had a small plan in his mind. Didn't Kuang Dao say he wanted to ambush? Just let him stay underground. Meeting his opponent and pretending to lure the enemy is at least considered fighting with the enemy. Let Kuang Dao play the whole process, and it seems that Kuang Dao made a mistake in the Kuang Dao, and he could turn the blame on him and exclude Kuang Dao, which made the senior management disappointed with Kuang Dao. But he could not deliberately stagger the ambush place of the crazy sword. Other teammates also knew the location. He could not do so, obviously, so he just did something about luring the enemy. Regardless of whether the opponent followed or not, he just ran away. Xingdu is a marginal figure who has been in the professional circle for many years and has no achievements. He was recruited by Jiangsheng, and his salary is more than before. However, He doesn't care about the team's performance. He just wants to maintain his position as the leader and continue to enjoy generous salary. He has all kinds of people in the circle. An old man like him is a typical example. However, Electrolux misunderstood and pondered, escaped so quickly, it doesn't seem like luring the enemy. Moreover, the desert has an open terrain, and the possibility of ambush is relatively low. Chase it. By chance, Electrolux was hit. He chased for a while and stepped on the ambush place. Suddenly, a ball of sand and dust exploded in the team. The Crazy Knife and the martial arts teammates rushed out from the ground and rushed straight to the back row. The incident suddenly happened. Electrolux and others' faces changed drastically. The Crazy Knife went all out and tore open the opponent's formation. Xing Duwei in the distance collapsed when he saw this and had to bring his teammates back. The scene was in chaos, and Electrolux and others were extremely strong. Even if the ambush was successful, Jiangqing was caught in a fierce battle. Fortunately, the Quang Dao performed well, defeated two crispy abilities, and completed the double kill, laying the foundation for the situation. As Electrolux fell down with unwillingness, the surroundings finally became quiet, with only the sound of strong wind shaking up yellow sand. Jiangqing win. Quang Dao fisted excitedly. I actually qualify. Xing Duwei opened his mouth, looking incredible. He did it so obvious that the enemy was fooled. Is it so naughty? With the end of the last round of the lengthy qualifiers, the qualifying list was released, and players in various competition areas were greatly boosted, and the attention of the league increased again. The qualifiers are just an appetizer. Competing for qualifying and the beginning of the regular season is the main show. From here, the schedule enters a formal rhythm, and it will not be as rushing as the qualifiers, and every game is very eye-catching. The teams selected from thousands of teams and 100,000 players, and the top 38 and the top 62 in the individual competition have undoubtedly attracted much attention. Han Xiao looked at the list, and all the four giants have qualified. Most of the rest are famous club teams, such as Madman, Jumin, Heavy Rain, etc., and some clubs in other countries, with only 3 passers-by teams. Jiangcheng was on the qualifying list. Han Xiao recalled that the Jiangcheng team did not qualify for the regular season in his previous life, and it seemed that the one who replaced them was a team of foreign players. In terms of individual competitions, Quang Dao entered the regular season just like his previous life and received more attention than in his previous life. There were only 4 players in the mechanical field in the individual competition, all of which were gunners. Quang Dao was the only mechanical warrior. Rare things are precious and attracted a lot of attention. In addition, the video of Jiangqing's game was leaked. Quang Dao's performance was the mainstay and turned the tide. He led Jiangsheng to qualify and attracted a lot of fans. On the contrary, the real leader Xing Duwei didn't care at all. In the eyes of the audience, he was a passerby. In their opinion, Quang Dao is the core of Jiangsheng, with one god leading 5 salted fish. Xing Duwei was very jealous, but he couldn't show the performance of the Mad Knife. He could only watch Mad Knife receive various praises and felt depressed. The Crazy Knife is indeed very talented in melee combat, and its operation is becoming more and more outstanding. Mechanical players are tossing and watching his single-handed videos and learning skills. Some players found out about previous posts and found that the Mad Sword triggered one of the 4 people in the hidden plot of the Black Ghost. This outfit is of high quality and rich effect, undoubtedly from the hands of the Black Ghost. Players are extremely envious and yearn for it. Han Xiao also shared a wave of popularity. The first step is better than in the previous life. Han Xiao was very satisfied, and it was indeed in vain. Within a few days, the secondary league also ended successfully, and the championship and runner-up qualified for qualifying, making up for 40 team seats in the regular season and 64 players in the individual competition. The official announced the regular season group lottery, and all players were divided into 4 groups of A, B, C, D. There were 10 teams in each group of team competition and 16 players in each group of individual competition. The regular season adopts a point system, with a circular battle within the group. The top 2 teams in each group are qualifying for each team, and the top 4 teams in each group are qualifying for the individual competition. The list of teams in the regular season of the Sea Blue Star Division caused an uproar among players. Fish-flavored eggplant, Han Xiao, and Chong Kong. The 3 wealthy families were suddenly assigned to Group A. Moreover, other teams in Group A include 2 first-line teams, Dragon and Tiger Club, Tiangong Club, and a foreign club team. This is a veritable death group. With so many strong teams, only 2 can qualify. At least 1 rich team will be eliminated in this round, which will immediately touch the hearts of fans of various strong teams. Before the regular season started, the atmosphere was already tense and the storm was about to come. P.S. I saw that everyone reported that the professional league was a bit miserable, but it had already laid the foundation for the league. This is also a relatively important plot line. It is not appropriate to skip it directly, so I try to finish this plot as soon as possible. P.S. I want to watch Thor 3 in the evening. I heard it was very exciting. This should be considered as collecting materials. Star C Times objectively analyzed the group situation. The competition among teams in Group A is the most fierce. It believes that the highly anticipated Chong Kong team is likely to encounter Waterloo this time. Although Hao Qian is very strong, other teams preserve their strength and must do their best to qualify in the group. In this case, Chong Kong may be too tough and easy to break. Fans of the strong team in Group A did not buy it, especially those of the 3 major wealthy families. They believed that there were hidden operations and angrily fought on the forum, tearing the official and other teams. However, their reasons are not convincing. Most neutral viewers believe that it would be more like a secret operation if the 4 giants were divided into each group evenly. Of course, the truth cannot make fanatical fans rational. The popularity of the forum topic continues to rise, and the preseason started after the qualifiers. The preseason victory or defeat is not counted as points, but only allows each team to have a simple understanding of opponents in the same group. Use it as a warm-up, collect opponent information, and mislead opponents. Compared to the official competition, the warm-up match seems very relaxed. Each team is not under much pressure. All kinds of sexy operations are dazzling. The audience especially likes to watch informal competitions and is too vague. The mistakes and super magical operations of each team were made into funny and passionate video highlights, and the response was enthusiastic on the forum. And a meatbag also followed the trend and made several episodes of the show. After the playoffs, there is a period of off-season, which will allow the team to rest, and the official strengthens publicity efforts to build momentum for the district main competition, and a vast publicity offensive mobilizes players' expectations. When the regular season officially started, it was already 6th month of the Shanghai calendar. During this period, Han Xiao has been using the shelter to browse the player's experience. Apart from this, there are not many important things. He has reached the 3rd ring to explore the hidden main line of history. All the requirements have been completed, but he cannot contact Hannes and others and cannot settle the task. Han Xiao first came into contact with this hidden main line. He didn't know the specific process. He used the power of the dark web to find Hannes, but still found nothing. This made him feel bad. Now the dark web is one of the largest forces of Aquarium Star. He can't even find the dark web. It is basically certain that Hannes and others are missing. After investigation from multiple sources, it was found that the last place where Hannes appeared was in a barren desert called the Somal Desert. This name looks familiar. Han Xiao frowned. By the way, I went to this desert when I was doing a reward mission. The low-level strong life. Template expertise was obtained there. It is a ruins of an old country, and the remnants are looking for the so-called magical relics. Although Han Xiao did not communicate much with Han Nis is the settler of the hidden main mission. He also took the risk to pick him up when he was in Andia. For both public and private, Han Xiao would not sit idly by and watch him disappear. Bennett had the same idea. At the beginning of the regular season, Han Xiao left the shelter and came to the Somal Desert with Bennett. The sun is scorching, and the desert is filled with twisted high-temperature air. Through the barbed wire of the dark web stronghold, You can see an endless sea of sand. Hannes last appeared a month ago. He replenished supplies at this stronghold and entered the Somal Desert, and never came back. The person in charge of the stronghold reported the situation to Han Xiao and Bennett, took out the material allocation records to prove that what he said was true. I have sent a convoy to look for their traces, but the desert terrain is difficult to preserve traces from a month ago, and the results are not optimistic, Bennett said. Han Xiao looked at it. Can you say there is a construction method? Bennett was helpless. The phone and computer communication cannot be communicated, and all contact information was disconnected. This is the only clue. This action of half the effort with twice the effort is tantamount to looking for a needle in a haystack. Han Xiao shook his head. This kind of finding a method is too wasteful. But there is no better way now. I hope to find something. There are many secrets hidden in the Somal Desert. Hannes may have encountered a special situation this time. Han Xiao thought of the abandoned Felonia base and magic ruins here, and a guess suddenly took shape in his mind. Hannes may have encountered an unexpected situation. Bennett sighed. Han Xiao did not comment. Bennett erected a tombstone for Hannes and others in his previous life. But this time, he felt it was different. If the mission was released, the hidden main line would definitely fail. But now he's just stuck in the third ring. Han Xiao felt that Hannes and others were still alive, which may be a necessary stage of the mission. Since the task is stuck, you can only wait patiently, and maybe time will bring a turning point. Although Han Xiao was curious about what the hidden main line ultimately led, judging from the perspective of profit, this task reward is actually limited to him. Now Honda Technician has a wealth of wealth, and his experience in task rewards is just a hair on Jianyue in his eyes. After assigning his subordinate's mission, the two of them returned on the plane. On the plane, Bennett suddenly said, I heard that there are more and more E-people in your refuge. You have to look at them tightly and don't let them cause trouble. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. What do you want to say? The E-people come from a strange way, behave strangely, and there are more and more. Bennett's face was solemn. They are potential threats. If so many E-people unite, the world will cause bloody storms. We can no longer bear another war. I heard that the 6 countries have contacted the interstellar civilization, and that group of aliens will send teams to investigate E-people. I know it. Han Xiao smiled slightly and patted Bennett's shoulder. He not only knew that Ghidorah would send people to the Aquarium Star, but also knew the specific time of the spaceship. This was the clip that the Son of Destiny card allowed him to see. The spaceship sent by Ghidorah's civilization was one of his chances to go to the interstellar world, and it was more than a month later. In the next month, Han Xiao continued to accumulate his foundation according to the established plan. Due to the competition, more and more players came to the shelter, which kept his sales at a very high level. Han Xiao occasionally watches the game, and the regular season has added a ring match, which is the second way of team competition. It is a one-on-one wheel system. Each side has 6 players. It is easy to win. The points obtained are 6 points minus the number of people who lose to one side. For example, if one side pays the price of 3 people to defeat the opponent, you can get 3 points. The ring match enriched the way the team got points. The regular season schedule came to the later stage, and the situation was basically clear. The 3 groups of B, C, and D, the points of the top 2 have widened the gap with the back pick and have already locked the qualifying line, namely the Temple of China, the Rainy Rain, Shanghai, and 3 foreign club teams. The Jiangxing team, with a crazy sword, failed to qualify. In fact, entering the regular season, the Jiangxing team's luck was already very good. It exceeded Xingdu's psychological estimate of performance, which made Xingdu have ambitions. If he wanted to achieve better results, he saw a higher level of hope, and finally did not want to continue to play badly, and he developed blind confidence in the strength of the team. However, reality poured him a basin of cold water on his head, and those who have left it to the present are all strong players. The overall strength of the Jiangxing team is too poor. No matter how hard he tries, he still loses repeatedly. Xingdu felt very cold. He realized that his seriousness could not change the fact that his ability was insufficient. His ambition that had finally emerged was blown away. But after all, he was an old man. He quickly adjusted his mentality and comforted himself. It's enough. At least he made it into the regular season. This is a good result, and he can report to the team. With this idea, Xingdu thought that his team leader would be rewarded by the senior management. However, reality not only poured cold water on him, but also blew a cold wind on him, making him tremble all over. At the press conference, Jiangxing Club officially announced that Quang Dao would serve as the future leader and core, directly depriving Xingdu of his position. Before Xingdu could digest this fact, the team's senior management sent him a request for a divorce, which made him completely panic. The club's senior executives are not blind, and the record of Quang Dao is obvious to all. They reached the top 3 in the individual competition and successfully entered the division finals. They're the only remaining mechanical system in the top 16 of the individual competition of Hylon Star. They are even called China's #1 armor martial arts by fans. Such potential players are naturally vigorously trained by Jiangxing senior management. This is just the first league. There is still a chance to train Quang Dao as a pillar of the club in the future and prepare to build a new team around Quang Dao. Xing Duwei, who has never achieved any results and has an inappropriate professional attitude, was kicked out of the team directly. Quang Dao could not stand the Jiangxing team, but the senior management wanted to treat him as the core to form a new team. This is a treatment that many long-famous players did not have. Quang Dao was flattered and his resentment was swept away, which was extremely touched. Once he gets a grade, he will have a keen eye to recognize people. His career has soared. Quang Dao is now a half-star player, but he is very enterprising and is not satisfied with his current grades. He is full of fighting spirit, and by the way, he is even more determined to hold Han Xiao's thigh tightly. The record of Quang Dao is better than in his previous life, and there is room for further upwards. Han Xiao feels relieved to hope that his son will become successful. Well, it is more appropriate to cultivate the satisfaction of players. Electrolux, who had reached the top 16 in his previous life and made a big fuss to mock Chinese players, was eliminated in the group stage, mainly due to the influence of Han Xiao. Electrolux development is far worse than in his previous life, and even if the potential of supernatural powers is level A, it has not developed. Looking at the entire Hylon Star division, the situation where the team is only Group A is unclear. This is a veritable death group. There's still a few rounds of games left. The top 5 are still in stalemate. Anyone may counterattack and qualify. Hong Kong is now ranked 3rd, and the competition is extremely fierce. P.S. WoW released a new CG of 8.0, and I want to trick me back and play games. I am innocent. The dust returns to the dust. The soil returns to the soil, and the Alliance/Tribe is all 25. In the group stage, Hong Kong's vigorous momentum was repeatedly curbed by the Dynasty and the fish-flavored eggplant. It was a double-edged sword. When Hong Kong's performance was not satisfactory, the media's reputation was one-sided and unanimous, and he was not optimistic about whether Hong Kong could qualify. As a veteran team, Hong Kong has a strong ability to withstand pressure. The number of viewers in the last few games of Group A hit a new high, but in the game against the Dynasty, he was beaten by the kings, princes, generals, and ministers. The Dynasty climbed to the top of the group with a stable momentum and basically locked in the qualifying line, so that only the last qualifying seat was left, while Hong Kong's points fell to 4th. With no good news, the last round of the game started. Hong Kong's opponent was Yuxiang Eggplant, the second-ranked Yuxiang Eggplant, and the points gap between the two sides was very high. If you want to replace it, you must beat Yuxiang Eggplant with an absolute advantage. At most, you can defeat the opponent at the cost of 2 people in the ring. However, Yuxiang Eggplant is also a wealthy team, and Hong Kong obviously has no chance. However, the audience generally thought that Hong Kong was already cold and turned around in adversity. Hao Ian and other players were like chicken blood. The team battle had a perfect team battle, and the team destroyed the fish-flavored eggplant. Hong Kong was a 0 mistake in the ring match. He pressed the fish-flavored eggplant underground to rub the three carriages: Fish Dragon Dance in Jing Fei, Fragrant Bear, and Sun Eggplant were stunned by the explosive set of Chongkong. On the game broadcast screen, the barrage is in a state of rampage every minute and every second, densely surging like a sea. The fans of both sides are nervous. Every time a key turning point occurs, it can arouse the audience's exclamation. Chongkong's points rose sharply, splitting equally with Yuxiang Eggplant. Finally, the ranking was ranked by the victory and loss. Chongkong surpassed Yuxiang Eggplant and ranked second in the group. Chongkong staged a shocking turnaround. The match between the rich and the Yuxiang Eggplant was defeated. Chongkong's air is like a rainbow, aiming at the championship in the segment. Yuxiang Eggplant was eliminated, and the former wealthy family was no longer glorious. The quota for qualifying in Group A has been set, and the dynasty and Chongkong have entered the final round of the division. Chongkong's counterattack turned around, and the forum was in an uproar. The fans of Chongkong were so excited that they seemed to be in the new year. The trend of the media that was originally detested changed again, and they all became praiseworthy. No matter how unfavorable they were before the game, they would help whoever wins. Han Xiao, Chongkong, and Yuxiang Eggplant held a post-match press conference. The reporter first congratulated Han Xiao on qualifying. The spokespersons of these two wealthy families talked freely and said a decent sentence, probably to perform stably and thank the audience for their support. Finally, the reporter handed the topic to Yuxiang Eggplant and asked, "You were eliminated and did not enter the final round. Do you have any thoughts?" The Yuxiang Eggplant spokesperson looked heavy and said, "This is not a good result, nor does it meet our expectations. In the event, we made many mistakes and should be able to do better. Chongkong is a very strong team, and their strength is obvious to all." This is a scene where the speech has been written long ago. First of all, it is to admit that it has not performed well, make a review, and apologize to the majority of fans. This set of things has long been a standard process. The reporter is patient and is too lazy to write records. Suddenly, the leader, Sun Eggplant, stood up. Although he was ranked last in the nickname Fish Fragrant Eggplant, he was the boss of the trio. Sun Eggplant grabbed the microphone of the spokesperson, interrupted the speech, faced the confused gaze of everyone, stared at the sky beside him, and said in a deep voice, "I don't want to say such nonsense that I've tried my best. The fact is that I lost. I am unwilling to accept it. I will win back next time. Hao Yin, we are all shortlisted for the top 16 of the individual competition. If you meet me, you can wait to be sealed." Hao Yin was very tough. "You can't win me this time, and the same will be the same next time." The two looked at each other, not giving in. This kind of conversation with gunpowder is topical. The reporter was excited and hurriedly recorded. The people from the dynasty next to him looked at each other, and the first in their group became a foil. Tai Ertzi clenched his fists tightly and said dissatisfied, "The reporters won't interview us anymore. I'll just challenge it." The princes, generals, and ministers fought with their upper and lower eyelids, as if they were dozing off. Hearing this, he slapped Tai Ertzi on the back of the head. "Don't join in the fun." Tai Ertzi slapped the palm of the princes, generals, and ministers, with dissatisfaction on his face. "You fucking hit me again. I'll challenge it all." "Second guy, you haven't reached the top 16 of the individual competition. Why are you going to join the fun?" The princes, generals, and ministers were careless and pierced Tai Ertzi's heart. An angry red cloud came on his cheek, and Tai Ertzi stared at the king, princes, generals, and ministers angrily, wishing to give him a set of friendship and a set of fists to give me a set of fists. He felt that this was a naked ridicule. The princes and generals reached the individual finals, and they were also the individual points champion. He was invited to participate in the International All-Star Exhibition, but he was eliminated. It was very uncomfortable for Tai Ertzi to feel. At the same time, the temple is also holding a press conference. The temple is very lucky, and the group ranked relatively weak. The team ranked first in points, and was also invited to participate in the All-Star game. Li Ge talked freely at the press conference, saying that they will definitely win glory for the country and win honors in international competitions, representing China to fight outside the country and win back the prospects of trophies. The temple regards itself as the leader among the wealthy families, and Li Ge has always followed this Chinese representative team route. Although he is the second Chinese player of the International Federation, the first king, prince, general, and minister are very low-key, with a sloppy and casual image, while Li Ge is handsome and strong, with a high popularity and a lot of fans. He has a large proportion of fans and women, while the fans of the kings, princes, generals, and ministers are almost all stingy men. The fans of both sides have to tear each other up and make a series of tricks, which is a big drama of the year. As long as the kings, princes, generals, and ministers and Li Ge face each other head-on, this retention program should be staged. The teams and players who qualified in the regular season held press conferences with all kinds of attitudes. Some threatened to win the championship, while others were low-key and conservative, showing the chaotic variety of people in the professional circle. At this point, the list of the district finals has been released. Team quarterfinals: China's 5th team, Dynasty, Chongkong, Temple, Heavy Rain, 9 Gate. 3 foreign teams: Son of Wind, Angry Beast, Orange Gold. The top 16 in the individual competition: Kings, Princes, Generals, Sun Eggplant, Hao Hian, Li Ge, Guangdao, Jiang Yule. Looking at this list, Han Xiao laughed, smiling with a sense of a good harvest of an old farmer. Many people are famous high-end games in their previous lives. Han Xiao smiled. There was another reason why he paid attention to the events. Professional leagues are an opportunity for him to select masters. All of them are talents who can reach the finals of the Hylon Star Division and speak nicely. Honda Technician is preparing to take some of the powerful players to the interstellar world. This time, he not only brings a few people, but also brings a large group of players as their own thugs and arm helpers. It will not die and can be resurrected. Players are very useful helpers. Although they are a little weak, there is room for improvement in future versions. Although robots can be used as cannon fodder, robots will cost money. Players are free. Han Xiao is preparing to cultivate a group of family assets and starts with the baby. He already has the prototype idea. Build your own camp. In version 1.0, players have no channels to go to the star. If they provide this channel themselves, even professional players will flock to it. Although Han Xiao had a lot of quest quotas, it is not much divided, which limits the number of players he trains. However, going to the stars can give players access to a wider world, and there will be endless tasks, which is very charming to players, even higher than their own attractiveness, thus getting rid of the limitations of quest quotas. Players go to the interstellar first, which is equivalent to seizing the initiative. No one will not envy this opportunity. By the way, they can make another wave of presence and create a big and powerful news. The selected players will spontaneously gather around them to develop a sense of identity. Han Xiao has already had a blueprint for specific operations. But how many players you can bring depends on the actual situation. At the secret base, Han Xiao stood up from the sofa, came to the equipment warehouse, and entered the password. A metal wall folded and opened, revealing a transparent glass column filled with gel solution, inside which was never used Tingsha mecha. It's almost time, it's time to leave. Press the button. The colloid was discharged, and a cold light flashed across the surface of the Tingsha mecha. The starry sky far away from the sea blue star, wormholes, large or small, open and close, blooming and flowing light, rendering the dark universe space colorfully. These lights aggregate and disperse like shiny soft yarns, with hazy psychedelic, rich in colors, like a gradient spectrum. In the center, surrounded by the wormhole, a large space station floats, and its specific shape is like 3 skyscrapers stacked horizontally together. Various towers extend from the sides and tops. Some are signal towers, some are space stabilizers, and some are weapons and escort tanks. At the bottom of the space station is a huge white metal sphere, with a circle of faint blue halos surrounding the sphere far away, like the ring of a planet. This is the reactor and power source of the space station and provides gravity to the inside of the space station. The space station has complex and sophisticated structure, full of the beauty of technology. The windows of the building are airports for spacecraft to dock. Without a reference system, it is difficult to have a clear understanding of the size of the space station. An airport can dock ships hundreds of meters long, and this space station has tens of thousands of airports, just like an artificial mountain range. Ubayuri Hub, the transportation intermediate station of the Gardon Galaxy. The surrounding wormholes are the stable teleportation stargates built by the Colton Cluster's galaxy civilizations, which combine a large amount of resources to exchange for help from higher civilizations. They can quickly lead to various galaxies of the Colton Cluster and their star regions, greatly saving interstellar flight time. The space station always passes through a massive spacecraft, like a nest surrounded by bees. A small yellow and white spacecraft sailed into an airport, entering the gravity range from gravity-free space. The hull shook slightly, and the bottom of the spacecraft was fitted into the airport orbit and advanced along the orbit for 3 minutes to enter the hangar. The interior of the hangar is blue and white, and the raw materials are special alloys and polymer synthetic materials. After a few seconds, the hangar sounded a synthetic electronic female voice. Identity authorization has been confirmed, and docking is allowed. Welcome, Ghidorah 741 Interstellar Investigation Team, Captain Carrot. Sneak. The hatch opened, stretched out the bridge, and a humanoid creature walked down. This is a male Ghidorah man with a light golden complexion and a long white hair that flutters with dreadlocks. The back of his head is combed into 7 braids similar to girdles. The braid is tied with golden spherical jewelry at the end. It looks not much different from that of humans, but the spacing between facial features is slightly larger, and the body structure is in line with ordinary humans. 1 head, 2 hands, 2 legs, 1 root, and no extra limbs such as tail. Is 2 meters tall. This is medium in Ghidorah man standards. Carrot, affiliated to the Ghidorah Interstellar Investigation Bureau, is a captain of an investigation team. Although he is named the captain, he has no subordinates, only a Ghidorah investigator-style equipment, and this small spacecraft of the public observer model. The spacecraft is about 30 meters long and is a single-person ship. Carrot was the investigator assigned to the Aquarium Star to investigate the Indy mission. While a pure-blood Ghidorah, a proud race, is rare. At the gate of the hangar, a registered person wearing a space station uniform smiled. His appearance was similar to Carrot, but he was much shorter and his skin color was not that golden. This was a half Ghidorah who was mixed with other species. Subspecies. Carrot glanced at the hangar staff with a disdainful look. The Ghidorah people attach great importance to the purity of bloodlines. This is a racial tradition. They despise all mixed races and call them subspecies. The meaning is similar to mixed races and has an insulting nature. The registration staff didn't care. Check it up. How long will it take? Where will you go? Carrot said, stop for 2 days, replenish the fuel, and then go to the 9th star zone to investigate an abnormality of a low-level civilization. 9th star zone? It's a deserted and dangerous place. It seems that you have taken a chore. The registration staff is knowledgeable. It's just a low-level civilization fuss. They think it's impossible to explain. It's just because they're backward in technology and have never seen the world. They can go back after just a little investigation. It won't take long. Carrot raised his head, looked arrogant, walked out of the hangar, and headed to the resting place in the atrium of the space station. After the two left, the hangar gate was closed. I don't know how long it took. A ball of black viscous liquid crawled out of the airport track, squirming like life. The area of this ball of mucus was only about 1 square meter. The mucus squirmed and slowly climbed up the observer spacecraft, penetrated into the armor gap of the spacecraft, and disappeared. See Blue Star, a snow-capped mountain range in Beijing. A black helicopter with a dark web sign parked on a mountain. Han Xiao wrapped his hands around his chest and looked at the endless mountains with cloudy air. The cold air kept drilling into his sleeves and neckline. Han Xiao had excellent physical fitness and didn't feel anything. However, the pilot, who had 3 layers of cotton coat, shivered and asked in a trembling voice, "Hello, Master, what are we doing here?" Han Xiao looked at him in surprise. "New? Have you not learned the rules?" Learn. The pilot was so cold that he was trembling, but we have been here for 4 days. Compared with the rules, I think it is more important to confirm whether I should be mentally prepared to freeze to death here. Han Xiao was happy. "What's your name?" "Huang Jian. I just completed pilot training last month." Han Xiao was amazed. Huang Jian is yellow and cheap. This name is very promising, and he will definitely become a great person in the future. The boss joked. What else can he do? Huang Jian was distressed and could only pretend not to hear it, and asked, "Hello, how long do we have to stay?" "From a day, and as long as half a month." Huang Jian's skin twitched. This interval has been separated for too long. After thinking about it, Huang Jian mustered up the courage and asked a question that violated the code. "What are you waiting for?" Han Xiao glanced at him. "When it comes, you will know." There were only 2 people on the plane, and he could chat with Huang Jian while waiting to relieve his boredom. However, most of the time, Han Xiao watched the game on the forum. The International All-Star Game started, and the regular season points champions of various countries appeared in the competition. The player group was extremely lively, and Han Xiao watched it as a program to pass the waiting time. The players in other regions of the All-Star Game are famous and powerful teams from various countries, such as the Demon World of the United States, the Rose Knights of the United Kingdom, the Kimchi in South Korea, the Tulips of France, etc. Their status in their respective countries is just like the position of the Temple Chongqing in China. Seeing these powerful teams that were very familiar to the previous life, Han Xiao finally remembered that the champion of the first league was the French Tulips team, a very powerful club. The All-Star Game is an opportunity to debut. Players in each competition area will pay attention to it. The popularity is more than 10 times higher than that of a single competition area. The regular season champion teams of various countries compete in friendly competition and show their strength. They praise their opponents in the press conference before and after the competition. The atmosphere is harmonious. This is a special opportunity to expose the regular season champion and an operational means to warm up international events. The Temple team in the Hylon Star Division attracted a wave of foreign fans and performed well, and Li Ge was at ease with it. After the All-Stars rested for 3 days, the final rounds of each division began. This time it was a 1-on-1 with a 5-game 3-win elimination system. The Chongqing team was lucky and encountered a slightly weak foreign club team, and the wealthy families did not meet each other. In terms of individual competitions, Hao Ian did not have such good luck. He met Li Ge in the first round of 16-8. Before the game, Li Ge was out of normalcy and made arrogant remarks. My personal first-round opponent is Hao Ian, which is good news for me. I dare not say that I will definitely defeat him. To be humble, my winning rate is about 90%. Li Ge is very high profile, which has sparked new topics. Some players even open the market and bet on who wins and loses Li Ge or Hao Ian. Although Li Ge reached the top 16, he used his superpowers to slowly grind his opponent to death, which was not very entertaining. So Li Ji's odds were higher after the opening and were not favored. The Guangdao encountered Jiang Yuluo from the Heavy Rain Club. This is also a strong rival. Jiang Yuluo is the pillar of the Heavy Rain team. He is very strong, and he is a beauty. Beauties are usually treated with preferential treatment, especially in the professional circle where the ratio of men and women is unbalanced. Jiang Yuluo is extremely popular. After the group list was announced, Jiang Yuluo's fans formed a group to explode the page of Jiangshang Club, threatening that if Mad Knife wins, he will definitely not be able to bear it. Han Xiao waited on the top of the snow-capped mountain for 7 or 8 days, and after the first round of the finals, he was surprised that Hao Ian actually lost to Li Ge in a single match, winning 3 games in 5 games, only winning the first game, and then defeated Li Ge in 3 games. After watching the video again, Hao Ian's performance in the first game was still stable. Li Ge walked through the whole process, and it took him 10 minutes to finish. He was analyzing Hao Ian's combat mode. From the second game, Li Gu in turn gained the upper hand and almost saw through Hao Ian's movements. His superpowers were suitable for fighting. Hao Ian was like a bug trapped in a spider web, losing 3 games in a row. Li Gu is a very talented professional player. His career is not particularly long, but he has achieved many achievements. Han Xiao once considered whether to bring Li Gu into the alternative list. The media changed its reputation again. Li Gu emerged from a new force and took away Hao Ian's original attention in one battle. This time it was Li Ji's turn to be optimistic by the media. He reached the quarterfinals of the individual competition. His next round opponent was the crazy sword and sword that advanced with difficulty in defeating Jiang Yuluo. The crazy knife barely defeated Jiang Yuluo and entered the quarterfinals. It should have been a happy event, but was angrily criticized by Jiang Yuluo's fans. His number of fans was hundreds of times lower than that of Jiang Yuluo. The voices of support were drowned in the wave of scolding. In the end, Jiang Yuluo spoke and begged, which made the fans stop. These people were still angry, as if they had suffered so much grievance. Jiang Yuluo lost very openly, but some things are unreasonable. She can't blame her fans and can only apologize to Quang Dao in private. They knew each other during the internal test and were considered half an acquaintance. The Quang Dao felt aggrieved and won with dignity, but a group of black spies were added. But the final result of the game was spoken. Normal audiences affirmed his victory. Some neutral audiences had a sense of justice burst out and became fans who supported Quang Dao. Quang Dao gained a wave of fans in a strange posture, and many people turned to Jiang Yuluo. But in fact, she was also caught in the gun. It is difficult to say who benefits more if a person is famous. However, if Han Xiao says that most viewers only want to find a person to entertain, participate in a storm, and fight for one side. When he learned that the next round of Quang Dao was Li Gu, many people who criticized him were gloating. I deserve it. This stinger stops here. Boss Li Gu will definitely beat him up. Quang Dao and Hao Ian's private competition rate was not 50%. When they met Li Gu, who was firmly winning against Hao Ian, their future was not optimistic. Han Xiao secretly wondered, could the 2 players he was optimistic about would be beaten by Li Gu alone? Sir, the satellite radar discovered that an abnormal object was quickly approaching the atmosphere. Beizhou, Roland's astronomical observatory, sounded an alarm, and the observers suddenly stood up from their seats, looked up at the big screen, and were surprised. Satellite radar shows that a spot of light comes from outer space and quickly approaches the blue star of the sea. Is this a meteorite? The target suddenly appeared 3 minutes ago and was captured by the radar. If it was a meteorite, it would not be so close to it before it was discovered. Moreover, the meteorite was not captured by the planet's magnetic field. Is it an alien spacecraft? The speed is getting faster and faster, and it is expected to fall to the surface in 8 minutes. Where is the location? Is it no man's land? The estimated landing point is a barren mountain range in Beizhou, and the coordinate is close to our border. The doctor in charge of the observatory said in a deep voice, "Report immediately," and asked the troops to rush to the scene. Huang Jian was bored and fiddled with the dashboard. He waited in this ghost place for almost 10 days, but nothing happened. According to the legendary level of his boss, he felt that Han Xiao could not have come to blow the wind with nothing. He was curious about what Han Xiao was waiting for. In the snow, Han Xiao suddenly looked up, turned around and boarded the helicopter and pulled out the equipment box. Finally, there is action. Huang Jian was excited and turned his head and curiously said, "What are you doing?" "Here you come." Han Xiao didn't raise his head and quickly put on his equipment. "What's coming?" Huang Jian was puzzled. As soon as he asked, a sharp roar came from the sky. Huang Jian looked up and saw a burning fire meteor falling from the sky. The outline of a spaceship was in the dancing flames. Boom! The falling spacecraft collapsed a steep peak. The shattered black rock and white snow were like fireworks. The spacecraft rolled and plowed out a dirt dragon with a few hundred meters long in the snow forest of the mountains. The trees along the way were lit, and rolling black smoke came out, and the earth was trembling. The snow layer at the peak collapsed, forming a small avalanche. It was difficult not to pay attention to such a large formation. Sure enough, Han Xiao was right. When it came, he would definitely know. Huang Jian opened his mouth wide and looked confused. Fei spaceship. A shocking look floated on his cheeks. Huang Jian looked at Han Xiao in disbelief. He had heard of Han Xiao's various deeds, but it was better to see him at first sight than to hear him. Even the alien spacecraft can be known in advance. Soon, Han Xiao completed the dressing change, put on the Tengsha mecha, moved his hands and feet, took out the Batwing aircraft that looked like mechanical wings from the equipment box, and loaded the mesh orbit on the back. The tactical screen shows the status of the aircraft and is operating normally. Fly, Han Xiao thought, and strode towards a cliff. The aircraft buzzed, the tri-straight propeller on the wing's surface rotated at the maximum power, and blue flames ejected at the tail end. Han Xiao felt the motivation to pull him up and flew up. The neural link easily controls the aircraft, like an arm, and quickly flies to the fall site. The observer spacecraft inserted into the soil sideways, covering half of the fuselage, and the surrounding woods and land are burning, but the appearance of the spacecraft is basically intact. The energy shield protects the spacecraft, not disintegrated during the fall, but the impact of landing consumes the energy value of the shield, and the engine is also ruined. Bang! The broken hatch door was pushed down, and Carrot pressed his head in pain, shaking out, muttering Ghidorah's words and cursing. Carrot pressed the golden bracelet on his right hand a few times. With the bracelet as the center, a set of combat uniforms that resemble ancient armor automatically generated, covering the body, without a helmet, but a translucent energy light film protects the face. This is the combat uniform of Ghidorah Investigator. The Investigator is going to different planets. The combat uniform has the function of maintaining a life system and analyzing the environment. The synthesized mechanical sounds say, the database has been matched, location, 9th star zone, see blue star gravity level, low current temperature, 3 degrees climate type, air composition, civilization level, surface civilization hazard degree, low evaluation, survivable. Carrot was a little dizzy and said, test physical condition. Analysis. After the analysis, 3 fractures were detected, multiple soft tissues were damaged, accompanied by mild concussions. Did nanorepair fluid be injected? Injected. A cool back of the neck. Carrot felt much more comfortable. He immediately climbed back to the spacecraft control room and wanted to start the host to detect the cause of the failure, but prompted that all systems were damaged. Carrot had no choice but to open the outer armor of the spacecraft, exposing the internal structure. He tore open a pile of pipelines and pulled out a metal box the size of a palm. The indicator light flashed with blue light, indicating that it was running normally. This was an interstellar communicator. Of course, Carrot's interstellar communicator is not a castrated product like the Six Kingdoms. According to the investigator's code, he now needs to do 2 things. One is to use the communicator to contact the headquarters, and the other is to seek help from local friendly civilizations, that is, contact the Six Kingdoms. At this moment, a vibration sound came from the sky. Han Xiao, wearing a dark mecha, and 2 huge mechanical wings stretched out behind him, landed next to the spacecraft. It turns out to be similar to the predicted picture. Oh, there's still a living person here. Han Xiao saw the Ghidorah man next to him. He was knowledgeable and recognized that this was the investigator's equipment. He raised his eyebrows slightly, and then his eyes were fixed on the interstellar communicator in Carrot's hand. This is what he wants. The natives of the sea blue star. Carrot looked at it and adjusted to the translator mode. Ghidorah became a language that Han Xiao could understand. He pointed at Han Xiao and said lightly, "You, tell me what this place is." Ligu is very high profile, which has sparked new topics. Some players even open the market and bet on who wins and loses Ligu or Haoyan. Although Ligu reached the top 16, he used his superpowers to slowly grind his opponent to death, which was not very entertaining. so Li Ji's odds were higher after the opening and were not favored. The Quang Dao encountered Jiang Yuluo from the Heavy Rain Club. This is also a strong rival. Jiang Yuluo is the pillar of the Heavy Rain team. He is very strong, and he is a beauty. Beauties are usually treated with preferential treatment, especially in the professional circle where the ratio of men and women is unbalanced. Jiang Yuluo is extremely popular. After the group list was announced, Jiang Yuluo's fans formed a group to explode the page of Jiangshan Club, threatening that if Mad Knife wins, he will definitely not be able to bear it. Han Xiao waited on the top of the snow-capped mountain for 7 or 8 days, and after the first round of the finals, he was surprised that Hao Yan actually lost to Li Gu in a single match, winning 3 games in 5 games, only winning the first game, and then defeated Li Gu in 3 games. After watching the video again, Hao Yan's performance in the first game was still stable. Li Gu walked through the whole process, and it took him 10 minutes to finish. He was analyzing Hao Yan's combat mode. From a second game, Li Gu in turn gained the upper hand and almost saw through Hao Yan's movements. His superpowers were suitable for fighting. Hao Yan was like a bug trapped in a spider web, losing 3 games in a row. Li Gu is a very talented professional player. His career is not particularly long, but he has achieved many achievements. Han Xiao once considered whether to bring Li Gu into the alternative list. The media changed its reputation again. Li Gu emerged from a new force and took away Hao Yan's original attention in one battle. This time it was Li Ji's turn to be optimistic by the media. He reached the quarterfinals of the individual competition. His next round opponent was the crazy sword and sword that advanced with difficulty in defeating Jiang Yuluo. The crazy knife barely defeated Jiang Yuluo and entered the quarterfinals. It should have been a happy event, but was angrily criticized by Jiang Yuluo's fans. His number of fans was hundreds of times lower than that of Jiang Yuluo. The voices of support were drowned in the wave of scolding. In the end, Jiang Yuluo spoke and begged, which made the fans stop. These people were still angry, as if they had suffered so much grievance. Jiang Yuluo lost very openly, but some things are unreasonable. She can't blame her fans and can only apologize to Quang Dao in private. They knew each other during the internal test and were considered half an acquaintance. The Quang Dao felt aggrieved and won with dignity, but a group of black spies were added. But the final result of the game was spoken. Normal audiences affirmed his victory. Some neutral audiences had a sense of justice burst out and became fans who supported Quang Dao. Quang Dao gained a wave of fans in a strange posture, and many people turned to Jiang Yuluo, but in fact, she was also caught in the gun. It is difficult to say who benefits more if a person is famous. However, if Han Xiao says that most viewers only want to find a person to entertain, participate in a storm, and fight for one side. When he learned that the next round of Quang Dao was Li Gu, many people who criticized him were gloating. I deserve it. This stinger stops here. Boss Li Gu will definitely beat him up. Quang Dao and Hao Yan's private competition rate was not 50%. When they met Li Gu, who was firmly winning against Hao Yan, their future was not optimistic. Han Xiao secretly wondered, could the 2 players he was optimistic about would be beaten by Li Gu alone? Sir, the satellite radar discovered that an abnormal object was quickly approaching the atmosphere. Beizhou, Roland's astronomical observatory, sounded an alarm, and the observers suddenly stood up from their seats, looked up at the big screen, and were surprised. Satellite radar shows that a spot of light comes from outer space and quickly approaches the blue star of the sea. Is this a meteorite? The target suddenly appeared 3 minutes ago and was captured by the radar. If it was a meteorite, it would not be so close to it before it was discovered. Moreover, the meteorite was not captured by the planet's magnetic field. Is it an alien spacecraft? The speed is getting faster and faster, and it is expected to fall to the surface in 8 minutes. Where's the location? Is it no man's land? The estimated landing point is a barren mountain range in Beizhou, and the coordinate is close to our border. The doctor in charge of the observatory said in a deep voice, "Report immediately and ask the troops to rush to the scene." Huang Jian was bored and fiddled with the dashboard. He waited in this ghost place for almost 10 days but nothing happened. According to the legendary level of his boss, he felt that Han Xiao could not have come to blow the wind with nothing. He was curious about what Han Xiao was waiting for. In the snow, Han Xiao suddenly looked up, turned around, and boarded the helicopter and pulled out the equipment box. Finally, there is action. Huang Jian was excited and turned his head and curiously said, "What are you doing?" "Here you come." Han Xiao didn't raise his head and quickly put on his equipment. "What's coming?" Huang Jian was puzzled. As soon as he asked, a sharp roar came from the sky. Huang Jian looked up and saw a burning fire meteor falling from the sky. The outline of the spaceship was in the dancing flames. Boom! The falling spacecraft collapsed a steep peak. The shattered black rock and white snow were like fireworks. The spacecraft rolled and plowed out a dirt dragon with a few hundred meters long in the snow forest of the mountains. The trees along the way were lit, and rolling black smoke came out, and the earth was trembling. The snow layer at the peak collapsed, forming a small avalanche. It was difficult not to pay attention to such a large formation. Sure enough, Han Xiao was right. When it came, he would definitely know. Huang Jian opened his mouth wide and looked confused. Fei spaceship. A shocking look floated on his cheeks. Huang Jian looked at Han Xiao in disbelief. He had heard of Han Xiao's various deeds, but it was better to see him at first sight than to hear him. Even the alien spacecraft can be known in advance. Soon, Han Xiao completed the dressing change, put on the Tingsha mecha, moved his hands and feet, took out the Batwing aircraft that looked like mechanical wings from the equipment box, and loaded the mesh orbit on the back. The tactical screen shows the status of the aircraft and is operating normally. Fly, Han Xiao thought, and strode towards a cliff. The aircraft buzzed, the tri-straight propeller on the wing's surface rotated at the maximum power, and blue flames ejected at the tail end. Han Xiao felt the motivation to pull him up and flew up. The neural link easily controls the aircraft, like an arm, and quickly flies to the fall site. The observer spacecraft inserted into the soil sideways, covering half of the fuselage, and the surrounding woods and land are burning. But the appearance of the spacecraft is basically intact. The energy shield protects the spacecraft, not disintegrated during the fall, but the impact of landing consumes the energy value of the shield, and the engine is also ruined. Bang! The broken hatch door was pushed down, and Carrad pressed his head in pain, shaking out, muttering Ghidorah's words and cursing. Carrad pressed the golden bracelet on his right hand a few times. With the bracelet as the center, a set of combat uniforms that resemble ancient armor automatically generated, covering the body without a helmet, but a translucent energy light film protects the face. This is the combat uniform of Ghidorah Investigator. The Investigator is going to different planets. The combat uniform has the function of maintaining a life system and analyzing the environment. The synthesized mechanical sounds say, "The database has been matched, location, 9-star zone, sea blue, star gravity level, low current temperature, 3 degrees climate type, air composition, civilization level, surface civilization hazard degree, low evaluation, survivable." Carrad was a little dizzy and said, "Test physical condition. Analysis." After the analysis, 3 fractures were detected, multiple soft tissues were damaged, accompanied by mild concussions. Did nanorepair fluid be injected? Injected. A cool back of the neck. Carrad felt much more comfortable. He immediately climbed back to the spacecraft control room and wanted to start the host to detect the cause of the failure, but prompted that all systems were damaged. Carrad had no choice but to open the outer armor of the spacecraft, exposing the internal structure. He tore open a pile of pipelines and pulled out a metal box the size of a palm. The indicator light flashed with blue light, indicating that it was running normally. This was an interstellar communicator. Of course, Carrad's interstellar communicator is not a castrated product like the 6 Kingdoms. According to the Investigator's code, he now needs to do 2 things. One is to use the communicator to contact the headquarters, and the other is to seek help from local friendly civilizations, that is, contact the 6 Kingdoms. At this moment, a vibration sound came from the sky. Han Xiao, wearing a dark mecha, and two huge mechanical wings stretched out behind him, landed next to the spacecraft. It turns out to be similar to the predicted picture. Oh, there's still a living person here. Han Xiao saw the Ghidorah man next to him. He was knowledgeable and recognized that this was the investigator's equipment. He raised his eyebrows slightly, and then his eyes were fixed on the interstellar communicator in Carrod's hand. This is what he wants. The natives of the sea blue star. Carrod looked at it and adjusted to the translator mode. Ghidorah became a language that Han Xiao could understand. He pointed at Han Xiao and said lightly, "You, tell me what this place is." In the picture predicted by the Son of Destiny, there is no detail about whether anyone survives. Han Xiao originally planned to come to the first place to fall in the spacecraft and quietly steal the interstellar communicator. This thing is the key to leaving the planet, and the target is not the spacecraft. However, at this time the communicator was in the hands of the investigator, and the original plan did not work, so we had to find a way to deal with the investigator. Han Xiao thought secretly, robbery or fooling. Seeing that Han Xiao had no reaction, Carrod frowned and said, "I'm asking you a question and answer me. Are you Ghidorah's visitor?" Han Xiao felt sure and slowly approached Carrod. "The civilization of this planet asks for help. I am the investigator invited." "Who are you?" Han Xiao approached within 10 meters and said, "I am the messenger of Hylon, who is here to welcome him." "Very good. Take me to see the supreme leader of your civilization." Carrod was happy, without doubting him. After thinking for a while, he suddenly said, "Wait for a while. I will notify my civilization to send someone to pick me up." "No problem. Waiting is what I should do." Carrod was satisfied with the treatment given to him by the Hylon civilization, and was even more satisfied with the attitude of the messenger. Just as he was about to activate the communicator, Han Xiao moved suddenly as soon as he lowered his head. The Batwing aircraft started instantly, and Han Xiao kicked Carrod away like a flying venomous snake and snatched the communicator over in a flash. Bang! This kick was full of force, and Carrod flew out and broke 4 or 5 trees. Han Xiao put away the communicator in his body and was determined. He decided to grab the communicator first and take the initiative. By fooling alone, there is no way to stop Carrod from contacting the 6 countries, so he will be in trouble. More importantly, once Carrod connects with the 6 countries, there is no room for him to intervene, and only by snatching can he seize the opportunity. In fact, there's another way. Pretend that you are a high-level civilized figure living in the Aqua Blue Star and ask to borrow a communicator. The best result is naturally that the Ghidorah people are willing to help, but the possibility is low. The greater chance will make the Ghidorah people alert. After all, knowing that the other party is not an indigenous person, but a high-level civilized wanderer has a different mentality, and the success rate of sneak attacks will decrease. Moreover, the identity of a high-level civilization is not that good. Ghidorah is a galaxy-level civilization. After seeing the world, why do you have to help him? Even if Han Xiao is willing to pay, Carrod can contact the 6 countries directly and has no shortage of resources at all. The other party may be too lazy to help and ignore it. The worst case is that the Ghidorah people are malicious in turn. A wanderer who cannot contact the civilization behind them will be slaughtered. With only a few seconds of thinking, Han Xiao decided to be a robber. Not only that, he also had a new plan. The first step was to capture Carrod and not allow him to contact the 6 countries. On the other side, Carrod slowly climbed up without any damage, and the surface of the combat uniform emitted golden light, which was the personal shield that came with the combat uniform. He looked cold and reached out to take off 2 golden balls tied to the end of his braid. The fingertips flashed with electric light, and the ball quickly unfolded, turning into a light golden round shield and a dark golden spear. The shape was simple, but it emitted energy fluctuations, indicating that this was not an ordinary cold weapon. Indigenous, you made a big mistake. The golden ball turned into equipment, which is a general technology for the mechanical system to compress equipment into small objects. Advanced civilizations are basically mastered, and Ghidorah's equipment level is obviously more advanced. Carrot is a level 63 weapon warrior. The pure-blood Ghidorah man has racial advantages compared to ordinary humans. His attributes are no less than the level 60 martial arts system of the Sea Blue Star. He also has an advanced equipment with a total combat power of more than 3,000 ohms. A sea-level superpowered person. Judging from the combat power alone, he surpasses all level 60 superpowered persons of the Sea Blue Star. But it hasn't surpassed Han Xiao yet. The battle breaks out. Han Xiao spread his wings, and the 4 machine guns of the aircraft opened fire. Carrot raised a shield, and a larger round light shield was spread on the surface of the shield. Ding, ding, dang, dang. The bullets were all bounced away by the light shield. Carrot roared, and the spear pointed at Han Xiao from afar. The spear tip spewed a series of pointed conical golden light bullets. Han Xiao jumped up, and the light bullet passed by, leaving a melted hole in the trees along the way, disappearing at the end of his sight. Ghidorah's craftsmanship is a mixture of technology and magic. This is not a purely technological energy weapon, but its power is still much higher than that of ordinary gunpowder weapons. A luminous bullet can knock down the Tingsha mecha by about 500 armor value, and the damage is very high. Han Xiaofei hovered up high and used a Gauss sniper rifle to kite the enemy, but the electromagnetic bullets were all blocked by the shield. Carrot took off a small golden ball again, transformed into a half-man-sized strange gun, and fired a shot into the sky. Boom! A hot beam of light stormed out, and Han Xiao quickly turned to avoid it. The edge of the mecha was just rubbed against it, and the armor value dropped by 300 points. With advanced equipment, the advantages of the mechanical system were immediately revealed. Carrot should have been an enemy that can only be contacted by version 2.0. Han Xiao has only the equipment of version 1.0 for the time being, so he naturally feels that the enemy's damage is too high. Although the investigators are not good at force, Carrot is an alien and is very confident in his strength. He can crush these low-level civilizations with the equipment configured by the Bureau of Investigation alone. Carrot has the superiority of a higher civilization envoy. He did not take the indigenous people of Hyalon. He didn't know why Han Xiao attacked, but a native dared to provoke it on his own initiative was no different from seeking death. He wanted Han Xiao to understand this. Han Xiao looked calm. He had never fought against an enemy with superior equipment. Although Carrot had good equipment and good attributes, he was just an elite template with average skills and expertise. This should be my first time fighting with a Space Marine. The opponent's long-range firepower is stronger than mine. Try to see melee combat. Han Xiao thought, and simply dived down. 4 sound balls flew out, and various sound attacks bombarded in turn. Carrot's combat suit shield ripples, and the output was very stable. Carrot strode his spear and counterattacked, and Han Xiao also had a floating shuttle to form a primary shield, which also resisted. Buzz electrically cut the magnetic flux blade, and the butterfly cut through the flowers, and sparks splashed everywhere. Bang, bang, bang. The fists and feet containing huge power kept falling on Carrot's body. The shield was shaking, and the Tingsha mecha was also covered in scars. Although melee combat is the advantage of the weapon warrior, Han Xiao's various skills and expertise are constantly triggered, which is not worth it at all. The two of them fought fiercely, and the battlefield gradually fell away from the spaceship and fell to the ground, and the woods around them were in a mess. Although Ghidorah Investigator has the advantage in equipment and technology, Han Xiao's methods are too abundant, and Carrot began to be exhausted and frightened. The sound hitting ball and the sound wave penetrated through the sound wave again. The light of the shield flashed a few times, and the energy was exhausted and dimmed. He's too difficult. Carrot felt something wrong and made a fuss in his heart. He used his close-fitting shield to withstand the attack. The light became dimmer. He took the opportunity to unfold a small golden ball and turn it into a giant axe. This is the strongest one-time lethality among all his weapons. He decided to end the battle. The axe blade flashed, and Carrot slashed it. Boom! The ground cracked, air waves burst out, several hideous cracks appeared in the armor, and the armor value was leaking. Come again. Carrot roared, took a step back, and a light flashed all over his body. He obviously used some skills and took the lead. A dangerous, prickly sensation appeared between the eyebrows, and the pressure from the axe rolled down quickly. Okay, Han Xiao was not surprised, but happy, and suddenly activated the skills he had prepared for a long time. Restoration Thorns. Ding! The axe flew out in a spiral, and Carrot sat down to the ground with blood on his hands. Han Xiao's full level Restore Thorns can rebound by 50% melee damage, breaking through the shield and causing real damage. Ian hit the ball again, and Carrot was knocked away, but the close-fitting shield still tenaciously protected him. You are amazing. I didn't expect that there would be such a strong man on this low-level planet. Carrot gasped, got up, took off 2 golden balls again, turned into a long sword and a new shield with a high fighting spirit. But choosing me as your opponent is your biggest mistake. My equipment is too much ahead. You're a powerful warrior. I will give you a way to die in line with the warrior. Han Xiao stopped and shook his head. It's really hard to deal with. I didn't want to use this set. Before Carrot could recall the taste, he was shocked to find that Han Xiao's energy level soared wildly, and a thick blue current surrounded the mecha, like a thunderbolt python entangled in his body. The energy core of the mecha burst out with an extremely dazzling light. At the same time, a phantom of a man wearing a black mask appeared and disappeared behind him. Mecha skill Snake Devil. Overload of energy core, doubled attribute bonus. All modules are considered to be used at will without consumption, lasting 2 to 7 minutes, cooled for 7 days. People Advent card, Berry Leader, armor-breaking combo. All attacks released in the next 8 seconds are armor-breaking critical strikes, and the defense of the target is weakened by 24%, lasting 5 minutes, 1/12 times of use. Also will burning. Overload. The mechanical force surges. Bang, 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 bang. The tsunami-like attack drowns Kurlid with a stunned expression. The continuous explosions sounded at the position where the spaceship fell, and Huang Jian rubbed his hands and felt worried. The sound sounds like a battle. Who did he fight? Huang Jian was puzzled. Did Han Xiao fight with aliens in this wilderness? Just thinking about it, he felt that the world was really crazy. After waiting for a while, the voice suddenly disappeared, and Huang Jian's heart immediately hangs. Although he had heard of Han Xiao's strong record, his opponent is an alien. If he encounters an accident, no one will give me an order. Should I continue to wait for him? While he was struggling, a figure flew up in the direction of the spacecraft, falling, and quickly approached. It was Han Xiao, with a whirring wind, landing next to the helicopter. The mecha was covered with scars, and the armor in some parts was cracked, exposing the internal wires, and there were sparks of electricity. That's great, you're fine. Huang Jian breathed a sigh of relief, and suddenly saw Han Xiao carrying a species that he had never seen before, with light golden skin, large spacing between his facial features, and his hands and feet were locked by mechanical shackles on electricity. It was Carrot, who had a bruised nose and swollen face, naked all over, and was stripped of his legs. Outside and outside, Huang Jian's tongue was knotted and pointed at Carrot, so shocked that he couldn't speak. Alien, it took me a lot of effort to capture him. Han Xiao held Carrot's hair and stuffed him into the cabin. The Ghidorah looked angry, but his mouth was sealed and he could only jump around in vain like a dead fish. Huang Jian was stunned. He knew that Han Xiao was very powerful. He didn't expect that he could even catch aliens, and his views were immediately refreshed. Fly the plane quickly, it's close to Ruelon's border, and their people are coming soon. Han Xiao said. Huang Jian started in a hurry, and the helicopter quickly left. On the plane, Han Xiao took off his mecha and checked the damage. He had about 20% of the armor value left. The Ghidorah investigator's equipment technology was advanced, but in the end he exploded and bombed wildly. Carrot was like a delicate girl pressed to the ground and rubbed. He had no power to fight back, and could only passively withstand the storm. He exploded the investigator's combat uniform and seized the golden ball, ensuring that Carrot could not get any weapons, leaving only a translator for easy deception. No, convenient for communication. The communicator was obtained and a Godora man was included, which was even more complete than expected. He can also squeeze out a lot of oil and water, and I will deal with him after I go back. Han Xiao secretly thought about the new plan. Huang Jian was very curious about aliens and turned around from time to time and asked, "Your Excellency, will he bite people?" The dignified envoy of high civilization was actually regarded as a barbaric beast by an indigenous person. Carrot burst into anger, but his hands and feet were tied up, so he could only use his head to hit the steel plate to express his protest. It shouldn't be biting. Han Xiao touched his chin and pondered, but looking at him being so fierce, maybe he has this kind of hobby. Bang, bang. Carrot continued to hit the steel plate with his head. Huang Jian said curiously, "Can he eat it?" After pinching Ghidorah's arm, Han Xiao said, "The skin is quite smooth and the flesh is very strong. Are you interested?" Huang Jian hesitated for a while and nodded. "I haven't eaten aliens yet." Bang, bang, bang. The frequency of head-to-head hitting the steel plate is even more urgent. Behind, brutal, Carrot roared in his heart, and then a hint of panic came to his heart. This group of natives wouldn't really want to eat him. Huang Jian was very excited and asked questions, trying to figure out how Han Xiao knew that aliens would descend on the blue star of the sea and why they caught aliens. Carrot also wanted to know these questions. First, the spacecraft broke down for no reason and barely landed. Then he met this strong man in a mecha who claimed to be the messenger to greet him, but suddenly attacked him and beat him up and tied him up. Thinking that the analysis module's evaluation of Hylon Star was low, Carrot was so angry that he hadn't updated the database. It's still called No Danger. Let's get it down. Who is he? Why are he arresting me? How do you know I am forcibly landing here? Carrot was very confused, and Han Xiao naturally kept silent. Is he a male or female? Huang Jian was curious. Han Xiao was not angry. You see it yourself. Huang Jian widened his eyes and looked for a while, and was very surprised. I thought the aliens were so burly and should be very big. Dong! Carrot couldn't bear the humiliation, so he simply used all his strength to hit the steel plate, and his movements were straightforward and clear, knocking himself out. After the helicopter had gone for more than 10 minutes, Ruelan's troops finally arrived late and found the falling spacecraft. They were shocked and immediately blocked the scene. This is an alien spacecraft. There's instructions from above. This is the spacecraft of the alien friend Godora civilization. Come specifically to help us investigate the alien team. The mountain peaks have been crashed. This is not a normal landing. The spacecraft has crashed. Check if there are any survivors immediately. Report: no corpses were found in the spacecraft, and there are traces of battle around. Ruelan's troops collected clues, observed the battlefield, and came to a preliminary conclusion. There are 2 people fighting in total. Both sides are superpowers. One of them uses weapons that we don't know. The scars of these trees seem to be melted by lasers, and there are traces of chopping. The fracture is smooth. Even the internal texture of the trees has been smoothed. It is not ordinary cold weapons. These battle traces contain a slightly higher radiation index. This should be the Godora people. The other party uses gunpowder weapons. The metal composition of the bullet shell is similar to that of us, and there are some armor fragments in the land. They should be the strong people on our planet. The specific objects must match the database. Judging from the battlefield destruction, this person's strength is definitely at the top of the aqua blue star. The strong people in this range are limited, and the object can be confirmed soon. The final result of the battle should be that the Godora people were captured. Is there any other discovery? At this time, a researcher found that a piece of spacecraft armor was opened, and it was the internal mechanical parts of the spacecraft. He curiously looked at it, swept it with a flashlight, and suddenly saw something special and said, "It seems that there is liquid in the spacecraft." Liquid. Everyone surrounded him and shone with strong light, and found a pile of metal and pipelines covered with viscous black liquid. What is this? Electric oil, one person said uncertainly. At this time, the officer suddenly said, There is an order to secretly transport the spacecraft back to China. The Ghidorah spacecraft crash was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the Hylon Star regime. Rueilon decided to study the technology of the spacecraft. Since civilization was backward, it must seize any development opportunities. Only by taking risks can there be hope for a counterattack and rise. Of course, Rueilon dared not anger the Ghidorah civilization and would notify the Ghidorah civilization about this matter, but it would take a while to delay it, pretend to be confused, or pretend to take the initiative to find the missing Ghidorah people, which would delay time. Anyway, there are excuses. Rueilon attached great importance to this matter and was determined to issue a ban to prevent the news from leaking. They wanted to occupy the spaceship exclusively. As for the missing Ghidorah people, Rueilon decided to search for them in secret and not make any noise. The engineering team arrived, dug out the spacecraft, wrapped it in a black shading cloth, and then launched 3 transport helicopters to transport the spacecraft back to Rueilon. After returning to the shelter, Han Xiao quietly locked Carrot into a secret base and then checked the spoils. Ghidorah spear, suitable for superpowers. Type: high-density compression cold weapon plus plastic light enchantment. Quality: green basic attributes. Melee attack power 247-255. Long-range attack power 294-381. Output energy level 346. User requirements: LV 50 or above. Power level 1500 above. Length 1.7 meters. Weight 37 pounds. Energy level 3 magic inscription. Origin: Ghidorah's 7th orbiting military satellite. Morning Light Military Workshop. Number 248 Assembly Line. Product number PV1324. Ability: Golden Spur. Inject power. Activate energy inscription. Release magic tip cone bullets at the tip of the spear. Consume 5 points of energy and cool down for 11 seconds per 20 shots. Ability: Ghidorah Slash. Consumption of 10 points of energy. Slash out an arc light blade. Next time the attack range is plus 240%. Attack power plus 60%. And cause sputtering damage. Cooled for 8.6 seconds. Section effect: Magic affinity. Use secret gold as raw material. Magic resistance plus 12%. Section effect: Portable compression. Compression status is golden ball. Note: Ghidorah craft weapon. Raw material is secret gold. Light-based magic blessing and high-density material compression technology is added, combining retro temperament and advanced technology, a hybrid creation of technology and magic, which can be fought in close combat and attacked from afar. It is one of the common equipment of Ghidorah civilization. These golden balls are assembly line products. The standard equipment of the investigator is not made by Carrot himself. He is a standard space warrior. The weapon warrior tend to fight. The panels are full of basic knowledge and low manufacturing capabilities. The 7 golden balls are all mixed creations of technology plus magic. The panel attack power is 2 or 3 times higher than that of ordinary gunpowder guns. Coupled with the mechanical bonus, the gap is even bigger. There are roughly 2 types of equipment for advanced civilizations: the ordinary people's application version and the superpowers application version. Strong individuals can withstand more recoil weapons and exert the effect of strength. The ordinary people's application version is equivalent to gray quality plus miscellaneous soldier template. The knowledge of the magic department is incompatible with me. I cannot reversely introduce the technology of these equipment. If it is a conventional route in pure mechanical direction, the gunpowder gun is followed by a stable electromagnetic kinetic energy gun, and the panel attributes are almost this level. Han Xiao nodded secretly. The power of standard equipment is also an indirect embodiment of civilizational strength. Ghidorah is a galaxy-level civilization. According to the standards of the entire Star Sea, it is a civilization level that is high or low, but in the eyes of the Sea Blue Star people, those who can swim in the Star Sea are advanced civilizations. If players want to create hybrid technical equipment, they need to cooperate with different professions, build a foundation for the mechanical system, and give blessings to the magic system. And there are many details and so on. This is the first batch of interstellar equipment that Han Xiao has obtained. His favorite is the gun of the luminous column cannon. The name is very magical, called Garriton's Wrath, with a range of 600 meters and an astonishing 500 points in the panel. It can temporarily replace the Gauss sniper rifle and become the best burst weapon to cooperate with the Wilburn. However, the most important thing for a mechanic is the machinery that he can make, which is the conventional combat power, and Han Xiao is very clear about this. These new weapons can only be regarded as transitions. After putting away the equipment, Han Xiao took out the interstellar communicator and looked serious. This was the key prop. At this time, Carrot, who was thrown in the corner, shook his eyelids slightly, and he quietly opened his eyes. He saw Han Xiao fiddling with the interstellar communicator, watching coldly with a mocking look. Although he became a prisoner, Carrot still maintained a sense of superiority. He concluded that this Aquarium Star native could not operate the communicator. In his eyes, Han Xiao was like a monkey who got a novel toy. An idea came to my mind, and Carrot was excited. He doesn't know how to use these things. He will definitely come and ask me how to operate. Maybe I can lie to him and let him help me ask for help to the headquarters without knowing it. Carrot felt more and more that this plan was feasible and was secretly excited and saw hope. At this moment, Han Xiao was familiar with the way to call out the translucent crystal screen of the communicator, looked at the screen full of Ghidorah text, and selected the option to change the language, and became an understandable Sea Blue Star language. When the Ghidorah people first came into contact with the Aquarium Star, they entered the Aquarium Star language into the database. This is one of the things they must do when they come into contact with a new civilization, so that they can parse the language and facilitate translation and communication. The interstellar communicator is a must-have tool for interstellar travel. All players in their previous life have used it. Han Xiao is too familiar with the operation method and can use it with his eyes closed. He skillfully calls out the login interface of his personal account. He turned to look at the confused Carrot and casually said, "Carrot, right? Just wake up. Tell me your personal account. How could you use the communicator and still know about your personal account? Who are you?" Carrot's eyes were full of disbelief and incoherent. He was frightened. How could an indigenous person know these things? There's only one explanation. This person is by no means native. He also comes from the starry sky. Thinking of this, Carrot's sense of superiority disappeared, and he was shocked and doubtful. Originally, he planned to use Ghidorah's name to threaten, but this set is only useful to the indigenous people. Interstellar people are not afraid of such illusory threats at all. They have distance restrictions and peace treaty restrictions. After they move out, the routine of civilization intimidating the other party is not good in the universe. Moreover, he is just a small investigator, not a big man. "Who am I?" Han Xiao curled his lips and said mysteriously, meeting hastily, "Let me introduce it formally. My name is Han Xiao. As for the others, you don't need to know." Carrot became more and more sure of his guesses. He felt that Han Xiao was very mysterious. When he met Han Xiao's eyes, he seemed to see the mist like an abyss. He suddenly reacted and said in a lost voice, "No. How do you know my name?" Han Xiao said slowly, "You are a Ghidorah investigator, and you were ordered to come to Hylon Star to investigate the so-called indulgent incident. But for some unknown reason, your spaceship crashed. Are you a mind reader or a foresee?" Carrot looked vigilant and mobilized his strength to protect his soul, but he found no signs of invasion. "Guess." Han Xiao's tone was joking. This attitude made Carrot so angry that his teeth were itchy. However, under the eaves, he had to bow his head and asked angrily, "Why did you attack me?" Han Xiao pointed to the communicator. "Don't worry, this is not a personal grudge. I have no hostility towards Ghidorah. I only want this thing." "Is this called hostility?" Carrot angrily struggled with the electromagnetically locked mechanical chain. Han Xiao sat on the sofa, put his hands on his knees, leaned forward. His eyes were impatient, staring at Ghidorah, and said lightly, "If I were hostile, you would be dead." Carrot's face was suffocated, and he said softly, "You just think I still have value in use." "The answer is correct. There is no reward." Han Xiao smiled. I just need a communicator to contact the interstellar tour group. If you leave this planet, we are not enemies. Your spaceship falls is not my business. Attacking you is just a foolproof. And I know the arrogance of the Ghidorah people. You can defeat you first before you can talk to. Now, I have a deal to talk to you well, but you have no room for rejection. Carrot gritted his teeth and said, Say, I want to borrow money from your personal account. If you're willing to cooperate, I can let you go and take you away. You can go home at will. Carrot was surprised. Would you like to let me go? Why don't you? Han Xiao laughed and said, Ghidorah, and I have no grudges. Only robbing money but not robbing life. I didn't hurt you much, or you are angry because you were defeated by me and want to take revenge on me. Carrot thought about it carefully and found that indeed, the direct conflict between Han Xiao and him was just a fight, and the loss was lost, but the other party did not seriously hurt him, and he also gave him a chance to go home. Ghidorah has an ancient tradition of worship by the strong, and his profession is an investigator, so fighting is not a big deal. Although he was still a little depressed, Kurlid's anger gradually calmed down. After thinking about it, he solemnly said, As long as you fulfill the transaction and I am willing to cooperate, I can make a promise to God Gal, and I will never retaliate. I am convinced by defeat. Gal is Ghidorah's religious god, and it is very solemn to make such a promise. Bang! The heavy chain landed on the ground. Carrot breathed a sigh of relief, moved his hands and feet, looked down at his naked body, and said awkwardly, Can you? A set of clothes was thrown over. Carrot hurriedly put on it, and the nude taste made him very ashamed. Han Xiao stared at Carrot with a smile throughout the whole process. Carrot's personal account had universal currency in the universe, and calling for the interstellar tour group would cost money. Han Xiao was not sure whether the other party would accept payment for materials, so getting the universal currency was guaranteed. Moreover, he really didn't want to kill Carrot. Although he was taking the initiative now, Ghidorah himself must have known that an investigator came to Hylon Star and accidentally lost contact. After a while, he would contact the 6 countries to inquire about the situation and even send a new investigation team. The fire cannot be kept in the paper. If Carrot is killed, the conflict will intensify. There is no need to be so extreme. It is not necessarily a good habit to seek money and kill life. Keep Carrot. Things will not rise from private problems to more seriousness. The investigator encounters a little danger. As long as there is no dead, Ghidorah will definitely not care. This little contradiction is nothing. Of course, although Carrot made a promise, Han Xiao was not completely unprepared. At least on the aquarium star, Carrot would not let him leave his sight, nor would he hand over any equipment back to him. Because he was mysterious, Carrot thought Han Xiao also came from the other end of the starry sky, and he couldn't tell him his identity and did not dare to act rashly. Look, Carrot asked again, who are you? Kosmikmon. Han Xiao said perfunctorily. The human race is a huge group in the sea of stars, with countless branches. Carrot observed that Han Xiao seemed to be the most common human race in the universe. He couldn't see the history, so he scratched his head. Okay, I won't ask. When are you going to leave? I want to go home early. It won't be too long. Han Xiao was preparing to pack up the top professional players in the Hylon Star Division, and the Divisional League will be finished soon, and he can still wait for this time. Carrot suddenly said, By the way, where is my spaceship? I was picked up by someone. I guess I won't return it to you. Han Xiao knew very well what happened later. The intelligence personnel from the dark web alone did not find out about the information about the spaceship falling, so they knew that Ruelan had blocked the news and knew that what he wanted to do was clear at a glance. Carrot looked depressed. At this time, he didn't want to contact the 6 countries. The situation was stronger than people. He didn't want to take risks. Moreover, he felt that Han Xiao was a star stage person, so he had a common topic and was easier to negotiate and communicate than indigenous people. What's wrong with your spacecraft? Han Xiao asked. I don't know either. I was flying well in stealth mode, and when I was about to arrive at C Blue Star, the engine suddenly failed and I fell down. Although the observer spacecraft was not big, its function was very stable. I don't know why it suddenly malfunctioned. Han Xiao felt thinking. Shaking his head, Han Xiao began to do a serious business. Open the communicator and register a personal account. The communicator also has the functions of a personal terminal. The account has rich functions and bank transfer functions. This is the most commonly used transaction method in the universe, which is convenient and fast. All major civilizations have their own interstellar banks. The most authoritative ones are naturally the banks of the three cosmic civilizations, with the most users, and banks are united with each other and can be used in any corner of the interstellar. Han Xiao chose one casually and asked Kara to transfer the money. Ding! Your account is transferred to 878 points in R. The terminal made a pleasant, synthesized female voice. You are too poor if you only have such a little money. Han Xiao couldn't help but complain. Einol is the universal currency of the universe, and the most commonly used currency unit between the stars. Karad's old face turned red. I don't have the habit of saving money. Investigator is a chore I need to enjoy. Wait, let me explain to you. He suddenly realized that he was the robbed party. Why did he feel embarrassed because of the lack of money? I have something wrong. The money was obtained, and the goal was completed. Han Xiao was sure. He calculated the day. The final round of the Hylon Star Division would take more than 10 days, so he just happened to contact the Interstellar Tour Group in advance. There are hundreds of channels on the communicator. Han Xiao searched and entered the Garden Galaxy Travel Business channel. The dense list of travel group routes was displayed on the screen, making a cold synthetic electronic sound. We'll filter it. Confirm. Your location? Aquarium Star in the 9th star. Destination? Han Xiao paused and said, Jabeli Hub. Please choose the price. The cheapest. Han Xiao glanced at Kerr. Poor man, Lord. Number of people? Does. Race? Human. Does you have ever used the Interstellar Tour Group business? Yes. After more than 20 answers, the results were finally screened out, and only 5 tour groups were left. Interstellar Tour Group is a very extensive business. Many large groups provide this business. This is one of the cheapest ways to interstellar tour, which is similar to a private car. To be precise, it is more like a bus spacecraft. Han Xiao took a fancy to the tour group of Short Arc Star, which is a reputable interstellar tour group. After selection, the communicator is transferred to the Short Arc Star salesman line for both parties to discuss the specific details in person. Hello. Thank you for choosing the Short Pointed Star. We will provide you with the most affordable and cheap service. The salesperson is a beautiful human woman. According to the customer's race, she will be assigned to a salesperson who meets the aesthetics. After saying a welcome opening remark, the female salesperson said, We have accepted your travel conditions. Fortunately, a whale elephant-class ship passed through the 9-star area in 20 days. We'll pick you up on the ship. What level of seats do you want? We have ordinary cabins, advanced cabins, VIP cabins, super VIP cabins, and supreme VIP cabins to choose from. What is the price of ordinary cabins? An hour per person at 3 o'clock. How many seats do you want to book? 50. Han Xiao calculated that it is enough to bring about 50 high-end games in the top ranking. Bringing some players is a very important part of the plan. After paying the deposit and confirming the boarding time, Han Xiao nodded secretly and the preparation for the Interstellar were completed. His destination was Uberry Hub, which is the transit station of the Garden Galaxy. The transportation is convenient. Various races of the Colton cluster gather here, and there are many opportunities there. In Han Xiao's plan, Uberry Hub is most suitable as the first stop to enter the Interstellar. Next, as long as the players finish the game, I will raise my arms and shout, and I will be able to form a team. Everything is ready, and I just need time. Han Xiao thought secretly. Moreover, before leaving, there are still some transactions on Aquarium Star that need to be handled. For several consecutive days, Han Xiao was quietly transferring supplies and keeping Kara by his side, asking him to put on a cloak that covered his skin color and occasionally appear in front of the shelter personnel, which aroused curiosity and was surprised that there was a mysterious person around Han Xiao. In the individual competition, the Quang Dao faced Li Ge. The Quang Dao, who was unanimously criticized before the game, was very surprised. After 5 fierce battles, he defeated Li Gu hard in a 3-2. This time, the Quang Dao fully demonstrated the style of the armed warrior. He also kept the hand and practiced the power hammer in private, but it was useless. This time, he finally took it out. His explosive power was even stronger than the martial arts system, breaking through Li Ji's fight. The crazy knife entered the semi-finals of the individual competition, and those dark players disappeared immediately. Victory was the best confidence. His name as China's #1 martial arts on the forum became louder and louder, and was considered to be the biggest dark horse to be defeated in the first league. Li Gu didn't expect that he would fall into the hands of the crazy knife. The roof was leaking and the temple reached the semi-finals of the team competition and met Chongkong. This time, Hao Ian tried his best to avenge his previous shame, defeated the temple, and entered the team finals. The form is clear. Chongkong and the dynasty will compete for the first and second place in the division. The temple can only compete with the other semi-finals. In terms of individual competitions, if nothing unexpected happens, Guangdao is likely to win the top 3 positions, and there's a high chance of qualifying for the international competition. As for the championship, it is not that Han Xiao looks down on Guangdao, but that the dynasty's princes, generals, and ministers are too fierce, and their skills, operations, and personal attributes are almost impeccable in version 1.0. The dynasty has the momentum to win the double championship, and the media is optimistic. But even so, Guangdao's record and fame are much better than his previous life, so it's not in vain to train him. The divisional league has been playing for almost half a year, and the average level of the most advanced group of players has reached the upper limit of level 60. Just as Han Xiao was quietly preparing, Bennett suddenly called on this day. "I have arrived at the 3rd refuge." "Where are you?" Han Xiao joked. "Why did you come to me suddenly? Did you miss me? What do you think?" Bennett's tone was solemn. "Where did you hide that alien? You didn't eat it." Han Xiao's smile was closed, and his brows frowned. "Huang Jin's secret? Let's talk about it later. You have caused a big trouble this time," Bennett said in a deep voice, and his tone did not blame much. He was used to sitting at home, and the pot came from the sky. The 3rd refuge tower, Bennett stood in front of the window with his hands behind his back, looking down at the players coming and going on in the square with deep eyes. The door was pushed open, and Han Xiao walked in. Bennett turned around and looked serious. "Is that alien still alive?" Han Xiao made way, and Carrot walked in. Bennett's eyes shrank. It was the first time he saw an alien, so he couldn't help but look at it a few more times. Carrot said unhappily, "Indigenous, what are you looking at? Is he speaking our language?" Bennett was surprised. Han Xiao had no choice but to point to the translator and explained it again before Bennett felt relieved. "The alien's technology is indeed high-end." Bennett sighed, his eyes circulated on the two of them, and he said in confusion, "Didn't you catch him? Why do you look?" "We reached a consensus." Han Xiao didn't want Kara to hear the next conversation and took off his translator. "How do you know about aliens?" Han Xiao asked. Bennett shook his head and said in a deep voice, "Relon notified me. Otherwise I wouldn't know about the aliens. They found your head and confirmed that you had caught the aliens, so they secretly contacted me and asked you to hand over the aliens to them." "Ruelon?" Han Xiao was not very surprised. Based on the clues at that time, he could indeed find his head, and he had no intention of concealing it because it was not necessary. "What if I refuse?" Their official statement is that the use of violent means is not ruled out. Ruelon's attitude this time is very firm. Han Xiao is not only a hero of the destruction, but also the strongest Superman of the Aquarium Star. The 6 kingdoms are very awe of him. But this time Ruelon is determined and has a tough attitude. He is not going to give him face. He wants to force Han Xiao to hand over the Godora people and take it into his own hands. Han Xiao shook his head secretly. Ruelon's hostility was meaningless to him. Bennett was very distressed. "Can you tell me why you can tie an alien back after just a random walk? What exactly are you going to do?" Han Xiao sat down, stared at Bennett, and said, "I'm going to leave Aquarium Star." Bennett was stunned. "Are you going to heaven?" The news was too sudden. After a while, Bennett came to his senses and said in surprise, "Why? You can't really be an alien, right?" Compared with the starry sky, the sea blue star is just a remote little place. The world is so big, I want to go and see it. Han Xiao smiled. Is this the reason to catch aliens? Bennett quickly adjusted his mentality. After all, he had seen the storm and said with a little regret, "You are a like-minded partner. If you really decide, I can only wish you a smooth life. I will miss you." Han Xiao stared in his eyes and smiled. That is a wider world. Are you not moved? Do you want to go with me? Bennett was a little lost, as if he saw the vast starry sky in Han Xiao's eyes. The romance of a man is the sea of stars. The higher you stand, the further you see. His heart throbbed, and the desire for exploration continued to rise due to the instinct. However, Bennett quickly calmed down and shook his head. Sanctuary is my philosophy. Sorry, I want to continue this cause. Han Xiao hesitated for a moment and said, Actually, there's another reason. A disaster swept across the sea blue star 2 or 3 years later. I foreseed this scene. It was a terrible catastrophe, a life-threatening death. Are you really not leaving? He decided to remind Bennett of the arrival of the alienation disaster. In any case, Bennett is not bad to him. Staying on the sea blue star is dangerous. Han Xiao wants to go to the Interstellar in version 1.0. One of the main purposes is to avoid the first wave of the most dangerous catastrophe that the alienation disaster has come to the sea blue star. The identity of the suspected predictor gave Han Xiao's prophecy a basis for believing. However, after listening carefully to the disaster described by Han Xiao carefully, Bennett's hesitation turned away and said solemnly, Then I have to stay even more. This is my hometown, and she needs me. Han Xiao stared at Bennett for a long time and exhaled a breath of turbid air. Yes, you are indeed such a person. Everyone has their own ambitions and cannot force them. Bennett stared at Han Xiao with complex eyes and asked, Do you want to leave to avoid danger? Han Xiao smiled and said, The solution to the disaster is hidden in the starry sky. I am not only seeking profit and avoiding harm, but also looking for solutions in the starry sky. He did not deceive Bennett. It is also in his plan to find ways to solve the 2.0 alienation disaster in advance. If the plot of Aquarium 2.0 can be changed, it will definitely be a legend. Hearing this, Bennett smiled. I did not read you wrongly. When I heard your speech, I knew that we were the same kind of people. That's not. Han Xiao twitched. The speech was as follows the original words of Bennett. Last time Han Xiao went to the first refuge to find him, he saw that Bennett's office had this passage hanging. He also specifically stated that the original author was Han Xiao, constantly expressing his admiration for this sentence, which made Han Master Technician a little embarrassed. However, although the starting points are different, the goals are the same, so there is no need to worry about the motivation. Since he learned Han Xiao's idea, Bennett threw Raylon's ultimatum out of the sky. How do you want to leave Hylon? I've already arranged it, and you will know then. Seeing that Han Xiao didn't want to reveal the details, Bennett had to suppress his curiosity and said, If you leave, the third refuge will have to choose a person in charge again. Do you have a recommended candidate? Han Xiao thought for a while. Huang Yu. He handles the daily affairs of the shelter. He is very familiar with the situation here, so it would be appropriate for him to take over. After the influence of the professional league, the impression of the third refuge's main city has been formed. Even if you leave by yourself, it will not affect the status of the shelter. The third refuge has its own name, and every player who arrives will deepen his impression of him. However, the shelter players cannot enjoy his various functions, which may make the shelter lose some popularity. Han Xiao suddenly had a thought and had a new idea. Maybe there's a way. Even if I leave the planet, I can continue to consolidate the influence of the shelter. Since the disaster of alienation has been revealed to Bennett, this prophecy should have played a more role. Han Xiao thought about it for a moment and then had a specific way to remember it secretly in his heart. On this side, Bennett thought Huang Yu was a good candidate, and suddenly said in a serious tone, There are too many people in the third refuge, even exceeding the refugees collected in the shelter, occupying too much space. Their origin is unknown and too mysterious. This is a safety hazard. I don't know how you can make them work for you, but if you want to leave, what should they do? When a disaster comes, people are likely to be the backbone of the protection of the shelter. Don't be too harsh on them. You must tolerate them and accept them. As players grow, the major forces in Hylon are becoming more and more afraid of the Run, and Bennett cannot avoid the vulgarity. Only by persuading Bennett can you ensure that your achievements in Hylon will not be broken. Upon hearing this, Bennett's face changed. If this is the case, I will pay attention to it. Although he was afraid of Run, he immediately changed his attitude when he learned that Run could protect the shelter. This reason was very useful to him. The two chatted for a while, and Bennett stood up and said goodbye. He came this time to deal with Raylon's ultimatum, but unexpectedly learned about Han Xiao's next action. As a result, Raylon's warning was not enough to worry, so he no longer worried. On the contrary, the catastrophe revealed by Han Xiao made his heart heavy, and he felt as if a cloud was shrouded in the future. He decided to go back immediately to write a crisis plan, increase the protection of the shelter, and speed up the progress of the plan. Bennett couldn't bear to let up a partner like Han Xiao and said sincerely, "I hope everything goes well for you, and we can see you soon." Han Xiao stretched out his hand and held Bennett heavily. The two looked at each other and smiled. Bennett's arrival reminded Han Xiao that he should tell some friends that Hela and Aurora stayed in the shelter because of him, and Han Xiao decided to say something to them first. On that night, the moon was bright and the clouds were clear. He summoned Hela and Aurora to reveal that he was about to go to the interstellar world. As expected, the two were extremely surprised and looked in disbelief. "Han Xiao, what is the universe like? Have you ever met aliens?" Aurora asked hurriedly. During these days, Aurora has been recuperating in the shelter and has recovered her health. Han Xiao finally corrected her name for herself and was finally no longer called the old-fashioned uncle. Han Xiao asked Kara to approach and said, "This is an alien." Aurora's agile eyes were full of curiosity. "Aliens look similar to us. Will he bite people?" "This is another question. Can you group of indigenous people have some insights?" Karad's face turned dark. He couldn't bear it anymore, and roared, "You can only bite people." Bang! Karad fell to eat shit. Han Xiao put down his palm and said with a bad face, "Be kind to the kids." Oru shrank and muttered in a low voice, "The aliens are so terrible." Hyra's expressionless face pointed at Han Xiao. He is obviously even more terrifying. The baby bear, who was lazily lying beside Aurora, stood up and roared at Karad with a warning sign. Han Xiao asked Aurora to raise the baby bear for a long time. At this time, the bear had grown to half a human height and was moving towards adolescence, and there were strange changes. The hair seemed to reveal slight light chips, and its attributes gradually changed to an elite template, which seemed to have mutations and biological characteristics that should not have appeared. Aurora's superpowers seemed to have the effect of catalyzing the sublimation of life. Young individuals can achieve special growth by accompanying her. Some time ago, Han Xiao learned that Aurora's superpower was called Dawn of Life, and his potential evaluation was the same as Hela, and he was at the same S level. This discovery made him very excited. The source of the information is naturally the battle information. Of course, it is not that he attacked Aurora himself. He found that he was in a misunderstanding of thinking, so it was okay for Aurora to attack him. But after all, Aurora kept shaking her head like a rattle, but she was unwilling to attack Han Xiao. She thought Han Xiao was dissatisfied with her, and she was so aggrieved that she was crying. In Aurora's heart, there are only two close people in the world. One is her sister Hela, and the other is Han Xiao, who tears the darkness and brings light when she is in the deepest despair. Apart from her sister, only Han Xiao is good to her, and only these two people can rely on, so she cares about Han Xiao very much, just like her own brother. After finally using the excuse of testing the performance of the armor, Aurora fired a shot at him, and Han Xiao got the information. His target was only Hela at the beginning, but Aurora also had the potential of the same level, which was equivalent to buying one free, which surprised him very much. The original plot line Aurora was strangled and strangled in the cradle. She didn't know her future achievements, but this time she had the opportunity to grow up. Moreover, the little girl was much more reliable than her sister, and she was another potential stock. Han Xiao winked at Hela, stood up, and walked to the side. The next thing he said needed to discuss in private. After a while, Hyla came over, stood side by side with him, frowned, and said, "Is there anything wrong? Do you want to leave this planet with me?" "Why invite me?" Hyla's eyes moved slightly, and she turned her head to look at Han Xiao's side face. "It's not just you, but your sister. I know you won't be separated." Hela lowered her head in thought, and was silent for a while, and said slowly, "Don't leave." Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. "I asked Bennett the same thing. It's understandable that he didn't come. Why did you refuse?" "Donji," Hela said, "I want to take care of my sister. It's also dangerous to stay." Hela's face darkened. "What did you predict again?" Han Xiao roughly described the alienation disaster and said, "Even if you stay on this planet, disasters will come to you sooner or later. You and Aurora have high potential, and the future is destined to be interstellar. So will you not follow me?" Hela lowered her eyes and fell into hesitation. The atmosphere of silence permeates, just like the lonely bright moon hanging high in the night sky. After a long time, Hela turned sideways and whispered, "Don't follow." Han Xiao looked at her deeply, lit a cigarette, and sucked and sipped with clouds. "Okay, I understand." His tone was very casual, without the intention of exploring it in depth, which aroused Hela's doubts. She frowned and said, "Don't you want to know the reason?" Han Xiao laughed. "Don't look down on yourself too much. I just asked casually whether you come or not. It would not have much impact on me. Your current strength can't help me too much." Hyla's eyes were slightly cold. Although she rejected Han Xiao, she felt the indifferent attitude of Technician Han, and she felt the unrespectful resentment and couldn't hold her face. At this time, Han Xiao added, "This is your own choice. I will not force you to do whatever you want." As he said that, Han Xiao took out a bunch of keys and threw them to Hela and said lightly, "If one day darkness swallows up the shelter, and these bunch of keys lead to my secret base, which can make you hide. The address I placed in the secret compartment of the office, and the back of the third drawer on the left is left for you." Hela played with the keys. His expression was dim, and suddenly said, "Aren't you coming back?" Han Xiao smiled and said, "Are you caring?" Hela snorted coldly, raised the key, indicating that he remembered it, and turned around and left. When she took a few steps, she heard Han Xiao's smile coming from behind. "Don't die. Here la purse." So too. After Hai pulled him away, Han Xiao smiled slightly, threw down the cigarette butt, and stepped on it to kill him. In his estimate, the chances of Hela following him were greater than 50%. Unexpectedly, Hela made another choice. He had already analyzed the interests, and Hela still chose to stay. The reason was not only for his sister, but for Hela, he might have other considerations. Hela's personality before his evil deeds was not easy to guess. However, Han Xiao's demand for Hela at this stage is indeed not urgent, and potential stocks that have not grown up are useless. Hela is really not very helpful at this time, and its effect is not even as good as those high-quality plays that can be used as cannon fodder without pollution or addition. Moreover, if she brought Shanghai Law, she would inevitably bring Aurora. Now Aurora is even weaker. A little storm can hurt her, and the interstellar world is full of all kinds of known and unknown dangers. Even if Han Xiao is familiar with her, he is very cautious. Players are a great help. They can't die, but they can work hard. At the same time, Han Xiao can also enjoy the freedom to move alone, without having to be restrained, and without taking others with them is also beneficial. In this case, letting Hela and Aurora stay on Hyalon may be a good choice. They're about 2 or 3 years before the buffer period of the alienation disaster. These two have a safe environment to grow. If you follow yourself, you will immediately experience danger. In Han Xiao's opinion, it is a good idea to allow 2 potential stocks to grow vigorously and wait until the alienation disaster breaks out before coming back to accept it. Although he said this, he was rejected twice in a row, Han Xiao was still very hurt and said to himself, "Is my charm really so bad? It's impossible." A sound came from beside him, and Yi Qing walked out of the shadow in the corner. Han Xiao had already found her hiding beside her, glanced at her, and asked, "How much did you hear?" "All of it." Yi Qing looked surprised. "Are you all said true? You left. Aren't you afraid that I will leave too? You exchanged me, and you can't use me now. You are free, but you'd better stay in a shelter. The disaster I mentioned is not a joke." Yi Qing nodded in a complicated expression, turned around, and walked away. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and looked at her back, shook his head secretly. The prisoner on Death Knox Island is a new figure in version 2.0. Yi Qing is one of them, and he got it out in advance. Moreover, Yi Qing will develop a potion to curb the disaster of alienation in the future, which is quite valuable. It is difficult for people to control, but he thinks that Yi Qing's chance of staying is quite high. She is a person who cherishes life and is fanatical about potion research. There are so many players in the shelter, which is the best experimental venue and is very attractive to Yi Qing. Bringing 50 high-end games is an important part of the plan. When the professional league is finished and players are still not satisfied, they can start to implement it. Now that the finals are reached, it will be done in the next few days. Han Xiao is also making up for the plan of how to take away the players. On this day, Ruelan Cross-Bennett contacted Han Xiao directly and issued an ultimatum with a very harsh and tough wording. "Black Ghost, we know that you captured the Ghidorah messenger. You made a big mistake. We respect your contributions in the budding battle, but we do not allow you to do whatever you want in hand over the Ghidorah people. This will be the last warning. Otherwise, we will take compulsory measures, and you will become our enemy. You will not want to see this scene. Although you are very strong, you are not the opponent of the state machine. Hello, goodbye." Crap. Han Xiao hung up the communication and rubbed his nose with a helpless look on his face. Ruelan never gave up and wanted to put pressure on him, but Han Xiao didn't want to talk nonsense to them now. At this time, Han Xiao was sitting in the office with Carrot right next to him, and Han Xiao took him with him wherever he went. The Ghidorah was now sticking to the window, carefully observing the players in the square, and suddenly spoke. "Is this a special phenomenon on your planet?" Carrot still remembers the investigation mission. During this period, he also discovered the so-called indifference phenomenon and saw the characteristics of many players. Han Xiao felt aroused and asked, "This is your investigation task, right? Do you have any conclusions?" "It's not a conclusion. It's just an observation and conjecture on appearance." Carrot said, "When I received the mission, the planet's regime's description of this phenomenon was a preliminary observation from the perspective of low-level civilization. It is called the Extraordinary Man by you. It introduces that this group of aliens suddenly appears without any signs, and it is more and more. It can't tell its origin. It just integrates into the planetary environment, has weird behaviors, has special connections with each other, and will not die, and has extraordinary learning and growth." He said a long paragraph, which is all about the Six Kingdoms' views on players and his observations during this period. Han Xiao wanted to know what new views of species with higher civilization levels have on this. The most discerning point is that it will not die, can be resurrected, and its personality remains unchanged. Carrot revealed the investigator's aura at this time and talked freely. There are many phenomena that cause this effect. The simplest one is the supernatural ability of mass awakening. It is rare, but there are many examples. The slightly more complex possibilities, such as life projection technology, may be the experiment of a higher civilization, or it may be the overlapping of planes to produce cracks. This group of aliens is actually special creatures that accidentally descended from other planes. Or it may be some unintentional high-dimensional projection, a leap transition of distant civilizations, a time-back projection, an emerging species that inexplicably produced under certain rules, etc. There are more than a dozen theories that can cause this phenomenon. The most unsolvable one is the wonder of the universe. I personally think this phenomenon is the lowest possible. Carrot explained, the alien has another big feature. It appears suddenly and is increasing in number, which is more in line with the possibility of artificiality. It is necessary to trace back to the source through special tools to explore whether there are signs of other civilizations intervening, but this requires applying for rare detection tools from superiors. If the civilization behind the scenes is too advanced, we Godora cannot find out. But to be honest, I don't think there is anything on this planet that can be favored by advanced civilizations using life projection technology. If human factors are excluded and natural factors are replaced, the chance of plane overlapping is not small. The orbit of this planet may meet a super large plane crack, so the alien will suddenly appear, and it will continue to appear. Only when this planet leaves the crack, this phenomenon will disappear. The crack channel is two-way. Is there any sudden disappearance on this planet? Han Xiao was suddenly stunned. Didn't Hannes and others suddenly disappear? Could it be that there is really a crack? No. Players must have nothing to do with the cracks, but the theory of planes is somewhat possible. If the world where the player exists is a plane, it is not impossible to intersect with this world in the form of a game. Han Xiao let out his mind for a while and asked, "Is there any difference between planes? It leads to another universe." Carrot laughed. "There are many types of planes that I know, just 3 basic ones. The first is secondary planes, which are commonly found in highly developed magical civilizations. Powerful mages can summon creatures from other planes. Most of these planes are secondary planes, born from fantasy and spiritual power. A more reliable saying is that mage collapses the fantasy of infinite possibilities into determined entities. That is, the imagination is materialized. The secondary planes are both objective and non-material. It seems to be contradictory, but in fact it involves the differences in sensory. The senses limit the cognition of different creatures and superpowers. Well, I'm not a mage, and I don't understand them very deeply. The second type is dimensional planes, microscopic planes, and other actual planes. This is a relatively common and most commonly accepted scientific statement. The last plane is 2 planets far apart in the same universe. They establish a certain connection and create a wormhole channel. Because the 2 sides did not intersect before, they think that each other comes from a plane of a different universe, but it is actually a misunderstanding. What you're talking about is the multiverse theory, which believes that there are countless universes. It turns out that you're the supporter of this theory, but we Godora have no research in this area, and I don't understand it either. Han Xiao thought about it. Hearing their analysis of this world from the perspective of NPC is another new view. Carrot continued, high-dimensional projection, which involves the theory of space-time dimensions. For example, in 3 dimensions, we look at a 2-dimensional plane, just like looking at a piece of paper. The paper is painted with a complete environment, with a 2-dimensional figure and a mountain range. The world in the 2-dimensional eyes is also 3-dimensional. You have to cross this mountain to reach the destination. We can reach any position on the paper by stretching out our fingers and crossing the obstacle of 2-dimensional. And the projection of 3-dimensional and 2-dimensional is the little area where the fingers come into contact with the paper, which is the image we leave in the eyes of 2-dimensional characters. The contact surface can be changed, so the impression of projection is not fixed, and the senses of high and low dimensions are different. For example, temporarily putting aside the debate on whether time is an independent variable or a dependent variable, assuming that time is the 4th dimension that actually exists, then in the high-dimensional biological senses, we may be creatures superimposed at countless time points, similar to a very long bug, which means this. The alien may be a contact surface between some kind of high-dimensional existence and our dimension. You'd better seek more professional and civilized help in terms of dimensions. We Godora is relatively weak in this aspect. Han Xiao pursed his lips. The world where the player is located is not as advanced as this universe, and it doesn't look like a high-dimensional projection. I won't talk about the emerging species theory. I don't understand. The most unsolvable one may be the wonder of the universe. The so-called wonder of the universe is a phenomenon that all civilizations cannot explain. That is unknown. Han Xiao was surprised. Even the three cosmic civilizations cannot explain. Ah, even the universe has unexplored areas. Of course, there are unknown things. Well, maybe those advanced civilizations have explanations, but if they are hidden, I will tell you about the universe view I know. Carrot opened up the Chatterbox attribute and was very excited. I have read the introduction to cosmology. There are countless theories that study the universe, which come from the instinct of intelligent species and are derived from the who am I, and where am I going? That is, the curiosity of the three elements of life, the truth of the world, and the meaning of existence. The curiosity about the world promotes intelligent species to explore the form, essence, origin, truth, development process, and end of this universe. The theory of cosmic origins derived from different forms of civilizations is different. Drawing back to essence is the exploration of matter. The basis for matter is particles, and the research theories for particles are endless. In summary, different cosmic theories believe that particles have different shapes and functions. At the extreme of microscopy, particles are just a point, or spherical like a planet. Do they have many shapes, or are they uncertain? The most common view is that as long as the correct nature of the particle is derived, all wrong theories will be overturned, leaving only the only correct system. There are indeed theories that have been successfully self-consistent and have obtained iron-proof experimental data. However, it is not just a theory, but hundreds of cosmic theories have all been proved. There are even many seemingly contradictory theories. It is incredible. All civilizations have a one-sided understanding of the world, separated from the truth by a very long wall. So many theories are like small holes chiseled on the wall. Through this small hole, we can only see a part of it. We cannot walk through this wall. These research theories are the perspectives of our world. Different angles determine to see different results. And these results are just the tip of the iceberg of the truth. This is just like the sensory restriction cognition I mentioned just now. The specific image of the world in the eyes of living things depends largely on the sensory ability of this species. There are countless mysteries hidden in places that our senses cannot reach. Sensory not only facilitates species to understand the world in a preliminary way, but also hinders species from fully understanding the world. Remember the high-dimensional projection we just mentioned. Perhaps our universe is the contact surface of high and low dimensions, and this universe may itself be a projection. There is even a theory that the world is virtual and natural laws are created by the physics engine. We are an experimental field created by a greater species for the evolution of the universe, following some extremely complex algorithm. Han Xiao's heart hopped suddenly. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. Is this theory confirmed? That's not. Carrot shook his braid. I firmly believe that there's a certain creator or a great existence. Similar arguments involve theology, and it cannot avoid the Void Spirit sect, one of the three cosmic civilizations. Their system is mainly spiritual and mysterious, and they believe that there are indescribable great entities. This is their source of faith and power. Stop! I know what virtues of Void Spirit sect are. Han Xiao interrupted. Okay, I just said, theories are different, but they all extend countless technologies and applications. So these theories and knowledge systems are just tools to understand the world. Tools are easy to use or not, and difficult to use. The correct tools do matching work. There is no universal tool, which means there is no theory that applies to all phenomena. The results of each tool are different. Like our Ghidorah's cornerstone theory, we believe that all particles are magical factors. Our history was mainly based on magic at the beginning, but later it improved and found that technology was also good, so we also began to study. These two systems are just tools to help us study the world. Han Xiao frowned. You know a lot. After all, I'm also a trained investigator. I have heard other races boast about it on various space stations, and I know a little bit of mess. Kara grinned. In short, unsolved mysteries are collectively called cosmic wonders. There's a very small chance that the aliens have. Is the cosmic wonders. Han Xiao secretly remembered them. At this time, tsunami-like cheers came from the direction of the arena. Han Xiao's heart moved, and opened the forum. At this time, a sensational scene was playing. The audience cheered and thundered. The final battle was a result, and the champion was born. In the team competition, Han Xiao won the throne of the division championship with a slight advantage. The runner-up Chong Kong and the third-place Temple. The strength of the three major clubs did not regress, and they took charge of the top three, and other famous clubs that entered the quarterfinals all performed outstandingly. Individual competition. The kings, princes, generals, and ministers made great progress and won the double yoke eggs for the dynasty. They were incredible, and the dynasty's fame was unparalleled. Mad Knife defeated another top 4 player and won the third-place honor. He is a new face and is hailed as the biggest dark horse in this league. The top 3 teams and individuals in the Hylon Star Division have been released, and they have all been qualified for invitations in the international regular season. The 3 teams are all Chinese clubs. Countless players are looking forward to the Chinese giants competing with other competition areas and achieving good results in international competitions. The atmosphere on the forum was very warm, and it was celebrated like a festival, and the dynasty was the most popular. The division finals have come to an end. The international regular season has a 1-year preparation period. The league has come to an end, but the players' excitement has not yet faded. Countless posts analyzing opponents in other competition areas and giving their own teams serious advice and cheering up. Those clubs that have achieved good results also held press conferences to promote, and it was lively. Finally, the fight is over, and those professional players are finally idle. Han Xiao's eyes were bright, and he was ready to implement the plan to take the players away. Sanctuary Square. Players coming and going are still immersed in the excitement of the end of the league, discussing their respective idols, and occasionally professional players appear to attract popularity, attracting onlookers from time to time. Of course, there are also a group of African brothers who firmly believe in European descent. When the time comes, they are waiting for the new batch of boxes. Here's here. The old guy stretched his neck. The truck drove from afar, and Han Xiao stopped and did not sell boxes as usual. He looked around and suddenly said loudly, "I have a difficult task that needs help. Choose members with sufficient standards to follow me on an adventure. If you're confident, you can come to my test. Only those who pass the test are qualified to become my teammates." Then, Han Xiao released the task that had been written long ago. Team member selection. Task introduction. Han Xiao is about to secretly leave Hylon and embark on a new adventure. He needs to select powerful members as teammates. Successful people can follow him to the interstellar world. Task acceptance conditions. LV60. Task existence period. 5 days. Requirements. Pass Han Xiao's actual combat test. Reward. 1 point of experience. Qualification to follow Han Xiao's action. 1 stone stirs up 1,000 waves. The player stared at the big eyes and was immediately in an uproar. It's too sudden. Can you leave the novice planet? It's actually time to get a full level before you can take on a mission. I'm so angry. To this day, all players' activities are limited to the novice planet, and no one has ever entered the interstellar world. Han Xiao released this news, which immediately caused a sensation. These brothers rushed to post and show off on the forum, and the entire Hylon Star section was sensational, and even players from other planets watched the posts. The forum was filled with exclamations. The players' attention was pulled out by Han Xiao from the heat of the professional league, and all moved to this shocking mission. Interstellar is a mysterious place for all players, full of curiosity and expectations. They're trapped on the planet and can only see through the leopard. Now they have a chance to get in touch with Interstellar, which is only opened in the future version. The players are shocked at first, and then they are in a hurry. This is an opportunity. If you can follow Han Xiao, you can enter the Starry Sky environment ahead of schedule than most people, which is definitely a huge advantage. The task with such a great impact was thrown out by Han Xiao, as if a thunder broke out from thin air. The players found that Han Xiao's words were flashing and deliberately concealed what the specific action was. However, the mission introduction revealed that he was going to the interstellar world. The players couldn't help but feel a little happy, thinking that even if Han Xiao didn't say it, The mission would faithfully describe Han Xiao's secret plan. Han Xiao did this on purpose just to let the news circulate among the players, and it would make the player feel a little happy, thinking that the panel exposed his true intentions. When a player felt superior, the Han technician hidden in the dark watched all this happen with a smile. He naturally needs a reason to bring professional players, and he can't do it too obvious. So he used a method of publishing selection tasks. First, he used the maximum level requirement to eliminate a large number of casual players. After significantly narrowing the scope, the actual test will have a lot of room for operation, so that players will not be allowed to last for 30 seconds, which depends entirely on how much strength he exerts. After operating the secret box, you can accurately select the high-quality play you want. The news quickly attracted the attention of professional players. After the league was over, these players were idle and continued to improve themselves in the off-season for 1 year. However, because of the maximum level, they could only hone their operations and find some new skills. The qualifying teams in all competition areas were similar, but at this time, Han Xiao brought the opportunity to open a new map. A new map means countless new opportunities. These contestants were overjoyed. In their eyes, this is the gospel from heaven, and no one could miss this opportunity. The next day, countless professional players gathered together as if stars were walking on the red carpet and were full of stars. Especially with the halo of league results, they seemed even taller and more advanced. Many old players in the shelter naturally felt a sense of familiarity. By the way, a long time ago, when the Black Ghost first started selling advanced knowledge, the scene was similar to that now. The forum also had videos at that time. The scenes are much larger than before, and almost all professional players have come. Both times have been related to the Black Ghost. The league has just ended, and the players are stranded in the shelter. There is also this reason for Han Xiao's selection at this time. Soon a large number of people took over the task. Han Xiao set aside and clicked a professional player who had no impression and said, "Stand for 30 seconds, even if you pass the test." Almost thousands of people took over the task, and when everyone heard this, they couldn't help looking at each other. It's not too difficult to hold on for 30 seconds. Tai Ertzi said, "Even if I go to fight a level 60 beast boss alone, I can still drag it for a few minutes." Ligo looked at the time and shook his head and said, "Each person has 30 seconds. It takes too long." As he was chatting, the contestants and the full-level players lost a detection to Han Xiao and obtained basic information. Han Xiao dash. Green name, level, properties, danger degree, extremely fatal. It's all question marks. Everyone's faces changed slightly, and they were shocked. They reached the maximum level of version 1.0. Detecting other level 60 boss-level NPCs, and at least they can see the other party's level and some simple attributes. However, Han Xiao's information is still a question mark, and even the most basic identity is a question mark. At least this situation will occur if it is at least 5 levels higher than them. They have not encountered any other examples of this since they reached the top level. How many levels are the Black Ghosts? The player has a small commotion and whispers, "I haven't seen other plot characters that are over 60 levels. It's still extremely fatal, and the danger has not changed. But has he been over 60 levels before? It doesn't feel like it." According to his deeds, Black Ghost was not strong at the beginning, but suddenly grew up and became the mastermind behind the scenes, and it exploded. This is the special nature of the protagonist of the plot. The combat power of the Black Ghost must be boss level, but I don't know which one his combat power ranks on the Sea Blue Star. Han Xiao's impression on players is already very strong, and the actual combat power has always been a mystery. When players occasionally see Han Xiao's battle video during their growth, they always feel curious. Now they can't see specific attributes when they reach the maximum level. Han Xiao is about to show their combat power, and the target is still a professional player. The difference with the player can clearly see the difference with the player. The curiosity of everyone was seduced like a greedy person, and they feel itchy. It shouldn't be difficult to persevere for 30 seconds. Most players, including the selection participants, have this idea. Although Han Xiao's level is unknown, based on previous battle videos and his identity as a 1.0 character, we came to the conclusion. Han Xiao is very strong, but not too strong. The gap between players and him must be much smaller than at the beginning. You know, they are players and they upgrade very quickly. The ID of the first contestant selected for the test was called Loose Leaf, and he stepped forward. The onlookers immediately dispersed, and a space was freed. Using force in the main city would have reduced the camp relationship, but since Han Xiao chose this place, there would definitely be no problem. His eyes were staring at the field, waiting for breath. It started, Han Xiao reminded. The fallen leaves immediately set off and were ready to face the battle. Buzz, 4 sounds hit the ball instantly, flying across, dazzled, and the configuration is double passing, 1 shock and 1 probe, and the exploration type expansion of the amplification field. The vibration type controls the fallen leaves, and the double passing ball releases sound wave penetration at the same time. The harsh explosion exploded. The blood volume of Lin instantly dropped a lot, and he was dizzy and was fixed on the spot. Bang, bang, bang. 6 small traps that had been set up had suddenly drilled out of the open space around the surrounding area and fired suddenly, and the shells fell all over the ground with a very fast fire rate. All the downpours hit the rain of bullets. They flew backwards against the fallen leaves, fell to the ground, and were hit by the continuous bullets and bombarded them. Luoye's body was flashing with strength. He used several skills, but he was so pressed by the rain of bullets that he couldn't stand up. In hit the ball and used attacks on the side. Various negative states, such as dizziness, serious injuries, etc., appeared over the screen and could not move. The blood volume slid to the dying line in the blink of an eye. The storm-like offensive suddenly stopped, as if it had never happened before, and the scene suddenly became so quiet that it was heard. You failed the test. Han Xiao's tone was plain. Luoye was stunned. Before he could come back to his senses, everything was over. Everyone opened their mouths wide and looked shocked. It only took about 5 seconds. A full-level professional player had no power to fight back and was almost instantly killed. Nothing impressive is enough to use. It's just hanging up and beating. Combat power is suppressed in full. What shocked the players the most was that Han Xiao kept the same posture from beginning to end, standing in place without moving. Is the mechanical system so powerful? We are really playing the same profession. I didn't move. How can I control these weapons? His combat power is too extraordinary in version 1.0. Could it be that because the aquarium star can no longer limit him? So, I have to go to the interstellar world? Previous videos show that Black Ghost still has many combat methods, and he has not tried his best yet. The damage is ridiculous. If you fight this boss, the 50-man team will not know if it is enough to kill him. The same question came to the minds of the players for the second time, but the mood was completely different. How many levels of Black Ghosts? From the beginning of the public beta, players came into contact with Han Xiao in their new era. They thought that after so many levels, the gap between them and the Black Ghost should have narrowed, but in the end they found out. Your Uncle Han is always your Uncle Han. When Han Xiao turned around and saw the player's dull expression, he realized the desired effect and refreshed his impression in the player's mind, so as not to float away and think that he could not take the knife. Although the player is at full level, his expertise, attributes, and skills are too rare. Simply put, there is no template bonus. Han the Technician is now at level 70, stuck at the transfer requirement, and has not yet chosen a secondary profession, but crossing the 60th level watershed means that his strength is 1 version different. With the boss template, his expertise, skills, and strength are added to the power of the mechanical power by more than 3 or 4 times. The damage caused by the player is incredible. The average health of a level 60 player is more than 3,000, and his resistance is average, which is too fragile for him. Moreover, Han Xiao's sound-hitting ball has also been strengthened into purple quality with high attack power. The sound-hitting ball itself is a rare equipment in version 1.0 with an independent tactical system and high damage and strong control. The professional players' faces were frozen. Li Gu opened his mouth. He thought it would take a lot of time, but he found out that he was wrong. The Black Ghost eliminated the candidates as fast as loneliness. The selection of participants was no longer easy, as if facing a great enemy. Then when he heard Han Xiao's next person, he felt a burst of nervousness coming to his mind. The test continued, and these players were extremely cautious and fought and did not dare to fight hard. Once they were stuck with Han Xiao's attack, no one could withstand it for 10 seconds, and they all went astray, just hoping to delay 30 seconds. There are more and more people watching, and some people post live videos on the forum. The professional players who were used to seeing the outstanding performances of the players, who were very energetic and popular a few days ago, were now pressed to the ground and rubbed against each other. The players were shocked, and then they developed a sense of novelty. When will you see professional players queuing up and being abused? You can see high player being humiliated by fancy tricks. It is exciting. More and more people are paying attention to it, and you can watch it with relish. Han Xiao's strength was also seen by the majority of players. The posts shared triggered heated discussions and debated Han Xiao's strength. The happiest thing is the mechanical players. The mechanical players performed poorly in the league, which led to their bad mood. However, Han Xiao brought new dawn to the mechanical players, so we grow up so strongly. You are the lighthouse that illuminates the way ahead. Han Xiao created a hot topic, and players discovered fun from it, and the serious selection was brought up inappropriately, but only celebrities can enjoy this kind of treatment. The funny players are much more joyful. The creativity of the masses is endless. The players have no limit on their imagination, and all the slutty titles have come out. Black Ghost. If you're a man, just hold on for 30 seconds. Shock. Professional players stay up late for a long time, but they can't hold on for 30 seconds. How to hold on for 30 seconds. Professional players have tips. Players are professional in doing things. 30 seconds became a meme. 30 seconds was spoofed into a combat power unit that quantifies the strength of professional players. Few players who passed the test were praised by Serious Matters and were called the legendary 30-second warrior. It was not until the evening that Han Xiao stopped the selection and went back to rest. After he left, the players who had watched the lively for most of the day gradually dispersed. The mission period was 5 days, and today was just the first day. The remaining players were worried and went back to think about tactics in advance. Han Xiao returned to the room and was about to open the door when he suddenly stopped, remembered something, and turned to the room of Guangdao and others. When he pushed the door open, the 4 men of Guangdao were chatting and fucking in the room. When they saw Han Xiao coming in, they immediately stood up with a curious look on their faces. Generally, the Black Ghost would not come to them for nothing, and would only come when they sent a mission or benefit. Thinking of the morning incident, the 4 of them had vague speculation and expectation appeared on their faces. As followers of the Black Ghost, they have always enjoyed special treatment. Could it be this time? Han Xiao smiled and said, "You are all my friends. I am about to leave this planet and go to a wider world. I give you the chance to choose. Are you willing to follow me? Look at this treatment." Others can only learn from the mission introduction that he is about to go to the interstellar world, and Han Xiao said it to them personally, without hiding it at all. They are also qualified to skip the test directly. How humanistic care. I do. Guangdao responded immediately, looking excited. The player has a small commotion and whispers, "I haven't seen other plot characters that are over 60 levels. It's still extremely fatal, and the danger has not changed. But has he been over 60 levels before? It doesn't feel like it." According to his deeds, Black Ghost was not strong at the beginning, but suddenly grew up and became the mastermind behind the scenes, and it exploded. This is the special nature of the protagonist of the plot. The combat power of the Black Ghost must be boss level, but I don't know which one his combat power ranks on the Sea Blue Star. Han Xiao's impression on players is already very strong, and the actual combat power has always been a mystery. When players occasionally see Han Xiao's battle video during their growth, they always feel curious. Now they can't see specific attributes when they reach the maximum level. Han Xiao is about to show their combat power, and the target is still a professional player. The difference with the player can clearly see the difference with the player. The curiosity of everyone was seduced like a greedy person, and they feel itchy. It shouldn't be difficult to persevere for 30 seconds. Most players, including the selection participants, have this idea. Although Han Xiao's level is unknown, based on previous battle videos and his identity as a 1.0 character, we came to the conclusion. Han Xiao is very strong, but not too strong. The gap between players and him must be much smaller than at the beginning. There are players and they upgrade very quickly. The ID of the first contestant selected for the test was called Loose Leaf, and he stepped forward. The onlookers immediately dispersed and a space was freed. Using force in the main city would have reduced the camp relationship, but since Han Xiao chose this place, there would definitely be no problem. His eyes were staring at the field, waiting for breath. It started, Han Xiao reminded. The fallen leaves immediately set off and were ready to face the battle. Buzz, 4 sounds hit the ball instantly, flying across, dazzled, and the configuration is double passing, 1 shock and 1 probe, and the exploration type expansion of the amplification field. The vibration type controls the fallen leaves, and the double passing ball releases sound wave penetration at the same time. The harsh explosion exploded. The blood volume of Le instantly dropped a lot, and he was dizzy and was fixed on the spot. Bang, bang, bang. 6 small traps that had been set up had suddenly drilled out of the open space around the surrounding area and fired suddenly, and the shells fell all over the ground with a very fast fire rate. All the downpours hit the rain of bullets. They flew backwards against the fallen leaves, fell to the ground, and were hit by the continuous bullets and bombarded them. Luoye's body was flashing with strength. He used several skills, but he was so pressed by the rain of bullets that he couldn't stand up. Ian hit the ball and used attacks on the side. Various negative states, such as dizziness, serious injuries, etc., appeared over the screen and could not move. The blood volume slid to the dying line in the blink of an eye. The storm-like offensive suddenly stopped, as if it had never happened before, and the scene suddenly became so quiet that it was heard. You failed the test. Han Xiao's tone was plain. Luoye was stunned. Before he could come back to his senses, everything was over. Everyone opened their mouths wide and looked shocked. It only took about 5 seconds. A full-level professional player had no power to fight back and was almost instantly killed. Nothing impressive is enough to use. It's just hanging up and beating. Combat power is suppressed in full. What shocked the players the most was that Han Xiao kept the same posture from beginning to end, standing in place without moving. Is a mechanical system so powerful? We are really playing the same profession. I didn't move. How can I control these weapons? His combat power is too extraordinary in version 1.0. Could it be that because the aquarium star can no longer limit him, so I have to go to the interstellar world? Previous videos show that Black Ghost still has many combat methods, and he has not tried his best yet. The damage is ridiculous. If you fight this boss, the 50-man team will not know if it is enough to kill him. The same question came to the minds of the players for the second time, but the mood was completely different. How many levels of Black Ghosts? From the beginning of the public beta, players came into contact with Han Xiao in their new era. They thought that after so many levels, the gap between them and the Black Ghost should have narrowed. But in the end, they found out, your Uncle Han is always your Uncle Han. When Han Xiao turned around and saw the player's dull expression, he realized the desired effect and refreshed his impression in the player's mind, so as not to float away and think that he could not take the knife. Although the player is at full level, his expertise, attributes, and skills are too rare. Simply put, there is no template bonus. Honda Technician is now at level 70, stuck at the transfer requirement, and has not yet chosen a secondary profession, but crossing the 60th level watershed means that his strength is one version different. With the boss template, his expertise, skills, and strength are added to the power of the mechanical power by more than 3 or 4 times. The damage caused by the player is incredible. The average health of a level 60 player is more than 3,000, and his resistance is average, which is too fragile for him. Moreover, Han Xiao's sound-hitting ball has also been strengthened into purple quality with high attack power. The sound-hitting ball itself is a rare equipment in version 1.0 with an independent tactical system and high damage and strong control. The professional players' faces were frozen. Li Gu opened his mouth. He thought it would take a lot of time, but he found out that he was wrong. The Black Ghost eliminated the candidates as fast as loneliness. The selection of participants was no longer easy, as if facing a great enemy. Then when he heard Han Xiao's next person, he felt a burst of nervousness coming to his mind. The test continued, and these players were extremely cautious and fought and did not dare to fight hard. Once they were stuck with Han Xiao's attack, no one could withstand it for 10 seconds, and they all went astray, just hoping to delay 30 seconds. There are more and more people watching, and some people post live videos on the forum. The professional players who were used to seeing the outstanding performances of the players, who were very energetic and popular a few days ago, were now pressed to the ground and rubbed against each other. The players were shocked, and then they developed a sense of novelty. When will you see professional players queuing up and being abused? You can see high player being humiliated by fancy tricks. It is exciting. More and more people are paying attention to it, and you can watch it with relish. Han Xiao's strength was also seen by the majority of players. The posts shared triggered heated discussions and debated Han Xiao's strength. The happiest thing is the mechanical players. The mechanical players performed poorly in the league, which led to their bad mood. However, Han Xiao brought new dawn to the mechanical players, so we grow up so strongly. You are the lighthouse that illuminates the way ahead. Han Xiao created a hot topic, and players discovered fun from it, and the serious selection was brought up inappropriately, but only celebrities can enjoy this kind of treatment. The funny players are much more joyful. The creativity of the masses is endless. The players have no limit on their imagination, and all the slutty titles have come out. Black Ghost. If you are a man, just hold on for 30 seconds. Shock. Professional players stay up late for a long time, but they can't hold on for 30 seconds. How to hold on for 30 seconds. Professional players have tips. Players are professional in doing things. 30 seconds became a meme. 30 seconds was spoofed into a combat power unit that quantifies the strength of professional players. Few players who passed the test were praised by Serious Matters and were called the legendary 30 Seconds Warrior. It was not until the evening that Han Xiao stopped the selection and went back to rest. After he left, the players who had watched the lively for most of the day gradually dispersed. The mission period was 5 days, and today was just the first day. The remaining players were worried and went back to think about tactics in advance. Han Xiao returned to the room and was about to open the door when he suddenly stopped, remembered something, and turned to the room of Guangdao and others. When he pushed the door open, the 4 men of Guangdao were chatting and fucking in the room. When they saw Han Xiao coming in, they immediately stood up with a curious look on their faces. Generally, the Black Ghost would not come to them for nothing, and would only come when they sent a mission or benefit. Thinking of the morning incident, the 4 of them had vague speculation and expectation appeared on their faces. As followers of the Black Ghost, they have always enjoyed special treatment. Could it be this time? Han Xiao smiled and said, "You are all my friends. I'm about to leave this planet and go to a wider world. I give you the chance to choose. Are you willing to follow me? Look at this treatment." Others can only learn from mission introduction that he is about to go to the interstellar world, and Han Xiao said it to them personally, without hiding it at all. They're also qualified to skip the test directly. How humanistic care. I do. Guangdao responded immediately, looking excited. Han Xiao can publish various types of tasks, and the difficulty of challenge is generally high, and is usually used for large tasks. Each player's actions will have an impact on the final result of the task. All players are making small contributions to the task. They need to work together and help each other to complete the task. He has seen challenge tasks that can affect version change before. Millions of players strive for the same goal, and each person's action generates single-digit contribution points, while the task's success requires tens of millions of contribution points. Once successful, It will cause a key turning point to the plot, which roughly means. The last position is Han Xiao's method to allow players of Hylon to continue to pay attention to the third refuge after he left. In the mission introduction, he hinted that a catastrophe was about to occur in the future, but it was not explained clearly. But the meaning revealed was enough to make players think a lot and trigger their speculation about the future plot. Han Xiao himself did not say anything, just to make players think that the news was revealed from the mission and was authoritative. The little routine I used to release test tasks before was to warm up. Freezing the mission is a special practice, which prevents the mission from starting for the time being. When a disaster comes exactly, Han Xiao will start the mission remotely. This is like bait, constantly raising the player's curiosity, revealing clues of future destiny, making people want to know the truth. The premise for posting a mission is that the two sides are not too far apart. This is a hidden condition tested by Han Xiao after using it many times. After leaving the planet, it is impossible for him to continue to post missions to players in the Hylon Star, but the remote control has released tasks is fine. I have a few days left to stay in the shelter, which is enough for me to travel all over the shelter and let these hundreds of thousands of players take on a mission. Han Xiao said intimately. In this way, it can ensure that these hundreds of thousands of players are chanting the third refuge to consolidate their impression of the main city. At the beginning of version 2.0, these players can be allowed to protect the refuge and spend that most dangerous time. For players these days, it has been a wave of failure and then again. Originally, the plot of the Bloodline has been a long time ago, and Han Xiao has been very low-key. Players began to believe the judgment of Star Sea Times, believing that the protagonist of the plot has lost his role and has become a purely functional NPC. However, the Black Ghost has been silent for more than half a year and has become active again in recent days, and the trends are very shocking. He actually wants to select players to go to the Interstellar together. That's not all. The Black Ghost also left an unopened prize pool mission. The introduction seems to reveal that a huge catastrophe will sweep across the Sea Blue Star in the future. This outdated NPC returned to the forefront, causing a new round of uproar. Many old players felt familiar from the bottom of their hearts. They remembered the scene where the Black Ghost was leading the trend since the public beta. This scene appeared again and was a little kind. On the forum, countless players were discussing what the catastrophe that Hylon Star is about to encounter. Alien invasion? The 6 countries started war again, completely destroying the planet's environment? Or is it a natural disaster? I think this may be a new round of main plot. Look, the main plot of Other Planets is in full swing now. With our Hylon Star so idle, it's time for a new storm to appear. As the saying goes, the world's major events will be together for a long time, and it will be together for a long time. Could it be that the romance of the 6 kingdoms will be started? The discussion was full of controversy, and some players had a sudden idea to link Han Xiao's 2 recent events together. The Black Ghost is in a hurry to leave the planet. Could it be related to this disaster? He wants to escape the disaster. Impossible. I remember that there's an episode of the Kai Bao Dads himself that is a speech by the Black Ghost Mobilizer, saying that he wants to protect life. Isn't he very great? If this is true, there must be no hope, so the Black Ghost gave up his hometown and decided to escape. How big should the catastrophe be? The main plot of the next main plot will not be so fierce. No, maybe Black Ghost is just timid and didn't see him running away with his help. Just, they're the protagonist of the plot, and Meng Ya was beaten by him. Will he run away? You can't say that. A large part of his deeds in Meng Ya are behind the scenes. He is an enemy of Meng Ya for historical reasons. Both sides live to the death, so he must fight against Meng Ya. But the disaster is different. He can seek profit and avoid harm. Of course he chooses like this. I thought he would have no other role after defeating Meng Ya. There would be no other statement on a topic. Some support Han Xiao, while others maliciously guessed it. Han Xiao naturally doesn't care. It is a good thing to have the opposite voice, and conflict can attract more attention. On the contrary, if everyone praises me, it is easy to make people get tired of it. But the meat bag couldn't help it. He didn't want to see players belittle Han Xiao's reason for leaving. This is selfish. He has decided to do a series of future interstellar adventure programs. If the audience holds the mentality of being runaways, it will have a bad impact on the show's attractiveness. On the contrary, if Han Xiao's reason for going to the starry sky is noble, then their adventure can touch the heartstrings of the audience of the Sea Blue Star. Just in time, the meatbag has such material on his hands. So, in a new episode of the show, Han Xiao released Han Xiao's private speech to the four of them that night. This passage can show the reason why Han Xiao left was to find a solution to the disaster in order to go to the starry sky, which immediately raised Han Xiao's image. At the end of the show, the meat bag released a trailer. Looking up at the mysterious starry sky, my heart yearned for it. I will follow the black ghost to the vast starry sky. For this reason, I will make a new series of programs to record every bit of interstellar adventure and present the star-rated world in front of you. Please stay tuned. Because the topic is very popular, the meat bag program has been widely circulated, and players suddenly realized that Han Xiao went to the starry sky to solve the disaster, and immediately felt awe-inspiring. Of course, a small number of people were skeptical. No matter what attitude it is, they are paying attention to this incident. They are curious about how Han Xiao uses to go to the interstellar world and face the sun, and have come to expectation for the future show of the meat bag. This series of news is only circulated among the players, and some local forces are still in the dark. The sky is filled with ice and snow, and the north wind is howling. This is a continuous snow-capped mountain range located in Ruelon. There are many wild animals in the mountains and few people. There is no city nearby for dozens of miles. From time to time, wild beasts roaring, either loud or low, echoing in the mountains. A confidential research institute in Ruelon is hidden in the mountain belly. In the research institute, Carrot spacecraft was supported in the air, and countless instrument pipelines were wrapped around, detecting various parameters of the spacecraft and displaying them on the large screen. Countless researchers came and went, debugging the instruments. After more than 10 days after the spacecraft was obtained, Ruelon secretly organized manual research. These researchers are the top talents of the military and intelligence agencies. They are pure, scientific researchers. Most of them are ordinary people, and there are also mechanical superpowers. There are so many top talents working together, but the progress is very slow. The technological content of the spacecraft is too much higher than that of the Aquarium star. Moreover, Ghidorah's technology contains magic, and many functions can be achieved with magic inscriptions, which is completely different from the Aquarium star's technological system. Researchers who have never been exposed to magic have no idea how to start. From their perspective, the spacecraft is like missing many necessary modules. They can't even find where the energy is. They only find a few things suspected to be related to energy, a few weird parts, and a pool of black liquids similar to engine oil, stored aside, and conduct various experimental observations. The head of the research institute accompanied several senior military and political leaders wearing Ruelon military uniforms. One of the old men seemed to be the leader and asked in a deep voice, "Is there any progress?" The person in charge was helpless. There's almost no progress. The technology contained in alien spacecraft is too high-end, which is difficult for us to crack. The parameters read by many instruments are changing all the time, which is completely unreasonable. Then copy some small parts. I just want to have a real thing. Sorry, the structure of many parts is too weird. We don't even know what some parts are useful. Many places are covered with patterns. We copied it, but nothing happened, and the spacecraft cannot start. You can give me such an answer every year. The senior old man looked sharp. The person in charge wiped his sweat. We still have some discoveries. Please come with me. Several people came to a transparent container, which contained a pool of black liquid. The person in charge said, "This seems to be the energy oil of the spacecraft. It is very dense and very viscous. The oil molecules appear in microbial characteristics under the observation of microscope and react to generate energy. The specific process is that the molecules self-dividing and proliferating, but always maintain the original volume. The split part volatilizes and disappears and emits energy. The process is completely automatic, which means that it produces energy out of thin air, which is incredible. We believe that this is a recyclable alien energy oil. If self-proliferation can be carried out infinitely, infinite energy can be produced in theory. We're studying the specific principle. In the transparent container, the black liquid slowly squirmed, and the senior old man frowned. How can it move by itself? It has life. This should be the reason for proliferation. It has microbial characteristics, but it does not have nervous system, so there is no consciousness, only some stress. This beach of engine oil is like a colony. Because it is alien technology, researchers can accept various abnormalities. The person in charge added again. We have tested it. It has no radiation at all and no toxins. We found a death row prisoner to experiment and touch the engine oil with our body. There was no abnormality after the physical examination. The senior old man nodded, and several people walked aside. One of them said in a deep voice, "The progress is still too slow. Our research time is limited. It is impossible to hide it from the Ghidorah civilization. It is best to deduce the real thing quickly. But this is a technical bottleneck, and it is not that easy to break." The person in charge hesitated. Unless there is someone who knows how to help. Several senior executives' eyes flashed slightly, looked at each other, and thought of the same person. The missing Ghidorah man. He must know these technologies. If he can be retrieved, not only will he give an explanation to Ghidorah civilization, but we can also use helping him repair the spacecraft as an excuse so that we can learn some of the technologies. The senior old man looked at the senior intelligence agency and asked, "How are you doing with the dark web? When will Han Xiao hand over the people?" The senior intelligence executive said coldly. He never responded, and the dark web has been ruthless. Looking for death. The senior old man snorted angrily. It is related to the future of the whole planet. He has crossed the line. A civil organization dares to cover up. Don't know how to live or die. Send someone to act. Nanzhou is the territory of Xinglong and Han Xiao. He thought we didn't want to leak the news. We underestimate us too much. The senior old man said in a deep voice. The top spoke, be sure to welcome the missing investigators back. And for this reason, they would not hesitate to contact other countries and put pressure on the dark web together. Originally, Ruelan had plans to act violently, but considering the safety of Ghidorah investigators and Han Xiao's personal combat effectiveness, this road would not work. The only way is to let the dark web voluntarily hand over people. So it is necessary to win over other regimes to put pressure on each other and force each other with the general trend. Although Ruelan doesn't want other countries to know that they own spacecraft, compared with the overall situation of the entire planet, this concern is nothing. Of course, the conditions for cooperation are 80% to allow other countries to join the spacecraft research. Anyway, they have not made much progress. Only by joining together may the benefits be maximized. The premise is to promise to share the research results with each other. This is also an alternative compromise to Han Xiao's personal combat power, so Ruelan's resentment towards him can be imagined. Originally, he was happy and could be transported back to China with people and spacecraft. He was full of eyebrows and roaring with Godot, but he didn't expect that old Han next door intervened and seized love in no time. Ruelan felt like a forest growing on his head, and the green color and mood were exactly the same. The above are already contacting the heads of other countries. The dark web does not value our Ruelan. Let's take a look. They can't withstand the pressure from all 6 countries. There is also Han Xiao. He feels that he is the strongest man on the planet. No one can do anything to him. He thinks that with his previous contribution, he can do whatever he wants. I hope this lesson will make him understand that there are some benefits that he is not qualified to covet. The senior old man sneered. Players in the shelter have accepted the prize pool mission, last position, which is suspected to be the main line of the future, and many players have come here to visit. The prize pool accumulated astronomical figures, which met Han Xiao's needs. As more and more people discussed, Han Xiao's mysterious color became stronger. As we pinched the days, the day of the tour group was approaching. Ding B. The interstellar communicator sounded, which was a new message sent by the short-angle star tour group. It will arrive in the orbit of the Sea Blue Star tomorrow, reminding passengers to prepare their luggage and position the communicator on board, and Han Xiao will choose which place to choose. It's finally here. Han Xiao suddenly stood up, and a burst of excitement hit his heart. The memory of the past life that was hiding among the stars was like boiling water, like bubbles emerging one by one quickly. The vast universe, one civilization after another. Those powerful plot protagonists, countless races, warships traveling through the stars, repeated turmoil and dangers. Memories have become vivid again. The interstellar is the future. Entering in advance is to lay the foundation for the future, so that higher growth can be achieved in the starry sky. In the future, the stage will be the sea of stars. Han Xiaoping was in a state of great emotion and said to himself, "The preparations are complete, and dozens of teammates have been selected. The equipment and supplies have been packed. For a long time, there is no need to worry about lacking experience points. All the chores have been handled properly." His accumulation in Hylon Star is the foundation of the development of the interstellar world. Dawn breaks. The roaring sound of the engine broke the silence of the shelter. A convoy of heavy trucks roared across the main road and headed towards the gate. Players and passers-by on the street looked over. The sign on the car represents the troops directly under the shelter, and only the person in charge, Han Xiao, can be mobilized. The player's heart moved and realized something, and followed the convoy. The news quickly spread, and the players of the entire shelter received the news, rushed to the convoy from all directions, gathering into a huge stream of people, walking out of the shelter's protective wall and coming to the vast maroon-red plain outside. When the convoy stopped, the players watching from afar were already crowded, watching the convoy unloading boxes of supplies on the open space, piled up into a hill, and a group of selected professional masters were waiting in groups of 3 or 3. And the most watched Han Xiao was standing alone at this time, looking up at the sky, as if waiting for something. Many players are excited to turn on the video function. So he is leaving today. Everyone was curious about how Han Xiao would leave Hylon Star. The players have been looking forward to this for a long time, and looked curious, looking up at the sky together. It was dawn. The sun slowly rose in the distance. The sky and the earth became brighter and brighter, and the night was gradually dispersed. At this moment, in the sky directly above the crowd, a black shadow as big as an ant suddenly appeared. Only by looking at it can you see clearly the outline of the spacecraft, and it is slowly landing. Look, the spaceship! At the beginning, the crowd was still discussing in surprise. As the shadow of the spaceship continued to magnify in everyone's sight, the sight became darker, and the voice of discussion gradually became smaller, and the noisy scene suddenly became silent. Tens of thousands of people opened their mouths wide, all of whom were shocked and speechless by the scene in front of them. When the spacecraft was still high, its outline was only the size of a mung bean. It was not until it landed a few hundred meters above everyone's heads that it discovered that the spacecraft was terrifyingly large. The huge shadows of mountains lie across the sky, quietly covering everyone's heads, covering the sky and the sun. My God, how big is this ship? Looking from the ground to the sky, the vision was completely blocked by the spacecraft. It was pitch black, and there was no end at first sight. With a light on his back, he could only see the outline of the spacecraft. The moment the short-angled asterisk descended, a poem appeared in everyone's mind. The black clouds are squeezing the city and are about to destroy it. The short-arc star, the main ship of the tour group, is a large travel spacecraft with its own ecosystem and can even be used as a mobile space station to travel long distances in the universe. It is surrounded by probe devices and cruise defense cannons near it, and it comes with its own high-energy aggregate shield. This large main ship alone can travel across the entire Sea Blue Star. The onlookers were so shocked, not to mention that the selected professional players took a breath. In their eyes, Han Xiao was just a figure of Hylon Star, and it was incredible that he could call such a large spacecraft. However, Han Xiao showed great powers, and these teammates also developed a lot of confidence. This picture is so impactful and full of science fiction beauty. The mechanical monsters and the environment are in perfect harmony. They're fully qualified to be desktop wallpapers. Players are scrambling to take photos and videos. A box-shaped suspension cabin separates from the short-angled asterisk. The 4 jet ports below spit out blue tail flames, slowly landing in front of Han Xiao, raising a piece of dust. This is an airdrop cabin dedicated to receiving ground passengers. It is full of mechanical style, with a precision structure, all metal and pure mechanical technology. The hatch door opened, and the folding gangway stretched out in front of Han Xiao step by step. "Hurry up and get on the boat. I can't wait to have a drink." Carrot couldn't wait to walk up, completely forgot that his savings were no longer under his control. Han Xiao called this group of players to be coolies, moved all the supplies boxes, and then stepped onto the airdrop cabin. The cabin door automatically closed, and the airdrop cabin took off vertically, embedding a short-angled asterisk. Immediately afterwards, the short-angle asterisk quickly rose. Such a huge spacecraft was silent when flying, and there was no tail flame, giving everyone an extremely strong sense of contrast. When docking on a planet, the short-angle asterisk turns off the engine and only turns on the anti-gravity core to save fuel. I've been in Hylon Star for so long and finally took this step. Through the porthole, Han Xiao looked at the crowd that gradually turned into ants and secretly let out a breath. Here we go. The sky is high and the sea is wide, and fish leaps and eagles fly. On the flat ground, countless players watched the spaceship disappear into the sky, and the sunlight shone again. Inside the third refuge, Hela stood behind her sister, put her hands on Aurora's shoulders, and looked up at the arrival of the short-angled asterisk. "Will he come back?" "Aurora," he said curiously. Hyla was silent for a while and slowly shook her head. "That's a wider world. If you go out, why bother come back?" "Sister, why don't we go with you?" Hyla rubbed Aurora's light golden hair without saying a word. "Sister, you hurt me." Hela realized that the force on her hands was too heavy and immediately slowed down. The baby bear next to him roared into the sky a few times, then lay on the ground, with his 2 bare paws burying his head, raised his buttocks, and whimpering in a low voice, as if he was sad about his master leaving him. Aurora touched the soft bear fur and was depressed, whispering, "Can we see him again? I will meet again sooner or later." "But he said just now that he won't come back." "Yes." Hela did not explain again. Aurora was in tune with her. After understanding Hyla's subtext, her eyes were full of energy and her mood became excited again. "He's gone." In the first refuge, Bennett is communicating with Huang Yu video to listen to Huang Yu's report on the situation. "From now, the third refuge will be handed over to you. Don't change Han Xiao's measures. You could decide any other matters except that." "Okay. Thank you, Mr. Bennett, for your respect." Huang Yu was excited. After being a coolie for so long, he finally became a regular. "Don't thank me. It was Han Xiao who recommended you before leaving." "I understand." Huang Yu focused his head and kept it in mind. Turning off the communication, Bennett opened his secret account and clicked on the pressure ultimatum sent by the 6 countries a few days ago, with a playful look on his face. Ruelon joined forces with other countries to put pressure on the dark web. Bennett suppressed this matter himself, and he didn't expect Han Xiao to be bothered by these things before leaving. Now that the time has been done, the way my old friend left is enough to shake the perception of the 6 countries. Even he himself was shocked. Bennett was very curious about how Ruelon was feeling now. There were too many witnesses in this incident, which had a huge impact on the world. The video was quickly circulated on the internet. The people of the Sea Blue Star witnessed the scene of a huge spacecraft as big as a mountain descending on the planet, which was extremely sensational. The short-angle asterisk is so huge that it did not shy away when it arrived, which brought shock to the 6 countries. The satellite discovered the short-angle asterisk. The 6 countries were panicked and were about to send air forces to negotiate, But the short-angle asterisk had no intention of negotiating with the regime on this planet from beginning to end. Before the 6 countries took action, they left. The 6 countries were frightened by the visit of such a large spacecraft and hurriedly inquired about the specific situation. When they found out the truth and the short-angled asterisks arrived just to pick Han Xiao away, the confusion of the 6 kingdoms suddenly turned into horror. The mysterious giant spacecraft that surpassed the level of the sea blue star civilization for countless years actually came for the Black Ghost? How'd he do it? What other secret has he hidden? Even though I know that the Black Ghost is very powerful, this behavior is amazing. It has exceeded everyone's imagination. This time, Ruelan was completely confused and never expected this to happen. The threatening target has jumped out of this pond and stopped playing with them. No wonder Han Xiao ignored the threat. It turned out that their hostility was not worth mentioning at all. As soon as Han Xiao left, Ruelan had no choice but to go to the interstellar world, but Han Xiao easily completed this move. The interstellar world was always separated by a hazy veil for the 6 countries. The communicator they obtained from Ghidorah was a castrated version, and was restricted to communicate with Ghidorah and could not use other functions. This is the suppression of the civilization level, and the 6 countries can only compromise. Therefore, they do not know the function of the interstellar tour group, and do not understand how Han Xiao did it. Even in their opinion, there may be an unknown interstellar force that is Han Xiao's backer. This guy has always been mysterious, and keeps them in the dark. As the ruling regime of the Sea Blue Star, it is hard to describe that a person has a backer that is stronger than the entire planet. Ruelan is the initiator of the pressure from the United Nations. The pressure has become meaningless and reveals that he owns the spaceship. He has lost his wife and soldiers, and he cannot say what he has to do. This psychological expectation gap is like a student in the same village. The 6 kingdoms wanted to defeat Han Xiao in the exam and were eager to try, but found that they had been admitted to famous schools in big cities. They were beyond the reach and were extremely disappointed. Through the porthole of the box-type airdrop cabin, the Earth gradually shrank in sight. The short-angle asterisk rose to the sky. The sky blue gradually turned to dark. The short-angle asterisk's anti-gravity engine operated silently, entering the pitch-black external space. At this time, the airdrop cabin trembled, and the huge spacecraft was breaking through the atmosphere and beginning to enter the universe. The whole picture of the Sea Blue Star slowly emerges. The deep blue ocean is dotted with a few green earth in brown and yellow. From an overlooking perspective, you can see more things from a global perspective. Han Xiao saw that the panoramic view of Andia continent was charred, and war and nuclear explosions were the most serious damage to this land. The experience of Hylon quickly flashed before his eyes. He started from scratch and completed the original accumulation of capital. He rose on this planet and has finally stepped onto a higher stage. Although some friends who are still on the planet cannot be said to be concerned, they have not left nostalgic. Although this heart is not dragged on, it is indeed chic, but the feeling of leaving a city without any concern is that it is better to leave some bonds. Although Bennett, Hela, and Aurora are not very close in love, they are all very potential characters. From the perspective of interest alone, Han Xiao also hopes that the Hela sisters will grow up and be able to help him next time they meet. Staring at the planet that was gradually fading away, he silently said, "Wait until I come back." Then Han Xiao withdrew his gaze, stopped looking at the planet, and turned to the passage leading to the inside of the spacecraft. Swish! The metal door connecting the spacecraft was cracked from the middle and divided into 4 diamonds, then retracted into the wall, and the passage opened. In front was a square metal corridor, straightforward, and the indicator light next to the door turned from red to green, indicating that passengers boarded the plane along the passage. Carrot urged, "Hurry up, I'm going to have a drink." "What's the hurry? Your money is all here." Han Xiao waved, and dozens of high-playing teammates stopped and looked at them curiously, and moved forward with the supplies box. Halfway through the way is a mechanical arch with a display screen standing next to it. This is an instrument used to detect the passenger's physical condition and body structure, which facilitates the identification of passengers' race and provides proper arrangements. Everyone walked past one by one and showed that everything was normal. At this time, a transparent container rose on the floor, full of simple translators, for free for passengers to use. Han Xiao asked everyone to put it on, and then the display screen made a synthetic female voice. Welcome to use the short-pointed star travel service. Your passenger number is SG 1853. You have reserved 50 seats. The number of people tested is excessive. Please make up for the fee. There were a few more people, and Han Xiao did as he did. There were more than 700 INRs in the account. At this time, the voice said again, Amount confirmation, level ordinary cabin, personal luggage storage function is enabled. Please store your luggage and continue moving forward. Immediately afterwards, a hole cracked on the wall. Inside was the running track, transporting the luggage to the warehouse, putting the supplies box in, and everyone moved forward again. Finally, we reached the end of the passage. This was a large elevator. After everyone entered, the elevator was running, both lifting and moving in parallel. The interstellar travel ship naturally does not force passengers to complete the journey in a seat, but is more like a cruise ship. There are many entertainment and rest spaces on the spaceship. Different cabins correspond to different rest spaces and are divided according to the adaptation environment of species, such as species adapted to oxygen and low gravity in the same hall, just like Han Xiao. Species living in special environments also have their own places, such as aquatic organisms, anaerobic organisms, photophobic organisms, etc., and there are many situations. Click, the elevator suddenly stopped, the door opened, and the fun came to the face. There's a huge space in front of you. This is an ordinary cabin hall, very vast and full of entertainment measures, just like a mix of bar plus banquet hall plus party venue, with a wine bar, a seating area, and a private room. On one side of the hall is a huge floor-to-ceiling window, which allows you to directly see the starry universe outside, with stars like a long river. Various species with different appearances came and went. Creatures with bird-like feathers chatted with a lion wearing clothes, and bearded dwarfs and creatures with fanged beast heads were drinking in big mouths. The body odor and sound of different creatures mixed into a strange feeling, and the players inexplicably developed a cramped mentality, which was caused by the discomfort of the first contact with other races. What kind of race is that? It looks like a hammer. Tai Ertzi was amazed. Your ones are quite similar, too. Son Eggplant smiled. The prince, general, and minister said lazily, Don't always bully him. You are infringing on my rights. Tai Ertzi's forehead collapsed, and he raised his middle fingers to the two of them. Jiang Yulua stared at the floor-to-ceiling window and enjoyed the starry sky. She looked like a silent, beautiful girl, moving her glittering fried rice to her side, hesitating to catch up with her, but her shoulders tightened and Hao Yin pulled her back. Hao Yin grabbed Mingyue Changzhong and shining fried rice and said seriously, We will act according to the opportunity to see if we can trigger some tasks. Fried rice, why are your eyes so resentful? The player opened his eyes and whispered, but Han Xiao was not surprised. The universe is bizarre. He has seen too many races and has rich experience. Soon, a humanoid female flight attendant in a uniform walked forward. Her complexion was pale red, and her polite smile was hung. The female flight attendant quickly glanced at everyone, came straight to Carrot with a warm smile, and said, Dear Godora, your room is ready. In the Colton Star Group, Godora is a well-known race and has a high status. The tour group is equivalent to a bus spaceship and is a relatively cheap way of travel. It is rarely seen Godora. The flight attendant regarded Carrot as the leader at first sight, and as for Han Xiao and others next to him, she ignored him as a follower. Carrot was a little surprised, glanced at Han Xiao, nodded and said, Well, I understand. The flight attendant handed over the room number and authority to Carrot, then gave him a charming look and left slowly, and the seduction was blatant. The Godora people are a popular person. This female flight attendant of the Onway race doesn't mind what happened to Carrot. Some species can be mixed, some species have reproductive isolation, and the atmosphere between species in the universe is very open. Carrot is a pure-blooded theorist, indifferent to females from other races, so he turned around and handed over the things to Han Xiao, which was very sensible. Han Xiao put it away at will, and he was happy that the Ghidorah people were regarded as the leader and acted as a shield. Carrot said, "We're on the ship. The transaction has been completed. When will I contact the headquarters?" "Don't worry. The terminal is Uberry Hub. You can go home by yourself, and I won't stop you." "That's great." Carrot rubbed his hands and said awkwardly, "I want to have a drink this. It's just that much. Save some drinks." Han Xiao wrote him 10 dinars and sighed secretly that he blackmailed the other party's savings and left pockets for others. There are really not many good people like him. After getting the money, Carrot ran to the bar happily. He was a hedonist, and his expenses were basically spent on alcohol and spiritual drinks. Han Xiao took everyone to the room. The players looked curious and looked around. The meat bags were full of interest. From time to time, other races looked at each other and took them back a glance. The human race in the universe is very common between the stars, and there are many human races in this ordinary cabin hall. When he arrived at the door of the room, Han Xiao thought for a while and turned around and said, "You can do whatever you want and ask for information about the passengers." The player could not help but feel curious, and he couldn't wait to leave after hearing this. The player is easy to use, and he doesn't need to ask for it himself. Moreover, if the player may be able to receive tasks from the passengers, earn Einel, and then use some means to exchange items, it means that the player is making money for him. It is probably the first time these passengers have met such an enthusiastic person. Han Xiao smiled. Sending everyone away, Han Xiao walked into the room alone and breathed a sigh of relief. Now he finally had the opportunity to be alone, and the first step to enter the interstellar world has been completed. There are many possibilities between the stars, and there are many plans for the next action, and he needs to determine a route. First of all, he is in the Gardon galaxy of the Colton cluster. According to his own strength, this area is a dangerous but just suitable for development. It is a level 70 mechanic and a sea-level rank. In the Colton cluster, it can be regarded as the backbone of the superpowers, and it is not as good as the top and the bottom. It can be seen that the universe is divided into many star fields, and the Colton star cluster belongs to the Broken Star Ring star domain. The Broken Star Ring is located at the edge of the visible universe and belongs to a remote place. The name originated from the star map structure. This star domain is like a scattered and broken star ring, and each star cluster is part of this ring. The ring surrounds the central core of the Broken Star Ring, which is a dangerous place. There is an extremely large group of unstable wormholes. From time to time, various cosmic garbage is thrown from various star fields and floats to form a garbage dump. Therefore, the power of the scavengers is very active in the Broken Star Ring. There's a common saying that people have a place to have a world of martial arts, and there are many professions that can catch flanks, such as cosmic pirates, scavengers, mercenaries, colonial pioneers, etc. The Broken Star Ring has no strong ruling regime, only scattered star, cluster-level, and galaxy-level civilizations, so there are many areas where public security is worrying. The Broken Star Ring is nominally the jurisdiction of West Sandrin, but this civilization only sends the permanent office of the envoy and rarely interferes in management. West Sandrin is the official name of the cosmic civilization Glorious Federation. The larger the area, the more dangerous the level is, the more advanced the level of danger. Han Xiao remembers many opportunities, but according to the current situation, it is the best decision to stay in the Colton cluster to develop and grow first. Now, it is version 1.0, and he does not know all about the interstellar plots during this period. After all, in theory, players cannot access the interstellar at this stage, but some large-scale missions are probably unchanged. The first step is to obtain information channels. The Juberly Hub is a place where dragons and snakes are mixed, and there are offices of many forces. I can try to rely on one force and obtain early intelligence. Han Xiao thought secretly. As long as he learned the information, He could infer some large plot tasks that suit him. The most core goal is naturally growth. He can always lead the players without being restricted by the version. This advantage must be maintained. Dangers are everywhere. If you don't advance or retreat when you go against the current, you'll be back. Now, Han Xiao's main profession isn't the transfer task. He needs to find a secondary profession first, upgrade to level 80, and obtain enough attribute points to allow his intellectual attributes to break through the 400-point mark. He is not a casual person, and the upgrade consumes more and more experience. So he has to find a valuable rare secondary profession before he can choose to change his job. After the harvest since the League, Han Xiao has accumulated about 2.7 billion panel experience, which will be a long-term foundation, and there is no need to worry about the consumption of experience in the short term. The accumulated materials and equipment are worth about a few thousand to tens of thousands of anars. The specific value depends on the needs of the transaction party and the floating mechanical value, and cannot be estimated before the transaction. Another requirement for transfer is 5 advanced knowledge of the mechanical department. In the universe, there are many channels to obtain superpowers knowledge, and 2 advanced knowledge is also controlled, but advanced knowledge is not difficult to obtain. Some consortiums and forces are selling advanced knowledge, and they can buy it as long as they spend money. Making money can solve this problem. As long as you have enough money, you can buy all advanced knowledge. Being rich is really doing whatever you want. When it comes to making money, Han Xiao is not bragging. He is really worth it. Players are equivalent to labor force, through which they can indirectly obtain Einel, and they are also my help. If they become mercenaries, they can collect money from behind when they do tasks. But if you want to make a lot of money, it is best to sell rare items, such as mining some rare minerals, or to do some rewards that have existed for a long time. The existence of players' teammates is his advantage. If you play well, you can get twice the result with half the effort, which is also the reason why he chose to bring players. Growth and upgrading are the core goals. Han Xiao has another goal, which is to lead the plot and try to solve the alienation disaster of Hylon in version 2.0 in advance. When it comes to the disaster of alienation, we must mention the evil camp of the Colton cluster, the Dark Star. In version 2.0, multiple planets of the Broken Star Ring encountered alienation disaster, and this force was the initiator. The newcomer planets in other star fields experienced different plots. The Dark Star was a reactionary force derived from the Ghidorah civilization, and Han Xiao knew the history of the Dark Star very well. Most of the origins of the Dark Star come from the discrimination of Ghidorah's pure blood theory. Many of the members of the Dark Star are mixed-blood Ghidorah people. They have extreme ideas because of their bloodline discrimination and always want to overthrow Ghidorah's regime, believing that Ghidorah is a corrupt system, and they're the new Ghidorah of the new era. Every civilization has its own ideology and traditions. Advancedness and backwardness are nothing more than based on different perspectives and without absoluteness. Perhaps tolerance is the real advancedness. Civilizations have their own characteristics. They respect other civilizations and species' habits and traditions, and are tolerant of each other when negotiating, but do not accept them completely. This is the norm of communication between races in the universe. Of course, in the early stages of universe exploration, there were many civilizations that caused irreconcilable conflicts with differences in concepts, characteristics, and habits. For example, the human race and species that feed on humans basically had no possibility of communication, but these extreme civilizations had to accept the existence of each other as super-civilization spreads order. Ghidorah originated from magic. Before coming into contact with the interstellar, Ghidorah people were all pure blood. It was not until they started mating with other intelligent species that the mixed-blood Ghidorah people were born. So the pure blood theory began to continue and attached importance to tradition. The people in power are all pure blood, so pure blood and mixed blood began to separate their classes. As Ghidorah grew up and more mixed race were born, the blood talent of the Ghidorah people was gradually diluted, so they paid more and more attention to pure blood. Radical pure blood theorists did not even regard mixed race as the same race. The contradictions became increasingly sharp, and finally Dark Star was born, opposing Ghidorah everywhere, with an extreme and evil style. If you want to solve the alienation disaster, you must start with the Ghidorah civilization. Han Xiao said intimately that the alienated virus has a very strong latent nature. In his previous life, the disaster actually broke out and attracted attention. All he can do now is to prepare for the future. These two goals are the focus of the recent stage. He thought about the details of the plan, and by the way, he opened the communicator and browsed the interstellar channel to focus on understanding the current pattern and environment of the Colton star cluster. At this time, the broadcaster issued a notice. Please go back to the room. The spacecraft is about to accelerate and enter the light jump orbit. It may cause bumps at that time. If there is a dizzy reaction, please don't panic. This is a normal reaction. A dense footstep sounded outside the door, and all passengers returned to the room. Carrot and the players also came back, and black safety buckles popped up on the walls. Don't expect such low-level tour groups to have protective cabins or other measures. After buckled the seatbelt, the room door automatically locked, and a roar sounded from the inside of the spacecraft, and the metal walls and floors trembled continuously. Immediately afterwards, a feeling of pushing the back suddenly pressed down, pressing everyone tightly on the seat. This was a reaction force that was weakened many times by various devices. The short-angled asterisk ejected a blazing power tail flame, and the speed continued to overlap. A stream of light suddenly appeared outside the dark window, as if entering a light tunnel. Buzz. Just as the pushback feeling reached its peak, the short-angled asterisk flashed suddenly and turned into a ray of light. The engine operates at full power and enters the transition channel. Under the action of the internal stabilization device, the reaction force is rapidly reduced and everyone's bodies relax. The next stop is the fifth-star area of the Gardon Galaxy. The trip time is 3 days. Please enjoy the journey. For 3 consecutive days, Han Xiao was on the boat. The players were very enthusiastic, pulling passengers to talk and helping. This group of passengers saw such enthusiastic humans for the first time. After chatting, they saw that the players had limited knowledge and were probably natives. Carrot was drinking a glass of dark blue wine at the bar. At this time, a mixed-blood human with pointed ears and thin cheeks came to the side and threw out an Einel coin, indicating that he asked for the cup. He smiled and asked, "Did you get on the boat from the Aquarium Star? That low-level planet is just a low-level civilization. All the people you brought on the boat are natives. What's your business?" Carrot glanced sideways. "Aha, are you interested in doing a business? My name is Sicily. I do this." This man wore gloves and quietly opened up a gap, revealing the tattoo on the back of his hand. The pattern was a chain wrapped around a bird. This is a symbol of the power of a slave trader and is regarded as a scavenger's expansion business. Carrot looked impatient and waved his hand. "Get out. I'm too lazy to talk nonsense to you." The bus spacecraft is mixed with dragons and snakes, and there are many gray forces specializing in finding fat sheep. So people with conditions do not want to take the interstellar tour group. Carrot hates contact with scavengers, which is bad. He is also in no mood to drink his favorite, deep blue star bubble. "Don't worry, I can see that all the natives you bring are superpowers. The market for superpowers is very good. Consider it." Sicily was good at temptation. At this time, Han Xiao's voice sounded behind the two. His tone was faint. "I think you should leave." Sicily turned around and saw Han Xiao standing behind him with expressionless face. He smiled disobediently, ignored Han Xiao, bowed slightly to Carrot, and turned away. Sicily got into the crowd and started chatting with others again, seemingly not taking this failed deal in mind. "Slave dealer." Han Xiao stared at Sicily's back and frowned slightly. "Don't look at me short of money. I have integrity." Carrot snorted, drank the wine, paused, and said, "The Broken Star Ring has hundreds of scavengers, using tattoos as identification signs. Some scavengers take into account other gray businesses, such as robbery, kidnapping and extortion, and slave trade. Sicily is an intermediary in the slave trade industry, responsible for finding targets, and is affiliated with the Boneless Bird Scavenger Gang. This is a group of bandits wanted by several galaxy-level civilizations, including Ghidorah, who are wandering around and committing crimes. Slave traders are to capture rare species and superpowers and sell them to customers in need for viewing or fighting beasts. Interstellar superpowers are very common, but they are far from comparing with the number of ordinary people. The superpowers in the eyes of interstellar people are equivalent to trained warriors or talented geniuses and are used to it. The superpowers enjoy a higher status, and some ordinary people also have the mentality of wanting to control the superpowers, so the superpowers are aroused. Just like watching more advanced boxing and fighting competitions, the audience enjoys the superpowers fighting each other and gaining dual enjoyment of visual and psychological. Some formal arenas hire superpowers with high salaries, while some underground arenas buy superpower slaves. So the market for superpowers in the slave market has always been very good. You are targeted by someone. It's better to be careful, but the scavenger will not do things that cost more than profits. It should be safe on the spacecraft. If I reject him, he will not pester him. Carrot said, I think he doesn't necessarily like our indigenous people. Han Xiao thought about it. The spacecraft suddenly shook and left the transition state. The landing window on the side of the hull showed that the short-angled asterisk was approaching a gray-black planet. The surface was full of continuous gray ridges, without a trace of verdant, all of which were some kind of barren rocks, and black water flowed into a dead river. This is the fifth star area, with dangerous places everywhere. This planet is a dangerous place. The level of danger shown in the Ghidorah star map is medium and high, which means that the investigator has a chance of losing here by more than 40%. The evaluation of Hyalon in the database is just low. The spacecraft enters the atmosphere, suspends at a high altitude, releases the airdrop cabin, and lands on the ground to pick up new passengers. The bus ship will follow the travel route to receive passengers on the ship, and someone on this planet calls on a short-pointed star tour. On the other side, VIP channel. The passenger who had just boarded the boat was wearing a tattered white hooded cloak, and his body was burly and tall, with a huge shoulder bag crossbody. His footsteps were very heavy, accompanied by the clanging sound of metal collision. When he arrived at the scanning door, the man unbuttoned his cloak and revealed his true appearance. He turned out to be a human-shaped semi-mechanical colony. His body was modified on a large scale. The conduits and wires were hidden between the gaps in the armor. Various indicator lights flashed, and only the right arm was left in the limbs. There is no modification above the neck. It looks cold, has sharp eyes, and exudes a cold aura. Don't be close to anyone who is strangers. The man's eyes were light green, as gorgeous as emeralds. His skin was very white, and his mechanical body was covered with scratches of fighting. After scanning, the radio made a sound. You are welcome to take the short-pointed star. You are booking a high-class cabin. The passenger number is. Please enjoy your trip. The high-class cabin hall is another place. The number of passengers here is not as many as the ordinary cabin hall. At the same time, the environment is better and it is quieter. The man stopped unintentionally, walked through the hall, and returned to the room. The passengers in the hall glanced at him with a surprised look on his face. Is that Green Knight? That's right, it's him. There are only a few warriors left in the Sunil clan, senior mercenaries of the Mercenary Alliance, and a very powerful guy. I actually saw him here. It said that the Sunil clan has moved. Everyone whispered, subconsciously lowered their voices, as if they didn't want to be heard by that person, and they were very afraid. Han Xiao naturally didn't know who got on the boat. The radio noticed that the next stop was another star area, and he had to stop a few times in the middle of the journey to Uberry Hub. He was very patient and not in a hurry. During this period, he collected information from passengers and communicator interstellar channels. Communicator has the function of a TV. The material development gives birth to spiritual enjoyment. There are many special channels to play various entertainment programs. Han Xiao found a lot of good things in a favorites called Investigator Work Information in Carrot. After a few glances, Han Xiao turned it off silently, his eyes burning. Ghidorah people are really good at playing. Carrot was drunk every day and soon spent his pocket money. He asked Han Xiao for money but failed. Then he slept in the room every day without any awareness of being kidnapped. Han Xiao couldn't help but sigh how broad the Ghidorah people were. Life in the spaceship is simple and peaceful. He just wants to reach his destination smoothly. However, the turnaround comes at the moment. Located in a certain area of the route in front of the short arc star, several scavenger spacecraft floated quietly in the universe, with unique shapes and traces of folk modifications. This is the unique style of scavengers. On the flank of the spacecraft, the logo of the boneless bird is painted. On the inner deck of the main ship, scavengers from different races were carrying. The boneless bird leader sat in a high position, holding a wine barrel and gurgling with a cow, laughing. The leader of the boneless bird is called Snakebraid. He is nearly 4 meters tall, has the blood of a rock giant, has a bulging muscle, has a layer of stone skin, a big beard, and only a piece of hair combed in braids on the top of his head, which is as long as his waist. This is the origin of his nickname. Scavengers wander around the gray area. Making money is for pleasure, and carnivals are the most common activities held when nothing is done. Ding ding, new message. The main ship's operating panel flashed, and a text message appeared, and the signature was Sicily. Little ones, come to live. The snake braid threw away the barrel and fell to pieces in the corner. He stood up, wiped the wine from his beard, and showed a ferocious expression. This time the gold can be sold for a lot of money. Hundreds of scavengers below let out excited howls. 1 to 3. Bomb for K. 5-2. Can't you afford it? When I wait, where does another 2 come from? Short-angled asterisk. A group of players squeezed into the room, and they fought the landlord in boredom. After staying on the spaceship for several days, there was no mission to take. Moreover, the spaceship was forbidden to use force, and many areas were not open. This group of players had to have fun on their own and could not skip the travel process. This was often criticized, and some players went offline to rest, leaving 1/3 of them online. The online point and the resurrection point can be bound to transportation, and there is no need to worry about getting lost. See 147 for details. Han Xiao sat next to him and looked at the time. He probably would be able to arrive at the station in a few days. Now the short-angle asterisk has reached the second star area of the Gadon galaxy and is becoming more prosperous. There are many planets in this area that are civilized and are one of the key jurisdictions of Ghidorah. It is close and easy to manage. The spacecraft docks and picks up people here the most times. As long as you arrive at the first star area and enter the stable wormhole gate, you can reach the end. At this moment, an unusual bump occurred on the floor. Immediately afterwards, a harsh alarm sounded out of the broadcast. Han Xiao's face changed slightly, and he suddenly got up. Carrot, who was sleeping in, also woke up instantly. The two hurried out of the room. The players behind him looked confused, but they also knew that there must be an accident and followed the two. At this time, chaos was happening on the side of the hall, and all the passengers walked out, looking out of the porthole with a look of horror. Various explosions flashed outside, but because of the vacuum environment, there was no sound, colorful, and the silence contained great horror. The scavenger spaceship opened fire at the short arc star. The short arc star has opened its high-energy aggregate shield. The pale yellow energy cover is like an eggshell protecting the spaceship. The scavenger spaceship is far smaller than the short arc star, but it is very flexible, dodging attacks and shuttles around. Due to its huge size, the short arc star cannot dodge and can only rely on the shield to carry it. I'm the captain of the short attached star. Dear passengers, we are being attacked by scavengers and are about to run the engine with all our might. As long as we enter the transition track, we can get rid of the enemy. Please don't worry, the enemy will definitely not attack. We have rich experience in dealing with the attack. This time, the sounds emitted on the radio are no longer mechanical synthesized sounds, but the captain's calm male voice, comforting the passengers. As a low-level tour group, Short Angle Star is indispensable for robberies from scavengers and starry pirates. Short Angle Star has been specially modified, and its shield is very tough and convenient for running away. This is not good. Han Xiao had a toothache. He just wanted to arrive at his destination safely. So why was it so difficult? Space raids are a dilemma that his strength cannot solve now. And to a large extent, they can only leave their fate. More than a dozen scavenger spacecraft attacked around, with 3 signs in total. Suddenly, Han Xiao recognized one sign, and his eyes froze. Boneless bird. Han Xiao suddenly thought of Sicily a few days ago, and immediately searched the crowd, but found nothing. Sicily had disappeared. Han Xiao frowned and grabbed the flight attendant, described Sicily's appearance, and asked, "Where has this person been?" The flight attendant was the female flight attendant who seduced Carrot when he first boarded the boat. At this time, he looked panicked and stuttered. Then, the passenger changed to the VIP cabin yesterday. Carrot came up with a nervous look. This is the boneless bird scavenger. It must have been called by the middleman last time, and it actually attacked openly. If this spaceship cannot hold back, everyone will be finished. I haven't lived enough. Nonsense. No one has lived enough. He was suddenly attacked, and it was difficult to stop in advance. Sicily has power behind him and can be called. Han Xiao now has no interstellar power behind him, so he has no way to do it, and is very passive. Moreover, Sicily has no idea about his mind. Han Xiao doesn't really read his mind and doesn't know what the other party will do. Moreover, if he takes the lead in using force on the spacecraft, he will be driven off the ship in minutes. Now that this is useless, Han Xiao calmed down and said, Sicily is their man, and he is also on the ship. This group of scavengers will not destroy the ship. They will definitely land. There are 2 situations. One is to paralyze the short-angle asterisk and threaten to destroy the spacecraft so that we can submit. The second is that we cannot do anything about the short-angle asterisk and can only break from the inside and land first. The former has no choice, and the latter can still try to resist. What should we do? Only by getting the weapons first, we can counterattack. Han Xiao turned his mind sharply. Weapons and weapons of destruction are not allowed on the spacecraft, except for special circumstances, such as undisassembled breeding equipment. All luggage and equipment are stored in the spacecraft warehouse. Okay, don't leave me behind. I can fight. Carrot looked like he was looking at your leader. Han Xiao immediately grabbed the female flight attendant and shouted, "Where's the warehouse?" When the female flight attendant heard the conversation between the two, her eyes widened and looked surprised. Only then did she realize that the Ghidorah people were the followers, and she had been misunderstood. This low-key human was the leader. She hurriedly came to her senses when she heard this and pointed out the way tremblingly. Han Xiao was about to rush out of the hall without saying a word. The female flight attendant hurriedly said, "Hey, don't leave. The spacecraft enters safety mode. The exit of the hall is locked, and no one can get out." Bang! The players who closely followed, each used their strongest attacks, and the light was overflowing. With a loud bang, the broken mechanical lock sprinkled all over the floor, and the metal gate flew out. Han Xiao did not slow down at all. He rushed out with his people, leaving the passengers in the hall panicked and hesitant. Now the scavenger and the short-angled asterisk are still in a stalemate. The situation is unclear, and most passengers are worried and afraid to watch. He is not impulsive to act like this. Han, a technician, has never liked to let others decide the result. No matter whether the scavenger can come in or not, he must prepare for the future and take the lead. If the short-angled asterisk can escape smoothly, it is of course the best result. If it is lost, it is crucial that he acts in advance now. It will be too late to wait until the other party hits in before starting preparations. The group ran for nearly 10 minutes, and the vibration of the attack never stopped. The reaction force could be felt becoming stronger and stronger, which meant that the short-angled asterisk was accelerating wildly, but it was delayed from entering the transition track. Han Xiao knew something was wrong. Many equipment can prevent spacecraft from entering a leap. Since the scavenger has a business of robbing, he must be equipped with similar devices to prevent prey from escaping. Suddenly, the spacecraft emitted dozens of times stronger than before, accompanied by a roar of explosions. Everyone staggered and almost fell down. Han Xiao's faced sternly. The universe environment is a vacuum. If there is a sound, it is proved that the enemy has entered and the shield has been broken. Good. This captain is a crow's mouth. The moment the sound came, the panel also issued a prompt. You trigger the emergency mission, defend the short arc star. Task introduction. For some reason, several groups of cosmic scavengers have set their sights on the tour group you're riding. They are preparing to land on the short arc star. The continuous list of scavengers boarded the ship and wanted to catch all passengers in one place. Your destiny is closely connected to this spacecraft. Task requirements. Repel all scavengers and protect the short-angle asterisk. Reward. 35W experience, 1,500 INRs, and open up regional reputation. It seems that scavengers have chosen the second method. In addition to the boneless bird, there are two other unrecognized scavengers gangs. They acted together and attacked us. The reason for the big fight was to catch a group of slaves. Han Xiao's eyes flashed slightly, and he turned to see more than 20 online players following behind him in a daze, which means they were looking at the panel. After thinking about it for a moment, he knew that they had also triggered the same task, so he didn't need to spend his own credit. Having no time to take care of the rewards for the time being, Han Xiao turned on the communicator but found that there was no signal. There was only one explanation for the situation. That is, the scavengers had high-end goods that blocked communications, which must be used to prevent prey from asking for help from nearby civilizations. It can be seen that they were well prepared and were bound to win. The enemy has already attacked. Han Xiao said in a deep voice, "You can't count on the guards of the spacecraft itself. I don't want to wait for death. I must protect this spacecraft. I have a plan to first go to the warehouse to get back the weapons, and then divide the troops into 3 groups. One side goes to the main control room, and the other side goes to find the captain and cadres. They have the authority to control the spacecraft. The enemy must also go to these 2 goals when they land. They will race against time. It is very likely that head-on battle will occur. We know nothing about the enemy's combat effectiveness and should act cautiously. The last team will look for emergency escape vehicles. Such a large spacecraft must have such measures. This is a last resort. Players have an advantage in dividing troops. They communicate with each other through the panel and will not be blocked for communication. Using this function, Han Xiao can control the overall situation by asking the players around him. Everyone had no objection and followed the instructions. Without further ado, Han Xiao led his men to the warehouse immediately. On the side of the short-angled asterisk, the shield was concentrated and a gap was made. Before the shield repaired itself, the heads of the 7 scavenger spacecraft were extended with hard mechanical impact angles, and they were embedded in the short-angled star. Thick smoke came out of the hole. A large group of scavengers successfully boarded the ship and entered the interior. Hundreds and thousands of scavengers were carrying various guns, shooting beams and bullets, fighting with the bodyguards of the short-angled asterisk, and people screamed and fell down from time to time. The gunshots are dense, and the momentum is fierce. Most of the soldiers fighting were ordinary people of various races, and a small number of them were superpowers. A spaceship bodyguard is a martial artist of the insect race. He has 6 hands and uses 6 swords to move vigorously in the crowd. The cold light flashes continuously, and the scavengers fall down with blood spraying. Who? Suddenly, a huge black shadow enveloped the insect martial artist and quickly fell down. The violent wind was like a black hole, sucking away the nearby air, and everyone around them felt a sense of suffocation. The insect martial artist let out a tragic cry of insects and raised his 6 swords to block it. Boom! The insect disappeared instantly. The deck collapsed and exploded, but the edges raised rugged and broken edges, shaped like a crater. A huge war hammer slowly lifted up, and the hammerhead surface, which was about 1 square meter, was covered with the green acidic blood of the insects, and it emitted a stinky white smoke, dripping constantly, making a hissing sound. With one blow, the insect man turned into a paper man. Snake Braid carried the silver, long-handled war hammer with one hand. The alloy hammer handle rubbed against the rock skin, making a crackling sound, and shouted loudly, cry all the guards quickly, and then the gaze man went to clear the main control room, and the beast hoof people took control of the hostages. For this business, Snake Braid also invited two other groups of scavengers to help, called Gaze Man and Beast Hoof. As for the others, Snake Braid shook her braid and said with a grim smile, "Follow me to find that Godora."